changing pretty real kind of important bits of the car, should we say, that wouldn't normally be done in a regular pit stop.
Well, we're just under an hour away from half distance, and I've been waiting for this, and I'm beginning to see this. I'm camped out at RT, which is the number 21 Audi, and I'm pretty sure that other teams are doing this up and down the pit lane. They're going for a front pad change. It's nigh on the half distance. Whether they'll get these pads through to the race finish, I'll ask that question of Krista Donker when this car has left. But just the front pads being done at the moment, and they're pretty much finished. I put the opportunity to change pads and take this longer pit service whilst everybody's doing 60 kilometres an hour around the track is absolutely the logical thing to do. Let's jump in and ask Chris. Chris, will those brake pads take you to the end of the race?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So 13 hours.
100%.
100%. He's happy with that. That's why he did them then.
Just pads though, not discs as well, Joe.
No. That's a good point actually. What about brake discs, Chris? What will you?
We don't need them.
Really?
Our brake discs go 24 hours.
Wow, that's new, isn't it?
The only thing we need to do is brake pads in the front.
Incredible. I remember the days not so long ago when discs were a thing as well.
Yeah. For us, it's not an issue. The cooling is very good in that car on the brakes. And last year, I think we only changed them after 17 hours. But I remember also last year between 12 hours and 17, it was waiting for a big Code 60. Yeah. So now it was the moment to do it.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, thanks, Chris. So yeah, remarkable, isn't it? The technology these days, the discs will last 24 hours, the pads, well, 17 hours, I think he said last year.
Just the increase in technology on these GT3 cars. It's also about how that airflow is channeled through the cars with a bit of brake blanking as well. Because it's that careful balance of allowing some air through the car but not too much to slow it down. But amazing that they didn't even have to change the rear pads.
No.
Just front pads, and only once in a 24-hour race.
And the number 7 getting the same treatment at SMP Racing, their Mercedes down. Ramanenko was in the driver's seat. I think he got out, and that'll head down. Front pads again only on the AMG Mercedes, as they'd be so like the heat in that disc as the new Michelin rubber goes on. They're currently in P7, 8th overall in GT3 as Yes, Joe, what have you got for us?
Sorry, I'm not sure if I'm coming through. So that was an Audi we were talking to Krista Dongo from the RT Audi team. Just a couple of doors down, the Heart of Racing by SPS entry. Yep. That's a Mercedes AMG, and they are changing pads and discs. So I think it depends on the car, which is a.
Yeah, I just wonder whether it's a balance thing as well, Joe, as in the Audi's just kinder on its brakes, maybe, and therefore.
Well, mid-engined, Johnny, front engine. You know that's
where the weight is on the car. And the Mercedes, you've got that 6.2 litre V8 right over the front wheels, and you're trying to slow that down as well as steering and braking at the same time. So yeah, maybe just a bit of balanced car. By the way, we've got more issues with the Speed Lover Porsche. It's got as far as turn 14 hairpin.
Yeah. It's gearbox, by the way, for
the Speed Lover car.
It's gearbox. Yeah, the team have told me it's got a gearbox issue. They're hoping to get the car here. What I was going to just to add about the Mercedes AMG, the engine is in front of the driver. You know, when we say front engine or mid-engined or whatever, it may be front engine, but that means it's just in front of the driver. It is so far back and so low down towards the bulkhead, just behind the driver's feet, just in front of the driver's feet. It's almost in the middle of the car when it comes to weight balance.
They have become almost like a front mid-engined GT car, haven't they now? But probably very unlike the road car. But as long as it's the same lump, you have some flexibility when you're designing a GT3 to put it in a slightly different position. So lower and further back in the car will give it better rotation because the weight's in the middle and a lower centre of gravity as well.
So the 978 has stopped on the inside of turn 14. The recovery vehicle is there, waiting to get assistance with that gearbox issue as they're trying to make their way back into the pits. So they found the gear, and hopefully it's not having the same problems as the Bentley with the automatic selection of gears unwarranted by the driver. Not what you want to have in 1.5 tonnes of Bentley GT3 Evo running down towards turn 10. But it looks like they've got the tow strap out and they'll get that. That means this will continue on. So we've had 8 of the top 9 into the pits to take fuel and head back out again. A lot of them have taken. Our Faisal Al-Zabar now leading in the 777 into that car. He's got new tyres on that. And Alexander Malikan in the Pure Racing Porsche also came in for tyres but didn't serve their 4-second penalty. Klaus Bachler is out at the moment but didn't change tyres, just fuel on that one, car 24, as the Porsche rolled through. And Optimum Motorsport doing the same thing, taking on new tyres. That McLaren now in top 4. It's working its way up, Johnny.
It is. Thomas Eichen now driving the Optimum Motorsport 720S. But yes, real steady progress. It's about not being too alarmed by the difficulty in the opening stages of that race. And Optimum Motorsport, one of many teams that can put things into perspective and just not panic, really. Know that they've got a good car, that they've got a consistent driver lineup, and the race should come towards them as long as they can eliminate any errors that are of their own making. Sometimes you just can't help it.
You're a victim of circumstances rather than it's accidents do happen.
They do.
And it's part of motorsport. But if you can stay out of them, and a lot of these drivers look a long way ahead these days. We're under a minute until the end of code 60.
Speed Lover car has made it back to the pits. Didn't make it all the way, though, under its own steam, despite John de Wilde's enthusiastic effort to edge away from where it had parked on the main straight. John's now out quickly chatting to some of the Speed Lover mechanics, not far from Joe. Let's hope that John's willing to have a chat with Joe in just a tick as well to find out fully what's happened. In the meantime, we are back to green, though, to almost 15 minutes past midnight. So right in hour 12 of the 20th edition of the 24 Hours of Dubai with Michelin.
2 hours 27 minutes so far under code 60.
Okay.
So and 22 seconds.
All important.
All important, that 22 seconds, and that is our 9th code 60 for this race.
And by the way, the race leader came in not that long ago. It's now in fuel, the 777 Al-Manar racing car, but this is time that they're losing compared to their fellow runners in the race. Stationary versus green flag running. However, you can get a full fuel load in this mode, and the smart pumps will immediately change to allow you that full allocation as soon as we go back, as long as you're not going to breach the total amount, because they may have started the 25% ruling and then that jumped to the full fuel fill that they can get as per the regulations. Here is Joe with John de Wilde.
John, you tried your best to get the car back, but it had to be towed back, yes?
When it came on the long straight, I went from third to fourth, and then system broke down. I was stuck over there in corner 1 and couldn't do anything. It was stuck in fourth gear. And then when you try to push a little bit, then I was able to put it back in first gear. I tried to come back on my own, but when it went up there, the clutch was completely gone. So I couldn't go up anymore, and I think that's it.
But look, I think the team will probably try and fix it. New gearbox, new clutch.
I hope so. We'll see.
I'll see you tomorrow morning in it, don't worry. bad luck there on the speed limit car.
He's
isn't it?
forcing a smile, is John.
Yes.
There wasn't really much more he could have done in that situation. He was feeling that there was enough life left in the car to do a one further lap. I was concerned that they might have run out of fuel. That wasn't the issue. It was far more detrimental,
Yeah, basically no drive. And changing a clutch on a flat six Porsche is not a small challenge.
No.
And it's not going to take 5 minutes. A little bit longer.
And not something they want to be doing through choice between midnight and 1 in the morning.
No.
It might extend even later / earlier than that as well. But Joe's pretty confident that the Speed Lover Porsche will be seen again in the race. We really wish them well in that regard. John's a bit of a legend of the Supercar Challenge, which is a big scene in Belgium. Belgium in his homeland, but also in the Netherlands as well. And also quite a bit of Porsche Challenge Benelux racing through the years since the mid-2010s. Took part in his first Dubai 24 Hours 10 years ago, I reckon, with the Speed Lover 2 team in their 997 iteration of the 911 Porsche. MP Motorsport, this is the Mercedes that didn't have any lights on it at all, and had a warning message on our screen to say it must pit immediately to repair that. But from Peter Mackay's reports, it didn't need to pit because maybe the car pulled to the side of the track. They did a full-on reset, and those lights are fully ablaze now.
Indeed they are. A bit of a control, alt, delete, or a thump.
Yeah, probably not advisable to get out of the car and give it a kick, but that might be what the driver wanted to do.
Indeed, while the Almanar racing team was in the pits, they had surrendered the lead to Pure Racing Porsche. They're now 40 seconds behind them, with Alexander Malikin at the wheel of the Pure Racing car, Klaus Bachler at the wheel of the Dynamic GT Porsche. So it's Porsche 1 and 2, BMW 3, as they've dropped down into third place, albeit now with a full tank of fuel, which will let them run out a little bit longer.
Yeah, they'll be good for the next 60 minutes or so. Jerome Bullery in the TFT Racing Porsche, running 5th in their class. Does that make them the best of the AM 992s? Yes. No, sorry, 2nd in that subcategory. QMMF by HRT, and Abdullah Ali Al-Khalifi in the 974, currently leading the AM category, and now into the overall podium positions in the 992 class.
Remember, they are our reigning Middle East Trophy champions. They're running in a different class this year. They were in the Pro class last year, running in the AM category this year. And very resplendent, that number 974 is the country code for Qatar when you're dialing. So 971 for the Rabdown by Fulgenzi car, with Christopher Zuckling at the wheel, currently 33 overall, 5th in 992 AM, and 971 is the dialing code for United Arab Emirates. Very, very clever work for
it is.
The Middle Eastern teams.
Very convenient. They run in a class that mandates a 3-digit number with a 9 at the front of it.
Exactly.
And those 9 numbers are, a lot of them, synonymous with Porsches. Jerome Bullery running as the 911 numbered car, indeed.
But don't get confused, because we do have a 991 running, but that's a GT3 car.
That's a good point, actually, yes.
And we also have a 269 running, and that's a GT3 car. So apart from those two, everybody else sort of stays with what your number must be, which is in GT3 from 1 to 99. In 992, it starts with a 9.
Apart from, there is an exception to that rule, of course, because we've got a 888 car, haven't we?
Subjaloo Racing in that one, so don't get confused with that. Then if it starts with a 7, it's GTX. However, we've got a 111 running in the GTX as well. So
it's like there are rules, folks, but there is one exception to each of those rules permitted, maybe.
Indeed, GT4 starts with a 4, and the TCE starts with a 1. So that's how we determine the cars. Apart from those exceptions to the regulations.
Yes.
Must have had special dispensation, maybe because of sponsorship with that number. 888, obviously a very well-known racing number throughout, well, where I'm from anyway.
Certainly.
You know, and so maybe a connection there.
Or maybe Seb Lajou and the rest of that crew are just big V8 supercar fans. I don't know.
Well, possibly, yeah.
But Seb Lajou is certainly a name to be reckoned with in Carrera Cup racing in Western Europe, and have run many times in certainly the French Championship of Carrera Cup, and also I think the odd outing in the Benelux competition as well. So yeah, he's not particularly precious to only running in France, and clearly now the true and international scene as well. Seb Lajou Racing bringing 2 cars to this year's Dubai 24 Hours.
Nice to see. Just keeping an eye on our leaders at the moment. 40 seconds the gap. Alexander Melican and Klaus Bachler, both in Porsches, Purex Racing, Dynamic GT, and that 40-second is there. They may have a lap now on our Faisal Al-Zabar in the Almanar Racing team, who's down on 276 laps. I'm just waiting to see where he is in that 777 car. That's another one that is a GT3 but is 777. Confused? Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. What have you got for us, mate?
Yeah, this is a story of incredible sort of depth to it. Remember the number 127,
Yes.
the team saw Rensport, Porsche Cayman, that came in, and we said, there's no way they can repair that. Once again, saw Rensport prove us wrong. Remind me of your name, please.
Daniel Zorg.
Daniel, once again, Sorg Rensport prove us wrong. That car, I thought, would never see the track again. You've chopped the wings off, and you're repairing it.
No, we are not repairing. We are preparing the repair at home. So some work we already can do here, we are doing here. But this car is not repairable here at the moment, unfortunately.
Okay, so you're just starting the job.
Yes, there are some things we can already do here. So we need the time, because right after return the NLS season at the Nürburgring starts. So it's already tight. So we need every minute we can get.
It just proves that you may as well be busy while you're sat in the garage whilst running the other car. So I can understand that. But is it really, what exactly was the damage on that car that you're having to look at home?
Again, please, it was a bit...
What exactly was the damage on the car?
It was an unlucky mistake by the driver to turn into the corner while the Hofer AMG was on the right side, and they touched, and the car flipped. So yeah, it's badly damaged.
The driver is fine?
The driver is fine. He went to hospital for check. He's really sad. It was his first 24-hour here. He did a good job. But yeah, we all do mistakes.
Yeah, we do. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you
very much.
Yeah, brilliant. I thought I was losing my touch there when I said, nah, that's not that.
Yeah.
So, and I thought they were going to prove me wrong there. I thought, oh, Bradley's losing his touch, but no, we were. It's a shame, because, you know, we like to see cars back out on track. But as Daniel explained, Daniel Sorg, who is the Sorg in Sorg Rensport, team owner, team manager, team principal, he made the decisions. That car's going to be.
To be honest, we had no idea the incident was as serious as it was described there by Daniel. The car flipped.
Yeah.
He suggested for Yasuhiro Misashi, the Japanese racer for the German outfit, and the point that Daniel Sorg makes about needing to get back into Europe, back to Germany in time for the opening round of the NLS Championship. That is the weekend, the 21st and 22nd of March, for the 70th edition of the ADAC Westfalenfahrt, which is a 4-hour race. It'll be a Saturday, that, generally a midday start. And the thing is, you're going to get all the cars into containers, and then you're not going to see them for a number of weeks. As efficient as the 24H series run back to the Netherlands, I think. Is that where the shipping containers go back into initially? And then they spread their, well, depending on where the teams are based, they'll either be picked up by lorries or maybe flown to other locations, and they're keen to get back to Germany for the middle part of March.
Yeah, that accident happened 2.5 hours ago. Around about on lap. Yeah, it was about 2.5 hours at turn 7, and they got that sorted out. So the time that we went 22:58, just about 11 p.m. We're approaching 12:30 now. So a lot of work for that team to do. But as we didn't know that the car had been inverted.
No. When it flipped, I assume it's gone right over and hopefully, well, it did land on its wheels, but I didn't know whether the roof was dented. There was clearly a lot of damage on that right-hand side. And for one of the early races in Misashi's career, that will have been a big shock. Yes. I'm sure. It's only when you have a big one you realise quite how much energy these cars are carrying. But I'm sure, despite that horrendous moment, he is very keen to get back into a racing car. Maybe not today. No. You know, give him a week or so, and he'll be really champing at the bit to get back on board a car.
Yes, maybe the race direction may have the medical area may have removed his driver band with that one, because the after effects, delayed shock with all the adrenaline running, etc., when you calm down in the medical centre, that's when the things can go wrong. And obviously with the fully housed medical centre on the infield here, with helipads and everything else, and a team of doctors and nurses to as well as the ambulance that we have all around the circuit with the paramedics, their drivers are always in the best hands when something unfortunate happens.
And a driver very often thinks they know their body more than the medics do, and they can go, well, no, I feel fine, I can do another stint, and that's when the qualified people say, no, seriously, listen to us, we're not going to allow you to compete in today's race because we want you to do more motor racing in the future. And you've got to be right.
Exactly, and you can't put somebody who is not 100% fit out in one of these cars in one of these type of races. It just doesn't work that way. Change of position in the AM category, 992. Fourth position now from Rabdampol by Fulgenzi, getting past Mulna Motorsport, and that moves them up. And they've got around about 2 laps behind the Sebjulu Racing AM car running in 3. A lap clear is the TFT Racing 992 AM car, and then another lap to our leaders in the 992 AM QMF, Qatar Motorcycle and Motor Federation, run by our good friend Amro Al-Hamid. He's going to have a busy week because he's got the first round of WEC coming up very, very shortly, along with all the other stuff that he does there, MotoGP, Formula One. What else do you need to do, really? Completely rebuilt the pits in the off season, because the pits were originally built for motorcycles in Qatar, and they were very, very narrow, and the Formula One teams were really struggling there. And then when WEC came there as well, same problem. So they knocked the entire pit building down. If you go back behind the pit building, it's like being in a shopping mall.
Wow.
Right? Because you've got all of the villas for the teams behind it. You've got nice open area in between there. On the TV, it looked absolutely spectacular, and really, really well done by the QMMF and the Qatar circuit.
Yeah, and that again is the opening round of the World Endurance Championship for 2025. But I hadn't realised there'd been so many changes in that 12-month period. Again, wastes no time in Qatar, it would seem, in terms of development. And yeah, exciting to see how we go in the 1812 kilometre race. That's in a couple of months' time. I don't think anybody expected us to get to the race distance for that. Rather, it may be to do with a 10-hour time duration, but we did actually get to the full mileage, incredibly. midnight, you're tuned to the Radio Show Limited network of channels, bringing you, once again, live coverage of the 24 Hours of Dubai, the 20th edition of it, and the first time that we've been powered by Michelin before, with teams well used to these new tyres now. Different types of tyre across various amounts of the categories. So the Carrera Cup, or the 992 division, running the Carrera Cup Michelin tyre, which makes sense. However, elsewhere in the range, Michelin have brought plenty of tyres for the different GT3 cars, and it's our understanding from chatting to representatives from Michelin that it's the Bentley that's on an entirely different compound, whereas the Mercedes and the Porsche and the Audi and the BMWs are on pretty much the same compound. Might be slightly different wheel widths and sizes, but otherwise precisely the same makeup of Michelin tyre. Pure Racing's Alex Malikin has come into pit road from the race lead. We are 18 laps away from the 300 lap marker, but with only half an hour to go until we've reached half distance, that rather suggests that the 6:28 record distance that was set 13 years ago is safe for another year. Alexander Malikin, oh so impressive in the World Endurance Championship last year, taking the title with a round to spare for Pure Racing, and that car is, I'd say, comfortably ahead of the chasing Porsche. The gap's a little bit misleading once a car has come into pit lane because of where the timing loop is positioned. It was timed at 28.1 seconds. That's more likely to have been about 3/4 of a minute. Peter Mackay, welcome back to the booth, by the way.
Hello, Jonathan.
Greetings. Good morning, I can say now.
Tidings.
Yeah.
I was, when you just said it's 12:30, I thought there's an ABBA song in that. And after midnight, I guess we are the men after midnight.
Laurel, yeah.
Well, for choice.
That's right. And still going strong.
Oh, you look chirpy as ever.
Well, you know the secret to that, don't you?
Sleep.
Anytime I'm not talking, I'm asleep.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know how you do it.
It's like when your smartphone is short of charge, you plug it in at various points through the day, and I have to plug myself in.
You're a walking Tesla.
I am. Yes.
You're in a better mood than you were this morning when you weren't allowed to take your coffee with you.
Oh, that's true. Actually, we were both in pretty cranky moods, weren't we? But
Different reasons.
Different reasons.
Coffee related.
Precisely. Yeah, my coffee incident actually saved my bacon, I think. Whereas you were brave with an open cup of coffee.
Which had about 5% less, but the vigour at which our excellent chauffeur booted it over the crest like it was something on the Thousand Lakes Rally.
He's a wannabe racing driver.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he's back in the pit lane, you'll be pleased to hear. I wonder how many of the AJITHKUMAR fan base are quickly being turned in the direction of Nick Damon. None of them?
Oh, I don't know. Well,
okay. AJITHKUMAR's about to get into his car, into the 414, Nick.
No, it'll be the 901.
Booted, waiting for the machine to turn up. So they'll have a little kind of huddled crowd. The crowd when we started was several thousand, and now it more resembles the away end for Salford City or Fleetwood. There's a couple of hundreds diehards are left. They've all got in two coaches from Dave's coaches, that sort of thing. But there were thousands earlier. In fact, it's pretty impressive that they've hung around to gone midnight. And I'm sure for tomorrow morning they'll be back again in their thousands once more.
For sure.
But he certainly. It has to be said that it's amazing how a single not even world famous, a single regional famous, big region obviously, India, probably 500 million people, regionally famous actor can pull in massive crowds and a huge YouTube audience. It's like having KSI.
To Ryan McLeod earlier, whose son Cameron is racing in the 901. That's the AJITHKUMAR Racing Porsche Cup car, and he said his social media has gone from 2,500 followers to 30,000 followers this weekend alone. at their hotel. They can't move, they can't get out of their hotel because it's just surrounded by fans looking for AJITHKUMAR. I've never seen anything quite like it, to be honest. When we had Valentino Rossi here, did we have anything like this kind of reaction?
No.
No.
He brings a fair few fans to motor racing, and let's hope some two-wheel fans being exposed to the four-wheel longer distance stuff. But I mean, this is night and day compared to Ajit's day job, and there are completely new people coming to the Dubai 24 Hours. That's why we've been quite descriptive in things like Code 60s and why certain things are happening in the race that the casual Formula One fan has not encountered before. But many fans of AJITHKUMAR may never have seen an F1 race. So it's great to be able to expose this sport to a whole new audience. There was a Ginetta heading towards you, Nick, a moment or two ago, and not on the prescribed route into pit lane.
Is there? Oh yes, there is something being pushed down. Is it the GT4 or is it the GTX? The GT4's been running really well. That's the one that's had all the issues. Electrical issues, alternator issues, coil pack issues, fire extinguisher going off issues because it was on fire, is what I think, really, in fairness. So not an erroneous fire extinguisher firing. Yes, that's right. It was deliberate, I suppose, by the machine. Is this the car that is kind of burning my retinas now as it crawls down towards me? It must be under single. Yeah, it's under team mechanic power. Proudly stating it's 55th in the race, which I assume is probably the last of the actual kind of almost runners. Comes to a halt. The brakes actually work. And it's going to go straight on the dolly jacks, guys. So that's another pit visit.
Another car that's struggling on this in-lap is the 102 Asbest Racing Cupra, which was fine through Sector 1, and then it lost about 40 seconds through Sector 2. So that is touring its way in second in TCX.
Well, Cupra has just arrived. Is that the one, is it? Yeah, so he's just arrived for about 6 garages up from where I currently am. Just look, he just parked. He's decided to take a penalty first before he comes in and tell everyone what went wrong. Bonnet going up on the Team CMR Ginetta. There'll be more things. Now, the headlights are blazing, which means it's got electrical power, which has been an issue earlier. But whether that electrical power is going where they want it to in every single part of the car is, of course, question B, isn't it? But I'll turn the lights off now. Proper control alt delete there. You see him doing it, and it's half firing, but it's not actually going bang yet. The Seat's still serving its penalty. We're about to get a Sorg Rennsport stop from, I assume, the 427, because the 127 is not actually here at the moment, not actually running anymore.
Yeah, it will be the only remaining Sorg Rennsport car is running in GT4. It sits third at the moment. Arthur Simonde has brought in that GT4 Cayman RS. So
it says Sim. And I keep thinking that's not a Sim, that's a real car.
You could drive one.
But
if you so wished, yes.
You could. I have badly.
Yeah, Arthur Simonde. That would be where the SIM comes from.
There are so many cars I've driven badly in a sim. Many more cars I've driven badly in real life. Even though I know your veiled driven excellently was because it was not something you believed regarding the coffee-based shirt incident earlier in the day.
In an otherwise perfectly acceptable run of driving.
I've achieved perfectly acceptable. That's beyond my wildest dreams.
It's still an A-star.
Well, I'm the person taking back the hotel in 4 hours' time, so you have to be nice.
To drive when we get to Orlando Airport in a couple of weeks' time. Yes, shotgun
that was
for
quick.
the driving seat. Yes, I can.
You can't shotgun the... Do you know what? I don't mind. The best... Joe and I drove back from Daytona 2 years ago in an open-top BMW 8 Series. Which basically made us just look like a couple of gay guys going back to Miami. So we stopped off a bubble tea, and it was very amusing.
That was a lovely car. It was an 8 Series, wasn't it? It was a white 8 Series you were driving.
840, yeah.
Lovely car. Klaus Bachler leading the race, and by a minute and 22 seconds. That sounds dominant. It's a little bit skewed because the 777 Al Faisal Al Zubair driven Team WRT BMW is a little bit off sequence. It's 12 laps into its stint, whereas the dynamic GT car being driven by Klaus Bachler is 24 laps into its stint. Now, while we've been off air, John, we had a nice rest in the Creventic Welcome Centre. Did a little bit of car window shopping. Watched some cars coming by to do their penalties. But I went out and watched some trackside action.
Yes,
and going into the final corner. Do you know who's latest on the brakes going into that final corner? No, he was one of the earliest, strangely. The Aston Martins. In the hands of Jamie Day and El Bamber. They're braking actually just after the 50-metre board.
Wow.
And carrying a lot of corner speed, and out they go. It was really interesting to watch and get a close-up view. Loads of great viewing points here around the Dubai Autodrome, and getting to see how the different classes interact. And there's so many different classes that are actually relatively close on lap time, particularly if you put, say, a slightly less experienced driver in the faster car and a more experienced driver in the theoretically slower car. That can cause a lot of real back and forth, and trying to pick your line is really difficult. There's also a few of the corners around the circuit that have multiple lines going in, particularly when you're coming out of into turn 14. There's a lot of cars that will take a sort of double apex line, and that then can sometimes confuse the traffic, where you think, oh, there's a gap open there, and they stuff it up the inside, and the other car's not quite expecting for it. So it's constant lap by lap, and if you've been in the car for an hour and 45 minutes, you've got to maintain that concentration. It's such a challenge for the drivers. It might look easy, it certainly is not, that is for sure. So Klaus Bachler will be due in the pits without any code 60. He would be due in the pits in around 10 laps or so, 20 minutes ish. He's got an hour and 29 minutes on his stint time at the moment, so he will be basically due in for a pit stop anyway, because the maximum stint time is 2 hours in total. Then the drivers must take a minimum of 1 hour rest, and then could go back to 2 hours again. For the pro drivers in most classes, their maximum driving time is 12 hours. So for the teams with the balanced driver lineup, they really want to try and get the maximum driver time they possibly can out of their hot shoes. And Klaus Bachler is certainly being put to work right now in that dynamic GT Porsche with backing from Visit Dubai. It's a beautifully painted car. It's the top section's all white, and then you've got the Dubai skyline, all skyscrapers in a nice sort of sea blue colour. So it's a really nice looking machine there as well, being chased down by the white and black 777 BMW M4 GT3 Evo. Optimum Motorsport, they've been just climbing up the order all the time in their number 33 McLaren 720S. We had them at the Barcelona 24 Hours at the end of last season, and great to see them back again here in Creventic. They're in the fuel station at the moment, filling up that beautiful 720S with the butterfly doors. When you get up close to that car, it's a seriously exotic machine, and brilliant to have McLaren here. And they are the closest challenger to all of the German marques right now. In fact, they are the only non-German marque in the top 15 right now. So the McLaren, we have never had a non-German marque winning the Dubai 24 Hours since the first ever race back in 2006, which was won by the Dueler Motorsport BMW M3, driven by Philipp Peter, Dieter Quester, Hans-Joachim Stuck, and a guy called Toto Wolff, who apparently went on to middle management in a motor company.
Well, these things
slightly
happen.
Upper middle management.
Vlad Engel, or Vlad Angel, just catching up after a few hours. What did I miss with the Bentley? Is it out? It is, I'm afraid. It was random gear selection, wasn't it, on that car?
At that point, you've just got to think, what would the Bentley boys do? I think they would say, where is the finest eatery in all of Dubai?
I say, let's go for a good dinner.
Let's go for an excellent dinner.
Where's the best place for supper?
Do they serve Bollinger? No, they don't.
Yes, it would have been definitely, where's the best supper?
Where's the best supper?
So Vlad, I'm afraid that one, metaphorically, the garage door came down. Nick might be able to tell us if the garage door did come down. Rob Huff was telling us about that earlier on. Nick?
they just parked it to the side because, of course, don't forget there's more than one car sharing that garage. So if you close the door down, the other team can't do any work either. So they're on the side. The Euro Motorsport car's in. Ryan DL's just got out of it. Ryan, this is taking a bit longer than you would expect for the stop. Is there an issue, or are you being careful?
I don't know. Looks like we had an issue with the driver change, so no ideal. Good stint. Happy with that. So unfortunate. I don't know what happened there.
We're sort of also getting new viewers and listeners the whole time to the program. You know, its time zones now kind of really moving into the good for the Americans. So can you just give us what happened right at the start of the race with the team? What went wrong?
Yeah, I mean, we dropped the car, turned the ignition on, and we realized that we had a slow puncture on the left rear. Obviously, at that point on the grid, you can't touch the car, so we were debating trying to do 1 or 2 laps and try and go a little bit off sequence with the fuel, but it was too low.
And was that a brand new tyre or something you did a couple of laps in qualifying?
No, brand new, and we check the pressures regularly before we obviously, put them on the car and heat them, and it's gonna be something random. We just dropped on something weird on the front straight. I know when they put the tires on, it was fine. 5-6 minutes later, when we started the car, it was not. So it sucks, but it was okay.
Pushing like half the race on, and you're still trying to make up for that, aren't you? Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that didn't expect it. We had a plan to go off sequence pretty early. That was too early. 1 lap would have really split us, so we just did the 1 tire. And anyway, it's the way the rules work here. It's not like we're used to, where you get a couple of full course yellows, you make some laps back, and we have to work for this one. But this was always going to be a test for us. We're focused on the European Championship with this, and this was just kind of a. Things like this is why we did this, right? We want to make sure we iron out all our mistakes before we get going in Italy.
So you're learning a lot about the way to run a prevented race. It is quite different with the non-yellow flags. Is that something you think is a bad idea or a good idea? Would you prefer to have the chance for people to make up laps during full course caution?
Well, I mean, I think that makes it harder, right? It's you can't just rely on 1 or 2 people doing their job. Everybody has to pull their weight. But that being said, we're still battling for a podium even with some attrition. Dwight hadn't even seen his cars until we arrived in Dubai here, so we got a lot to learn. We got a pretty extensive test program, Abu Dhabi leading up to the Italy race, Mugello, I guess the first one. So I think once we get there, people are probably going to see, the Euro that we know of from the States.
Now, obviously, a lot of the other teams here are a bit puzzled because it's their first time out on Michelin. You've been on various other similar Michelins in all sorts of times in America. How do these particular tyres compare with the ones we're used to over the pond?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we have a lot of experience with them. It's not too different. It's a different compound, I believe, to what we use in GT even over there. But yeah, I mean, it leveled a little bit. I think the playing field, at least we had some knowledge of the Michelin coming here. But at the same time, we didn't really have any knowledge of the car. I run the car in 2023. Our spare car is actually the car I ran in SRO America. So, if the driver's the guy with the most experience, then he got a lot to learn. Don't listen to him.
Ryan, best of luck.
Brilliant stuff.
Cheers,
the
thanks.
driver's the guy with the most experience.
Ryan's just so self-deprecating. He's an absolute superstar driver. He will be starting his 20th Rolex 24 in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah.
He's won that race on. He's got 3 watches. He's won it once overall and twice in the LMP2 class, both with ERA.
Yeah.
He's a superstar driver, and I'm sure his proudest achievement was driving for Rangers Football Club in Super Formula. If you remember, or you remember that, was it Super Formula? It was called Super Premier. No, what was it called?
It was. I commentated on it with Earl Bamber among other people when I was filling in for Ben Edwards and people like that. It was called
Super League Formula.
Super League Formula. Thank you.
There we go. So he drove for Rob Lomas, our producers, just reminded us of that.
Oh, Rob, thank you.
Of course,
so much.
he would know. Super League Formula. So yes, Brian is. He's of course from Glasgow originally. His family, as we were talking about Scottish confectionery earlier on, his family were in the baking industry, and he lived out in America for many years. Really made his career in America. Was successful with Sierra Racing and Formula Atlantics. And funny enough, though, when he landed, he arrived and he was planning to live in Ohio, and very quickly he realised, wait, I moved to America for warm weather. I could live in Scotland if it was cold. So he very quickly moved to Florida after that one. So great to have Era here. It's a really serious programme. I mean, if you're buying not one but two Ferrari 296s, you are coming in with serious intentions, and brilliant to add them to the roster of great teams we have here in the 24H series.
Yeah, and interesting what Ryan said there. I wasn't sure of the provenance of the lightly used car, as it was described to me, but clearly that car Ryan has
XDL. It's got to be worth an extra 10%.
Oh, really? I'm sure Ryan was saying when they were trying to buy it, I've driven that, it's 25% off is what he would have been saying, trying to help Dwight
Never
out.
hit the rev limiter once.
No, absolutely. One brand new car, one lightly used cars, and a spares package. They're going to run the rest of the European season. Era is going to run the rest of the European season out of a new base they have in the UK, and so some testing, I believe, in Spain to come after Abu Dhabi, which is they're going to be racing at this weekend. Although Ryan won't be there, he'll be off at the Raw before the Rolex 24, doing some additional testing for the IMSA program, and then Dwight, along with Jake Hill, the two principal drivers for the whole of the European season, and just been wandering around the paddock and met with Simon, Jake's dad, as he was coming out of being in the studio here. Jake going down to the Adelaide Classic Festival to drive some of the Era cars down there as well. That's, in a short time, has become an awesome classic event. Don't use the full circuit, they only use the Parkland circuit for that, and it's not racing, it is demo runs, but something like 90% of all the classic F1 cars in Australia are down in the Adelaide region. So Formula One, and it's going to be the Shadows that the Era guys took to Goodwood are going to be doing their thing, and Jake's going to be driving some of those for Era, which he, as you might imagine, is very excited about. Super League.
That's proper what dreams are made.
Yeah. Super League Formula was the first time I met Earl Bamber. He was my co-commentator in, what's the racetrack called that's just outside of Venice on the mainland? Is it Adria?
Yeah.
And they
his career was pretty much finished at that point.
Yeah, he was.
He was coaching in Malaysia, and he got a chance. Who was it now? It was Alvaro Perez. Didn't get his visa to go to Inner Mongolia. Earl got into the car, won the race, and then 6 months later he was a Porsche driver and he won Le Mans.
Well, he got in at late notice in that race because somebody didn't turn up, and so I did all the practice with Earl. Then he got drafted into a car because somebody hadn't turned up.
Alvaro Perez.
Yeah, that wasn't the Mongolia race though. This was
another one.
This was the one, as I said, at the Venice circuit. He got in that, and he got the big check there. He won the whole thing. And Maria de Velota was in the booth with me for that race. Lovely, lovely person. Much missed, of course, after that bizarre testing accident that she had with Cato?
Virgin team at the time, Manor,
yeah. And I really enjoyed that weekend, and as I say, got on like a house on fire with both Earl and Maria, and had a feeling then that Earl was something a wee bit special, and he certainly takes chances, and had a good relationship with Earl ever since.
Absolutely classic Kiwi, never afraid to travel to chase success.
I know.
Just with total tenacity.
Here's the thing as well, I talked to him at the end of last season at the post-season test at Bahrain for FIA World Endurance Championship, the WEC, and well, you know, because you've done some of this as well, Team New Zealand have been running Porsche Carrera Cup Asia cars and bringing in new Kiwi talent, and Earl's been putting his own money into that, as well as raising money for it and bringing in other supporters and white knights, if you will, to use the theatre term.
Well, one of the drivers he runs is Marco Giltrap, son of the late great Colin Giltrap.
Exactly.
Was the man in the motor trade in New Zealand, and the Giltrap group still enormously successful. If you're buying a premium car in New Zealand, you're buying it from Giltrap.
I have seen Earl at his best and his worst, at his happiest and his saddest. I've not seen him very much happier and prouder than when he was talking about Team New Zealand and what he was doing and how hard he was working to make that work, and more power to his elbow for putting back in. The Kiwis, it's a small nation. Every sport they do, they take very seriously. It's got more karting tracks than most of Europe put together. And I remember talking to Brendan Hartley about this, who again was mentored in his early stages by Earl.
They're great pals from childhood.
Yeah, and there's just something about the Kiwis that they take their sport very, very seriously, particularly at national level, when they get to national level and they're representing the country. And whether it's the All Blacks or the Black Ferns, whatever, you know, the cricket teams, whatever. And there's a nice little bit of self-deprecating humour once in a while as well, because the New Zealand national basketball team is called the Tall Blacks, which I think
That's
is
brilliant.
Genius, absolutely genius. And, you know, great. I like talking to people who are passionate about whatever it is, even if it's a sport that I'm not really that interested in. But if I can see and feel the passion, then that's how. You were talking about commentating on curling earlier on. That's how, when I was watching Winter Olympics years ago and started watching the curling, and thought, wow, this is really quite cool, pardon the pun. But it was the passion of the people who were talking about it that brought me into it, and I love that. We're coming to. Do you know what? We're nearly, halfway there.
Well, Johnny Palmer.
The meme's ready.
Johnny Palmer was quoting ABBA earlier on. He was saying 12:30, and we're now
watching the Late Show.
Man After Midnight, and we're now early Bon Jovi now.
Yeah.
There's even a driver with a second name Creed.
That's very good, yes.
So there's all sorts of gags that we just can't help ourselves with.
Jerry Z in Ohio saying, what was Super League formula? Soccer clubs.
Good question.
Soccer clubs, racing cars, basically what, Formula 3000s kind of things.
It was like champ cars. They were serious things.
They were. And round that little track, which was like a kart track that we were at for that race that I was talking about, all affiliated with top European, UK and European football clubs. So there was a Rangers team, there was, I think, Inter Milan, Barcelona,
FC Porto.
Porto, etc., etc. Was Bayern Munich, I think, as well. It was certainly one of the big German clubs.
When you say it out loud, you're like, that was a bizarre idea. Bizarre concept.
Leeds United were in there. Nick's just reminded me on Talkback. The idea was to tap into the... Do you know what? In some respects, it was years ahead of its time, because it was tapping into the tribal nature of soccer fans to get them to support something else with their team's colours on. And everybody said that that's not how motor racing works. And it was moderately successful. They did a couple, I think, of seasons, maybe even 3 seasons of it. But it never really broke through. There was big cash prizes at the end of each race. However, what Drive to Survive is exactly the same thing. It has encouraged a tribal nature on the driver side of things. So they had the right idea. Bring new people in to motor racing and do it from a perspective that isn't normally associated with motor racing.
It was probably pre-social media, or certainly pre, how should we say, really nasty social media, perhaps.
Yeah, true.
But whether that would make it a success or not, I don't know.
Ollie is watching from a cool Germany through the night session. We're going all the way through to 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. It is exactly 12 hours since we dropped the green flag on the start of the season. We're halfway through the 24 hours of Dubai. So, Peter, here's how they stand. 295 laps completed. We're somewhat short at the moment of the 628 because of the, 7 full course purples that we've had, code 60s. It's Dynamic GT, the 24, back in the lead. They've been there before. 777 Almanar Racing, the BMW in second, and as it stands at the moment, 295 laps being completed by that BMW M4 in second place, and the 777 is just on the tail end of the lead lap as it stands at the moment, just waiting for that car to come back around. Alexei Nesov is on behind the wheel of the Pure Racing Porsche in third. That's the number 92 car. He's on 204 laps as it stands at the moment. Best of the GT3 AM cars, the car that has led this race for some considerable time, the Paradigm Competition BMW. That's the 991 number car. Ahmed El Hati behind the wheel of that. He's got half a minute on the Pro Am leading car, Winwood Racing, which has led the race outright as well. Gabriele Piana. Antares Au is behind the wheel of the third Porsche in the top 6. This one's the Herberth number 80 car, and he's around about another 45 seconds in arrears from Winwood Racing. Top 10 made up by SMP Racing, their number 7 Mercedes, and Amana Mauri Porsche, the number 1 in 8th. Ralph Bourne behind the wheel of the second Herberth Racing car in the top 10, and the top 10 Haupt Racing team, Roman Andriolo in the Mercedes. He's third in the AM class as well, by the way, just outside the top 10. Optimum Motorsport's McLaren in 11th. The Aston Martin have Come To You Racing, so a little bit of non-German manufacturers there in 11th and 12th, with Porsche and Chris Breuer in 13th for Herberth. Haas RT's Audi's in fuel at the moment. Into Africa Racing is in to fuel as well, as Klaus Bachler comes into the pits from the lead, and all the way down to 22nd position, and Tanat Sathentherakul for EBM Motorsport, Earl Bamber Motorsport, and the Aston Martin, that number 77. They are all GT3 cars down to 22nd position. If we move on outside of the top 20, Rick Breukers back at the wheel of the Red Camel Jordan.NL, and they are leading in 23rd position, the 909 leading in the 992 class. Second in that class, a couple of places further back, is the Tyre Outdoor Racing Porsche, number 912, and third in that class, Mathieu Detrey for AJITHKUMAR Racing. Further down, and we'll have to go outside the top 30 to see the next leader. 35th position for Leipert Motorsport, Huracan Super Trofeo in GTX. They have been bossing this class and gently moving up as other teams have faltered around them. That Super Trofeo car, Brendan Leach has just gone past Alexei Denisov actually into 34th position whilst we were talking about them. Further down into the 40s, we need to go through all the 992 classes before we reach the GT4 leader, and that is Team CMR and the Ginetta. The number 495 has Michael Simpson behind the wheels at the moment. 45th position for that car. Second in that class is Ramiz Azam, AGMC Racing by Simpson BMW. In 49th, that's the 438. And in 50th is the third car. That's Gero Bauknecht in the Porsche. TCE led once again by a Seat. The Porsche has faltered with Yashiro Mirasashi Misashi in the pits at the moment for a pit stop, and both of the Asbest Racing Seats, well, one's a Seat, which is the Leon Cup car, that's the 101 leading in TCE, and second in 55th position is the Cupra TCR. Third, as I say, in that class, SRS Sorg Sport, but they're in the pits at the moment about to get fuel. Once we get down below the top 60, in fact, actually, even before that, in 57th position, the WS Racing BMW had the fiery moment with Emily de Haes at the wheel. Razou More Racing Porsche, Leo Pichler is running and making up time, 6th in GT4 at the moment, has 25 laps before it moves up a position in class. Team Parker Racing Bentley has been withdrawn, as has the Graf Racing Rosser, the V10. Team Motorpark Mercedes, the number 5 car, that had the incident coming out of our first Code 60 period, which was caused by the car in 62nd position. The GT3 Cup Porsche JBR car went hard into the wall for its driver on the start-finish line. Come To You Racing had a diff problem before they really even got going, and the Tresor Tempo Racing car was badly damaged in qualifying. 64 cars on the entry list, 62 started, and we still, I reckon, have 57 cars that are running at the moment. And Nick Damon down in the pits has just seen Klaus Bragler bring the lead car into the pit lane.
Klaus, it's working quite well for the 24 car, you know, ebbing and flowing when you're in the lead or second place, depending on the pit stops. How do you guys feel you're doing?
Yeah, it's very good, to be honest. It's getting better and better. During the night, the car feels very strong. But it's still 11 hours, so 12 hours to go. I even don't know it. I came out now after a double stint. Yeah, so far everything good, but it's a lot of things can still happen, and we hope we will be there also after the 24 hours.
Halfway through the race, have you felt the detrimental effects of that extra 20 kilograms of weight you were given this morning?
Yeah, of course. For sure this was not a help. I hoped we don't get it, but okay, anyway, we have to do our best. We have a quite good balance over the long run. This is helping us, and also, I mean, for us, our car especially, it's better in the night. Let's see how it is tomorrow then when it gets hot again. But anyway, first you need to survive and make it to the morning. And if we keep on going like this, I think we have a good chance.
Air temperature was peaked at about 27 degrees and it was sunny. It's going to go down to about 11 degrees now, so the track temperature is going to be massively different in the middle of the night. How does that really affect the car? How does the car change as the track temperature drops so much?
Yeah, it changes completely. I mean, first of all, the tire degradation is more when it's so hot, but also it changes the balance of the car. And you have small things to adjust it, like brake bias, like DC, so traction control, ABS position. This you can do. You can also help a bit with the tire pressure, but in the end there's not so much else. And so the most you can do is driving around the issue. So the driver can make the biggest difference. And honestly, this is tricky because you need to be fully concentrated for the whole stint, and you drive the car really on the edge in every corner. And yeah, I mean, as I said, the most difference in this the driver has to do. But I think we are still pretty good, also in day, but better in the night.
Finally, have you double stinted the tyres, or will you start double stinting now it's cooler? Because we know the first few laps of these Michelins, they're super quick.
Not really. I mean, for sure it depends a bit if you stop under code 60 or if you only take 25% of your fuel capacity. Then you can think to keep the tires on. We did it many times. I'm not sure if it's better. I think it's better to have the new tires and lose some seconds in the pits because the first laps are incredibly good.
I have
Thank you,
been
Gaz.
researching
Thank you.
Super League Formula. I had completely forgotten there were panos. So there were DPO 9s. So they were indeed very similar to the DPO 1 Champ Car. 750 horsepower from a V12, which was a Menard competition technology. 4.2 litre V12. They scream.
We're just going to have to grab Ryan Dale again and ask him what that was like, because he'd raced in Champ Car as well, so we'll be able to compare the two. On that point, Klaus Backer was mentioning about the instant lap time of his Michelin tyre. Anders Fjordbach on the first lap out, first flying lap, 2 minute flat 0.5. Really quick, straight out of the box. So there is that instant lap time on that first run. John Miller for Hubert Motorsport sitting in 22nd overall, set a 2 flat 0.1. Again, straight out the pits. The lap again is totally different than saying, particularly in Le Mans Hypercar, where it's also a Michelin tyre, but those cars take a lot longer to get right up to the speed. It's not unusual for a superstar driver in a Le Mans Hypercar to actually be passed by a GT car on their first outlap, because it takes the time for the tyre to come up to temperature and pressure and get into its full operating window. Whereas, also, as Nick Damon has rightly reminded me, we have tyre warmers here, and that is basically a perfect example of how much of a difference a tyre warmer makes from compared to series where they are not allowed. I'll never forget Petit Le Mans 2008 when Alan McNish wasn't even on an outlap. He was taking the car to the grid
of Petit,
and no tyre warmers, and of course Audi R10 with 1,000 horsepower, maybe not quite, but certainly well over 1,000 pound-feet of torque, and it was coming down from turn 3-4 down the S's at Road Atlanta, and the car just speared sideways into the wall, and they still won the race.
They were
lost 2
leading
laps, and then
they were leading the race again on pace, because it was an incredibly clean start the race. I think maybe 4 hours into the race.
And they weren't on their own, they were against Peugeot.
Oh yeah, that was
against Peugeot.
Were you at that race, Nick, when Nish walled it? Was that one of your first petites, or were you after that? I thought it was your first petite.
They started 2 laps down. They needed, I think, 1 full course yellow. But I think that I thought their major competition was the Porsche Spiders that year.
But
because the balance of performance was changed. They were effectively LMP2 cars, but they were already starting to combine top class.
Next, thinking of 2007, the RS Spider should have won overall in 2007, but there was a very late caution. And then when the Audi came up behind it, it was diesel that had that instant torque, and it went. 2008 was a little bit more, they were more separated. But that was the year Elio Castroneves and Ryan Briscoe won in LMP2 that year with the RS Spider. They had the aero disc wheels for qualifying. Which nobody knows where those disc wheels are now.
That first Petit Le Mans for you, didn't you have a very long conversation with Christian Klein? No?
Not much of it. Because it was in the hospitality, and as you are well aware, we were singing Bruce Springsteen songs on the way back, and I may or may not have had to stop at some point for a tree.
I found out your affinity for the Boss then in a very nice Acura all-wheel drive sedan.
I think the point is, John, if you put enough free tequila-based cocktails down any man of my age, you'll find an affinity for the Boss.
I've always got an affinity for the Boss.
He's brilliant. He's just still one of the great performers ever. I don't normally like watching music concerts on the television, and I don't often get the chance to go to see live music anymore, which is one of the great regrets of how busy I've got to now. But when he played Glastonbury, I consumed that broadcast live as if I was there.
What's your favourite Bruce Springsteen song?
Oh,
for me, it's The Rising.
Yeah, that was good. That was actually a really interesting album. That after 9/11, and that was really good. Alan, I like the early stuff. Allentown's great. Born to Run, obviously.
Hungry Heart, that's a regular on Not Kill FM.
I bet it is. Born to Run for Nick, yeah. Because he was indeed out on New Year's Day at the park run and no one was chasing him, amazingly. So 11 3/4 hours to go. The leader is the 777 Almanar Racing by with their team BMW car, should I say, and Al Faisal Al Zubair, excuse me, is ahead of Alexei Nesov. 777 is just going through turn 10 now.
Alexei Nevzov is a fantastic sim racer. Really, really quick.
He, at the moment, is just eking out a bit larger gap to save himself going a lap down. He's coming across the line underneath us right now. There you go. The View Racing car. He's 1 minute and 32 seconds, 90 seconds on a 122 second lap or thereabouts at the moment. 120 second lap, let's say. But he is just a little bit quicker than Al Faisal Al Zubair. Maybe a second and a half on average. So he's going to reduce the danger of getting lapped. There's a 4-second penalty standing against that second place car. He's also 10 laps better off on tyres. So he's been in the car 41 minutes. Al Faisal 64 minutes. And so that will give you the idea that that leading 777 car will be the first of those two cars in the pits if they continue to the end of their fuel.
Yeah, and I guess it's a little bit different than in, say, IMSA, for example, being on the lead lap or not, because we don't have any safety cars resetting. It's more just the pure time.
Correct.
Between the between cars that we've got to worry about. So if you do drop off the lead lap, it's not really any. You don't lose any additional time or what have you. It's not any advantage or disadvantage other than just the simple time lost or gains. So. I know 1 minute and 32 at the moment, but it's been very, very staggered with the code 60s have just arrived. It's like the awkward times, make it a little bit of an unknown quantity to see really who's on top. One thing we can tell you is that the 495 Ginetta GT4 has run like an express train in GT4 all race long. It's very much the Ginetta corporate retreat with company owner Lawrence Thompson and his son Freddie, and Mike Simpson, who's the head of Motorsport, driving alongside. Oh, and it's just been clipped. Oh my word, it's just been clipped by the SMP Mercedes that barged its way through. That was Sergei Sorokin, the XF1 driver, and that was a wheel-to-wheel contact. So I hope the little Ginetta hasn't been injured in that one, so to speak, because the big honking great Mercedes barged through in a hurry.
And that, such is the fragility of any lead in multi-class racing.
Yep. It is, and we've seen that several times, haven't we? I mean, look at Barcelona, Bazkuten Racing, the car they were running for Samantha Tan Racing. They were looking really good in GT4. They were looking like they were going to get the win in the bag, and then all of a sudden in the last hour they have some sort of fueling problem where the car was shutting down and starting back up again and shutting down. It can all happen so quickly. That's what makes the joy of winning in endurance racing so great, but also the agony of a late failure just so bitter and sore. But we all keep coming back. We all keep coming back for more, no matter what role we play, because we absolutely love it. But the little Ginetta going so well up against opposition from Porsche, from BMW, from Toyota as well. But the little car that can from Yorkshire doing very well.
The sim racing past you, it says, what you're talking about old series. What was the series with the old F1 drivers, Mansell, Derek Murray? It was called F1 or GP Masters, wasn't it? Yes. I did
FYI, AJITHKUMAR back in his car.
Which car? Nick Damon.
Cayman. The Cayman he's in. He's still got there's still a posse of about 150 to 200 diehard fans right below you in the grandstand. So they probably want to know that when they peer the car, it's actually got their man in it.
Interesting.
That is an amazing job from the Razzoon More Than Racing crew. That little Austrian team, they have had a lot of repair work to do over the course of this week. Their Porsche Cup car was badly damaged in early week practice. They had to rebuild that. Their Porsche Cayman in the GT4 category, the car that AJITHKUMAR is just about to take out of fuel, had a brake failure going into turn 16, I think it was, or 15. At fairly high speed, and how they've managed to get that repaired and back out racing again is just remarkable. So big props. Razzoon More Than Racing, I think they're putting their stake in the ground as an early contender for the Spirit of the Race award.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, Grand Prix Masters, I did the commentary on that live. Now, problem here for the Windward Mercedes and
Turn
the
14
GT4
Toyota
Supra.
Yeah, that's Continental TTR Racing. I mean, I don't believe in coincidences either. That two cars off the road at the same time, I think that's been a disagreement in traffic.
Yeah, the 496 Dimitri Levin for Continental Racing. That was fourth in its class. And now he can't see. He's on the left-hand side of the car, and he can't see the cars coming round the left-hander from effectively his right rear corner. The other car has left the scene of the incident. And this is a dangerous time at the moment. You have to rely on the marshals and the radio. He's got going now. There's a gap in the traffic.
Windward Mercedes has run off to tell the teacher.
Yeah. That's Grand Prix Masters. They were Reynards with a 3.5 litre V8 engine. That was the Nicholson McLaren engine, which was basically the old Cosworth XP, another old IndyCar engine. 650 horsepower. You had to have been retired from all forms of open rail racing, but have competed in F1 for 2 years, and more than 45 years old originally. And Kyle Army was the first race, and the only live coverage of that was on Motors TV. The BBC showed it in its entirety with Murray Walker doing it, but they did it later on in the day. They showed it tape delayed. And Henry Hope Frost and I did the commentary for that race live on Motors TV. And it was Emerson Fittipaldi and Nigel Mansell who were battling for the lead. It was a cracking battle, and it was half a second, the line. Mansell, Fittipaldi, Riccardo Patrese, Andrea De Cesaris in probably his best ever finish in anything that had F1 in it. Derek Warwick was 5th. Hans-Joachim Stuck was 6th.
Former winner of this race.
Yeah. Christian Danner in 7th, Eddie Cheever in 8th, Jatin Lammers in 9th, Alessio Salazar in 10th. All top 10 separated by 40 odd seconds. Then it was Patrick Tombe, René Arnoux, Jacques Lafitte and Stefan Johansson. Jacques Lafitte and Stefan Johansson had problems actually. Alan Jones, I seem to remember Alan Jones didn't start, and I think Alessio Salazar jumped in for him. And then they went to the Losail circuit at Qatar, with Nigel Mansell won by again half a second from Christian Danner, with Eric van der Poel a second. Then they came to Silverstone, where Eddie Cheever won by 16.5 seconds from Eric van der Poel and Christian Danner. And I think that was it. They didn't get it off in 2007, and it was 4 years, by the way, of the Super League formula. So I said it was 3 or 4 years. So single-seater formulas that have disappeared in the past.
And there's many more to add to that list, of course.
Well, yes, A1GP, as Nick's just said in our ears.
Yeah, Jan Lammers was involved in that. Jeroen Bleekemolen drove for Team Netherlands in that championship in A1 Grand Prix. My mother-in-law was involved in promoting it in China.
Really?
Yes, and Formula Masters.
Really?
Yes.
For a moment there, only seals and bats could hear me. Dolphins or bats, perhaps.
There's a very funny story she tells about the press conference for it, which I honestly could never repeat on broadcast or almost out loud.
Oh, really?
Yes, I'll tell you later.
Okay. That sounds... Will it stop me sleeping?
No.
Oh, no, okay.
You'll be all right.
So, well inside the second half of the race now. If you're just joining us, welcome along. It's Peter Mackay, John Hindhaugh and Nick Damon taking you through the wee small hours. The swing shift, as it used to be called in my old radio days. Still plenty of hardy fans. It was, even for me, it was just starting to get a little bit chilly when I was standing down in the paddock. I mean, not that I have to rush back and put on a sweatshirt or anything like that, but it was I could just feel a slight chill in the air. I would guess it's probably about 4 oh, have you? 16 or 17 I would think it is at the moment, possibly a little bit less than that.
I can't tell you how much I'm enjoying being here in Dubai and enjoying the much balmier climes than at home in Scotland. The 929 HRT Performance Porsche Cup car has been in to serve a penalty. Tell you what, you don't realise how busy that penalty box is until you stand beside it. The Creventic Welcome Centre is right next to it, and it's like, I don't know, it's like a bus stop on Oxford Street. It's just constant traffic of drivers serving penalties for transgressions that they might not have committed. It might have been their teammate, but you have to take the rap on the knuckles as the driver hops out with open face helmet. Just big respect for an open face helmet. It's just very cool. Gives great vision too. And now 929, where are they sitting? That's Julian Jacquel who's got out with the open face helmet, and they are in 40th at the moment, 7th in AM, 14th of all the 992s. Ivo Breukers rocks the open face helmet. It's very cool, very, very cool.
No, it isn't. No.
Okay.
No.
You're not a fan?
No. Ask John Cleland about open face helmets.
Well, he had one that looked like the world's smallest letterbox. I'm surprised he could see out of it. Is that why?
Well, he did a sort of a Race of Champions style rallycross type thing at the Silverstone Rally School circuit a few years ago, a long time ago actually, when I think about it now, when he was a Vauxhall driver. And there was a bit of circuit racing, and then there was some racing off against each other on a parallel track like they do on Race of Champions. And he rolled a car, and the ears on the seat, early days of those things, ripped the helmet clean off his head. And from that moment on, he never wore an open face helmet again.
Wow. What sort of era are we talking there?
90. He was in touring cars, so maybe mid to late 90s, 96, 97.
Yeah, I think
he was touring car champion in 1996 when it was still 1995 when it was still multi-class. He won it in a Class 2 Astra.
Yeah,
I think.
So I think the technology in helmets, in open face helmets, and indeed in the safety seats as well, has come on a long way since then. But I do take your point. It's interesting. You watch a lot of, particularly the top GT drivers. You'll see them with they've got a helmet with a visor on, normal helmet that would shut completely, but often they've got it completely open. Oh. You've got very excited about something on your computer there, John.
I was half right and half wrong. He won it for Vauxhall Sport in a Cavalier in 1995, Cleland. He won it in the Astra in 1989, which was a Class 2 car. Because Rob Gravett won it the next year in a Ford Sierra RS500, and the previous year it was Frank Sitler, fabulous Frank Sitler, in the BMW Team Finance M3. Nick Damon has got the leader, the 777. We said that he would be the first of the leading cars to pit, and he's in for the 19th time.
He's in? No, he's out. He's done it. They've done it. They've changed drivers. We haven't got quite in time to see who got into the car, but you'll find out quite soon. Full set of tyres. Alza has got out of the machine. It was a completely textbook stop, and they are Alza has got out, and they are about to have the second car stop. I can see there's a driver getting suited and booted for that one as well. So first one done perfectly. 7717 WRT is
and
already
that
in for
means
fuel.
that Alexei Nesov has gone through into the lead in the Pure Racing Porsche. He was 1 minute and 11, call it 1 minute and 12 seconds behind when he crossed the line. And we've got a problem for the Team CMR, 4th place in class, the GTX class. This is Ethan Giandini in the Ginetta, the dark coloured Ginetta, and that's between turn 2 and turn 3, drivers right. This is where Emily de Haas came to, or her BMW came to a fiery end. He's far further across, and we might actually be able to snatch that without even going code 60. The mountain circuit is off to his right hand side, and there's a cut through there. Let's see how race control want to play this. Ahmed Al Hati for Paradigm Competition was due his stop anyway. His tyres at 39 laps old, so the number 991 BMW was built into the pit lane. That's the leading AM car. Nick Damon is down in the pit lane, and that car is about to come up to his feet.
And luckily I know who's getting in. It's Darren Lung who's going to take over. One of the 2 cars he's driving with comes to the absolutely stop in front of me, up on the 4 jacks. Windscreen cleaned dramatically. There's a lot of wrist action there on the windscreen. And out gets Ahmed Al Hati. And this one is as clean as the others. Now, obviously, we haven't seen every pit stop they've done, but let's point out now we are over halfway around the race, and we've not seen, neither myself or Joe have not seen a brake change on this car. And obviously, part of the serviceability is making the brakes last a long time. That's what the Evo is all about, but it may just be they sneaked up while we're at the other end of the pit lane. So that is 2 excellent stops for the BMWs, and they will continue when the stag round winds in at least as good a position as when they went in.
From the WRT crew running both of those cars, winners on 3 occasions here at the Dubai 24 Hours back in 2016 and 2022, both in Audis before they switched to BMW, and one with one of those as well in 2023. So yeah, what an outfit they are, running the BMW hypercars in the World Endurance Championship and at Le Mans, and indeed we have gone code 60, unsurprisingly. So it might be a very short one though, because as you rightly pointed out, John, it is quite close to a point of escape and solace. So code 60, all the cars are reduced to 60 kilometers an hour. They can go to the pits at this point if they wish.
This is the 10th code 60, and the first in the second half of the race. Ahmed Al Hati is out of the Paradigm competition car. The car is being fueled at the moment. It came in 4th position overall and leading the GT3 AM class.
Ahmed, you came out of the car in lead of the class. I mean, how are you enjoying this new M4 Evo?
It's first of all a real pleasure to be here in Dubai. You know, I don't really race much here, being so close to Oman as well. It's been a pleasure so far. We've really been enjoying our time on track. It's very, very competitive, and you can see how competitive it is in all the classes, not just in the GT3s, but everything else around us is really pushing.
We've been told the big push on this new M4 is about serviceability and ease of driving and reduced tyre wear. Do you think they've hit their aims?
It's very difficult for me to comment on that now because, you know, we're in different compounds and we're at a different place. We've never tested here before. We never raced here before, and well, I haven't at least. So, I mean, it's for sure something that has gone one step forward, and I'm looking forward to what's coming next as well this season.
We've seen a few kind of near misses and mini incidents between the various cars. Has it been a generally sort of polite race out there with everyone behaving?
No, definitely, it's not polite. You and your luck who you get. You get different drivers. You get the same car with different drivers in it. So, you know, a few hours ago that guy was polite, then obviously he doesn't see you. It's not about being polite. Everybody has the right to be on track, and everybody has the right to race. And GT3s doesn't mean that we're faster so we can abuse the others. It's about respect.
So what's the rest of your program for this year then?
We hope to announce it in the next few days, to be honest.
We'll do it early here.
I wish. No, thank you.
Great stuff, thank you.
Thank you.
Keep it lipped. I wonder if he'll be back with the number 46, Valentino Rossi, in this season. Brake change going on at the dual racing by Huber outfit. This is the car with the, shall we say, late 80s, early 90s Jaguar livery on it.
Tribute livery, yes.
Tribute livery, yes.
Yeah. And that was rear brakes going on to that, so I presume they've done the front. Well, they're over halfway through, so that's all right. They're not losing as much time doing this. They'll do it on the pit lane, even though if they put it in the garage, you could use more people to do it and probably do them all at the same time. We only saw the right rear being done, but I presume they've done all of them. A new set of Michelin
Huge
GT rubber going on there.
Busy down in the pit lane, and the thing is, when we go code 60 and you're going to do that brake change, you got to hope that you're going to get it done before it goes back to green again.
We've got a situation here where everyone's in the pits. I've watched every
14
single car
cars are in the
My
fuel.
one question you guys can answer. I take it the 991. That's Ahmed Al Hati's BMW. That car didn't get a full fill, did it? 'Cause it went green, so it went
Correct.
purple whilst it was in the petrol station, didn't it? So he would have had to. He'd have to immediately. If he got over quarter, he'd immediately have had to stop. So that's absolutely worked against that car. That's going to be a big disadvantage.
They got
They won't be able to come in
about-
again.
They got about
and
a
they haven't
minute and a
got
half of
full
fuel.
tank.
Exactly a minute and a half of fuel, actually.
Right, and three minutes to full
Yeah.
fill. So they got about half a
Darren
tank.
Young, as you mentioned, the newly
Oh.
minted United McLaren driver in the WEC, coming back the WEC, but changing teams and manufacturers for Darren.
The pure racing Porsche, which has a bright flashing 001, so they've taken the lead on the stagger, has come in. They've got a driver change and 4 fresh boots, but no, interesting. There's not an awful lot of a movement towards changing the brakes, which I'm interested about. You think this is a beautiful thing. Halfway through the race, code 60. This is the time if you need to do it. That's when you would think you would do it.
I agree with you, Nick. Yeah, I think it's an ideal opportunity. There's a rescue truck right in the middle.
That's got the stranded Ginetta behind it, I believe.
The job they've done. No, it doesn't have anything behind it.
Really? Well, there's something behind it.
I'll walk up that way.
Yes, there is.
Oh, there is. Ginetta just.
It
there's
is, in
another
fact,
truck. Sorry, there's another truck at a different point in the circuit, a different point of the pit lane.
Right, so
Right, and here's another brake change, Nick.
okay, so it looks like the 992s seem to need to change their brakes. I've seen a couple of cars do complete brake change. I'm now with the Red Camel Jordan team, I think still
It
leading
is,
in
yes.
992.
Fabian Dance
They are
behind the
doing,
wheel.
Initially, they're doing their rear brakes. Fabian Dance currently driving the car. They're doing the rears at the moment. I'm not sure if they're going to do the front. I can't see the front's about to be offered, so they're going to do the rears. The interesting thing about the Porsches, the 992, is they have a much bigger rear brake disc than the other cars. So a lot more of the braking is done at the rear of the car, obviously based on the fact that the car is much more heavily
Exactly
weighted
so.
towards the back than many other machines. Interestingly, I've watched a couple of the 992s and they did discs and pads. Red Camel just doing pads. They've got the spreaders and they are now putting in the pads on the rears. They're not doing discs as well. I have seen for Forgenzi, for example,
Yeah.
the complete 4 brake changes of pads and discs about
Part of the-
half an hour ago. Down
There
they
are
go.
various bits and pieces that is termed an endurance kit for a 992 Cup car, which is things like air jacks, proper lights, ABS. Basically, that's already all there. You just have to have Porsche give you a code. Quick change brakes are not part of that kit, so those are far more like your normal road car brakes. They're obviously race engineered, but they don't have the dry brakes or anything like that. So that was the old-fashioned pad spreader. Look across the other side, talk to your mate so that you don't get any air in the system, and spread the pads, pull them out, burn your fingers, stick a new pair of pads in either side, get the driver to pump the brakes on the way out. Nick made a good point there, Peter, about the bigger discs than most cars on the back of the Porsche. The big flat 6 engine, the 4 litre 4 litre engine, sorry, in the 992 Cup car. It's a big old lump when you see it there with all its ancillaries on it. If you've ever stood underneath a Porsche, particularly a 992, you also use the rear brakes. You probably run a bit more rear bias on a Porsche anyway, because as your fuel burns off, your front end gets lighter, and you use the rear brakes to help you rotate the car into the corner. You've got that extra weight there, and the polar moment of inertia is going to help you with that. But a lot of drivers just like to left foot brake to help rotate the cars in. In 26th position, the Tyre Outdoor Racing by Porsche car in the pits. No, I think that might be the QMMF car, actually. Yes, it is. Now, that was getting front discs and pads. Is getting front discs. All four. Yes.
Oh. Yeah, this is the kind of the 992 thing. Red Camel's the first 992 team I've seen not doing discs, and it's also the first. I think a couple of teams have done just a pair, but most of them have taken the chance to just do all four in one go. So that is the perceived wisdom. This is the QMF, the Qatari Motorcycle and Motorsport Federation machine, and they are now. I think they've made they're putting old tyres back on again. That's interesting. We're going to put some new ones on. They're going back for old tyres again. So I've not seen that before. So the old rear is going back on again, proudly saying H1 Plus on the sideboard, John.
Well, Charles,
so they are Michelin Pilot Sports.
That to you earlier on, in terms of the fronts are H1s, the seconds are the backs rather, fronts and the seconds. The backs are H1 Plus, just a slightly different compounding construction. Taking this opportunity, although we've dragged the Ginetta back in on the end of a tow rope, Race Control deciding to get track services out there and replace various bits of polystyrene marker boards around the circuit and give the track a wee bit of a sweep, and I don't think that's a bad idea. It also gives everybody a chance to come into the pit lane halfway through, and I think this is rather sensible race management here, Peter.
Very much so. I'm so impressed with the circuit team here at Dubai Autodrome. The way that they dealt with that engine fire with the WS BMW earlier on was just first class. It's been really good. The facility here is fantastic. First visit, hopefully not my last. Really, really enjoyed it. And well, we might well be about to see, once we go back to green, some of the fastest laps we've seen since in the very early portion of the race, because Pure Racing have just installed their hot shoe driver Thomas Preining. Likewise, Almana Racing Team by Team WRP have just put in Dan Harper. Likewise, he's a proper hot shoe as well in a BMW M4 GT3. And as the track temperature continues to cool, we're going to see some quick lap times. I think we're going to dip quite quickly into the 159s.
A couple of cars deciding to bail out of going into the fuel.
Yeah, it's difficult because we've got, I think it's 12 fuel pumps in the fueling area. So if there is 12 pumps being used, you simply have to wait in the queue just like you would at your local supermarket. So that's something that the team strategists have to bear in mind. They have to look and see, is fuel busy, is it not? If it's not, then of course go in, but if it is, then sometimes you have to take a judgment call on whether to go in there or not. Ian James, the super experienced Briton, American-based Briton, and the number 27 Heart of Racing. I was just about to say Aston Martin because that's so easy that it just almost slips off the tongue, but no, they're in a Mercedes. It's a Mercedes AMG run by SPS. Ian James driving alongside Gray Newell, Zachary Robichon, and Hannah Grisham making her debut in GT3 machinery. But Ian James, on his 21st attempt in 2023, won the Rolex 24-hour, and I believe we'll be back again in a couple of weeks' time. We haven't been given the warning yet from Race Control that Code 60 will be coming to a close, so still the teams and drivers, they'll trundle round for the next little while. And we saw something quite curious a few hours ago when the dynamic GT Porsche, which was being driven by Luke Hartog at the time, drove through the pit lane twice during a Code 60, and we pontificated whether that was actually an advantage to do that, as it's ever so slightly shorter distance but slightly less speed. And well, Nick Damon got a certainly political response, and Nick, you've managed to find out more for us.
J.M. Lippman, my teammate next week for the Sim Dubai race, but also a regular Dubai 24-hour competitor, says it is quicker. I've done it in the past. It gets you past people who aren't going fast enough under code 60.
Thank you, JM.
Not everybody's 60 kilometres an hour speed limit is the same.
Not all code 60s are equal.
No.
That's very true. Now this, go onto YouTube and search for Frank Stippler Nürburgring 2024, where they're in effectively a local code 60 at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, a 25-kilometre track, and there's a car in front that's going significantly slower than what they should be, and Frank Stippler, for a very quiet, suave man, was expressing his displeasure, and it was so expressive you could hear it over a V10 Audi engine.
That's true, I remember that. And that was in they changed the name of that team,
Motorsport PHX. They did win in the end, so
Phoenix, yeah,
I was much happier then.
Yeah. The old Phoenix, Motorsport Phoenix team. That was the shortened race.
Got a good sleep that night.
Yeah.
And of course,
how many hours did we run?
8 hours.
7:27.
Yeah. We ate a lot of miniature Mars bars in Gate.
Yes, we did.
Yes, sorry. I've just walked a very long way to the end of the pit lane just to check our thoughts. And I believe it was me who actually first postulated a number of fuel stations based on what they have in Europe. But actually, there are 16 pumps. There are 16 pumps down there's 8 pairs. Interestingly, there is one other pair which is from the track station that's always there, but those aren't being used because they're not smart pumps. So there are actually 18 pumps in the area, but 2 of them aren't being used because they're not accredited smart pumps.
To explain for anybody who's joining us on other time zones what we mean by smart pumps. The cars, they used to have a QR code on them. Each car has a fueler down in the fueling area, and each of the fuelers has a effectively electronic card, doesn't it, like an RFID card that they use when the car comes in. That has details about the car, so it knows how much fuel that car is allowed under the BOP, and therefore once the pump is sent a message from race control, when we are under code 60, it knows what 25% of that is, or 50% of that is, and it also can, incredibly, it can moderate the fuel flow as well, depending on BOP level. That's another tool that Creventic can use for BOP. So these are the cleverest fuel pumps that we'll see, never mind in racing, but probably anywhere in the world. They know when it's code 60, they know when it's not. BMW just coming straight out there after a driver change in tyres, and that is the one with the
remaining BMW and GT4, the AGMC Racing by Simpson, Tiger Tyre.
So they didn't come in. They didn't come in for fuel, and they're just about to go back to green flag racing. And
to Tiger earlier on, he's eagerly awaiting the delivery of his GT4 car, and hopefully going to see us in the Michelin Pilot Challenge in a couple of weeks' time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what he was telling Nick earlier on, with a big smile on his face. It's always good to see. How can you not have a big smile on your face racing here at the Dubai Autodrome?
Before we go back green, a reminder, next weekend, 6-hour sprint at Yas Marina, which will be contested by the biggest sports car field that has ever been seen at Yas Marina. We think somewhere over 50 cars. Back to green flag racing. Ian James in the heart of racing SPS AMG. He woke up very quickly through the S's, and that car in 12th position at the moment. It's got a 20-second lead before we went back to green. Now that'll come down a little bit because of course we're speeding up. He's in 4th position in the GT3 AM category, and is a lap behind Vincent Kolb in third spot, so that's a podium spot. And as I say, he's ahead of Alexander Berkantsov in the Haas RT Audi. There's all kinds of little battles going on out there at all times. Some for position overall, some for just a little bit of clear air on the track. But there's still plenty going on in terms, plenty of action going on in terms of positions for major spots in the classes, and we've still got 11 hours and 10 minutes to go, Peter.
We do, and Darren Young for Paradin Competition is in the 991 BMW, holding on to third right now, but he's going to have to keep a watchful eye out for his former teammate Dan Harper arriving on the scene in the Almanor Racing by Team WRT car. There's only 11.5 seconds between them right now, and yeah, with Dan Harper's pace in that car, that gap should reduce, and that will be the battle for the podium. Once again, in that sort of sequence of code 60, Herbert Motorsport number 91 having been lurking towards the back end of the top 10, they're now up to 5th, so once again playing the code 60 very, very well and working out well for them.
That takes our code 60s to 10 in the race, and almost 2 3/4 hours under the purple flags, and that, I'm afraid, has absolutely put the kibosh on any sort of attack on the distance record, standing at 628 laps from 2012. At the moment, the computer says 586 laps. That will go up a little bit if we stay green. I don't think we'll get any closer. What have we done? We're coming down to 13 hours. We would need to be on 341 laps at the end of this hour, and well, we've got all the right numbers, but just not in the right order. We're on 314.
Story of my life, a lottery ticket. Not quite. Well, we've certainly, out of the time we have been green, we've been given good action, that's for sure.
And I'd agree with that.
It's been just a real cat and mouse game of strategy between Pure Racing with their Porsche, Dynamic GT with their Porsche, and the two BMWs between Paradin Competition and Almanor Racing Team.
I'm finding it intriguing. We've got the two Porsches on the same lap now, 314, apart by about 75 seconds. Then the two BMWs on the same lap by 9 seconds apart, but they are not on the lead lap, and it's this ebb and flow, and I honestly don't know at this stage out. It's too far out for me to start testing my adult brain and working backwards to see who has got the advantage.
Well, we're being shown on those time screens, there's a yellow flag at turn 3, and if my eyes aren't deceiving me, there's a car that's parked with the hazard warning lights flashing. It looks like it's gone all the way to the wall. Don't know which car it is. It's very difficult to tell in the dark from this angle. Well, the headlights are still on.
If that is a racing car, it's a Porsche.
60 in 20 seconds.
It's a Porsche, because it's got a lit rear end on the car.
So code 60 in 20 seconds. Oh no, it's a Razin More Than Racing car.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's Ivan Ekelchik. He's out the car already, and I don't know if he's got all the way to the barrier, but that is at turn 3. That's seriously quick through there. So oh no, that was where Nikita Mazepin had an issue in qualifying the other day. You're doing in a Porsche Cup car that corner 175 kilometers an hour. So
purples beat purples, I'm afraid.
They do, yes.
Number 11. That should be, unless something is seized up, a pretty quick recovery. Thomas Preining had set off like a firework on that last lap. He did a 1:58.247.
I thought they were going to go quick with fresh tyres on.
Jaap van Lagen in the Mercedes for MP Motorsport down in 19th did a 59.5. So he was 7/10 away. Nobody else within a second and a half of Thomas Preining, and most people over 2 minutes So getting on for 2 seconds slower than Preining, who warmed up those Michelins. Only 4 laps old, those Michelins, on the Pure Racing Porsche.
And that was the first racing lap on them.
Correct.
So there's going to be a few teams taking the opportunity to do brake changes, but again it's Porsche Cup cars again looking at it as we go back to Code 60. There has been more than racing car already being attended to by the really hard-working Dubai circuit team. Spare a thought for them. They've been kept very, very busy over the last little while.
So I've been chatting to the marshals as I've been going backwards and forwards, and they're coming across for their breaks in the marshals' restrooms that we have on this side of the circuit, and they are universally happy, smiley people. Extraordinary hard work, and just again reflecting. And I was talking to the circuit boss earlier on, and just saying how interesting it is to see the change in the culture here down through the years, and how there's so many more locals from the region who are volunteering. Nick Damon in the pit lane.
Yeah, it's not quite as popular as it was last time round, to be honest, but we have had a couple of the Porsches come in for scheduled brake changes. Interesting, I think we've got one on the Car Collection GT3, which is the first one I've seen the GT3 Porsche. That's the front only, but it's mainly been cup cars. The second place, the 24 car, the dynamic Porsche, that we visited by Blue and White Machine, that's come in for a slurp of fuel, so it's got another 25% in. You kind of think you'd expect to see at least the 991 BMW. We don't think you got a full fill. I'm not sure how that works out their tactics, but they should come down the lane and get another 25% would be my idea, get themselves back up to near where they should have been. They hadn't been caught out by the last Code 60. But it's a lot quieter. They are Code 60 breed Code 60s, but at the moment, I think people are kind of weighing up how long this is going to last. Is it worth coming in for the fuel or not?
It'll be as long as the previous one, because there's a bit of recovery to do. And the 991 that you mentioned, the AM leading car and third overall, is just making its way around turn 14, so it's not far from having the option to go into the pits. Pure Racing interestingly, they took service at the last Code 60, which was a couple of laps ago. So in he comes, and he's joining Nick Damon.
We had the Pure. We've got Thomas Preining, the leader in the 92 car as well. I think what may have happened is actually, just because of where the Code 60 was called, a lot of the cars have bunched on the other side of the circuit. There's about 6 cars have pulled into the fuel stop in the last couple of minutes. And we know there's 16 pumps now, so there should be enough room for all those. MP Motorsport with their bright orange Mercedes, they go down. That's got Jaap van Lagenen, I think. But they are coming down now. There's another. There's so many Porsches. I'm getting relatively good now at saying GT3 Porsches and 992s. I'm not infallible. I'll be honest with you. The 992 a bit fatter. There's a 269 that's going down one of the Herberth machines. They are trundling down now, but still not. Oh no, here we go. I have not seen the BMWs, and there goes the 991, the red and gold machine with Darren Young on. He was the guy who missed out on getting a full fill last time. The 777, the white car, not sure it needs that. He could probably take a 25%. I'm not sure if it needs it, because he got a full slurp about 2 laps before he went purple last time around.
There's an interesting one, yeah. So Pure Racing, they obviously feel like there's room in the tank to fill it up, and of course they've got Thomas Preining on board very early in his stint. So the more they can give him a full slurp of fuel, then the better, I guess. It's also worked in quite well for Dynamic GT, who are almost a little bit off strategy there with their 24 Porsche in second. They get to sort of bring themselves back in with a bit of fuel. Interestingly, Anders Fjordbak is about halfway into a full Tyre stint, shall we say, about 35-36 laps or so. He's done 18 laps on his tyres. He's come straight through and gone straight to fuel and then back out again. So if we go green for the next hour or so, he will have done, do quick maths, 54 laps on those tyres. So that will give us a little bit more of an idea over what the tyre's doing on a long run.
But a lot of those,
a very good point from Nick Damon there. A lot of them would have been purple laps. So that though it's not 54 hard-running laps, so Dynamic GT, they could be coming back into the conversation here with Anders Fjord back on board. A really strong peddler indeed, that is for sure.
Yeah, I think whenever you get the Code 60s, I think this stuff, my first experience with these slightly revised rules, it isn't necessarily a no-brainer to come in. But a lot of people are trying to... It always used to be having fuel in the tank was the strongest point of being in a Creventic race. You wanted to have fuel in your tank, But I think these tyres have slightly changed it because you're not... if you've got the money, you're not going to double stint them, basically, because you can get that lovely bonus, probably 15, 20, 25 seconds by running those first few laps. So... But now the pit lane is empty apart from a course car that's about to release, I think, the driver who walked away from the car. And he's been reduced into the... and to make things worse, he's walked into the wrong garage. He didn't run into the Fulgenzi Rabdown car garage, and there he goes. He's not happy. So... well, we won't be finding out quite what's wrong with the car yet because he's stormed off down the pit lane.
If he's heading down the pit lane, he's maybe going the wrong direction. I'm not sure. I was trying to find his pit box at the moment. So yeah, just under 11 hours to go. And yeah, that's a very interesting point about the tyres. How do you, like you say, if you can afford to, throw them on at every single stop and get the most out of them. So it's pure racing from Dynamic GT. Porsche 1-2 right now, but watch for those BMWs, Paradigm Competition and Almanar Racing Team. Herberth number 91, classic Herberth coming in for fuel. Yeah, what position is the Herberth in? Because their name and number indicator wasn't working on the screen. They went through a kind of a cycle. They came in to the pits on full beam, they went through a cycle into low beam. And they lost the power, it seemed, at that point to the indicator of who's in the car, the three-letter indicator of who's in the car, and their position. So because Herberth, normally when you've got these many Code 6, that's when Herberth end up at the front, but I'm just not sure we've still got that same multi-opportunity to really work the Code 6. So where are they? And they've moved forward in both of these Code 60s, so I think the Herberth tradition is still very much alive and kicking at the moment. So yeah, they're looking good, and they've got Alfred Renault on board right now. One of the twin brothers, Alfred and Robert. I've yet to be able to identify them correctly. Last year I could tell them apart. How? Because Robert was greying in the sideburns, and Alfred wasn't. Took the sideburns off. This year they have a different haircut. But last year I could actually tell them apart for about 3 races. So don't forget, of course, Alfred wasn't even on the entry list until yesterday afternoon. So that's another confusion. You think there's only one, you can't get it wrong, and then they sneak the second one in to make it awkward. Is if you want to be a Creventic legend, you need sideburns, because Albert Renault, Robert Renault, Shane Lewis, all Creventic legends. Oh yeah, good point. Well, there we are. Good point. An underrated choice in facial hair. So we've gone through another racing hour, and that means we're inside 11 hours to go. Motorsport channel for Creventic on YouTube, RS1 for the audio if you're travelling around or if your bandwidth are challenged. As at the moment we're under our 11th Code 60. Thomas Preining has just rejoined the race in the Pure Racing Porsche. 316 laps completed of the 2024 Michelin Dubai 24 Hours. Nick Damon has a phalanx, or at least a trio of circuit vehicles. There's damage on that 914. Only one of them contained a car, which was the 914, which has got a collapsed. I think the front left suspension has collapsed. Yes, front left is where he's pointing. That has definitely collapsed. I don't know. I think he probably did touch the barrier at the end of the that short straight. Just wait, has it collapsed the front? No, he's damaged the front right,
I think the left's broken. It might just be. Oh no, he's got enough. He's done the radiator on the right hand side and scuffed it in quite badly.
Well on the driver's
Not
side.
sure if.
On the number panel.
Let me just wander around and look at that. No, that's an optical illusion because the number panel is slightly falling off. That's just a taper failure rather than anything else. Much as the optical illusion about the front left failing, it hadn't failed. It picks up a huge amount of camber when it was on lock. But what he has done is he's nosed in on the right hand side. May not be his fault, might be a technical reason, and that has taken one of the radiators out. So this will not be. Whilst it looks like you could just literally fix this with a bit of tape, to be honest, because the radiator's gone, it's going to take a bit of time and a bit of tape.
The nose cones popped out from underneath the right-hand headlight area.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of scuffage, is there not, Nick, on the front one?
Oh, there's top scuffage all the way. That's a interface with the barrier
the other side.
On that wheel arch on the right hand side.
Yeah.
Well, he's hit something. And I don't think it's a car because he hasn't lost the dive plane, so he's kind of gone in sideways into something. He's cracked the light, so he's had an impact, and he's managed to remove the.
It's got to be the barrier.
The radiator broke, which
has
put
to be
water
the
on the
barrier because there
tyre.
would have been another car involved, for sure. Yes,
You know who's in the car at the time?
it was. I did.
914.
I've lost the note. Because we did see the driver in question.
And he got out himself.
Got out himself, yeah, absolutely fine. He's absolutely fine. Car, maybe not so much. It was Ivan Ekelchik, race winner at GT4 Germany.
I'd like to see Ivan. I'll have a go at talking to him, see if he wants to say anything.
Nick, he was off drivers. He was off drivers left, and up against the tyre wall, mostly on drivers left, and the rest of the road was on the right. So unless he spun it to get there, which is entirely possible, let's see if we can find out. Yeah.
Well, let's find out. Ivan, your car is back. It's not too badly damaged, but you've got a radiator puncture. What happened?
To be honest, I don't know. Maybe it's some liquid. It's some issue on the track before in this place. Maybe it's some liquid. I know the car started to spin really badly. It's difficult to catch it. I mean, it's possible. It was impossible. Yeah.
And did you hit the? And so you hit the tyre barrier. Is that what caused the damage?
Yeah, it was. I hit a barrier. Yeah, on the right side. Yeah, it's not bad. It's just slightly hit, but it is what it is.
You say you were spinning. Did you hit the barrier going forwards or hit the barrier at the back?
I hit the barrier on the side.
Very bad luck. But I think the car will come back out again. You just got to replace the radiator, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, I think we need to fix the front suspension and the radiator. Yeah, and we'll come back to the race. Yeah.
I think you were right about the suspension, by the way, Nick. I think the suspension damage on that car as well as the radiator, if I'm honest. It could have been that he hit the wall on the other side and just cruised to a halt. But the damage is not on the side that was closest to the barrier when he came to a halt, let me put it that way. Because he was way off the road at effectively turn 3-4 area. I mean, if he'd gone much further, he would have had to show a credential to get back in. So there's been a spin there. And that was on the far. That was on the far side of the circuit. Was that at turn 12?
Turn 3.
3 wasn't
right.
it?
Well, we've got fluid on the circuit at turn 12 at the moment, coming from one of the service roads, and that's why we're staying under code 60 at the moment. And the fluids are water actually now. It says. He's coming on the track now. Turn 12. Oh yeah, right. Yes, right suspension damage. The steering arm, at the very least, is broken on that Porsche. And this is the Razum More Than Racing Ivan Ekelchik. Ekelchik out of the car under his own steam there. That's an interesting one. Turn 12, by the way, is the hairpin at the top of the hill. To our right, as you turning back towards the paddock effectively.
It's hard to say because you mentioned there might have been something fluid on the circuit. Maybe it was the radiator punctured, leaked, and then went onto the tyre.
Yeah.
Or are we trying to make a creative excuse for him? I don't know. It's whatever the story. It's more likely that the radiator was damaged on the way into the barrier.
reduction of the front
difficult,
right tyre.
difficult one. Deep into the night to have a little one like that. It was the first racing lap after a code 60, so it could have been a cold tyre.
Cold tyres.
Yeah.
The Renault Alfred Renault Herberth cars in the pit lane. This is the number 91, leading in Pro-Am, 5th overall, Nick Damon.
Yeah, they're having a good old look in the front right. I don't know whether they're thinking about whether they need to do the pads or not, but they did actually tighten up the caliper mounting bolts, but didn't actually do any work on replacing it. They've had a look. They'll now, I assume, just make sure he does now turn right, and they're going to take the 25%. And the answer is no. He's going straight back out again. He's not taking the fuel, so it's purely a look around.
Have absolutely changed their tactics from with the new regulations on fueling that were brought in first of all last year in the 24H series.
Yes, yeah, no, that you're right. Yeah, so they haven't put any fuel in on this code 60.
No.
Interesting.
And they would have always put 50% in. They must feel it's not worth getting caught in there, or not worth putting the 25% in.
Or the 25% that they put in the code 60 before, because remember, we went code 60 green back to code 60, maybe they just don't have the room in the tank. Because it could have been that when they came in for the previous code 60, which of course there was almost no difference in at all,
correct,
they maybe filled the tank to the brim.
Well, let's find out, shall we?
Well, we won't know what's in the tank.
No.
What we need is the onboard telemetry to know what's in everyone's tank. That would make life very fun.
The fuel readout, yeah.
Yeah.
Back in the old days, when I had darker hair and I could still see my feet, in the glory days of the end of Group C, Nick Damon is cringing even as I say that, you used to be able to go and read off the fuel reading at Le Mans on the fuel bowsers in the pit lane. You could have a look at the counter.
So you could basically subtract what they'd taken from stop to stop.
Yeah. And it used to, because Group C was a fuel formula, that was the BOP for Group C. It was a fuel formula, and you only had a certain amount of fuel to use. And they put in fuel counters because originally you only had a certain amount in the tank, and you had to be watched refilling it with the churns, which obviously were a standard amount. But one particular team, whose colours may or may not be on a Porsche this weekend, got creative. They were running multiple cars, and when they emptied the excess fuel out of the fuel hose after a fuel fill, they put it in a churn, and you were allowed to put that back into your fuel, of course. Except they were putting the two other cars into the leading car's fuel, so they always were getting a little bit more after the pit stop, so they had to put proper counters on. And so you could walk down. And I remember in the pit lane at Le Mans, as a fresh-faced-ish
Cub reporter,
with a radio mic, and the pit reporters now don't know they are born, because Nick is walking around with a handheld microphone and a clipboard. At Le Mans, when we first started doing Radio Le Mans, you had what was effectively an army backpack, and it had a ribbon aerial on it, and you pulled a trolley with car batteries in it to parry it.
Mine weighed 11 kilograms. We put it on your shoulder.
21 Celsius still out there at the moment. It is a waxing gibbous moon. We've got about 93% light from the moon. I haven't seen any moon shots from our camera operators, so I suspect we've got a little bit of overcast out there. Yeah, and I remember being directed at various pits and being told to read off, right, go down to such and such a car, go down to this car, tell me what the reading is on there. Oh, it's 2412 or whatever it was. Oh, right, we'll write that down. And I had to keep remembering that I had to either duck down or walk outside the arms that had the pneumatic hoses and the fuel, particularly the pneumatic hose on, because I had effectively a steel ribbon aerial on the backpack, which was like an extended, like a thick extended metal ruler, and it was sharp. And I was allowed the pit. You were allowed. I was in the working pit lane at Le Mans, which had only just got an outside wall actually, when I first went there in '89, and I was in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. There were people in there wearing sandals, and the legendary motorsport photographer Jeff Bloxham said to me, "Right, here's a bit of advice: never walk up the pit lane from pit in to pit out. Always walk down facing the cars." Okay, why would I do that, Jeff? He said, well, you've got to always be watching the way you're going. And because it was a fuel formula and there was no pit lane speed limit, what they used to do was come into the pit lane as fast as they could and then cut the engine and coast to their pits. So there was no noise.
And you were getting worried about open face helmets. Good news, we've got just under 30 seconds
we have had
to go until we go back to green in this one. So we've had kind of two Code 60s shortly after each other, and hopefully we can get back racing again proper. We saw just before the Code 60 a super quick lap from Thomas Preining, almost that car's fastest lap of the race with a 158.3. Their best so far is a 158.2, which was set quite a bit earlier on. And what a beautiful moonlight we've got to race under here at Dubai Autodrome.
It's a full moon on the 14th of the month, so it'll be a full moon in the middle of the week. We're into the 11th of January, 12th Sunday, 13th Monday, 14th Tuesday, and that is a full moon. So it'll be on the wane by the time we get to Abu Dhabi next weekend.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Yeah, it's absolutely superb. Thank you for that shot.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful. So this could be, well, not quite golden hour, but maybe moonlight hour, because Thomas Preining, just before we went Code 60, set a red hot lap time with fresh Michelin tyres on for pure racing Porsche. But there's definitely some hot pace drivers in some fast cars who will definitely follow him. I'm sure of it. Once we get into a little bit of a rhythm, we should see some quick lap times. There's a lot of cars with fresh rubber on, and I think this is going to be some really quick stuff.
Coming into an hour if you're happy where you are. I'm happy
10
here.
hours and 43 minutes remaining in this one. In terms of amount of time behind Code 60 we've had 3 hours and 6 minutes under Code 60, and a total of 11 Code 60s in total. So that gives you an idea of what the average Code 60 time is. Approximately 25 minutes or so, 25 to 30 minutes per Code 60, to give you an idea of the interruption that it can be. Depends on what it is. We've had some shorter than that and some slightly longer, but we kind of had two in quick succession there, unfortunately. So it's Thomas Preining at the front. We haven't had quite any flying laps just yet, but the gap at the front of the field right now between that pure racing Porsche and the Dynamic GT Porsche is showing on our time screen is 2 minutes and 13 seconds .1. Need to wait and see if let that correct out a bit, but if it is, Pure Racing are looking very, very good indeed. There's actually only 15 seconds between Almanar Racing by WRT in third and the Parading Competition in fourth, so that's a switch since the last Code 60. So the 777 Almanar car is up the order. The Parading the competition car has just dropped back ever so slightly, but still running strongly and leading their class by a good old margin. Their nearest competitor is 2.5 laps back. So Parading, they've been really, really strong with that number 991 machine.
I know we've had some interruptions for the racing, but this race is still very finely balanced, Peter. Those top 4 cars, the 2 Porsches and the 2 BMWs, And again, it's just slightly moving around. The two Porsches on the lead lap, the two BMWs 1 lap back, a further lap back, the Herbeth number 91 car, and the McLaren, which is just quietly, softly, stealthily, for Optimum Motorsport and Michael Porter, moved up onto the lap, the same lap as Herbeth, and now sits in 6th position. Now, we have seen that car making overtaking manoeuvres, but there's been we haven't necessarily had to call its name. We haven't been looking at it doing anything outlandish. It's working its way through nicely, and as it stands at the moment, it is 3:18, 3 laps off the lead, and a minute and 9 seconds ahead of Winward in 7th, who are about 20 seconds ahead of SMP in 10th position.
And the Winward car, a little while ago, we saw the Winward car having a disagreement with the Toyota GT4 car, and it's picked up a 20-second penalty for incident responsibility. They'll need to serve that at the next time they pit under a green flag. You cannot serve a penalty under a code 60. You can't even. It used to be that you could serve a code 60 and you could serve a penalty under code 60, but you had to serve double the time, but it was still worth it. Now you can't do that. It's got to be served under green. So certain cars have penalties hanging over them. In fact, our race leader, Thomas Browning, has a 4-second penalty hanging over at this exact moment in time. So we'll need to serve that at the next green flag pit stop. 2:01.1 for your race leader, Thomas Browning. 3.6 seconds quicker than Anders Fjordbach last time, but there's so many pinch points on the circuit, the kind of slower, more technical sections, where if you get just caught up in the wrong gaggle of traffic, you can lose so much time. So the way that you cut through traffic here is so important at this Dubai Autodrome. I was watching a little bit on track earlier on, from 13 into 14 and through 15. It's a really tight bit, particularly 14 is kind of double apex corner, so sometimes the car following behind can get a little bit confused. Well, it can be a little bit confused when the door slightly opens. They go to stuff it and then the door closes up again.
Hello to Loish in Ireland, watching her first 24 hours of Dubai, really enjoying the coverage and classic stories from the old days of Le Mans. You get a lot of old classic stories from me, Loish, because I'm old, basically. Not sure what part of the Emerald Isle you are from, Aisha. Lovely name, means holiness.
A great motor racing nation. We've got a few Irish.
Donegal.
Oh, now we're talking Donegal Rally. What an event! So, particularly for rallying, Ireland is full of amazing events. Donegal, Killarney. In fact, Cali Rovanpera, who's competing in his first 24-hour race this weekend in the number 969 Proton Huber competition car, he did the Killarney Historic Rally just before Christmas in a Toyota Starlet.
There are more. We were talking about F1 cars in and around Adelaide earlier on with the Classic Festival down there. There are more WRC cars per capita in Ireland than there are anywhere else in the world. And at one stage there were more helicopters, privately owned helicopters as well, than anywhere else in the world. Nick Damon has, for one, he's going to impart some good news for us. Instead of the tales of doom, we have the tale of joy.
Exactly. Well, we do. So I walked into the back of the Graf Racing pit. I heard the engine running. So and I found Roman Rusnov. I mean, so you're coming back out in a few minutes.
Yeah, how we come back out, we get some problems with the engine, with oil pressure. So I have to stop, change the engine, and then we'll try to finish the race.
We've got plenty of hours to go, and of course it is all about a learning experience with this car, isn't it?
I think it's a long race. It's a very difficult race. We see the Ginette had some problems. I think we must try to go to the end. And at the end of the day, for us, it's a test. It's not really the race. We never did testing with that car, but I think it's fast. Let's try to finish the race. It's exciting.
Was this the first engine problem you've had with the car during its testing?
But we didn't do any tests before this race, so this is our first test with the car. So, yeah.
I understand. Is it a version of the Lamborghini engine, or is it actually the Lamborghini engine in the car?
No, it's a different engine.
Right, we keep being told different things. What is the engine in the back of the car? Who builds it? Where's it come from?
Just don't listen what the others saying. It's just a V10 engine which we built.
You built it?
Yes.
Okay. So therefore you're responsible for it not working?
Yes, sir. I know. That's our problem.
All right, I hope to see you out very soon. Thanks, mate.
Thank you very much.
Nick Taman with Roman Rustinov. And there is a bit of a salt. There was almost a salt tyre on the arm of that car, of the arm of his race suit there. Roman Rustinov, former WEC champion, drivers' champion in LMP2, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
It is.
Yeah.
Not a FIA World Champion. It was, I think, it was called a Drivers' Cup or something.
World
like
Cup,
that.
yes.
World Cup,
yes,
yeah.
It was, yeah. It's a beautiful machine, the Rossa LM GT. They've got big ambitions for the car. They want to have a road version of it, a GT2 version, a GT3 version eventually. It's been run by Graf Racing, who are a serious outfit. They've built 2 chassis so far, including that one, which were completed in mid-November, and Roman Rustinov, he's the founder of the company. So tight-lipped about the origins of the engine, but about the V10, we know that.
So you
should mute yourself before clearing your throat.
Yeah, sorry about that. Lamborghini.
So number 92, Thomas Preining, a 201 flat last time by. So that's interesting that straight out of the gates, from actually fitting the tyres and then going for it, was able to put in a really hot lap. But now, actually, after not actually weighting the tyres anymore, is not quite able to find that same pace. Unlike Dan Harper last time by, a 159.592. Likewise, Alfred Renard, 159.9. Mikey Porter in the McLaren, 159.9. And Matisse Lismont in the Aston, 159.6 last time by.
The key thing about that Dan Harper time is that's not the first time he's done that, and he's now pulled the gap down to second to 36 seconds. He's not on the lead lap, but he's now effectively on the same lap as the Dynamic GT car in second place, and second, third and fourth are now effectively all on the same laps. They've all completed 323 laps. The leader has completed 324. Now Anders Fjordbak's going to go through across the line any second now in the 34 in second in that Dynamic GT car. Let me see, where are you? Here's the 92.
He's car 24.
24, excuse me, thank you. And there he goes right now. So he's a minute and a half behind the leader, but still just on the lead lap then in that case. But Dan Harper is only half a minute behind, but he's got the leader between him and Anders Fjordbak, if that sort of makes sense. Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. Good morning to you all from the UAE and the fabulous venue that is the Dubai Autodrome, with the city having basically come out to meet this circuit. And great to hear from Phil Hansen. And I was talking to management earlier on actually about the potential future. It only seems a few years ago that we were talking about having possibly to lose this facility and have it rebuilt further out of town. Well, the property owners around here have decided that that's not going to be the case. There's real investment coming into this in infrastructure and facilities, also developing the ground around, the land around the circuit that they own, with some apartments, some race chalets, if you will, following the sort of American automotive country club theme, where You can buy a property and keep your cars near the track, and then there's specific track days for you. Works very well.
And that's becoming very popular.
Massive in Japan.
Because if you're in Japan, an incredibly densely populated area, you've not got the space to keep the car. So keep it at the track, escape the metropolis, and come out and enjoy it.
China the same. When COVID was on and the Carrera Cup Asia effectively became Carrera Cup China, we raced at some circuits that I hadn't heard of before, and even as good as I am with the old internet search, I really struggled. There was this one just out, well, actually not even outside of Beijing. It's a 10-minute trip on the metro system to get out there, and there's plenty of room to keep your cars there. And when Carrera Cup Asia went there, it's quite a short circuit, so when they have bigger race meetings, the dual carriageway that runs past the bottom of it, they close off one side of the dual carriageway and make the other side two-way traffic, and they open two concrete gates, and you go out on the dual carriageway, down to a hairpin, and come back through a chicane, and then rejoin the substantive circuit. So it adds about 3/4 of a mile to the circuit.
Wow, it's like a Chinese Avis.
It's absolutely brilliant. It raced really well.
Wow.
And we had a couple of races there during the COVID close down, and Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific worked really hard to keep that championship running, although it had to run within China, and obviously it meant that the drivers were predominantly locals rather than the internationals. Back to its full health again last season. Some great racing. You saw some of it as well and called some of it, and really enjoyed that. The Singapore Grand Prix support round was fabulous. Really enjoyed that. The Marina Bay Circuit, and some real talent. The internationals getting back to that as well for last year. And Alessandro Giretti,
impressive driver. Very
won the championship. He's Porsche Junior. He won the Porsche Junior scholarship, didn't he?
Yeah, he's
in the shootout a couple of years ago.
He's now in his second year of being a Porsche Junior driver. I mean, and that's a seriously competitive selection process. And he impressed me so much for Team Jebsen last year in the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, and up against a former Super Cup champion in Dylan Pereira, and he often had the better of him. One driver who's right up the front of that championship is Matthias Gilbert, who is competing in this race. He's in one of the many Porsche 992 Cup cars. He's in the 888 Seb Lejeune racing car, and in qualifying in a 992 Cup car, you're a 202 flat.
Yeah, really
that's fast.
Really nice to see Team Jebsen coming back to form as well, with Giretti, a former champion team. It's over 20 years now that Carrera Cup Asia have been running in that area of the world, and they've been there for the majority of that. I'm trying to remember who they won the championship with actually earlier in they normally run the 55 car. That must have been
Chris van der
2020. Yes, and they've won it since then as well with a local driver. I think that was their third win in the champion. I'm working without my notes here.
Yeah. So. No, it's a great. Check it out. It's a really good championship. All live and free on YouTube, and commentary from the RSL team of Happy Voices. Myself, Peter Mackay, John Hindhoff, and Lewis McGlade as well in the 2024 season. And of course, many of the teams and drivers from that championship part of the huge cast involved here at the 20th running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. Great to have Michelin here as the sole tyre partner for the very first time, and from the feedback we've heard from the drivers, they seem to be thoroughly enjoying this new rubber. Thomas Preining's enjoying it because last lap by he did a 2-minute flat 0.2. He's just done a 2-minute flat 0.0, and 1.8 seconds quicker than Anders Fjordbach behind him, and 1.6 seconds quicker than Dan Harper in 3rd place. So a few of the Porsche drivers have mentioned, Klaus Backlund mentioned it when speaking to our pit team a short while ago, that the Porsche does seem to like the cooler weather and seems to work well in the nighttime hours. So there's plenty of nighttime hours left. Got about 5 hours of pure darkness left, and it'll take a little while for once the sun comes up for the track to heat back up to what we started the race in at 1 o'clock local time. So there's plenty of nighttime running. If your car likes that, that is what it's going to be. And in fact, it was the two BMW M4 GT3 Evos that looked very strong indeed in the warmest part of the day, from sort of 1 o'clock to the late afternoon, early evening kind of time. Well, we're doing our own driver change in the broadcast team. I'm going to stay put. I'm going to keep in this beautifully air-conditioned commentary box and follow the action. John Hindhaught's going to head down to the pit lane and get right involved in the action. And Nick Damon will be joining me in a short moment. He's the hardest working man in motorsport this weekend. He's been down in the pit lane, and now he's going to lend his dulcet tones to our commentary team. Meanwhile, as I can report that Joe Bradley's enjoying a snooze at the back of the commentary box, and rightly so. Vortex number 701 has been running absolutely faultlessly so far, but it's going slow out on track at the moment. So what is going on with the Vortex number 701? That will be John Hindhaught's first assignment, to get down to the French squad and find out what's going on. The car is still out on the circuit at the moment. It's making its way back. It is Lionel Amrouche at the wheel right now, limping the car back. And oh no, the Vortex has been running so strong, and it's not the car, it's the rear left tyre. The rear left tyre is damaged, Nick Damon.
Yeah, it does look like it's running a low wing, but they have changed the aero again this year. This is a complete new set of bodywork for the Vortex V2, all in carbon. It was beginning to get a little bit tired towards the end of last year. They have got two of them, of course. This is the main car, and it's, well, unfortunately, I don't think it's a puncture. I think it's off the rim, so there is a puncture on that rear left. So hopefully that's done. They're going quite slowly. It doesn't seem to have come off and frayed, so they shouldn't do too much damage. So they should be able to get the car back. Hopefully just stick a new boot on it and then get back out again. But what we haven't seen very much of actually so far in this race, PMAC, is punctures. We often saw quite a lot of camber-induced punctures previously with the series. It seems that that is one of the areas these new stiffer sidewalls have got away from.
Definitely, yeah. Well, I remember at Monza in 2023, where we had a lot of 992 Cup cars in the field, and they had a lot of issues with the rear left going, which is the most loaded tyre. But the Vortex, Lionel Amrouche, a very experienced endurance racer, has brought the Vortex back. Interesting, out on track, listening to it, it's got that big V8 engine in it. They must run it they must run it so light, because it's got it revs so low, it just coasts along. So it's a beautiful car, actually.
I think it's a Crate LS3.
It is, but they must be running it very gentle.
Superly charged up. Well, I mean, you're in GTX. Yeah, yes, you can go out and buy a Crate engine that's got 700 horsepower, but then you just get yourself bopped back again. So what's the point? Just buy the one that can provide you with enough, has the longest serviceability. Car being jumped all over by the team. They have replaced that tyre. They're having a bit of a look to see any damage in the arch, but it's probably going to be just the worry, of course, Peter, is that it's thrown some of the cords around the suspension. The other worry, of course, is the fact that the tyre is firm because of the suspension issue, but they are having a good old look at the mounting. They're trying to get something out of it. Yeah, it looks like there's more to it than just that puncture.
This is actually the Vortex company's 10th anniversary. These cars are built in a place called Hérault in France. It was founded by two brothers, Arnaud and Olivier Gomez. And this is their new creation. It's such a step on from the old car, the Vortex 2.0. It was Olivier Gomez who designed this new aero concept, and aerodynamics really were the big focus for it. And also new suspension partner, new PKM suspension on it instead of the old Öhlins suspension, but totally carbon fibre body shell, as well as underneath it's carbon fibre on the top, so it's a seriously tricked bit of kit. 1,000 kilograms and 550 horsepower.
Yeah, I mean, it's they went forward 2 generations with the car. It ran all last year. It ran pretty reliably. As we know, for the Vortex 1.0, the issue tends to be it had reliability issues and often resulting in conflagrations, to be honest. And they had that spate of wheel failures, not tyre failures, wheel failures. But they had seemed to have got over those issues. But you can't legislate against a puncture. That's just one of the what can you do? That's nothing to do with the way you put the car together. It says AMR, which is Amour Rouge, but that could be, I think both Lionel and his daughter Selena in the car, so we'll need a bit more than AMR.
Yeah, it was Lionel who was in the car when it happened. So we've got a yellow flag showing at turn 10. That's at the end of the back straight. There is a car parked there at the moment. Not sure exactly which one it is right now, but it's still dead stick at the moment. So could we be seeing yet another Code 60 if that car doesn't get going? It's cycling through. You can see the headlights coming up on it at the moment from our commentary position. So let's hope not get a Code 60 again. We've had too much of it the last little while.
I was trying to be the lucky charm on the Code 60s, you know.
You're the next Johnny Palmer.
Well, if only. That's a dream come true, to be the next Johnny Palmer.
For so many reasons.
I'm not sure I could divert the love of trolley buses he has, so to be honest, but there we go.
Trolley buses?
He loves a tram and a trolley bus.
Right.
I sent him a picture from the Ulster Motorsport, Ulster Road Transport Museum of a trolley bus, and he could not have been happier. Way more happy than any other picture you could send him, from a cute cat to anything else. Send him a trolley bus.
So that is the way to Johnny Palmer's heart. Okay, noted. Well, that car...
He also likes funiculars as well. Keep going.
Okay. Oh, it's the number 40 Come To You Racing Aston. Oh, which was it had a difficult start to the race and it'll be moving forward. And has it made it all the way to the barrier? I'm not so sure. But it's stopped. It's Matisse Limon who's on the car at the moment, and I think we're going to get a Code 60 here because that car just doesn't seem to be going anywhere. The engine's on, the rear lights are on. I don't think it has reached the barrier, Nick.
But we are going to get a Code 60. They are going to call a Code 60 for this one. So we're on the countdown now of less than 20 seconds. So everyone is warned they will be able to use the pit lane.
Thomas Preining had just done a 159.767, so he was just flying, and that indeed is a Code 60. So that's a new rule for this year. I think it's a really, really good addition to the 24H series. In the past, you would basically it was just Code 60 straight away, and there was often a little bit of confusion of the drivers when that Code 60 actually finished and when it started, when it stopped, and that can sometimes cause penalties, etc. Now there is a countdown system which all the teams have a TV basically in the car, a screen in the car that tells them a countdown to Code 60. I'm sure they'll have their team in the ear as well saying that it's on the way. The pit lane is getting very, very busy. We're in a dark spot at the moment because you're up here, Nick. John's on his way down.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to call this the old-fashioned way.
I can tell you now that Thomas Preining in the Pure Racing car is coming from first. Daniel Harper from the Almanor Racing BMW is coming from third. Alfa Renault, I think, was already in the pits beffor the Code 60 with the Motorsport 91. He's got out again. He may have had to short fill because of the Code 60 falling. Victor Scheitar in the 7th place car, the 8th placed SMP Racing of Alexander Smolner, both in Mercedes. They've come in as well. So there's an awful lot of takers here at the moment.
There is. I think this is the busiest Code 60 sequence in the pit lane I've seen for quite a while. Just when we're changing pit reporters, but
that's called the Murphy's Law.
Oh no, John!
Go for it, John. Tell us.
Well done, John.
I was held up just a little bit.
Finding autographs
by a queue in the tunnel. Yes. Still so many people wandering around. I'm standing outside the Huffer Racing 11 pit, excuse me, and waiting for their car to come in. Right next door, we've got... Let me just get out of the way. There's going to be a brake change here. All of the kit is already out. Right next door is the Seblajou Racing Porsche, which is getting a brand new set of Michelin Pilot Sport H tyres.
And who is that doing the gymnastics about to get into the Hoffer car, John?
That is a good question, and I don't want to go all the way out there because the car is coming in.
I'm guessing Alex Prince.
And
he should be doing aerobics classes, hosting them.
It's tall enough for Alex.
That is true.
Is that Alex? Yes, Alex Prince. I thought I recognised the slightly lankier frame.
When he decides to stop
there, Peter.
driving racing cars, he should be like the next Chris Akabusi or Mr. Motivator.
That flat six that was going out was the Seblajou racing car, as mentioned. They are very lightly used Michelins that have come off that car. And, well, there's a heck of a lot of pickup on the inside of the rims that the mechanics are clearing out, particularly on the front. That is the front left of that car. And actually, they're doing it on both. But, I mean, we're talking handfuls here. So that tells you about what's going on out there on the circuit. They're just checking the pressures on that car as well. I'm still waiting for this Hoffer racing car, as are the team. They've got the full set of brake discs and pads to go on the front of this car. There's a car flashing its lights coming in now, but that's going straight past. That's the Toyota number 496, the Continental machine, which heads through. Good looking cars, those. And Alex is still there. He's been waiting there for some time now for this Hoffer racing car to come through. And I know the moment I turn my back and walk away, the car will come. He's still jumping up and down when he does. Right, thank you, Peter. Through goes the 414 Rabdan troubled car. That car back out, being followed down the pit lane by a very dirty Audi. And here comes the Short Barge sponsored car. Right, well, this is interesting because the 11 car is not getting a set of pads and discs. They've been set up for another one of the machines. It was Timo, by the way, that got out of the car. And that's another car that is very, very dusty indeed. Brake dust and dark coloured matter on that car. And those are, again, not badly used tyres, tiny little flat spot just where they came in, but a huge line of pickup on the right rear tyre from that Hoffer Racing number 11 off to fuel.
Well, as we were told yesterday, one of the traits of these new Michelin tyres is they are more keen, not keen is the wrong word, but more likely to pick up the pickup, we're putting it, than the previous manufacturers. So they are more pickup prone.
Pick up a penguin.
Exactly. Or some rubber bits, yeah, absolutely. Now, I noticed that we've had a change of driver, I think, for the third and fourth cars, both the BMWs. Ahmad Al-Hati's got back in the 991 and Ben Tucker's taken over the 777 car.
Yeah, we haven't seen a great deal of Ben Tuck actually in that 777 Almanor racing team. They've been keeping him in reserve, the young Briton. I remember him having a great win in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series in a BMW in the old M6. Remember that? The M6
yes.
V8.
The small car.
Yes, it's such a small car, yeah. Along with David Pittard, who's here coaching this weekend. He's actually coaching Darren Lung, who's in that very car. So that's a good reunion for David and Ben, who won that race in, I think it was 2022. Okay, who have you found, John?
And well, I'm now waiting for another pit stop and another driver change and another set of brand new Michelin tyres, and it's going to be a Porsche. It is the number 912 Tyre Outdoor Racing by HWM. This is another Cup car, but remind everyone that this car led the race. This is the gold and white car. These guys work so hard with these, particularly the big rear wheels. They weigh about the same as a decent sized checked bit of luggage. Oh, engine covers coming off, and they're going to top up some fluids on the car. And that is
Hoop van Eindhoven. Hoop van Eindhoven bought
like a little bit of
from second in class.
Right, let's see if we can have a chat with them. the distinctive green, white and yellow, green, white and orange helmet. There's no point in me even trying to do that. He's chatting, debriefing with the team at the moment, fellas. So I'll just hang for a bit because there is a second place car.
Linger
I'll
around.
linger.
Yes.
I haven't found my cameraman yet.
Well, he's down at the camera operator is down at the HRT 9:30, which I think there's quite a difference between where you are, John, and where the camera is. But you'll reunion, I'm sure.
About a third of the pit lane is fine.
Now a little bit more colour. A little bit more colour on the number 40 Aston Martin, which triggered this code 60, or it being stopped triggered this code 60. There's an incident that's been noted between the 40 Aston Martin and the 710, which is the GTX leader, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, driven by JJ Song. That car's out on the track right now, so there's something to be told there. But John has another story for us down at Tyre Outdoor Racing.
Yeah. Hoop van Eindhoven with me now, just out of the car. Was that tactical, coming in under that code 60, or were you nearly at the end of your stint?
I was nearly at the end of my stint, and we already refueled, so it was necessary, and it was good for us to change on the code 60. So yeah, it's good.
Second when you came in, you've got to be happy with second place in class when you came in. You've got to be happy with that. What's the plan? Where are you pushing as hard as you can now, or are you trying to get to a couple of hours before the end? How does this race pan out?
Yeah, it was a bit of a shame. I had 3 long code 6s in my stint, so not a lot of running time. But the plan for now is just push as hard as we can. The tires are good, the brakes are good, so we can go flat out.
How has the change in temperature affected the balance of the car, and how are the Michelins coping between the heat of the day and right now?
I wouldn't say lap times are particularly quicker, but the tires are lasting more. You don't have to save tires that much anymore, like the beginning of the race.
You've won in Carrera Cup Deutschland in the past, the German version of Carrera Cup. It's kind of thought of as being second only to Super Cup, but these aren't exactly the same tyres on the Cup car.
No. In Super Cup and in Carrera Cup, you use different tires, and the difference is that in the Carrera Cup and Super Cup tire, you can lean a bit more on the tire. So, like the wall of the tire is a bit softer here. So yeah, it's a bit more tire management, a bit different driving lines, but it's good. Just adjusting to the tire.
Now you can tell it's the start of the season because it's brand new driving boots, brand new race suits. But I've got to tell you, we've almost got a brand new driver here. You don't even look like you've driven the car round to the shops and back. Can you at least make me feel a little bit better? And next time you get out the car, look a bit sweaty, please, because you don't look like you've done any driving at all.
Yeah, if it is not too much code 60, I look different. So next time I jump out of the car, you should go back.
Thank you very much for talking to us just out the car. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Eindhoven there from the Tyre Outdoor Racing team, who are running really well, is second only to the Red Camel Jordans team, who have been going like an express train so far. The flatbed truck may well be going to join John Hindhaugh shortly with a quite sad looking number 40 come to you Aston on it.
Well, of course, this is the second of their cars. They lost the first car after, which managed to not be it's done quite well because the other car managed not to be scored in the event despite starting and doing a lap. So they managed to miss the timing entirely. At the front of the field, Thomas Prine in the Pure Racing Porsche stayed on board, but we've had change of drivers from Dynamic GT, that's got Loic Hartog on board. Ben Tuck now on the 777 Almar Racing by BMW. The Almar Hart in the Paradigm Competition BMW is in fourth. They've all changed. Michael Potter stayed on board the Optima Motorsport. That's a real sneaky climb for the field we've seen that McLaren. It's now scored in fifth. I think the staggers have unwind, so I think that's a true fifth. And that's interesting because that car was kind of marooned in the late 10s and early teens for a long time, but now it's really coming to the fore, and we still have a huge amount of time for it to break in that top four, which has been locked out as those other four cars for quite some time, PMAC.
Well, if you're a Ferrari 296 owner, whether it be a track one or a road version, get down to Scuderia Praha, because they are a Ferrari dealer as well as a race team, but they are changing the brakes in double quick time at the moment, taking opportunity during this Code 60. In fact, the teams must be delighted, because in this roughly half-time point of the race, there's been lots of Code 60, lots of opportunity to do a brake change should you wish.
And if you missed out because you kept thinking it would be another one, then you are a fool. John, you have something more for us.
Well, I always like when I get the chance to have a wander down the pit lane to see the cars that aren't, in strife, if you will. And two pits very close together. Team Motor Park, we know that car went out much earlier on. There's nobody there. The car looks very forlorn. However, Asbest Racing, their TCR car, the number 102 Cupra TCR, that car is going back together now. It looks like it's had a gearbox change. There's a gearbox off to one side, transverse front wheel drive car, but I'm seeing tightening. Oh, yes, I see that. It's tightening up in terms of the nuts and bolts rather than slackening off. Let's see if we can find out how far away we are. Introduce yourself, sir.
My name is Nader Zuhur. I'm a driver for 101 and 102 in TCR in this beautiful day in Creventic, 24 hours Dubai.
Now, I've just said to the guys, I'll go and check out the Aston in a second, but this looks like slightly better news here because I'm seeing things being tightened up and put back together. Are you going to try and get the 102 car back out? And was it a gearbox problem that I can see part of the gearbox to the left there?
Yes, actually it's a gearbox problem for the 102. 101's doing fine right now. We just fixed it. It took us 2.5 hours and it's going to be on track very soon.
I wish you all the best. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
There's perhaps another candidate for spirit of the race as the Aston Martin is about to be reloaded. Now there's a problem here because we've got a car coming in that wants to be in the space between the Aston and the pits, and it is the AMG that has had to come in there. Very nicely done for the
this is the car
blue and white
car.
number 96 machine. Yes, correct, GWR Australia. That car looks in pretty good shape, to be honest, and this looks very standard. It's going to be a brand new set of Michelins, and they might have just had a lap on them actually to take off the release agent. Very loud down in the pit lane. I'd really forgotten how loud it is. Let's have a quick chat down here. Introduce yourself, sir, because I can't see your name tag.
Yeah, I'm Garth Walden, team owner.
Nice to see you again. Normally speak to you when we're down at Bathurst for the 12 hours, and we'll be there in a couple of weeks' time, of course. Give us the potted history. Lots of people back in your home country tuning in, watching and listening. Potted history of the race so far for the 96 car.
Yeah, unfortunately we haven't had the...
Hang on, there's a bit of a problem here because we can't get the car out of the way, and the Aston's blocking that car. We've had to push it back. Here comes the Optima McLaren as well. This is the slight problem when you have recovery in the pit lane. Really nicely done by the team. Couple of seconds lost, but in the big scheme of things, nothing too nightmarish. Things are done differently in Creventic, but you lads have handled that pretty well. How are you finding this race so far, Garth?
Yeah, it's a good race. It's got its obviously it's a lot different than what we're used to back in Australia with the 12-hour and SRO events, but it's good. It's a good race. We're enjoying it. We haven't had the best of runs with a brake disc failure early on, which led us to 2 punches, and then fuel problems. So other than that, we're trucking on good now. We made some changes to the car. We struggled early on because our container was arrived 5 days late, so we didn't get any testing. So we've been struggling to run to get the car set up on the new Michelin. We haven't run on a Michelin before, so we've been sort of behind the 8 ball a little bit with that. But yeah, the car's good now. We made some changes in the last few stints. It's been quite fast.
And you're staying on for the sprint race next weekend at Yas Marina?
Yes, correct. We certainly are. So looking forward to that as well. We haven't raced there either, so it'll be a busy week next week after this. But
what I know about you from your personal career and now what you're doing with the team, you love a challenge. It's just another challenge, isn't it?
It is a bit of a challenge, yeah. So as I said, our car arrived late, so the boys worked 60 hours straight when we got here without any sleep. before the 24 hours. So it's been a challenge to say the least. But yeah, we have a little bit of work to do after today, and then for the 6 hour, and then back home for the 12 hour. So.
Well, I've got to do Daytona in between, but I'll see you for both of those as well. Good to speak to you again, Garth. Have a good
Great
one.
to hear.
Off you look, mate. Excellent. Quickly let me go and have a look at this Aston. They've got the front end off straight away. They're taking the under tray off from underneath the engine. There's damage to the right front steering arm. And perhaps the end of the steering rack. So that's what they're going to. There's been contact there in some way, shape or form. They are working with purpose here. They look like they know what they're doing. So I'm going to keep out their way and let them get on with that as I wander back down to the end of the pit lane towards pit out.
Pits up, because unfortunately Optimum Motorsport have come into the pits and gone on the dolly jacks and wheeled in. So just after I said how well Michael Potter and the team are doing up to a stealthy 5th, they've now dropped down to 8th. Can you see them, and what's the problem, John?
Yeah, I've arrived at that pit. There was a bit of confusion because as we were dropping the Aston Martin off the flatbed, the Garth Walden racing car came in and needed to be in between. At the same time, the Optimum McLaren had to be in the front, so the GWR car couldn't drive out, so it had to be pushed back, and the Aston had to be pushed out the way on the dolly jacks. The driver is still in the McLaren. They're working on the left rear. Shout at me if you lose me. The door's being closed. I'm going to have to step in the pit. One sec. Well, there's work going on. They're doing a brake change. They've been doing a... Oh, no, I've said that. No, they haven't. They've done... There's a rear tie rod that's bent into a shape that I don't think it's meant to be on the right rear. So that's a rear control arm there that has had a bang. The rest of the rear end looks pretty straight.
That's a bit odd, John, because normally if you do a control arm, it's because the result of some sort of impact, and that'd be a pretty impressive impact to just hit the tyre.
Well, what I can't see is the tyre that's come off this side. That's been taken away, so it might have had side-to-side contact. That's the only thing I can think of. Again, a car that is filthy down the sides, and the rubber marks up from the front wheels over the number panel on the doors. Who was in the car?
Yeah.
Is it Michael Porter in the car? Yeah, I thought it looked like Mikey's helmet, and you probably can see that now because sound and vision are back together again. Again, it's working with purpose. Mikey's still in the car. I'm very surprised at how many drivers, by the way, have still got dark visors on their, and I mean very dark visors on their helmets, and they are putting them down as they drive out.
You've got to remember though, John, is that you have the cool guy half crack of the visor, or the Nicky Katzberg full crack, which is all the way up and almost out the back again. So you're not a proper GT driver unless you've got the half cracked visor. So the colour of it shouldn't be too much of an issue. I'll tell you what isn't an issue is the pace of Thomas Preining at the front of the field, a 1:58 flat last time by. So Preining flying. Zachary Robichon just set the best time of the race for the Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes with a 1:59.7. It's a personal best also for the Fulgenzi 917 Porsche Cup car, and also for the 7x7 Racing Porsche Cup car. So we're definitely getting into a good time for setting quick lap times. Last time by also Luke Hartog at 1:59.3, Ben Tucker 1:59.3. So the pace is rocketing up, Nick Damon.
Yeah, we also saw at the other end of the pit field entirely that Graf Racing Roster Corsa that came out. Roman Rusinov took it out. He then went back in the pits again for 6 minutes, but now it's back out again. So they obviously have taken out, had a look, but that car is running with their target acquired, which is the Ethan Galdini piloted Team CMR Ginetta that is currently 200 laps ahead of them. So that could be difficult with even the amount of time to go, but they are trying to make up on that one. So that's at the bottom end. Just to remind you, the GTX is being led at the moment by the Leaderboard Motorsport Lamborghini that has a lead of 9 laps over Jake Camilleri in the very pretty 111 Racing IRC tube frame car.
It's very pretty and very nice sounding too. It sounds like a V8 supercar. It runs a LS Chevrolet engine. I was speaking to Ryan McLeod earlier, who previously owned Mark cars.
He did a conversation with me, but he was very keen to point out that whilst it has kind of Mark DNA, it's not involved with anyone involved with the company of Mark. It's got people who work for them.
Yes.
If you think about Mark as a premises, not involved at all. People who have experienced Mark and have DNA are involved, and
yes.
he is obviously putting that product together.
Exactly so. And Ryan's son Cameron is in the AJITHKUMAR racing car, the 901 machine. Definitely a fan favourite, to say the very, very least. And Ryan's father won the Bathurst 1000 in 1987 with Peter Brock. John Hindhaugh has managed to get down to Optimum Motorsport and find out what's going on with that poor old McLaren. John.
Well, I've come to the top to ask what's going on. Jimmy Wall, how are you, first of all?
Good to see you, John. Always good to see you, not in these circumstances, but it's always good to see you, mate. Yeah, we unfortunately we just came in for fueling with that code 60, and unfortunately
let's move, because the car's coming out. The guys have done a cracking job. This is one of the most bizarre accident stroke incidents. It looked like it was a rear control arm or a toe link that was actually quite badly bent.
Yeah, no, it was, and unfortunately, it was, and it's basically contacting the fuel station, but we had to take the fuel for the code 60. You know what the strategy is, John. Came in, and unfortunately, we're calling it looks like an unsafe release, but we're just reviewing it as we speak. But yeah, car pulled out, and unfortunately, puncture. We changed the tyre, went round, and Mikey was complaining straight away that
So that was just side-to-side contact.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, literally just unsafe release into that wheel. So yeah, must be his front left into our rear. So yeah, we're unlucky, but yeah, we'll get there. Still got a long way to go yet, mate.
Well, he's kind of stealthed up into the top 6. I just said before I came down to have a wander down the pits, I don't think we've said very much about you guys, because you've just gone about your job in a very methodical way, and in these types of races, that's what you want to do.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, totally agree with you, John. We're just trying to do it quietly, stay under the radar a little bit, go through our program. You know, we've got 3 drivers with us who've never done 24-hour racing before, all doing a great job. Benji obviously has had success here before, you know, with 2 second places, so we've got some good experience, but the guy's been doing a great job. So yeah, we're just unlucky with this one, and hopefully we'll get some luck go the other way now. Yeah.
In terms of the pace of the race, the strategy of the race, I realise that you're probably on version Z of the spreadsheet by now, but how did the first half of the race go for you? Was it, roughly speaking, what you expected at least?
Yeah, pretty good for us. We had a couple of issues with an ABS sensor early on, so which was fine. We could reset it in the car, but we lost a little bit of sync with in sort of the third sort of hour of the race, really. So that put us slightly out of contest with a couple of other guys in respect of just fueling strategy, things like that. But yeah, I think we're pretty confident where we are with the strategy side. Fuel mileage, yeah, we're working on that a little bit, trying to teach these guys to race through the night in a 24-hour race, but also trying to do a bit of fuel conservation as well. And as you know, it's a learned skill, and that doesn't come in your first 24-hour race. So the guys are doing a great job, but we're trying to manage that as best we can.
Code 60, I think, just about to be called. That may not change your strategy, having just gone back out. Is it an advantage or a disadvantage to be the only McLaren in the field in terms of BOP, in terms of data? I realise that teams are competitive, but it's all of that, and we've got a fire on the circuit. We'll get to that in just a moment.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, yeah, I think when you've got a spread of cars, you can manage that in a slightly different way. For us, to be fair, BOP, you know, we've worked on, you know, Rob Bell and the team have done a great job trying to help us support that and manage that, which is great. But yeah, you know, we always want more, John, obviously.
We wish you well for the rest of the race. Thanks for coming out and talking to us. So, a bizarre incident in the fueling area that cost time for that Optimum McLaren. We're back into code 60. I think this is the 12th now, and this is something that could end up being quite serious,
yeah, that would be an understatement. Yeah, it's one of the Ginettas that's a huge fire.
If it's that one, it's the GT4 leading car, because the other one's black. It looks like it's the white one, so I'm afraid it's the Tomlinson and Nico Prost, Mike Simpson machine. Yeah, if it is the Ginetta, now I agree with you. It had that sort of wing and the rear window look, and it's really gone up. They're having problems putting this one out. This is not as easy to put out as the M4 we saw earlier. There's still embers glowing through. They're using the second fire extinguisher now to get it out. I think there's no. It was again a front engine car went up. I think there's no issues as far as the driver's concerned. It pulled over, but that is a really bit of bad luck for that team, the 495 Ginetta team CWR, which we CMR, which we think it is, and we'll obviously get confirmation quite soon.
Oh, if that is the case, that would be just devastating, because they've been running like a Swiss watch all day, just tyres and fuel, going for it. Team CMR, Ginetta, they're right in the heart of the action of the pits, and I'm pretty sure it is that GT4 Ginetta. Oh no, they've been going so well. That's Freddie Thomason, son of Lawrence. 9 laps ahead in
GT4 from Tyre in the AGMC BMW by Simpson, and as you say, you sit there going, it's just one. That's motor racing, isn't it? They've run faultlessly for 14 hours and 8 minutes, and then they aren't running faultlessly because the car's caught fire. We'll find out more about that, because that car will get towed back very quickly and land at John's feet quite soon. It's at turn 17. We have a code 60. Just out of interest, that's very irritating and annoying problem that Michael Porter had of being clunked going into the pit lane, going out of fuel, resulted in a pit stop of about an extra 9.5 minutes, because that was before he got the fuel, so it was taking 9.5 minutes. So fantastic work by the mechanics, but you're sitting there going, well, that didn't need to happen, did it?
That's a new one. I've never seen that happen before.
Hey guys, they dealt with that very well indeed. A very late decision on a driver change for dual racing by Huber, the number 950 Porsche 992 GT Cup car, and that has resulted in a bit of a scurry. The car's gone out towards the end of the pit lane. In comes the 991, one of the leading cars. That is a BMW. Again, 991 really should be a Porsche number. Let's see if we can grab Ramsey, who's just got out of the car. How you doing, fella? Ramsey Moutran. Let's get you out the front and get a camera to you. And good to see you back, first of all, with the family team. That looked a little bit of a scramble there. Was that a late decision to do that driver change?
A little bit, yeah. We were deciding if we were going to come in and box or not. When we saw the fire out there, we said, actually, do we want to box or not? And I think he wasn't quite ready, so we made it just in time.
You didn't lose any time at all. Welcome back to the 20th running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. I asked somebody earlier on up the pit lane when I came in, give us a little synopsis of your race so far.
Started off average. I struggled a bit to keep up with the pace. The heat was, we didn't really set up the car for that kind of heat, so it was really slippery. Then we did amazingly well. We really started catching up and making up lots of ground. And then bad code 60s, a bit of bad luck. My brother had a small spin, and we went back a lot. And now we are fighting back. We're going to have to keep it up at like qualifying pace for the next 11 hours or 10 hours, whatever is left.
Got to ask you the question that everybody's asking on social media. Whose idea was it to do that classic Group C livery, and you've got it on your race suits as well?
It was, I guess it's my idea. I love our history, our family history, and how we got into racing, and our passion for racing started in Le Mans. And when my dad went there, and we have that photo of him actually with the 22 actually Jaguar there, and he's actually right there in the photo right above him. And so when we saw that, we thought actually that's really brilliant. We've got to try and honor that thing, because when he came back from that race, our passion for motorsport started in 1988. So, and we are that old, yes. So it was like we just had to remember it somehow. And I asked the designer, I said, let's try putting this livery on the car, and it just looked so sweet. It does work. It does really work. So we just said, let's try it. Let's put it on. We changed the logo of our team even for it and everything. So it's it's just to remember my dad and just remember our passion for motorsport. It started a long time ago. We don't race as often as we should, or as we like to, but when we race, we want to do it properly, you know?
That was, by the way, my first Le Mans working was 1989, so I'm that old as well. Is this a one-off again this season, or we're going to see you come? Are you going to Abu Dhabi next week? Yeah?
No, we're not going to Abu Dhabi, unfortunately.
Coming to Europe?
I'm hoping so. I really miss Barcelona. I really miss Barcelona a lot. That's where we started our 24-hour journey. So I'd love to go back there a little bit, and also the Spa in the Porsche look really sweet. So
would you do the 992 endurance race? That was a great 12-hour last year.
Exactly, and we love the car, and we're getting good at it. We're starting to get good at it anyway. So we're debating that. We're speaking to Huber about it, but we're just so happy with this new partnership we have. They're actually brilliant. We're really loving it. It's a similar passion and for motorsport, you know. Lots of people go racing because they want to win. We go racing because we love it, you know, and they do the same thing, you know. Whether you're winning or losing, at least you're out there taking part, you know, and doing your absolute best. Although winning is fun, so
winning makes it even more fun. Ramsey Moutron, thank you very much indeed. Say hi to the rest of the family for us.
Absolutely, thank you guys. Thanks a lot.
All right, guys, the pit lane, as you can see and hear, people now taking second chances when they didn't do it earlier on, but they realise, I think this is going to be, again, a slightly longer Cord 60 for that fire in the Ginetta.
At the front of the field, Pure Racing now have Alexander Malakin into the Porsche. I think every single car has stopped during this session. They've taken another 25% of fuel. I would like to say Ian McCarthy just made me laugh on Twitter with at RSL Studio in Dubai 24 Hour. He postulated whether the course cars were on Michelin tyres as well, and if so, did the pickup?
That's brilliant. That is bravo.
That took a while to go through this time of night, didn't it?
I'm a simple chap. I can tell you that the brand new hybrid BMW M5 course car here is on Michelin's. And I would suspect that the M3 and the M2 are as well. So yes, we're fully shod by Michelin, but I really hope the pickup is picking up.
Yeah,
I've actually got a good pickup story, which we'll come to in a moment. But John Hindhaugh has more for us for the pit lane. Oh no, he doesn't. We'll come to him in a sec.
No, we can do it, guys. I'm standing outside of the Ginetta Team CMR pit, and with a bit of luck and a fair wind, the car is going to arrive now, and here it is, as it was covered in extinguishing. So I'm going to get out the way, but the driver was already back here. Who was in the
Freddie
car
Tomlinson.
when it went up, guys? Sorry, it was Freddie, was it? Okay. Well, Freddie's gone out the back. I'll see if we can get a word with him once the car has been demounted from the flatbed. The bonnet is off. It's a front engine car, as you guys mentioned. And again, other than the obvious smell at the front of the car and the lack of a bonnet, and it's covered in extinguishing at the front now as well, that actually doesn't look too bad.
It's fine.
Yeah. I try to be. I do try to be positive.
Just spot the pessimistic Scotsman and say, I think that's knackered.
There's been a lot of extinguishing put on the front of it.
We have a question for you from our very good friend Drew Amundsen from iRacing. And here's a question. When was the last time Spectator was working the pit lane for an event of this magnitude?
Last year.
Well, and also halfway.
Well,
we did this one 2 years ago.
Okay.
With a 3-hour night stint. But you did the 24-hour series back in Italy is that July? Was that? Simoncelli,
It's World Circuit Marco Simoncelli, with Diana. We swapped between us in the hottest race of the year, where I literally melted my shoes. And if you remember, I was keeping my hair long there for charity. And if I needed to have the buzz cut at any race in the year, it was that one. It was incredibly hot.
But you're incredibly hot next weekend as well, aren't you?
I'm in the lane at Yas Marina. Yeah, absolutely. Di and I again reprising our Peters and Lee
Richard and Judy
effect.
Yeah, you're
do you think we're Richard and
TV
Judy? She's
wife,
my
absolutely.
telly wife. I just want to show you, if we can, and describe the bits that are have come off the Ginetta as it was dropped off. These are burned bits of bodywork that used to be parts of the car, are just blackened, sitting in the area between the working pit lane and the acceleration lane. The guys from the team already moving out to sort that out. Let's have a quick look in the Ginetta pit. It's gone in forwards because all of the damage is there at the front. No sign of Freddie at the moment. I'm sure he is out the back just recovering from what must have been a very scary moment. That's the second car we've seen with fire at the front of it. Both front engine cars. It was the WS BMW early on with Emily de House at the wheel of that, and there's a degree of resignation in the body language of this car. Bear with me for a second, guys. I don't want to get too close as the bonnet comes off in case it reignites, and they're being very careful about that, but they are having a look to see if they can work out what it was that caused this. Quite obviously, it'll be a worry for them if they find something very obvious like a union or something like that that's broken. Then at least they'll have an idea. They're looking, well, they went straight to work at the left front of that. They've got the torches out, and some discussion about whether it will be able to be sorted out. We've got under a minute to go back to green, and we're going to leave these guys to it. They are going to clean this up and assess the damage more to see if it is possible to get this back out again. I'm just going to stick my head over the top,
Mike.
Well, there's lots of remnants of the bottom of the bonnet in there, which would have to be cleaned off. But it looks to me as though whatever happens, there's a lot of work to get that done,
yeah,
guys.
Going back to like that, the problem is you burn the wiring loom, you burn the electrics. I mean, as I said before, the actual mechanical parts are normally pretty much unharmed because they can take those sort of temperatures. If that's the temperature they operate at, it's not the temperatures of the plastics, the wires, the looms work at, and that is replaceable, but unfortunately it takes a hell of a long time.
There's a lot to replace, yes, and to make sure that the car is safe to then run again. Yes, you're spot on, Nick. That is absolutely devastating for the Ginetta Team CMR. They are still actually classified as a GT4 leader. Such was their lead, but it will mean that Tudoraki for AGMC Racing by Simpson with their BMW, who will go up to the front, and actually the GT4 battle will be very close because you'll have AGMC Racing by Simpson and their BMW just within a lap of SRS Teams or Rensport, who will be second, and Continental TTR Racing with their Toyota, who have quietly gone about their business. They're in the mix as well. But we see this quite a lot in 24/8 series, Nick, where GT4 can often be a battle of attrition rather than raw pace.
I think last year we saw the Bugatti team with their Mercedes win most of the events, despite in virtually every event spending a long time in the pits. Everyone was spending a long time in the pits. It seems that the GT4s have proven more difficult to endurance-size because the problems they were having were not the result of contact. They were a result of things breaking or just having that the same bit of frequency, same vibration, same hit again and again. I know, for example, the Bugatti car had a number of front left suspension failures. They got so good at it that in the end they had it down. What took them an hour and a quarter initially was down to about 20 minutes. But we kept seeing those GT4s, whatever manufacturer, it wasn't just Mercedes, it wasn't just BMW, whatever came in, it ended up, as you're absolutely right, it was just who could do the most time, not the fastest time, who could just be on the track for the most time.
And who had the fastest pit crew as well. The alternators seem to be an issue for a while in the GT4s.
The GT4 is quite a mature. I mean, GT4 is a relatively mature class now, isn't it? I mean, it's what, 5 years, 6 years
much
older?
More than that.
I'm thinking since it's moved into the more endurance side of things.
Yeah, the GT4 is interesting because they're 80% road car, whereas a GT3 car is 80% race car. So there's definitely a factor in that. John's made his way down to another fan favourite, the 31 Team Parker Racing garage. The Bentley went out quite a while ago, but John, do you have any? Come on, tell us. Is it coming back from behind the garage door? Maybe. Oh.
I think not. I like your enthusiasm and your optimism, Peter, but there's absolutely nothing going on with the dark green Bentley. I don't know if you realised it earlier on, but the decals down the side, the gold decals, are actually in the lines of the Union flag, but it's sitting rather forlornly on its own in the garage that it shares with the Leaderboard Motorsport Lamborghini
to be honest, John,
Super
the
Trofeo.
main sponsor, someone you need to talk about, is about car storage. That's one thing you really need.
Yeah, Garage Easter. Excellent they are, apparently, particularly when giving huge discounts to pit reporters.
In Lincoln are a bit better.
I can't park the entire fleet.
No, indeed not. As I said, they share with Leaderboard Motorsport and the Super Trofeo Lamborghini, which has been leading GTX from pretty much the start of the race. There was a moment or two ago, it looked like they were going to come in. There was a driver ready, and they've got the Michelin tyres ready. But whether they've decided against that or not, they're still looking in a reasonable state of readiness. Fabi, just look over here to these guys. They're in a reasonable state of readiness. We have the driver back again. He was standing out in the pit lane. And here it comes. These are scrubbed tyres that are going on, at least the front. So one of the taller drivers that's coming in at the moment. We've got a set of discs and pads. Audi number 69 came through the wrong pit, and that almost caused a problem. They were very sharp to sort that out. As they go to work, they've decided not to do any brake change at this point, although they are laid out should they need to. And CrowdStrike sponsorship on the side of this car as well. Delighted to say that George Kurtz will be coming back to racing with the CrowdStrike team in IMSA racing at Daytona. A little bit of fluid going in under pressure. It's Takis getting in, I think, the taller of their drivers. Now, the tyres are done, so they are losing a little bit of time here whilst they're waiting for that. Meantime, the Audi, red, white and blue Audi, one pit down, is down and away. And just waiting for this car. 37th when it came in, but leading GTX. They'll clean the windscreen with the time that they have got. And then they'll send this car still leading in GTX.
No, it certainly is. It's leading by, let's have a look, it's leading by 10, 11 laps, yeah. Now, interesting, they've already done a brake change, so I assume that those second set lying on the floor is purely precautionary, because they have done the front brake change already. The lead at the front now is almost exactly a lap. I think Loic Hartog is just on the lead lap by the finest of margins ahead of Alexander Malakin, the Pure Racing. That's Porsche from Porsche. That's 92 from 24. But Loic then just on the edge of the of going down a lap down, and the leader has stretched out during that sequence of Code 60s. John.
That was a good minute or minute and a half longer than it needed to be. They were just taking time bolting the new driver in. And once again, we've had 5 of the Leaderboard crew having to bump start that car. I'm not entirely certain how you do that. I presume you start with the car just in neutral, they roll it along, and then you crash it into gear on the paddles, and it picks up from there. That would suggest to me that is a proper cog gearbox rather than a
flush. No, it must be an automatic manual, because otherwise that wouldn't work.
Yeah.
You can't have a torque converter or
exactly.
anything like that. It must be a direct drive.
Yeah, and Leaderboard
exactly so. What are they doing to get it off the? I mean, you mentioned this earlier on when you were down here, Nick. What are they doing to get that off the fuel pumps? Because there's not 5 people down there.
So I have no idea.
Yeah, exactly.
But they've kept doing it, and they haven't tried to fix it. Now, obviously, that wouldn't be allowed in WEC rules. You can't do that. The car must start under its own auspices, and that would be a fix. But this is different, obviously, in the Creventic rules. So you are allowed to do that as long as you don't go too far down the pit lane in trying to start it, then you become a menace to the rest of the field. The gap actually is 1 minute 39.6, so actually on a 2 minute lap. In fact, Loic is a little bit further round. He's got 21 seconds from being lapped, but that went up about half a minute during those 2 code 6 we've had in the last hour. PMAC.
Yeah, it's definitely worked for them, hasn't it? And Alexander Michelin, remember, he's a FIA bronze graded driver. He's just done a 2-minute flat. That's really, really impressive. But just a quick last point on Leaderboard, we were just watching there and talking about their pit stop a moment ago. They are having a completely contrasting weekend than they were last year. Last year, they didn't even make the start. They were on pole and they didn't make the start. But now they are leading the GTX class convincingly, so they can afford to take their time in the pit stops and minimise that risk. But John, what else have you got for us down in the pits?
Well, it is about that Leaderboard car. I was musing when this is as close as I've been to the cars, obviously. And as I watched them bump start that car, I was thinking, why would you need to do that? So I've been and asked the mechanics, is it a clutch problem, is it a gearbox problem, or is it just a starter problem? And they said it's a starter problem, but it would take too long to change the starter. This is a Super Trofeo car, which is meant to do 50-minute races, not necessarily an endurance racing car where some of those parts are put in places that are more easily accessible. So they basically decided that so long as they can keep bump starting it and then effectively just crashing it into gear on the clutch and getting the car to start either in second or third, it's worthwhile doing that rather than trying to fix the starter, which would require replacing the starter, which from memory is at the wrong end in terms of serviceability of that V10 engine. It's at the firewall end,
it's not
the gearbox
it's
end.
Absolutely fantastic if you're trying to get extra hours on the for the service people of the actual road cars. If you've got your Lamborghini or your Audi R8, because it's the same on both of them. But and they can go, yes, that's 14 hours to change that. Not so good for a race team, to be honest.
No, I still back the race team to change it significantly quicker. When you think how many hours of labour you'd be charged for a brake change on a Ferrari or a Lamborghini or an Audi or whatever it is, but that'll take us all day. Yeah, well, race team, they'll do it in 90 seconds.
There you go. And it just goes to show they're motivated by more. They're motivated to be quick because they're trying to win, and the service is motivated by money because they're trying to be slow.
Quite.
Got to work your motivation. Behind the 2 Porsches, we have a pair of BMWs. It's 2 Porsches, 2 BMWs, another Porsche, and then 2 Mercedes. So we have in the top 7 two pairs in the trio. Then it's 3 more Porsches. So it has to be said, those extra 20 kilograms have not really come into play at all, have they?
Not in the darkness hours. Klaus Bachler mentioned earlier, I think it was to yourself actually, Nick, that the car is definitely coming alive at night. It definitely likes the night time, the cooler conditions. But in the heat of the day, in those first few hours, the BMWs were like an express train. So we might see the 2 BMWs in the 3rd and 4th right now come back into the game.
Well, we might have done if this was last year, when they ran from 3 till 3. This race finishes at 1. And
Great
the
point.
peak temperatures aren't to about 4 here. So it's going to get up to about, I think 26 degrees is the maximum forecast tomorrow. But obviously it's sun and therefore the track temperature goes up. But that's not really happening for a while. And therefore they're only going to have an hour where it might be warm in the last hour. It's not going to get much above 18, 19, 20 before that point. So you're not going to have that heat period we had in the first 3 or 4 hours. So I think that, if they've weathered the storm of the start of the race, they could be doing particularly well. John, you're with the Razdan car.
Razdan Mordan Racing Porsche, the Milwaukee Tools back car, and they are using plenty of them on the number 914. Remember, this is the car that had a spin at turn 2, went backwards and scraped the right-hand side of the car down one of the barriers. The front end, if Fabi can just point down here, they're repairing the front of that car, and that will go back on. That was deranged but not broken. The biggest problem was the suspension damage and the steering arm damage on the right front. They've already got a new carbon wing on the right-hand side, and they are trying to get the steering arm fixed back on. They've fixed the wheel, I think, to make sure everything is still clearing. and they've put one of the smaller mechanics underneath, because I think her hands are a little bit smaller to be able to get the nuts on to start with, to start to tighten that up. They're also making sure that the additional LED headlights are going to be able to work through the holes in the bonnet. It's not anywhere near coming back out again, but, well, is this not hashtag spirit of endurance? Here we go again with the racing that we see in endurance racing, the spirit of racing that we see in endurance racing. I've got a feeling they will get this car back out. They want this 914 to turn some more laps, and I'm not betting against that in the Razoo More Than Racing garage.
Well, obviously, the key thing they had to remember was both the slightly broken toe link, and more importantly, of course, they had a radiator to replace, and that's not the work at the moment. But they have avoided putting all the water from the radiator all over the floor, unlike the other car earlier.
And don't forget, they're not long off the back of fixing a very damaged GT4 Cayman, which they're also running in this race. And as we were alerted by Paul Truswell earlier in the week, that same car, that 914 machine, did have a big crash in testing earlier in the week. So the Razoo More Than Racing crew, they're my early favourite for spirit of the race, but there's still plenty of time for that.
Very much are lusting after that plastic trophy to be awarded to them by Joe
presented
and
by
Pete
you.
Fry. No, it's Joe's doing it.
Oh,
Joe has the honour of being the spirit of the race man.
Okay.
But, many things could happen. It could be somebody else. John.
We got the RX, the racing team, Pure RX, Pure Racing, in drivers wearing matching helmets is never particularly easy, as one of the wheel nuts has just gone careering down the pit lane. My silky soccer skills have picked that up. And delivered it back to the team. It was hot as a hot thing.
If you don't pick
and that
the
was
nuts up, they're boiling.
Listen, you know what I'm like, you know what my hand's like from cooking. So yes, I did pick it up and delivered it back to the team. That was a really good stop, actually, and they were down and gone, 4 tyres and a driver. I would suspect that was somewhere around about that 20-second primo optimum mark that we've been looking at. It's 34 seconds to transit down the pit lane at the pit lane speed limit. 4 tyres, 4 new Michelin tyres on 4 new rims, centre lock wheels, of course, and the new driver already on the way to the fuel. And you'll be able to look to see exactly how much more than 34 seconds that took.
Short stint for Alexander Malikin, because he came in at the previous code 60. Now, I think they were just ticking him over his minimum 2-hour drive time to score points. So I think he must have been short of his 2 hours. They've put him in for 25 minutes and clicked him over the 2 hours. What things happened there? You are making a face like, Nick, you may not be correct.
Not sure. Good guy. I'm not sure.
Why else would you put him in 20 minutes?
He hasn't. He's no. In terms of the 2-hour minimum for the race.
Yes.
You know, I think that is. Sorry, I think he's gone over his 2-hour maximum. Sorry, my apologies. I'm following you now, Nick.
2-hour minimum.
Yeah, 2-hour minimum. I think. Yeah, I would think Alexander Malikin's well over that anyway. So they're running in the outright class. The minimum driver time. Collar.
This will of course see a change of lead, because the Dynamic GT team was only 1 minute and 32 behind, and obviously Alexander and his team and whoever's got in the car will be a lot longer than that by the time they've picked up a full slurp of fuel. Both of them of course only got 25, in fact, all the cars only got 25% of the fuel the last time they stopped, because we've had a couple of very close together code 60s. We'll see the Dynamic GT car scoring the lead at next lap.
You could be right, because Alexander Malikin, he has to do 4 hours of minimum time. 4 hours. And I think he wouldn't have been far off that, because he's done quite a few stints. So I think you could be spot on there, Nick.
So it's tick over. Yeah, I mean, they're playing it how it could be. They saw a chance to get most of it on the code 60.
Hopefully John will get a word with him in a minute, because he'll just be in the middle of cooling off and taking off his helmet and hands device. The car hasn't gone over the pit lane beam yet to confirm who the changed driver was. They had an almost identical helmet, so it could well be Alexei Nezov. Could be. We'll keep a close watch on the screen to see who is taking on that number 92. And indeed, Loic Hartog does move into the lead of the race in the Visit Dubai number 24 Pure Racing car. And it's not Alexei Nezov, it's young Harry King, who's certainly impressed this week for Pure Racing, and he's going to be in the cockpit for the next little while.
Yeah, it's a chart. It'll be interesting to see whether Ben Tuck in the 777 Almanar Racing BMW actually also goes past on the stagger past Loic Hartog. It's what has happened over the past 4 or 5 hours, that the BMWs, which were sort of in the lead, have now been overtaken. I think, as you say, as the temperatures come down, the Porsches have really come into their own. They've managed to just forge ahead of the two BMW. Yeah, Ben Tuck does move into second, but when they've all done their exact number of tyre changes, I think we're going to see the Porsches are enough faster. The BMWs are currently on third and fourth on pace. John?
Got the answer for you on the 92 Pure Racing car. Two factors at play there. They'd only taken the short fill during the last code 60, so they were getting tight on fuel anyway. But your original summation, Nick, was spot on. They needed to get him over his 2 hours to qualify in the race. So that was part of the strategy there. Car's fine, no issue. They were running to the fuel that they'd put in, and as soon as Alex was over his 2 hours in total for the race, they knew that they could pull him in at any stage, and they felt that was the right time to do it. Meantime, going into the pits on the dolly jacks is the Vortex, with the gull-wing doors fully up. Looks like it's they're going to have to go down because they haven't got the garage door fore enough up. That could have been a bit worrying. They're going in next to the Razzoon More Than Racing car, which is still being worked on as well, and this is going to be very, very tight. They've just squeezed it in to the door aperture, and now they're going to be side by side with the car. It's going to go behind it. Gilles Courtois is suited and booted here. So again, this is shared garages, not quite as hectic, Peter Mackay, as we see in the Nürburgring Nordschleife 24-hour race, when there can be 6 or 8 cars together, but there has to be a certain amount of cooperation between the teams there, and that car's being pushed all the way to the back of that garage, and it looks to me as though there's some more serious work to go on there. I'll have a wander in and find out while you tell me what's happening in the race.
Thank you, John. Yeah, what a pity for the Vortex team, and that's another issue for one of the GTX contenders. That makes Leipert Motorsport's job at the front of the field just that little bit more straightforward. The car that's the sleeper, I think, in GTX is that IRC GT, the V8 Australian machine for 111 Racing. They've just been minding their own business.
Yeah, I've not seen them have any problems. They've been turning laps for the whole 15 hours of the race or so. They've done a lot of double stinting of tyres. They've just wandered down taking fuel, not taking tyres, and everyone else has. That may be probably because you said it's quite light and it's loafers, being a space frame very light machine. So they are really doing a fine job, but unfortunately the problem they have in that GTX class is that the Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini is doing things that Lamborghinis don't often do. I'm touching wood and everything else. That's being not pretty reliable despite its starter motor issue, turning the laps, being particularly quick. And don't forget, this car set the fastest GTX time of all in qualifying with Brendan Leach on board, whilst the overall time was slightly quicker for the Graf Racing team with the Rosser, until it was kicked out for or postponed back from qualifying for infringement because they put a pro in the first part of qualifying when you should start with an AM. But Takis in the Leipert Motorsport car, he's on his 331st lap. Second place, your man, Grant Donaldson, the 111 Racing IRC, 322 laps. So it's sort of 8.5 laps between them. 8.5 laps is what, 14 minutes, 15 minutes? Actually, no, a bit more, isn't it? It's about 17 minutes. That's the distance at the moment. And that's all been done on pace on track.
Yeah, very impressive. They've been running like a steam train. Come to you racing, the number 40 Aston Martin, which had the incident with that Lippert Lamborghini that had to go back into the garage, is back now running again with Tom Van Rompuy at the wheel, quite significantly down the order. They're running in 30th now, but they are back running again. Haven't seen any penalty at all for either car from that, so I suspect race control are quite content with it. Unfortunately, though, at turn 6, we've got another car in the wall.
It's a Porsche,
it's the Milner car. Milner Motorsport number 918 is in, and I can see some fluid just underneath it, so I wonder if it's gone in and then burst the radiator. They would not be the first 992 team to do that today. Turn 6, gone off the road there in a Porsche Carrera Cup car there. You're sort of around 120 kph-ish. Coming around that corner is the Milner car. Oh no, Brian
out of 37th and 5th in the 992 AM class at the end of the last lap. Brian Sursley was on board. It does look like a carbon copy of a couple of other accidents we've seen. He's run on. As you say, there did seem to be fluid at the bottom of the car, which if he has contacted with the tyre wall, which looks very likely, but not certain from the angle we have, then the potential of puncturing one of those radiators at the front of the car is very, very high. Oh yeah, there's a whole puddle on the left-hand side. He's also got him backwards as well. He's got damage on the rear. Now, has he spun, as did the Ravzan car, or has he been punted at the back? That is our questions for the potential finding out later. And we've gone code 60.
We have gone code 60, yes. The Dubai Autodrome BMWs, the M240i and the brand new hybrid M5 are on the move as the AJITHKUMAR car comes into the pits as well. How do I know that? Because they're going
crazy
bananas in the grandstand. Also, the whole circuit recovery team on the way to attend to that Milner Motorsport machine. We saw the Vortex getting pushed into the garage. John Hindhaug's he's got his investigative mode on. And what's going on, John?
Oh, have I ever? I've been practicing my French as well. Zut alors. Un problème avec les boîtes de vitesse. They have gearbox issues on the back of that car. They've taken off. It's a very clever system, actually. The rear bodywork comes off in 2 pieces. That's basically just the wheel arch, over wheel arch parts. But actually breaking the gearbox is going to be quite difficult. The rear wing folds flat. It's almost like a DRS system, except it's all the way down on the gearbox itself, and that's pretty easy to do. So before they fail to take it off, they're going to have a look inside the gearbox. There's an inspection plate at the back of the car. They'll have a look at that, see if they can recognise something that they can fix, possibly whether it's an electrical problem or a mechanical problem. And you know what they're like at Vortex. That again is a team with 10-ish hours to go. That they are not packing up and heading for the beach right now, fellas.
When you were doing everything in French and English, I was getting Eurovision vibes, to be honest. I wonder we were going to give Vortex nil point, but they are carrying on going. But no,
never.
No, well, perhaps for the 1.0 sometimes.
It's a deuce point for effort.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with that more.
Be,
so this code 60 is giving opportunity for people to slurp in 25% of fuel. It may interestingly play into the other cars outside of Harry King's Pure Racing, because they can now pick up a 25% fuel fill, whereas of course Harry came in and picked up a full fill, but obviously had to do that under green flag conditions. So this could be a kind of an ebb and flow and move it a little bit back towards Loic Hartog and Dynamic GT, because they had lost time in the previous couple of yellow flags.
That is if Loic Hartog comes into the pits, but he's on his stint for 55 minutes, so you would imagine so that there'll be more than 25% of the fuel tank in there. There has been quite a lot of code 60, of course, in those 55 minutes, but at the moment that 24 car for Dynamic GT Visit Dubai is making its way around turn 12, so still quite a way away from the pits, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it in. It's certainly busy in the pit lane. John, you've got plenty to watch.
It's not busy, it's chaos. MP Motorsport have just come in with their AMG. They follow out behind the number 11, the similar car, and in the same pit, it's now Red Camel Jordan.NL who are moving their tyres out of their own pit lane. Now, this is where you do win by having the electric guns rather than the pneumatic ones. In comes I think that's Luke Breukers behind the wheel. Yes, it is. He's staying in the car. There's a new set of Michelin tyres being offered to the left-hand side, yes, and the right as well. Front right. There was a little bit of confusion there, actually, about where the tyres were going and whether they were left or right. But they've got that the right way round now. Now he's going to have to just be held for a second. Nice job with the man on the lollipops to allow Luke to get his foot down and join in behind the bright green Aston Martin, which is back out of the pits again after that issue earlier on in the piece.
And it's obviously quite important to get the tyres on the right side, because if they're on the wrong side, you're in breach of regulations often. You end up getting a penalty for having your left on your right and your right on your left. I do remember once I was many years ago, I was doing the pit walk for a Formula 3000 race, and I noticed that one of the teams, I think it was Jamie Davis's team, who put the rear tyres on the wrong way round. So they had the rear tyres on the wrong side, because you could tell because of the rotation arrows. It was kind of like the buzzers were going. So I told the mechanic, you got your tyres on the wrong side, and he went, what can we do about it now? And I thought, well, fair enough, he might get no grip. But actually, when he went off the line, he broke a drive shaft. So I don't know whether they got everything wrong, or whether having the tyres on the wrong side meant the drive shaft went. But it was like it went nowhere.
Or was it just blind luck that the drive shaft did break before they had a big accident?
The mechanic went, oh, let me do better now. I'm not going to tell him. I think it was Jerez.
Back in. Sorry, guys. Q Racing back in with the 92 Porsche. Having just left, it's a new code 60, so that means they can go back to the fuel station and get another 25%.
Because we said it's very rare that these cars have a full tank after the first stint. Now, Harry came in not very long ago and would have filled it up to the maximum they can get, which is either 95 or 90 litres. Now, he won't have burnt off a quarter of that by now, but he can put back in more because he's got a 120 litre tank in there. So he will now have an absolute shed load, literally, of fuel in the car.
Good point.
Probably very close to 120, perhaps about 110. But that's going to give him a huge amount of range now.
It will, yes. And when you've gone through the effort of doing the pit stop and putting your quick driver in, you want to give them, if we're going to get a long green flag run, we might not, but you'd only done 3 laps, so yeah, fill them up and send them off again. The fuel is going to be very, very busy at the moment, as pit lane was certainly busy, and of course most were all going through to take on fuel. Luke Hartog did bring the Dynamic GT Visit Dubai Porsche in, and as did the 777 Almanar Racing by Team WRT was brought in by Ben Tuck and taken out by Dan Harper. So we're going to see a Carrera Cup GB throwback with Dan Harper and Harry King, and to add to the Carrera Cup / Super Cup theme, Luke Hartog, also a guy who's won in 3 different versions of the of various Carrera Cup championships.
Now, of course, one of the things about Creventic and the 24 Hours of Dubai is it's never been won by a non-German car. And I don't think this year is going to change it, because the highest non-German manufactured car is in 13th place, and that's the Era Motorsport Ferrari with Jake Hill at the wheel. And then in 14th place, it's the Ferrari of Zanin Jafar, the Inter-Africa Racing by Dragon, the number 8. Now, the 88 Dragon Racing car was going well for a while, so they had a 12-minute stop, I think, for a damper failure. But once again, the German phalanx has moved to the front, represented by all 4 of their manufacturers: Audi, Porsche, Mercedes and BMW. Best Audi is in 10th, James Winslow at the helm of the Haas RT. But absolutely, the McLaren, which is running well for the British, that's gone down to 17th. The fastest, highest rated Aston Martin in 21st with Mukong Satellarian. And it's like, what can you do? What can you do? The German might is going to claim this one again.
It would appear so. Yeah, the McLaren was certainly threatening before that bizarre incident in the fueling area. Even the Nürburgring, we've had a non-German winner with the Ferrari winning in 2023. So yeah, it's what it is about Dubai that the German manufacturers seem to warm to. I'm not entirely sure, but more pit callers for John Hindhaugh. John.
The TFT Racing number 911 Porsche 911, supported by the 992. Centre Porsche Paris is their Porsche centre that is helping them out. That's a very smart pit stop, and they're out in front of the GT3 Porsche that's just coming down the pit lane. Didn't catch the number. I think it was the number 20 car, actually. I was just thinking, well, we've got a breakdown truck coming in the pit lane as well, so that'll be bringing in whatever's caused this full course yellow. I'm afraid I lost you when I was in the back of the Vortex garage, so I didn't hear you telling us why we had the full course yellow. I don't think I would want to come in on the first knockings of a full course caution from the evidence of what I've just seen, because it was absolute carnage down here. Now, the car on the back of the flatbed is the 918 Müllner Motorsport car. Marcel Duke, collective member. That's down at garage 11, which is way down from where I am. I just noticed that the flatbed has got a left rear tail light out as well.
Marcel Duke has just commented out. He says his heart is bleeding seeing another one of his team's 992 cups on the flatbed. So he's watching and he's sad. Yeah, so give him something positive, John. Can you give him some positive for Marcel?
Is the pickup picking up pickups? Is it on Michelin's? Is it picking up pickup?
Well, that's
oh dear.
Far away for me to tell that. Look, they didn't have the best of luck towards the back end of last season. I seem to remember, Nick, that Müllner had a pretty torrid time at the 992 Endurance Cup powered by Porsche Motorsport. Nürburgring was a little bit better in the 24. Alex Brundle netted, I think, a second place in class with the car that he was in the truncated, the 7.5 hours of the Nürburgring 24 hours. So it was a bit of an up and down end to the season to the guys at Müllner. The pit lane has dropped back into relative tranquility. I'm going to wander back to pit in. I'll shout up with anything that I see that's being worked on, but there's going to be a couple of cars that'll come in for the last knockings here as we've gone back.
So leading the race then is the dynamic GT Porsche, the Visit Dubai Porsche number 24, with Luc Hartog, the very, very tall Dutchman. Even for a Dutchman, he's tall.
He's now realised he's tall, and so waits for you to ask him the question about being so tall. But
he's like, yes, original.
6'6". The interesting thing is, though, I think we were discussing yesterday in qualifying, he has not got an ounce of fat on him. He's very slight, and despite being incredibly lanky, there's no other word for it really, I'd be surprised if he's over 70 kilos.
Well, that's the thing, is that the weight of a driver is so important, and particularly if he wants to get all the way to Le Mans hypercar, if he can fit in one, is if you I think it's 10 kilos is worth 2/10.
Yeah, no, it's
massive.
Weight is massive.
Absolutely massive.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, it has changed. I mean, the manufacturing design of racing cars has changed to embrace different body shapes. You know, and even at F1, of course, they've only recently, last 15, 20 years, started including the mass of the driver and the mass of the car. So, for example, very tall drivers in the past had a very limited opportunities. Why Matt Neal ended up doing touring cars, because he couldn't competitively fit in any other vehicle.
Jörg Bergmeister probably would have got on the RS Spider program, but he wouldn't have fitted in it. Yeah. Lucas Luhr, they actually changed the RS Spider's core design at base because to fit Lucas Luhr in it.
About 6'1", is he? Lucas Luhr? He's not
more than that.
Is he more than 6'1"?
More than that. Okay. We have more. It sounds like a Vortex. John, is it Vortex Garage? As my Spidey sense tingling?
That wasn't a bad shout, actually. No, this is the CMR.
Wow.
The CMR Ginetta. No, this is the 795 car. So this is the other one, not the fiery Ginetta. This is the black
this
and
is the,
bronze
car that was
car.
brought in some time ago and has been brought in very regularly.
Yeah, well, they've not given up.
They've had an absolute torrid time. They've been in and out with all sorts of problems. A lot of them electrical. And then, of course, they did cause they came in the back of the flatbed on one occasion as well. But last seen a while ago, Ethan Gladini was scored on the car, but they've actually been in the pits for 25 minutes on this occasion. But they're about to come out again, are they?
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's absolutely imminent, but that was at least the engine firing up. They've taken... and it's fired up again without the assistance of the jump battery. We have a driver standing by. Oh, doesn't that sound glorious? And they're just checking things over. The driver hasn't got his helmet on yet. So we're not quite there. I'm just looking over the rest of the car. They're looking at temperatures and pressures and things like that, but it's getting closer, certainly, and we are getting closer as well to 4 o'clock in the morning, which means another race hour. If you are just joining us, thank you very much for being with us. RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, bringing you the audio if you're bandwidth challenged, or maybe you're pootling around at the moment. And of course, full live, uninterrupted, unblocked coverage on the Motorsport TV channel that is Creventix on YouTube. Coming up to 4 o'clock in the morning. That means we're well into the second hour of the opening race of the 2025 Motorsport season. If you are just joining us, welcome to the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai.
9 hours and 2 minutes to go here in the 20th Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, and for the first time since the first stint of the race, we've got not one but two absolute best sectors on the timing screen. Benji Gota has just set the best lap of the race for the McLaren Optimum car, 1:59 flat for that best car lap for that car, but in Sector 1 faster than anyone. Sector 2, Matt Bell in the Dragon Racing Ferrari, faster than anyone throughout the race in Sector 2. So are we getting into absolute peak conditions now?
Well, I think so. I mean, if you think about the fastest laps that were set right at the beginning of the race, it's because the car's got a clean track. They're not having to overtake anybody. There's, you've got a bit more leeway because it's not so much pickup on the outside of the circuit. Now they are a absolute fast lap is at the mercy of everyone else on the track at the same time, as well as I think some of the areas are probably a little bit grubby, to be honest. But I think at this point, it's not quite happy hour. Happy hour is normally as the sun's about to come up because the visibility increases as well. But of course, they have got some lighting around the circuit. We haven't got a huge number of. What's our attrition rate? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. 11 cars are not running at the moment.
Reasonably high, yeah.
So we've lost 11, so we're actually down to. We lost 13 because 2 on this page.
About
50
13,
then. So we're down to 50. I would say 50 are actually running.
The one thing about those two cars I just mentioned, though, those are two cars that were driving much more strongly earlier in the race, and I've had issues that we had a damper problem for the 88 Dragon Ferrari. Optimum, of course, quite recently had that issue.
Both of them about a dozen minutes.
They've both lost a lot of time, exactly. So they can afford to push and just enjoy that those first golden few laps on that Michelin tyre and get that performance out of it. For Harry King in third, for Dan Harper in second, and Luke Hartog in third, in the lead. They've got a slightly different ball game. They've got to try and make the tyre last a little bit longer. But Dan Harper and Harry King have fairly fresh boots. Luke Hartog, he's got tyres that are 20 laps old, so he's maybe a little bit behind the ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I think there's a lot of many still to happen yet, and the interesting thing is because of that second code 60, not long after we saw Harry King come in for a full fill, some of the advantage was immediately lost to what they had in the tank. But have they got that back with the extra 25 litres? That's something we can discuss while we hear more about the stricken vehicles from John Hindhaugh.
Thank you, guys. As I'm perambulating gently in the still. You sashay. Let's be absolutely clear on this. You sashay. Yeah, I stroll I stroll or perambulate. I've got some much better news for the Asbest Racing Cupra TCR. This is the 102 car. It was having a gearbox change when I came in. They were well through it and already starting to put things back together. The front end of the car has gone back on now, and either I've just been waved to 3 times by one of the mechanics, or he's told me it was 15 minutes, probably under 15 minutes before that car goes back out. I think it's the latter. It is looking far better. The gearbox has been cast aside. The outgoing gearbox has been cast aside, and right now there's a little bit of cleanup going on, and that car will be coming out of its pit box.
Interestingly, John, they
10 to
have
15.
been in the pits for 3 hours and 36 minutes. But the entirety of the TCE class is in the pits at the moment. The leader, which is the 101 Abes, that's been in for 2 hours and 15. The 102 has been in for 3 hours 36. And the only other TCE class...
No, the 101 has just gone past me. The 101's just gone past me, having just come into the pits.
I see, right, his pit score is because he's actually coming in, but he is running a long way behind, but he's scored in the pits because it's not a just long standing pit, it's a short standing pit.
I think he actually soaked up a penalty as he came into the pits that time around. There's some... the faces that was made by the team member who's just been down to the penalty box and he's walking back to the pits, he's nearly there now, was one of a bit of a shrug and resignation. Look, they're here, they're competing. For so many of these teams, we heard Ramsey Moutron saying when I came into the pits, it's not always about winning, it really is about taking part. And for some of these teams and drivers, this is their Daytona 24 Hours. This is their Le Mans 24. This is their Monaco Grand Prix. However you want to categorise the very top of whatever part of motorsport, Monte Carlo Rally. This is the biggest race that some of these guys will do. And to be in it and to get to the end of it, whatever it takes for the drivers and the crews, that is an achievement in itself. And we have to remember that in an era when endurance motorsport and the reliability of even GT3 cars, but certainly prototype cars in the FIA WEC and IMSA has come to such a point we don't expect to see people having to work on the cars, and if they do, the competition is so tight that they quite often retire them to save the machinery for later on in the season. That's not what's happening here. We have to remind ourselves that there are far more things going on than just getting a shiny trophy and standing on a podium at the end of it. And fair play to all of these teams who are still working hard to get their cars to the end of the race.
Dan Harper is beginning to slowly eke towards Loic Hartog in the lead, the Dynamic GT. This is the Dan Harper in the BMW, the Almanar Racing Team machine. He got it down to about 48 seconds, and they are on a very similar strategy as far as fuel is concerned. But Loic Hartog a lot further into his stint. He's in 1 hour and 12 minutes for maximum 2 hours, whereas Dan Harper is just 17 minutes on the clock. Harry King, well, we think he's got more fuel on board, but he's back by another minute and a half.
It's all these, just who's going to blink first? Because Dynamic GT, Almanar Racing by Team WRT and Pure Racing, all three of them have just been flawless all day, just back and forth, and they've all had their turn at the front of the field. The one sleeper that's just slowly crept its way up is the SMP Racing Mercedes, run by Hout Racing Team, up to 4th now, and they've just been slowly going about their business, and they could be on for a podium, maybe even better.
Yeah, good point actually. What's actually also happened is that another Mercedes, that's the Winwood Racing machine, currently has Renat Salikov on board. That's got past Darren Lung, and that's key because that's taken the leading class in Pro-Am. And with the AM class, he's just dropping slightly down a bit. Jake Pedersen, the Herbert Motorsport.
Oh, they both lead their class.
Yeah, so Jake Pedersen, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, that's the 80. He's only 42 seconds now behind the Paradigm competition, so that's getting closer as well in GT3 AM. So I'm not sure whether that's multiple fuel stops, how they're running the rotation of drivers, or just how that being a full AM is playing out. But certainly the Paradigm machine is just kind of dropping a little bit down compared to some of the other machines at the top of the racing order.
Yeah, Paradigm Competition, they've... it's interesting, we saw Toby Sowry put in an amazing stint at the beginning of the race, but we haven't seen an enormous amount of him since. You know, the heavy lifting's really been from Darren Lung and Ahmed Al-Harti. I think, once we see Toby's definitely the highest graded driver in the car, so I would think they're maybe keeping him nice and fresh for the to have lots of extra heavy lifting towards the end of the race. And I think then we'll see that 991 car, because in the hands of either Dan Harper or Max Hesse in the 777 car, or indeed in Toby Sowry's hands, the Paradigm Competition, that new BMW is a quick piece of kit.
Yeah, I mean, it's and as we said, we believe that we are now in the coldest temperatures of the day. I think the forecast is like 12 or 13 degrees, which we think, and has been said in fact by some of the drivers, plays to the Porsche. Now we know it's not going to get super hot by the time the race ends at 1, but it's going to get a lot warmer, and the sun will be out warming the track even more. Will that ebb it enough towards the BMWs again? This is the point. This is obviously about having a 24-hour race with multiple teams and multiple quality entrants, and then several classes beneath it. You really can't tell, and it is a complete visual chess match, because there's never an equalising factor of a yellow flag. They're all doing their own thing, and they'll continue doing their own thing without any, what you may call it, manufactured intervention. It's not
interruption.
Yeah,
there won't be any change in the rhythm whatsoever. And the other slight curveball, and it's only a slight possible curveball, is our resident member of the commentary team, Phil Anson. He says there's a possibility of a shower at 9 o'clock. Not one in the hotel.
Was that just for him?
Possibly. I think we'll all need one by then. But possibility of a rain shower. Now, the predicting weather here can be, in general, it's wall-to-wall sunshine, but you do get these little random localised showers.
We've had that in the past. We've had the massive rain which stopped the race in 2020. But what we have had is little bits of spits and spots in the morning about 11 o'clock. I think it may have been the last time here in 2022. It may have been back before COVID. I remember them having a shower which was just not enough to go onto wets for him, just made it a bit slow for a few laps, but it's close to being something awkward.
I have seen there's plenty teams that have a set of wets, or sometimes in some cases several sets of wets ready to go at the back of the garage, so they are prepared should it happen. So it is, and it can be incredibly localized too. So that's just one potential thought that could be something to consider. We'll be doing our own little driver change in just a little over 20 minutes time. John Hindhaugh down in the pits will swap with Joe Bradley, who's now fully recharged. He's been plugged into the wall, snoozing away for a few hours.
Lightly recharged,
yes, one of those quick charges.
He's got a fresh shirt on.
Well, that's good news. Johnny Palmer, he's probably still well in the land of Nod now, but you will hear his voice in a little over 20 minutes time.
Yeah. So anyway, just looking down the groups, we're still leading in 992 class, which normally we talk about a lot, but we've had so much going on with the multiple excitement of GT3, it's got a little bit lost, and also it's not been as close as it normally is. Red Camel Jordans, their lead is down to 52 seconds now. They have been led by a lap and a half at one stage. It's Job Rapinage from the Tyre Outdoor Racing by Porsche, the 912 car that's in second. Third place, a name very familiar to Creventic fans, as Matthew Detry, not with the Haas RT team, but with the AJITHKUMAR Racing Porsche. That's also run by Baz Kooten, of course. That's the 901, and he is just about a lap behind the Red Camels machine. And then in fourth place, it's QMF by HRT, the Qatari Motorsport and Motorcycle and Motorsport Federation, who had a fantastic win back at the end of the last year, and it's in the amateur class of the Spa Special 12-hour endurance race for Porsche. It's Ghanem Al Ali in that one in 992. Still leading by a country mile. It's now Takis in the Leaderboard Motorsport machine. That's about 20 minutes ahead of second place Grant Donaldson, the 111 Racing. In GT4, it's Tudor Rachi, I think that is. It's in the AGMC Racing by Simpson BMW. That's lead, of course, was abdicated by the Ginetta a while ago when it in a massive conflagration. But second place is Harley Houghton in the SRS Team Rennsport Porsche, and that gap is 1 minute 52 seconds. That's now below a lap. P-Max, so that one's getting close in GT4. That's really opening up, and of course in the TC there's only one car actually really running, and that's Nadia Zahura in the Asbest Racing 101 car. That's done 299 laps. The second best is the 102 car, the Asbest, which is having the gearbox change. That's on 229 laps, so he's just got a mere 80 lap lead.
That's pretty convincing. Yes, it is. Benji Gota in the Optima Motorsport McLaren, although running down in 17th after that delay they had in that machine, right on the back of the race leader, albeit several laps down, making, to be honest, a bit of a nuisance of himself to Luke Hartog. And clearly that McLaren is coming alive in the night time. Benji Gota driving it very well and really pushing at full maximum attack, whereas Luke Hartog's having to be a little bit more considerate. He's got 26 laps on his tyres, which will not be helping. Benji Gota's got 9 laps on his tyres, so it might actually be sensible for Luke Hartog to say, on you go, I'll tuck in behind you.
Yep, I think there's a kind of there, but it's the tyre deg in these temperature conditions is just not something we know much about. But in fairness, it's not much the teams know about, because it's the first time they've run here with these new Michelin tyres. They've seen that the new ones are great, and then it's a plateau and then another drop. But how long is the plateau when the temperature is down low? And we look at tyre ages, and we've seen not a huge amount on it. The oldest tyre at the moment is 32 laps, which is on the track at the moment. We have seen older earlier at the front, which is Jonathan Hui on the Hermeth Motorsport 80. So no one's really pushing them too far, and that's just down to the fact that they have this fantastic boost in the first few laps, which is just worth so much a time, and it's actually worth coming in and changing the tyres. It takes 20-22 seconds.
Yeah, it seems to be the way, and Benji Gota has indeed got past race leader Luke Hartog, not for the lead of the race, because he's several laps down, but that McLaren 720S doing a really good job, really quick piece of kit. And it just, talk about bad luck. Having somebody drive into the side of you in the refueling area, you can't write it.
Now, that last lap round, Luke Hartog 2:01, Daniel Harper 2 minutes flat, Harry King 1:59. So
1:59 dead as well.
Yeah, they're all pretty low on, so it's basically each a second faster.
Yeah.
So, it's really, it is going to ebb and flow the entire time.
It will, yeah. Harry King at the moment in third. He's just under a minute behind the second place car of Dan Harper. They're all both on fairly similar strategies. I think the Pure Racing car's got a bit more fuel on board, so if it stayed green they could keep on trucking and go longer than everybody else. But at the moment, Harry King really pushing hard in that Pure Racing car to take full advantage of the conditions, which seem to suit the Porsche 992 GT3 R more than the new BMW M4 GT3 Evo, which was so strong in the warmer conditions. But it's great to see, sometimes, particularly in the 24H series, where you've got a balance of drivers in the lineup. You've got full professional drivers, in some cases factory drivers, and drivers who race for fun. They race to win, but they race for fun, and it is not their occupation. And sometimes you have to take that into account, depending who's in the car, what the pace is. But between Luke Hartog, Dan Harper and Harry King, they're all on enough of a reasonable level, similar level, that they're going to be having a straight fight with one another on the, albeit not absolutely wheel to wheel on track right now, but it's a battle on the timing screens. Last time by, 2 minute flat 0.6 for Hartog, 2 minute flat 0.9 for Harper, 1:59.1 for Harry King on his last.
Yeah, we're sitting here, we're postulating, we're 8 hours 44 minutes from the end, and things can just change in a second, as we've seen with several cars that seem to be having a lovely time, and some they're pointing the wrong direction in a barrier or being attacked in a fuel station. Slightly further down in 9th overall in GT3, it's the Manamaya Energy by Vinny Yeah, EP Motors, isn't it? But Fabrizio Broggi, who's one of my absolute favourite people in the Preventic family. Fabrizio actually got married on the Mugello weekend 2 years ago, which was great fun. He has had a serious back injury for a lot of last year, and I think that year before they kind of pulled out of the series after picking up a GT3. Didn't end towards the back end. They're back and they're pushing hard, and they had their own problem here, where I can't remember his first name. Mr. Pappy couldn't make it, and so they've had to very last minute pull in one of the Porsche. I think get my glasses out to read the name because I'm
Patrick Niederhauser.
See, this is really all I need to say is say Porsche, and either you or John is going to tell me the answer. It's fine. Other manufacturers are available, but just don't have the same focus, do they?
Just doing the prep, Nick. That's all. That's all. That's all it is. It was the latest of late editions.
Yeah,
it was right on. I'm sure his name isn't on the beautifully printed team board above the pit wall.
The team boards, there's quite a lot of those that aren't correct. I mean, you've got the situation obviously with the 91 Herbert, where they added Alfred Renauer about half an hour before qualifying.
Maybe they need to get the crayons out and draw it on.
So there's all sorts of things going on. So I mean, that's the great thing about Creventic. If it's within the rules, you can change around. So for example, Herbert changed classes. They had lost a driver. They then put Albert in, and Alfred in, and they changed classes.
Harry King just held up a little bit with 201.4 last time by. He just got stuck behind the Paradigm Competition BMW driven by Darren Leung at the moment, but there's nothing wrong with the straight line speed of that BMW. But Harry now clear of that car at least, but then into even more traffic that he's got to try and get through. Such is the life of the top class running GT3 driver, and using liberal amounts of the real estate here at Dubai. There's plenty of room to use, so why not use it?
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing, what we've not really seen is some of the definition of track limits. We've seen a lot of people picking up penalties, which are for track limits, but are they, for example, three cars kind of went off the track because they were going past the back marker. Now, I suppose they could choose to stay behind, but will they get called for track limits for that, do you think? Because it's kind of like if we... Yeah, it was kind of... Is there a force majeure to the track limits?
I'm sure that's what they would argue when they're hauled to race control.
You are the steward. What do you do?
No, thank you. Was what I would say. I would imagine there's a pit stop incoming for Scuderia Praha. The driver prepared, ready to go. It's Dennis Wojcik at the wheel at the moment. It's not been the best day for Scuderia Praha. They sit in 24th at the moment, 9th in the Pro-Am class, but they're a top team. They won the Portimao 24 Hours 3 times. We're a real stalwart of 24H series racing. It's fantastic to have them back, and they'll be effective for sure once we head to the European season.
They've entered in a very different way. They've entered in a way where they have a number of the drivers they promoted through their own program from Ferrari Challenge. When they were here before, they had a works Ferrari driver, Matteo Malicelli, who was the hot shoe. He was faster than Joseph. And then they also had the Czech owner as well. So they've come in a very different way, looking to divert the drivers from both Czech and Slovakia. So they've decided to do both parts of the old country. But and I think it's an interesting change. Matteo Malicelli was I don't know if you've ever covered any of his races. He was the definition of Italian driver. He was unbelievably quick. He was very charismatic. He was also occasionally a little bit hot-headed. The point where he actually got a race ban from Creventic. Yeah, that's the face you make when someone gets a race ban from Creventic.
Wow. That's a
little bit aggressive.
Yeah, a bit aggressive.
And of course, the situation, remember, is that in Creventic 4 or 5 years ago, the spread of speed was much greater. The GT3 class, we get 100 cars, and there'll be 18 GT3s, and then there were 3 or 4 classes slower than the slowest class you see here. We've had Clios going around. We've had 120 diesels as Phil was talking about, but it was a huge tail of cars which were way slower than the slowest car, well, apart from the TCs here. And he wasn't the most polite in getting past them. He did cause a couple of big accidents.
Yeah, it's. I like the way that we've got it this year with so many GT3s, you know, over 30 cars in GT3, 20 cars in Porsche 992 class, and so that's almost the whole field. You know, what's that, 80% of the whole field in very similarly paced machinery, and most of the GTX cars are capable of getting close to a GT3 pace. So the only thing is, though, is when you get if you get a professional driver in the slower class car and a non-professional driver in the faster class car, that can cause real confusion and difficulty in traffic. When I was watching trackside in one of my breaks earlier on, and seeing the little bits and pieces of confusion in the in traffic was really interesting. In fact, watching closely, I was watching Brendan Leach in the class-leading Leaderboard Motorsport GTX Lamborghini, and he was going quicker than quite a few of the GT3 cars. So, and having to make his way through traffic and trying to use the attributes of the Super Trofeo car as best he could, and was doing a top job from what I could see.
Brendan Leach obviously is a Super Cup expert, the Lamborghini Super Cup expert, but he is probably 2 seconds a lap faster than anyone else in that car.
At least.
And
that's what he's paid to be.
Exactly, and I think he knows how to get the most out of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. But the rest of the team is doing a stellar job, and that's why they're 8 laps ahead of the second place car in GTX with the Grant Donaldson 111 Racing. I don't know if it's 111, 111 or 111 Racing. I must find out how we're supposed to talk about them.
Well, don't you have 888 Racing in Australia? So I think it's maybe 111.
I think you're probably right, yeah. I think that's a very good call. Let's get inside the Australian psyche of how they use numerate.
You know what they've had today? They've had really good car speed. John Hindhaugh down in the pit lane.
Hello. And hello. It's still very pleasant down here in terms of temperature. You forget how loud it is. I mean, it's pretty loud in the booth. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm standing at pit in, and the 888, as you were talking about 3 numbers, Seb Lachaux Racing has just come in to the pit lane. This is full service, gentlemen. Driver has got out. Oh, and that was a very dismissive wave of the hand as he came in. The left hand and arm was pulled across his waist in front of him, waiting for the incoming driver to be bolted in. They were working on both sides. New driver, drinks bottle as well. Gotta love the way those Porsches take off. When you consider how tightly sprung they are, the back of the car really squats down as the 500 odd horsepower is released through the back wheels, and the rear engine, of course, helping with that getaway. Now let's see if I can have a quick word with the driver. They tend to... They either don't like me, Nick, or what they're doing is
obviously
dashing straight out the back.
Like hello. No, it's 4 in the morning. They're going for a kip, to be honest.
Yeah, good point. That is a very good point. Penalty stopper as well is what car? Is that a Ferrari? No, that's a Porsche. Yeah, car collection Porsche, which had its problems earlier on, and that's gone by and heads down towards its pit garage.
Yeah, not been a good day for them at all, has it?
And other than that, it's quiet. No, not at all. Unlike them as well, they're normally pretty well sorted, and for whatever reason, it does seem as though they've had a less than. What would Ron Dennis have said? He would have said less than optimum.
Yes, I think he would. Yeah, suboptimal, absolutely.
Yeah. But other than that, it's pretty quiet. However, I've just seen Johnny Palmer. He's on his way to you with a cup of coffee. So give him 2 or 3 minutes to walk through the tunnel. And, oh yes, I can see the marshals unfurling the purple flags.
Ooh.
Well, you say that, but actually, no, in fairness, John, you got in the pit lane and you had 3 cozies back to back to back.
There was cars on fire.
Yeah. No, but you were in the
Yeah, well,
pit
I
lane.
wasn't in the booth.
You drove.
I wasn't in the booth.
Your aura gets expanded from the
cars.
track. Yeah.
2 cars ended up in the garage around John.
Exactly.
The McLaren and the Aston, they were going fine before
I'm
that.
not sure who's chief jinx now.
I think there might be a Hindhaugh curse in there, particularly when he's in the pit lane now.
Yeah, I think so.
It can't be the curse of the commentator because I wasn't commentating.
Yes. He's perambulated us all.
The rictus of the reporter.
Careful with that one.
Driver change at the 56 Scuderia Praha Ferrari 296. Driver insert there, getting pulled out as the slightly larger driver gets in.
There's a disappointing lack of red on that car, in fairness. I do love Scuderia Praha, but I would prefer to have more red on the car, to be honest. I'm a traditionalist with Ferraris.
I quite like it. I like that the kind of flat grey with a little bit of yellow accents on it. Very, very cool. It's very Valentino Rossi return to Yamaha winter test livery, to give a very niche reference. For
That's
Did they use
nerdy.
motorbikes?
I am.
You own a motorbike?
I did. I crashed it.
Yeah, so buy a new one.
It was a slight financial issue.
I'm just hearing nam. It was just hearing up front. That's what I'm hearing.
The next question to be: would you like a nicely used BMW 1000R?
For a year. It's a terrible thing, but Nick is actually going to have to wait to buy something stupid rather than just doing it the first time he wants to. Nightmare.
Okay. Pit stop coming. Couple of pit boxes up the pit lane from me, so I will.
Oh, you can saunter. You can't sashay. You can saunter though.
No, I can't sashay,
Thank
mate.
you
No
very
one
much.
sashays other than you. It's in the contract. You know that. I know that. This is the Hoffa Racing 11 car that's about to come in, and here it comes. I can hear a rumble. That's been in the penalty box as well.
It's an Aston
stayed out
Martin.
of the way. Oh, I tell a lie. It's an Aston Martin. That was so they were using somebody else's lollipop. This is the company here, Aston Martin. Well, that's not fair, is it? When you have the number and the colour of the number 11
They've done you
car
there,
on
John.
the lollipop, and then the number 40. They absolutely have sold me. They've done me up like a kipper.
Although
Full
they have
service.
come to you.
Driver change. They're very good.
I'll get my coat. I actually will, because we're doing a quick swap in our broadcast booth in less than 90 seconds time.
Oh, that means it must be time for Bradley.
He's got his new Creventic Motorsport jacket on. I can see the orange flashes from our spot high up in the grandstand. The driver change is going on down there in the pit. So from John Hindhaugh to Joe Bradley, there you are. Thoughts, Nick, as we head off for our little break and switching over?
Well, we're going to disappear for a few hours, and I kind of feel we're going to, because of the reliability and the speed of these cars, we're going to come back to very, very similar leaderboard, but it could be shuffled in any one of the top 4 cars or 5 cars, could be in a different order. It's that close with those 4 GT3 Pro cars now leading overall. The Dynamic GT, the Almanar Racing Team by WRT, the Pure Racing car and the SMP, Porsche, BMW, Porsche, Mercedes. Finally, that kind of structure of the classes coming to fruition with the greater through team quality of the pro teams now really beginning to pay off. So I think we're going to be seeing a very exciting race, but my main feeling about it is we're not going to know anything about what's going to happen to the last hour. So you'll all have to stay, watch all the... You're going to have a nap, you have an hour. That's all you're allowed to have. Come back and listen and see. But I'm about to have the excitement of handing firstly over to Phil Anson, and after that it's going to be wonderful and no longer sleepy Johnny Palmer.
Thank you very much, Nick Damon and PMAC, for a stellar 4-hour stint where they had multiple Code 60s, so we're not to blame anymore. Johnny Palmer, we are not to blame, as we have now almost had 1/6 of the race under Code 60.
I'd say we are now, or other people are as equally to blame for Code 60s as we apparently were. So, you can't get a perspective for commentary blame until everyone's been cycled through.
I think so, yeah.
And now we know that the Code 60s are not really picking anybody in particular, like they ever do.
Exactly.
You just get sometimes, some years, these types of races, don't you? And we've had better years or more fluid years with more cars, in actual fact, but it's just the luck of the draw sometimes. And
it is
arguably, to win a race like this is that more difficult to do than one that is just forever green.
Indeed, and I must give credit to Tim Gray up in London. John and I were discussing before midweek motorsport this week on this possibly being a distance record or not, and Tim said or not. And
really? He was pretty adamant in that respect.
He was indeed, and Mr. Gray, I doff my hat to you.
What did he know?
Indeed, what does
he know is another question.
Entirely.
In the respect of knowing that it was going to be a stop-start year, maybe just something, an inkling, a clue on that entry list. Big field of GT3 cars. Maybe that tips the balance. Or maybe it's just as I say, luck. And sometimes you get cracking races in terms of overall distance.
Yeah.
This one is more about attrition and weaving your way through the various obstacles from start to finish, and they're all as warranted to win a big race to kick off the new motor racing season. So Luke Hartog in the Dynamic GT Porsche, he was in amongst that lead group being cycled through for the race lead when we were last on 4 hours ago. Dynamic still very much in the shake-up, as are Almanar Racing by Team WRT and Dan Harper back at the wheel there. Harry King driving the Pure Racing Porsche number 92. Is it all about those three cars predominantly? The Mercedes can't quite get into the provisional podium slots, but there are two of them, SMP Racing number 7 and the Winward Racing number 16.
Leader currently in the fueling station, and fresh set of tyres going on the Dynamic GT cars. We'll find out if they've done a driver change once they leave the pits, and Lloyd Hartog was at the wheel of that one. 37.9 seconds separated first from second, with 8 hours 27 minutes to go. 15 hours 32 elapsed time as the race continues, and the 777 Daniel Harper Almanar Racing back into the lead. Let's have a look at those lead changes over the course of this. Almanar Racing by WRT have led through. Let's have a look at the part that I was trying to get to. There we go. Almanar Racing by Team WRT have led 107 laps, 99 laps for Dynamic GT, 66 laps for Pure Racing, 41 for Paradigm Competition, 29 for Winwood, 24 for Dragon, and 4 for Era Motorsports, and 1 from Tyre Outdoor Racing by HWN, and that was a 992 Cup car.
And that's one of the fabulous features on the timing system offered by Get Race Results. And timeservice.nl, the stats page. I mean, you can be lost in there for 30 minutes or so trying to work out precisely what everything is saying to you, but it's all good stuff. And a lot of the stuff is kind of forgotten from the early part of the race. So we knew that we'd had two relatively early Code 60s, but it's always good to have the reference point for precisely why they were and for how long. So if you head to, firstly, the timing page, which is livetiming.getraceresults.com, and then there's a section for the 24H series which you get to with a /24H series. The results are there. They're not results yet, they're current standings, but there's also the tracker, the statistics, that's the page I'm talking about, race control messages, and the penalties as well, when they're issued and when they've been served, and it's all fabulous.
it keeps us on our toes, going through all of that information, along with our veritable pit reporters. Joe Bradley will be down in the pits, and Johnny, you're going to have a little sachet up and down the pit lane a little bit later on. The temperature is it's 13.4 degrees at the moment. By the time you get down to pit lane, it'll be 11.
Okay, I'll take a jacket.
I think you might need one.
I'm just pleased that all seems to have been forgotten from the last time I was in a pit lane, which has got to be about 7 years ago for the 24/8 series, maybe more, in Mugello for the 12-hour there, in the days, which still is split across 2 days, so not a 12-hour throughout, but a segment on the, as it was then, the Friday, and then the bulk of it on the Saturday. It runs as a Saturday-Sunday race these days. But yes, I think I was supposed to do something like 60 minutes in the Mugello pit lane. I lasted about 10 minutes and they pulled me out of there. Why is he shouting? I didn't know I was. So that's the first thing, is to make sure I don't shout, even though it's pretty noisy down there. Got to remember that these microphones don't really require that.
No, it's talking only, really. Just saw the McLaren get pushed back into the pit box. That was not what they want to have happen. Optimum Motorsport, Benji got there at the wheel, currently in 15th position in GT3, and maybe that will be worth a little look. And it's not a standard pit stop. They have been changing discs and pads in the pit lane, and we've seen that from quite a few of the cars. The Porsche's changing front and rear discs, obviously because of the weight of the engine in the back. The rear gets a little bit more work than the front engine cars. But there's quite a lot going on, apart from the Audis, which means they only need to change front pads and they can run forever. They don't change discs as well. So lots of different things going on out there at the moment, and we'll keep an eye on the Optimum Motorsport McLaren and see when that comes back out on track. 15th in GT3 at the moment, and around about a lap behind the Ferrari of Into Africa Racing by Dragon. Zamin Jaffa, local driver here and an instructor at the circuit, at the wheel of that at the moment. Just trying to get our head around what has happened to the leaderboard. And it goes quiet a little bit now because we have a few more cars in the pits being repaired, and a little bit of quiet on the front straight.
Yeah, just checking the column that tells us about length of pit stops, because that'll give us an idea of cars that have been there for rather too long than we might have hoped. And, well, the first car that has been in for over an hour is the 495 Ginetta from Team CMR. Freddie Tomlinson's time is still ticking by. We're just over an hour and 20 minutes for that car to have been parked. And then 914's Porsche from Razzoon More Than Racing. That car's been there for a little over 2.5 hours now. Presumably the work on that car is continuing on. Joe Bradley, we're welcoming him back to pit road. Just before we get to you, Joe, there's been a lockup for Harry King in second position in the race, heading into turn 6 and 7. Controlled it well in the end, but that was quite a bit of tyre smoke coming from the 92. Not under pressure so much from the Porsche around the outside. How far away is Klaus Bachler? He's a fair distance back.
Fair distance, 27 lap-old tyres underneath Harry King. So.
Yes, and Klaus Bachler's just pitted. In fact, Harry is off the road again.
He's coming through the club link. He's coming through. He's got a problem with that car. He's come through the club link. This lap will not count as a race lap because he's coming to the pits. He's taken a shortcut into the pits. So a problem.
It's down on that front left side.
He's got a puncture.
So it's either a puncture or it's more substantial, as in it's a suspension that's failed. But that's definitely one to keep your eye on, Joe. It's the 92 all white with the yellow detailing Porsche from Pure Racing heading into pit road now. And I know that you're concerning yourself with the Ginetta as well, which I spoke about, that's been in the pits for an hour and 25 minutes.
The 92 has gone by, and it looks like it's got a puncture on the rear left.
Is it? Okay.
The car's just leaning across. Yeah, well, it looked that way, and it's just he seems to he can certainly do 40 kilometres an hour without any problem whatsoever in the pit lane. He's just gone by. I'll check that one out. Now, you mentioned the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. That's car 33. Did you say that car has just come into the pits?
33 has been in the pits for 23 minutes. Is that? No, sorry. That's a car that's on a stint for 23 minutes. Let me get the right line. 5.5 minutes for Ben Goether's Optimum Motorsport car.
Yeah. All right. It's going to be in a lot longer than 5.5, 10 minutes. It looks like there's a big job going to come off here. As I was coming to you, and good morning, by the way, and good morning, everybody. There is something seriously wrong with this car. The driver is sat in the car. The car has gone up on its jacks. They've got the jack stands, the elephant feet jack stands are already deployed. And now the driver gets out. So he's been given the nod to get out, mate. You might as well. You're going to get a cramp by the time we've done whatever we're going to do. I'm going to pop behind the scenes.
It's Ben Goether, by the way, who's just got out of the McLaren. So Ben...
right, well, the new driver got in. Because Ben Goether was at the back of the...
Okay, so Ben brought it in. They'd already attempted a driver change, and the car's not gone much further from that point.
Trying to attract the attention of Rob Bell, I believe. Where's it gone? Yeah, I've got Rob Bell. He's gonna stifle my speculation and be able to tell us exactly what's happening. Good morning, Robert.
Oh, mate.
How are you? Middle of the night?
Bit of a bugger.
Right, mate. That looks like a big-ish job.
Yeah, unfortunately, we seem to have a problem. Obviously, we've stopped. We see it. There's a bit of fluid coming out the back, so we're just investigating at the minute. But yeah, I think whatever happens, we're certainly out of the contention, obviously. But look, we'll see what it is, and if we can do some more running, then we'll do that. But let's just see how we go for the next. Sort of diagnose the problem first, and then go from there.
I mean, I know you guys certainly. You know, Sean's guys at Optimum come here to get on a podium. Is there still a challenge of a 24 hours of getting the car to the checkered flag, and do you guys still have that in your heart?
Yeah, of course it is. Every 24-hour race is tricky, and then, you know, especially these days, it's 24 one-hour sprints. You know, it's pretty full on, and we know these cars can do it, but it's always difficult when you've got one car in the field as well. You know, because we've seen a lot of cars retire. And it's a sort of numbers game, really, as to which manufacturer wins. So, but look, you know, we're really happy with what we've done up to now. The guys have done a great job here, and it's always a shame, but, you know, that's racing. 24-hour races are difficult, you know.
Rob, what we've done there is we've created a lovely, what we call in the business, segue into me talking to you about your new role. It's as if we've rehearsed that. Talking about numbers in the pit lane. Now, you've hung up your helmet, so to speak. We're not going to say. I'm not going to be interviewing you as a driver ever again, I would think. It scares me that you're that old to retire from driving, firstly, because I remember you in karts. But tell me, your new role with McLaren was recently announced. Firstly, what is the title and what is your job?
So I'm sporting director at Motorsport, so McLaren Motorsport. And my job's quite all-encompassing, so it's basically anything to do with sporting. So marketing, sales, performance, drivers, all of that comes under me. And, you know, it's quite a challenge to come from racing driver straight into that environment. But I've been around McLaren a long, long time. And ultimately, you know, I'm almost a fresh pair of eyes. And actually my biggest thing is I'm the eyes and ears of the customer as much as anything. And, you know, my biggest part of the role is speaking to our customers, speaking to our team, speaking to our partners, and relaying that back to head office and try and make our products bigger and better for the future. And that's, like I said, a big task, a big challenge. I'm massively out of my comfort zone because, as you say, I've been a professional driver for 20 years. And I'm kind of I'm finding out quite quickly that it's quite easy being a driver in some respects. And look, yes, I've taken myself off the factory roster, but never say never. Never. A racing driver never hangs his helmet up completely. So, never.
You're not that old, mate. There's still a little bit in there, Rob. So, I mean, when you say for McLaren, is that GT or does that extend to Formula One even?
Just the GT side, yeah.
So you kind of erred on perhaps top of the jobs list. We want to see, the people over there in the grandstand want to see, the people at home want to see, I want to see, and I know you want to see more McLarens in every pit lane, and certainly this one.
Yeah, absolutely. That is key, really. And we're a niche brand in some respects, in a marketplace full of the big boys. Let's all be honest. Will we ever be able to compete with the financial might of Mercedes and BMW? Definitely not. However, our brand is unique, very, very special, and we're very proud of it. But the challenge is just getting more cars out there. And look, having teams like Optimum supporting us and working together with them and creating success. Don't forget, I say we can't take on the big boys. I mean, in general, in our might of finance. But we were on pole at certain 24-hour race this year in France last year. So we know the product can do it, and it's just building that reputation and building that brand. And yes, the more customers you have, the more chance you've got,
I mean, GT3's becoming a part of the Le Mans 24 Hours must have been a massive thing for a GT3 manufacturer. I mean, McLaren weren't represented at Le Mans. They were unable to be represented unless they spent an absolute fortune. Now everything's in place to be part of that one as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, we've got to run with it. We've just got to keep building and just, as you say, it's we've got the heritage. We've got all the ingredients are within our group. We know that. We've seen it. So we're quite confident in that respect. We've just got to persevere, and as a car automotive group, we've been around 10, 11 years, so we're still learning, but our rate of learning is quite steep. So we learn quickly. The product's there. Customers tell us they love driving the car. They love the feeling that they get from it. And that's something that you can't necessarily engineer. So again, we've got the heartbeat, we've got that passion, we've just got to forge ahead, and it's exciting times, and it's something that like I said, it's a big challenge, but that's what we're all here for. We love a challenge, so I'm happy where I am, and like I said, working hard to make things better and improve.
It sounds also, Rob, on a personal level for yourself, you haven't sort of steered you into a desk job at all there. You're going to be where the brake dust is, pretty much. You're going to be there face to face with customers. Customers could be drivers. There's like you say, I'm just thinking about it there. There's a lot what you've just mentioned there that you're going to have control of.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, like I said, like you've just said, my job is on the coalface. I need to be at the track to understand what's good and what needs to be better. And if I'm honest, I've been at a racetrack since I was 9 years old. So, I'll always be at a track in some capacity. But yeah, this opportunity was a great one for me. You can't be a racing driver full-time forever. And look, we know that young talent's coming through, young British talent. Not just British, we are a global brand, But you can feel the hot breath of the young talent breathing down my neck. So I knew when it was time at that highest level to stand aside and let the young guys come through, and I'm happy with that decision, to be honest. Standing here now, am I itching to get in the car? Absolutely.
That was my next question.
Absolutely. Look, once a racer, always a racer.
But I'm fat and old, mate, and I'd still have a bash.
Exactly. Oh, good to hear it. But it's life's about opportunities and challenging yourself. And like I said before, I am on my comfort zone in a lot of areas, but I think I've got a lot to offer in my experience. So just using all of that to have my next career.
Great stuff, Rob. It's been lovely seeing you. I hope your dad and everybody at home's okay, I think.
all good. And yeah, let's see what happens a bit later on here. But
off you go then, get some more McLarens for the pit lane. There you go, Rob Bell.
Yeah.
Great to see you, mate. And if they probably needed an interpreter there, we nearly slipped into northeast.
There was a certain degree of accent that's probably brought out from the two of you.
When you come together with somebody, I mean, Rob's from Newcastle and I'm from Sunderland, so but when you come together with somebody like that and you relax with each other, because I've known Rob since he was 9 years old in a pit lane or in a kart track, you kind of sometimes edge into that colloquial accent, don't
It's
you?
very
We tried our
infectious,
best not
as
to,
is, though, the enthusiasm from Rob Bell, and it's always great to get him on for a good 5-minute segment to know what he's doing. And yeah, it's unfortunate that we met up with him with the McLaren with difficulties, but it could be the start of something pretty big regarding the 24H series, so that's going to be an exciting story to follow. Another team that we've been, or I certainly have been paying close attention to, is Seb Lajou Racing, a team that I know well, having covered a couple of Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux races. Now, Seb Lajou is not necessarily a team you would associate with those three countries. It's very much a French team, and they've brought some of their regular drivers and also some young French talent with them too, which I've been really fascinated to see because they were strong in the qualifying sessions yesterday. I'm delighted to say that Alex from the team running their social media basically has joined us in the commentary box. What's your family name, first of all?
Herbin.
Herbin.
Yeah.
So Alex Herbin.
That's it.
From Seb Lajou Racing. Welcome to the Radio Show Limited network of channels and to our global broadcast centre. You do a bit of commentary back in France, I understand.
Yeah, this year I was lucky to comment in Ultimate Cup Series in GT, prototype and single-seater races. So I met Seb Lajou last year here in Dubai when I was working with Benjamin Pack, who drives this year with TFT Racing, and we just saw he's on board. And I saw Seb Lajou in Ultimate Cup last year, and this year he decided to invite me here to work with him on social media, so I'm really happy, and I'm really happy to be with you now to comment this race and to be a little bit in the commentary box. Last time I was in commentary box, it was in Le Castellet in November.
Okay.
So I miss this place.
Yes, I can understand that because we always like to be active in motor racing, and if you're not quite good enough to drive, then the next step is maybe to talk about it and potentially to criticise people that are far better than you. But we can take the position where we know a little better because we knew a car was there before the contact. It's an easy place to sit, in truth, to be more knowledgeable. When I go to Le Mans and when there's a big support race for Porsches, I then understand how much talent there may possibly be in France. They often include some Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland in those races and maybe some Benelux as well, but there's a lot of untapped talent, as we might say, in the France Championship. And two names that have stood out for me so far, Mathis Jobert and Louis Perrault, who were the stars in their qualifying sessions yesterday. Can you tell us a little bit more about those guys?
Yeah, first of all, Mathis is a really young driver, really talented, as you say. This year he finished second in the championship behind the Porsche Junior driver Alessandro Giretti.
Yes.
And next year he will for sure do LMP2 with IDEXPOR and with former Formula 1 driver Logan Sargent and Jamie Chadwick. So really strong lineup. It's a really good opportunity for him, for sure. And he will drive in Le Mans. So his first Le Mans, he was in Le Mans last year, 2 years ago in 2023, because now we are in 2025, for the one meeting of Porsche Carrera Cup France. But this year he will be in Le Mans. Mathis is really fast. He knows really well this 992 Cup, and maybe he will do another season in Cup, but we never know. So for sure he's with IDEXPOR, and we'll see the rest of his program. And we have Louis, who is next professional sim racer.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he passes to sim racing, to real driving in 2020, and he won the Porsche Sprint Challenge in France in 2021, and then he came to Porsche Carrera Cup France, and now he is driving for Schumacher CLRT. So a great team in Porsche Carrera Cup universe now, and they are really strong drivers. They really help Seb Lajou Racing this weekend to be on top of the class. For the moment, we are fighting for the podium. We are P3, so it's because of them first, because of the rest of the team, for sure. But they are talented drivers, and as I said to you before, we are other Porsche Carrera Cup France drivers here with Benjamin Pack in TFT Racing, and all the TFT Racing lineup comes to Porsche Carrera Cup France because Jérôme Boulry was in Pro-Am, and Jordan Boisson and Patrick Charlet was in AM category in Porsche Carrera Cup France. And in GP Racing team, we have Victor Bernier, who finished third in Porsche Carrera Cup France rookie category. So in this paddock, we have a smells like Porsche Carrera Cup France paddock.
Yes, indeed. And the fact that we've now got Michelin tyres in this championship as well, it's a tyre that everybody should be used to coming out of a one-make championship like Carrera Cup. I think they're using precisely the same tyre, in fact. So has that been, when you've spoken to the drivers, has that been very beneficial for them to have some knowledge of how the car's going to behave?
Yeah, they don't have to understand the new tyre. Like, for example, last year we had some uncooked tyres, and for Benjamin Pack, for example, in Seb Lajou Racing, it was different. He had to learn how to use it, how to manage it during qualifying or during a stint in the race. This year, all drivers know how to use the Michelin tires, so it's really good for them. It's a good thing also for gentleman drivers. It's they have to learn the track, they have to learn the endurance, because Jordan or Jérôme come to sprint races. It's really not the same, even when it's a 24 hours race. So it's a good thing for them, and it's a benefit thing to don't have to learn too many things. And tires, we know in motorsport, it's really important thing. So it's good to be in Michelin for them.
There are many differences from a sprint race in Carrera Cup to coming to do a 24-hour race, but I mean, one of the key ones is you're not the only person in the car. You've all of a sudden got to share it with 3 or 4 other people, and they may not like the car set up the way that you do, so there's a bit of compromise there. And then there's the racing around the clock thing, as in most Carrera Cup races are held in the daylight or kind of into the evening, whereas somebody who's early 20s early on in their racing career, they will not be used to driving, for example, at 3 minutes to 5 in the morning. So this is all very quick lessons that they have to get right in their mind. However, once they do that, it's useful for maybe a career moving forward into a 24-hour race career.
Yeah, it's really important to learn it as soon as possible in a career, and it's really important to manage well this moment. For example, Louis, it's his really first endurance race. He worked with Seb Lajou Racing in Le Castellet during the 2024 Ultimate Cup final, but they have some issues, so race was shorter than expected. But Louis has to learn. Benjamin did race last year, Mathis too, so 2 years ago, Mathis in 2023. So Mathis, for example, gives some advices to Louis to learn it, and it's a little bit special in the team because Mathis worked with Martine by Almeras and Louis with Schumacher CLRT, 2 big teams in Porsche Carrera Cup France, and then here with Seb Lajou, they are together, so they have to work together. It's not usual for them, but they work really well, and it's important for them to work well as pro drivers and then to coach well the gentleman drivers. We have 2 strong lineups. Unfortunately, we had some issues with 992 during the beginning of the night, and that's it. That's the race, unfortunately. But we are still in the match for the podium with the 888, and we are still in the race with the 992. So there are 8 hours to do.
Indeed, still a big chunk of the race still to go on. And for your race, what are your major jobs that you have to do? The social media, effectively, for all of the drivers within Seb Lajou Racing.
Yeah, my job is to do social media. My job is to do also some stories where I speak, because it's one of my job to speak, and it's the reason why I'm here. So Sebastian really wants to be a great team this year and to be famous for sure, because it's always important to be present on social media. And he asked me to do some videos to just talk about the daily life of the team, to be inside the team and to present our activities, what we are doing when drivers are on track, when we are doing, when we are on off session. So I have a lot of work, but I have the time to be here, and I'm so happy.
Well, your first time ever speaking on air in English as well, which you wouldn't, to be honest, I would not have guessed that, because it feels like you've been doing this for years.
Thank you.
So congratulations on that as well, and thank you for coming to see us, Alex. All the best for your two Seb Lajou Racing cars for the rest of the race. So that's the 888 car. I have to remember this because normally a Porsche Carrera Cup car in this race is numbered with a 9. But there's one that's not, and that is the 888, which has Stéphane Perrin and Mathis Jobert, as we've mentioned, Alexandre Leroy, Seb Lajou and Louis Perrault. So they're both in the same car there. And then the sister car is the 992, isn't it? Which is a great Porsche number to have on your door. We'll keep an eye out for them. Alex, thank you very much for coming to see us.
Thank you for having me.
And all the best for your 2025 motorsport career. So, 8 hours to go, and we're not too far away now from daylight. 2 hours and 5 minutes or so. The full moon, though, is dominant in the skyline. 386 laps completed for Klaus Bachler in his dynamic GT Porsche. He hasn't done all of those laps, of course. It's been a shared process, but perhaps unsurprising to have the Austrian in for these key hours in the middle of the night. Ben Tuck in the Chasing Almanar Racing by Team WRT BMW M4 is 55 seconds adrift, but remaining on the lead lap. Then the Paradigm Competition BMW M4 number 991. Darren Young is currently driving that, ahead of two Porsches, 92 and 91. Pure Racing's Alex Nessov and Jake Pedersen in the Herbert Motorsport car. Then it's Vitaly Petrov for SMP Racing in their Mercedes number 7. A similar AMG is in 7th position for Sergei Stolyarov and Windward Racing. Two Herbert Motorsport Porsches, Antares O and Chris Breuer, 80 and 269. And then Sergei Nikolai in the Manamari Energy Porsche completes the top 10. And there is a quick reminder of who is in which car as well. Haas-RT just outside the top 10 with their Audi R8 LMS. That is the best of the cars with the 4 rings. Then it's the Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes. Zach Robichon driving that. Jake Hill in behind. We had his dad Simon Hill during our last shift for a good old catch-up. Jake Hill, the current British Touring Car champion, and will be defending that title in 2025, driving the 81 Ferrari. Then Roman Andriolo for Haupt Racing Team, and it's Timo Rumpkeil in the Hoffer Racing Mercedes AMG. There are plenty of AMGs still in the race, they're just not in the key places at this point in time. Axel Jeffries into Africa Racing by Dragon Racing Ferrari is in 16th position. Then the MP Racing Mercedes number 19 is 17th. Another Dragon Racing car is a further Ferrari 296 number 88 18th. Uber Motorsports Porsche 19th, ahead of the Proton Uber competition entry 969 is in 20th position. On the next slate, we'll get to the 992 front runners, but not before we've mentioned the EBM Aston Martin Vantage. Yes, EBM Earl Bamber Motorsport aligned with the British mark this year in 21st place. Then it is Munkong Satyen Terakul in the he drives the EBM car, beg pardon. And then we've got Mathieu Detry in the lead 992 car for AJITHKUMAR Racing. So 901 leading the 992s. Then it's Ivo Breukers for Red Camel, second. And the best of the 992 AMs is Ben Pack Pack, who we've just been talking about with Alex from Seb Lajou Racing. Ben Pack, a big talent again from TFT Racing, and the 911 car doing well to be the leader in the AM part of the 992s. Lucas von Eindhoven in the Tyre Outdoor Racing Porsche 912 is fourth in the 992 division. A couple of stray GT3s next. Miroslav Weibo in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, and Mathis Lismont for the Come To You Aston Martin. We started the race with only one of those two Astons from Come To You. Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi in the QMMF by HRT Porsche is fifth in 992, ahead of Louis Perrault for Seb Lajou 888. Gabriel Permont for GP Racing Team is 30th and 7th in the 992 class. Then it's the Rabdan by Fulgenzi, Christopher Zirkling Porsche 32nd. We'll get there in a moment on our graphic. 32nd, there it is, the Optimum Motorsport McLaren, not in a good way, and Ben Goethe brought that in probably 20 minutes or so ago now. Joe had a good catch up with Rob Bell, and Rob didn't sound particularly hopeful that that car would, well, be rejoining the race at all, but certainly not in a hurry, ahead of the 7x7 racing car, which is the 989 33rd. Then GWR Australia's GT3 Evo is 34th. The dual racing by Uber Porsche 35th, the 950 car. Another Fulgenzi entry, which is another Porsche, is 36th, ahead of the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi. The HRT Performance Porsche 928. Car Collection Motorsports Porsche and an HRT Performance 911 GT3 completes the top 40. Onward we go to find the second Seb Lajou racing car 41st. The GTX leader is still the Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. It's been there for a long, long time. In fact, has it ever been headed?
Since the get-go.
I didn't think there'd been a change in GTX, so they haven't had it all their own way. I know there was quite a bit of front-end damage they needed to repair with the wrong colour tapes. Yes, as Joe pointed out. But they're still in 42nd and still leading GTX. In fact, our graphic suggests they are the winner of GTX. They're not quite there yet, though. 930 is 43rd. Then the 111 racing car, another GTX machine, indicated by the orange background on its number. 438 is the GT4 race leader. That's a BMW M4 GT4 G82 from AGMC Racing by Simpson. SRS Team Zorg Rennsport's Porsche 718 Cayman is its nearest rival. Then the Moulin Motorsport gang from Belgium, just up the road from Spa Circuit. Continental TTR Racing with their Toyota GR Supra 48th. The Vortex, is the Vortex still running? I know it's illustrated in 49th place and is still doing laps in the hands of Gilles Courtois. And then the Speed Lover Porsche, which has been in the wars at various times, but 978 is also still pounding round. Asbest Racing is the TCE leader. That's a TCX as Seat. Nearly said Cupra there, but that is a proper Seat for Nadir Zahour. Team CMR's couple of cars, their Genettas are. They're both in the pits, though, for the G56 GT4 and the GTX. Also in the pits, Razzoon More Than Racing's Porsche. The second of the Asbest TCRs is still circulating. Well, it's not in the pits, at least. It's a number of hours down, but they are still going round. 414 Razzoon's Porsche 718 Cayman, and then several cars parked up in the pits. The SRS Team Zorg Rennsport 127, we covered that at the time. WS Racing's BMW M4 number 470, 58th place, but not currently partaking in the 24 Hours of Dubai. Same story for the Team Parker Racing Bentley and the Graf Racing LMGT Rossa. Team Motor Park's Mercedes, we lost that very early on after an incident coming out of one code 60, and it created the next. The JBM Porsche is a retirement, and the Come To You Racing Aston, the Tresor Attempto Racing Audi, neither of those cars even started the race at 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. 5 o'clock in the morning now on day 2 of the 20th edition of the Michelin Dubai 24 Hours. You're tuned to the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's Johnny Palmer and Phil Anson in the commentary box and Joe Bradley in the pits. You've been waiting patiently, Joe. I thought you'd actually gone.
Sorry, Johnny, I nodded off. I nodded off there. No, mate, I forgot. I put it in, didn't I, when you were doing the hourly update? It was just to update you on the Pure Racing car, the Pure Racing Porsche, I should say, that came by you with a puncture, and that's all it was. So as it went by, I thought that's all it was, and I've confirmed that it was, and it was delayed very, very slightly in the pits, the time it took to change a set of tyres. So I'm thinking you guys will be able to tell us exactly how much time that lost in the pits with that puncture. Yes, it's put them off schedule with tyres, but they would have taken the opportunity to fuel as well. So they're now on a different kind of schedule with regards to fueling and tyres.
Phil's just checking that. He's got so many screens over to my right. A very snazzy laptop that you've got with you this weekend as well, which has a screen and then half a screen as part of the keyboard. I don't think I've ever seen one of those before. And he's still checking. Almost got too much information.
There's way too much information for me to deal with. It wasn't a long stop, 4:08, so they got that done pretty quickly. Yes, mate.
Phil, does that indicate that they did take on fueling if it was?
Well, that's their pit-only time. Well, they may well have done a splash and dash. I didn't see it on the screen, so I can't confirm or deny that fact. Sir.
The 4:08, if it did go into fuel, it would be included, wouldn't it? Because the timings, the timing that we get for the pit stop, once it's been completed, is from pit in to pit out.
Yes.
And the fueling is within those 2 points.
It is, because that's not counted as driver time, so that's...
Yeah.
That's the way that works. Just been following a couple of things. Our leaders at the moment, Klaus Buckler in the Dynamic GT car and Ben Tuck in the Almanar racing car. After 16 hours and 11 minutes, they are separated less than a minute. Same goes with the 992 category. AJITHKUMAR Racing and Red Camel Jordans were also separated by less than a minute in the 992 category. So leaders of the categories, there's only 1 minute that's separating them at the moment. But that, after this amount of time,
I know,
this amount of code 60s, that is pretty spectacular.
Yeah, we often get to 2/3 into the race, and some lively battles are still ongoing, still very difficult to predict. And it just shows that how the regulations have been written, both technical and sporting regulations by the 24H series, they're getting some stuff absolutely spot on for another year. It's been a terrific run at this event to provide close racing, and not just for the opening hour, but for the 24. Naturally, some cars do a little better than others across the piece, and one may get, a number of laps lead, but we're still in a position where there are 3 cars very definitely still involved.
Yeah.
A pure racing car, I'm including in that. Paradigm competition with some work to do. But with every pit stop for those top 4 cars, the order changes.
As it has done all the way through.
Exactly.
Unbelievable.
And sometimes, a certain car may get a big enough lead so that even when it does a pit stop of 4 minutes, it doesn't lose the lead. We're nowhere near that at this stage, so it keeps us guessing, and it refreshes the timing screen every hour, or probably more often than that, because cars have got out of sequence with one another.
Yeah, with the code 60s and everything else, and absolute team manager's nightmare with the amount of slow running that we've had, is to try and get this car into a position when you can attack when the sun rises in just under 2 hours. And 7:06 is when the sun is due to pop its head above the horizon here in Dubai. We can't wait for that.
Well, I'd hope there'll be a little bit of light building before proper sunrise.
Well, we don't get, like twilight. We don't get that either. It's sort of, it's the guy at the light switch again.
So it's dark, 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 and then all of a sudden there pops the sun out of nowhere, and the dimmer switch is ramped up very swiftly indeed. Makes if you are put forward for the transition stint, then that's slightly easier than other locations, I suppose.
Yeah.
Klaus Buckler back across the line, leading what is displayed at the moment as a lap, but it's closer than that. It's about a minute, I reckon, back to Ben Tuck's Almanar Racing by Team WRT BMW M4. So Porsche versus BMW, two of them, second and third. Best placed Mercedes is in fifth. Ferrari struggling to get up there. There are a couple of them in 14th and 15th positions, one of which, in fact, the 15th place car has just come into fuel. Jake Hill clambers out of it for Era Motorsport and is now with Joe.
I'm standing in front of a current British touring car champion. Jake, that was then. This is now. You've just got out of the car. You guys had a bit of a character building start to this race. Did that kind of take the pressure off you guys, and you just had to get on with it?
The pressure was never on. You know, it's our first race weekend as a team. It's obviously my first ever GT race. So first time ever racing a GT3 car, and the pressure's not on. Just go and do you. You know, it's a new program. We're just here to try and do the best we can as a team, learn, and just keep carrying that momentum forward.
So give us an idea, and especially give the fans an idea. The British fans are used to seeing you driving your Wessery BMW. Here you are in a GT3 Ferrari. There's a big difference there, isn't there? Performance levels on pretty much every area.
Huge, yeah. I mean, obviously a massive performance difference. The main one being, to be honest, is all the driver aids that we've got on this car. All the ABS settings, all the traction settings that you can play with, and the British touring car has absolutely zero. But obviously another big factor is the aerodynamics of the car. I've never really had to work with sort of aero wash before when in the high speed. So it's all a little bit different. It's all a learner, but I've spent a lot of my stint there behind Harper, who Dan is a friend, and obviously he's a very, very good racing driver for BMW. So proud to stay with him the whole way, and I'm proud of my first stints there.
In fairness to you, Jake, you seem to have got this natural ability to be quite diverse. I mean, you've driven a Formula 1 car here, didn't you? I forget what it was. Was it a Tyrrell or something?
Ensign, 73 Ensign. Yeah.
Ricky Von Opel's car, yeah.
Correct.
I mean, as a young driver as well, that does it seems to come easy to you, does it?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I can jump in anything and be, on the pace, I suppose, within 5 laps, and that's what it means to be a professional racing driver. You get in, you do the job. That's why people hire you, and that's why you do what you can. So I think my adverse driving skills and other stuff has definitely paid dividends, because it just allows you to jump in and just do the best you can.
And from this race point of view, I've seen your car coming through the field, and all right, we've still got a few hours to go. I mean, that's got to be at the back of your mind to be in contention for those steps.
To be honest, when we looked at the timing and we knew that P3 and Pro-Am is on, big sends. Let's try and get it done. So, the whole crew's behind us. The Ferrari's running really well at the moment. I'm absolutely loving it there. When you're in clear air, you're at low twos, which is what all the pro guys are doing. So, I'm really pleased with the stint. And Kyle's in now, the team owner of Era, and hopefully he can pull a good stint in to just keep us in that contention.
All right, Jake. Your brain's not slowing down at all. What will you do now as a race driver?
Yeah, I mean, I'm I've got a pretty bad backache because we didn't have time to have a seat made for me, so a little bit of physio, just work that out, get some food, and then try and just get a little bit of kip again.
How long will you sleep?
I don't know when I'm next in, so I don't know how long I'll be asleep for, but half an hour is good.
Ought to be young again. Well done, Jake. Great stint, and we hope to see you boys continue in that path. This car really has come back into contention, wasn't it? I'd kind of written it off in my head at the start of this race, and yet here it is. Did I see 12th? Where this car is at the moment?
It probably has been in 12th
15th
on the race. It's currently 15th, but there's some
15th,
fluctuation
right,
within that, early teens, if you like, and just outside the top 10, depending on who's pitting and who needs fuel. So just like we've got some fluctuation in the top 4 places every 20 minutes or so, the same thing's happening in little chunks further down the order as well.
Yeah, Era Motorsport currently 4th in Pro-Am, so he's aiming towards that 3rd place at the moment, about a lap shy of the Into Africa racing by Dragon, currently running 3rd with Axel Jeffers behind the wheel. Great battle shaping up for the Pro-Am, the Am as well. And our leading Am car currently in the fuel bay is, our leading Am car, is currently in 4th place overall.
Yeah, again, Not sure many people would have expected that, but the second place AM car is within the top 7 as well.
Yes, Herbert Motorsport and Tazal at the wheel. Just noted, we have a young man by the name of El Bamba behind the wheel of the El Bamba Motorsport car. He's just done that team's fastest lap of the race of 59.604. That team will be heading down to the Yas Marina circuit next weekend. Unfortunately, Earl won't, because he may have some other duties to do at the Raw at Daytona.
Yes.
So that he can continue his merry way on his IMSA Championship Challenge.
But again, it strikes you at the adaptability of a quick race car, a race driver rather. We've been talking to Jake Hill, who can clearly get into most things and be quick within 5 laps, as he said. Earl Bamba has been racing Cadillacs in the World Endurance Championship, and when given the opportunity in IMSA as well. But he comes from very much a Porsche background, as do the EBM team. So they're given this Aston Martin, and there's a story obviously about the connection there for this weekend, but it's really not taken Earl very long at all to get on board that car. Clearly conditions are just about as best as they can be. We're in the middle of the so-called happy hour now, so temperatures are pretty cool if you're wandering around the pit lane, as Joe is doing, but the race cars and engines very much enjoy that drop in temperature, where they can work with a little less stress and a little less heat around, so just their performance improves as a result.
Indeed. Just going back to Earl Bamba, native New Zealander, currently lives in Kuala Lumpur, and that's why he's recruiting drivers from that area, from the Asian continent, as we can see with Mungkong Sira. It's early in the morning. Mungkong Sathan Thirikul and Tanat Sathan Thirikul and Sebastian Santoso, all coming out of the Asian Championships. So he's keeping a close eye on that and building his team up very nicely indeed. And those guys will be back down at Yas for the Michelin 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi next weekend on Sunday.
Alex Fontana's just brought his car into pit lane. Don't think they did a driver change, but we'll be able to update you on that just as soon as the car re-emerges at the end of pit road. That's the number 30 Car Collection Motorsport Porsche that also has Roman Mavlanov and Viktor Plekhanov in the driving lineup, together with Matej Kniz and Damir Saitov. So Car Collection Motorsport with a very international field. Alex Fontana, I think, has driven for them before. They're in the Pro-Am division of GT3. Car Collection again with some history with Audis in the past, but they made the shift to Porsche a couple of seasons ago. 311 is still pretty busy at this time of the morning.
Never does get not busy.
No,
it just doesn't.
It's I mean,
24 hours a day, 7 days a week Dubai operates.
Slightly lighter traffic by about 2 cars compared to when we got this thing going at 1 o'clock. And there have been some big incidents at turn 10 earlier on in the race. Notably the 414, which had a brake failure going into that very rapid approach to turn 10. The Razzoon Northern Racing Porsche and Dominic Olbert, who thankfully was able to walk away from that, but it will have been a big shock to him and a big shock to everyone in the team. Amazingly, they got the car repaired though.
And he kept his driver banned, and that's what he was really happy about.
Indeed.
Indeed. And the early incidents on lap 44, the 990 ending up underneath the start-finish gantry after heavy impact of the wall on driver's left on the exit of turn 16. And Kiwamu Katayama was okay in getting out that car, and then he came out of that code 60 and went straight into another one with the Team Motor Park number 5 AMG taking avoiding action on from one of the other cars, the number 81, where we think it was having trouble releasing the code 60 signal. And unfortunately for the Team Motor Park, it was a hard impact into the wall just past turn 2. And that was our second code 60. But as we look at our statistics now, we're on 14 code 60s. And so it's really interrupted the race. 3 hours 42 minutes of slow running, which has sort of reset it many times. And I think the team manager's abacus may be getting worn out.
Yeah,
with them trying to calculate how to position yourself once that sun comes up and we get into the third stanza of this race.
Yeah, 14 code 60s in a little over 16 hours of racing, so it's about 1.14 a code 60 every 1.14 hours, which was not the record we were trying to achieve.
No, not indeed.
In an attempt to get north of 628 laps. But as we've already stated, as we came back, in fact, sometimes, some years, races just are like that.
Yeah.
It is steadily getting slightly less populated out there, and that will be a delight for the race leaders like Klaus Bachler and his dynamic GT car, the 777, which is currently being driven by Ben Tuck. He's in the first sector of 3. So venturing around turn 6 now as we speak in the Almanar Racing backed WRT offering. BMW's both the Paradigm competition and the Almanar racing cars are the newest version of the M4 GT3 with the Evo. And they'll be pleased, I'm sure, with a semi-new car to be fighting there, with a couple of cars still in contention for the overall victory. One of which is a GT3 AM lineup. That's the Toby Sowery driven car, 991, which is in 5th place. But this shootout between Porsche and BMW and potentially Mercedes wasn't that long ago when we were kind of ruling out the AMGs, but Vitaly Petrov in SMP Racing's car now into the top 4 positions. It's getting better and better.
Indeed, albeit 3 laps behind Klaus Bachler at the moment. By my count, Johnny, we've got 10 non-runners at the moment.
Okay.
Around about 10 non-runners that have parked the cars and pulled the garage doors down due to damage, etc., etc. We may see the McLaren, but we're not sure if that's going to be back out again. We'll see what they can do. Yeah, around about 10 cars from the 62 that started the race. And so we've thinned it out a little bit out on the circuit, which is possibly making the running now a little easier because you're not battling traffic everywhere. You've got some clear air to cool the front, cool the tyres, keep the car temperatures under control, even though it is absolutely Arctic out there at the moment. It's almost into single figures.
Still not chilly. I mean, relatively speaking, I get what you're saying, but you know, Joe will still be out there in shorts. I think he is. He's got a big coat on.
I told him he had to wear one down there.
Yeah, well, maybe he's heeding that advice now and realising that it's perhaps a little chillier than he was expecting down at ground level. But this is great for tyre wear and also for normally aspirated engines, particularly the Porsche with such a power plant continuing to lead the race. It's a turbocharged BMW straight 6 in the M4, the Almanar Racing example, and the Paradigm competition car. Pure Racing Porsche running in 3rd with Alexei Nesov. And just being brought into pit lane is the Treble 1 Grant Donaldson driven IRC GT. This Australian car built in Queensland and still running 2nd in GTX. It must be mightily frustrating to know you've got a good car, but you just cannot get close enough to the Lamborghini Huracan, which has bossed the GTX category from the off. The Leaderboard Motorsport crew of Germany with Don Yount, the American, driving car 710. So they've yet to be headed, the Leaderboard Huracan. The IRC is certainly just waiting there for any kind of misstep. The problem is 10 laps separate the top 2 in GTX.
Yeah, the IRC's had a couple of longer than normal pit stops. We did see it getting pushed back into the box, I think, at one stage for a quick repair that couldn't be done on the apron. And So it's heading off down into the fuel bay now. Vortex 2.0 running third in GTX, albeit a few more laps behind Gilles Cortez as at the wheel of that car. We're going to see two of those down at the Abu Dhabi Michelin 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi next weekend. When we talked to Lionel Amarouche when the car was launched at the previous 12 Hours of Kuwait, he was saying that they're building this brand new full carbon car as to sell, and to they've worked out what they needed to do with all of the from the Vortex 1.0. And they've built a stunning looking car. Sounds awesome with the 6.2 litre LS3 in it. And they've got the reliability that they didn't have in the original car. And that's why this car is now a real force in GTX. And great to see them out running and also building the car for customers. And if you can do well in one of these races, that will sell a car.
Yeah, for sure. The spotlight is on it as so many people are tuned into this race. It's a great time to hold a motor race because there's very little else happening in the motor racing world. We're obviously in the build-up to Daytona, but that doesn't get going in anger until next weekend. So a good time to expose a new car to the market. And I'm sure every time that goes through shot, if you're enjoying our coverage in sound and vision, one or two are going, what's that?
Exactly.
What's the 111 car? I can't really identify it. And then people start reading about it. And the fact that it's got a 6.2 litre V8 will draw in a lot of fans.
Indeed it will. And as you were talking about the motor racing, it doesn't stop here in the Middle East either. After the Abu Dhabi 6 Hour, we're on to the Asia Le Mans series, which will be running both here at Dubai Autodrome and down at the Yas Marina circuit. So another 5 weekends of racing here in the Middle East after Abu Dhabi.
And Asian Le Mans with, is it 2 races per weekend?
Yeah.
And they're back-to-back weekends, right? So here first and then Yas Marina the following weekend. There are plenty of action, as you say, in this part of the world still to come, including the 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi next weekend, which we will have covered here on the Radio Show Limited network. You'll be there for that.
Indeed I will, along with Bruce Jones, Diana Binks, and the inevitable John Hindorf.
Indeed. I've heard of him.
He's going to be doing more pit lane stuff.
Oh, is that right?
He did with Binksy. And it'll be good to see Diana back. She was here last year at the 24 Hour, and she'll be down at the Yas Marina circuit, her first visit down there. And I think it's Bruce Jones's first visit down there as well.
Yeah.
Because I remember doing the grid walks down there when you and Bruce were in London.
Yes.
And for the first couple of those.
Yeah, he's very much looking forward to ticking off another track. He's got a big old list of those that he still wants to visit, even after all these years.
Well, I'm going to ask him the question. Has he been spreading the word in Japan? Because he does a lot of commentary in Japan. And we have 2 Japanese teams here and some more Japanese drivers as well. So maybe he's been spreading the good word.
For sure, yeah, almost undoubtedly. He knows how good the Dubai 24 Hours is, having covered it on many occasions, mainly in the pit lane. I think he did a couple of years, as you've mentioned, in the commentary box as well. So, yes, any opportunity to get some cross-pollination.
Yes.
Because, it's not that far to travel, is it? We're part way through it to Japan in the flight here. What did it take us? 6-7 hours to come from the UK?
Yep, and another 6-7 hours to get to Japan.
Oh, there you go.
It's easy. It's easy. He can work that out. We're great to have the Radio Show Limited network of commentators that will be hosting these events. As John's got a very busy month.
He has.
He's doing the do day. He's doing the Do Ya Day bat.
The Do Ya Day bat.
Dubai, yes. Daytona, Bathurst. I like that. I think Shay may have actually put that. Happy birthday for yesterday, Shay. By the way, if you're listening.
Yes, Shay Adams' birthday this weekend. It falls on the same day every year, funnily enough.
Unbelievable. 21.
Again.
As
Matthias Lismont in his Come To You Racing Aston Martin, the number 40 car, still going pretty strongly in the GT3 Pro-Am division. They would have had high hopes, though, coming here this weekend, and will be on the back foot because they lost a car even before we got going today.
Yeah, with a very strange problem, a rear end issue that could not be fixed, and it did go out of the pits, but it came straight back into the pits. Never registered a lap. So, and Joe was the first to point out that it didn't take the start of the race.
Yeah, and obviously you come here with a plan. You're looking to try and focus on two cars, and one car can learn from another. You know, there's some communication, generally speaking, between the two engineering teams. Then you can focus on one car, though, and I don't know whether that's actually can have its uses at the same time.
Well, where it can be of benefit, you got to remember that the crews are doing a stop every hour. If you take some of the crew from the other team that's not running, you can then get fresher crew to the car in the latter part of the race.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can use that crew to assist your crew, because there's no rest down there in the pit lane anymore. It's not like these cars are doing 2-hour stints and then coming into the box and you have an hour's sleep. When a code 60 happens, the pits are going all the time, and because we've had so many, the crews are starting to get tired. They've got an opportunity to use the second crew.
Yeah.
It's something that may help them a little bit later on.
It's also the choreography that it has to be so on point at times to make sure the two cars don't clash in the pit lane. You're either pitting them on sequential laps, or it might be the same lap but at different phases. Now you don't have to worry about that at all and concentrate solely on the number 40 car. Aston Martin fans do have a couple of cars still to shout about. The EBM car's going as best as it has done all race, with Earl Bamber at the wheel, and Matthias Lismont has just brought his number 40 car into the pits, Joe.
We may have lost Joe.
I guarantee that the Come To You Aston Martin did come into the pits. I hope it didn't, in the process, clip Joe as he was trying to get a good view of it. Now I can hear the microphone live again in the background. And, there we go. Here we are.
I'm with you now. Come in London. Yeah, that was a pretty straightforward pit stop for the number 40 Come To You Racing Aston Martin. There's something about that car. It is an absolute work of art. It's just a shame that it's massively out of contention here this weekend. It's dropped down the order somewhat, this number 40. Jamie D, I can tell you, the young British driver has now taken to the wheel of that car, and I'm not sure why exactly it's fallen down the order, because before I went for my break, it was kind of hovering around the top 10 if my memory serves, which is not always the case. But are you guys aware of why that car's dropped down outside the top 20?
Offhand, just going back through some of the data, but can't find anything, Joe. Maybe you can have a chat with the team and see if they've had any issues.
Yeah, that's just what I was going to say.
Thank you very much. I'm not telling you what to do down in the pit lane, Joe. I would never do that.
Yeah, my info over the last few stints is carrying a few errors at this stage. I can't tell you precisely when the route of that car went a little bit off-piste. They'll still continue to stick to a rhythm where possible, but it's no doubt had a lengthy stop somewhere along the line. The other concern, of course, if you have something pretty major go wrong on one of your cars, there's always the concern that it may repeat on the other, because they will have been prepared side by side. Although with different parts, different lifing for those parts, so it's never as simple as that. But they will have interrogated the other car that did not start the race to make sure that they know back to front what the issue was, and to look out for the early warning signs with the number 40. So the 41 did not take the start. The 40 car has been into some woes, we think, to drop it to 25th place, but it's about to rejoin the race after another pit stop.
Change for the lead. Almanar Racing by Team WRT back in the lead. Pit stop for Dynamic GT. Klaus Bachler just on an out lap now with a fresh set of tyres. And that happened every pit stop now. There's like just on a minute between those two cars as they compare the pit stops. I think we will see the Almanar team in not too distant future, around 24 laps on that set of tyres. Euro Motorsport, we were talking about them earlier with Kyle Tilley at the wheel. They had a shocking start of the race. They didn't even make the green lights and the UAE flag because they had a puncher on the formation lap, and then they came in and did a really early stop on lap number 10, which put them all out of sorts, and they are slowly moving themselves. Well, they're inside the top 15 now, and running fourth in the GT3 Pro-Am, and we heard from them to say they want to get up into third. Well, when bad things happen at the beginning of the race, if it's a 6-hour race, you may not be able to fix it. If it's a 24-hour race, you very well with misfortune for others.
Yeah,
you've had your misfortune, and hopefully that's it. But doing very, very well. Kyle Tilley at the wheel. And they are just one lap behind the Into Africa Racing by Dragon, with Axel Jeffries still at the wheel. Now, Axel knows this circuit very well, and he also knows the Yas Marina circuit very well because he's racing and driving instructor down at Yas. And he's been working a lot with Dragon Racing. Got a slow car in Sector 3 at the moment. We'll see if we can have a look and find out who that...
I've got Matisse Lemont out of the number 40.
So Matisse Lismont, who's just been in the Aston Martin, has now got out of that car and might be able to bring us some news. We're also keeping a keen eye, Joe, on potentially a slow car heading your way. But whilst we try and unearth precisely which car that is, yeah, you can have a chat with the driver fresh from the Come To You Aston.
Relating as to your car was doing well and now it's dropped down the order slightly. Has there been a problem at all?
Oh yeah, we've been hit. We've been hit on front right on entry of a corner. So we lost our steering on the front right wheel. We had to wait, get the third car on the tow truck, get it back in, get the mechanics to repair it, and head back out. Lost a lot of time there, but I mean, it's bad luck, I guess. Still, the car now is amazing. The mechanics did a fantastic job repairing the car super quick. But yeah, we're now still going, just finding pace, being as quick as possible, and see where we end up.
And was the car is fixed? It was good for you on the pace?
Everything is fixed. The mechanics did an amazing job. Car drove like new.
Okay, thank you, Matisse, for bringing us that. There you go, guys. The number 40 has had a problem. Matisse Lismont explained that very eloquently, didn't he? It's what endurance racing's all about, isn't it? It's how you address the adversity.
Yeah, and Lismont, a talent from Belgium. It's interesting to see the rest of that lineup. Jamie Day, that Joe's already mentioned, the Brit, but running on the Emirati licence. But you've got Kobe Powells, who, if anybody pays attention to the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, Powells has been very successful in that. Recently, the rookie and Pro-Am champions, in fact, from last year, are both in the field. So Powell's being the rookie champion, and Yanni Kekela, not in that car, but a Pro-Am champion who is in this year's entry. And then the other driver, fans of the World Endurance Championship will know all about Tom van Rompuy, who was a pole sitter for TF Sports Corvette last year and was in the championship running for a fair spell as well, eventually falling short, and the title went to Pure Racing, who are second in the overall standings in this year's event. But Tom van Rompuy is a mean racer from Belgium as well. So there's 3 Belgians and Jamie Day of the UK in that Come To You Racing Aston Martin.
Yeah, Jamie Day started his karting career here in Dubai. That's why he carries a UAE licence. His dad runs XL Motorsport, that runs a load of Formula 4 cars over the last probably 5 seasons. gets drivers out of karting. Kevin Day, who runs that, a very polished shifter kart driver here at the kartdrome, just behind the grandstand where we're sitting. And yeah, a racing family. Their business is based down in the motor park to our left, which is a great innovation by the Autodrome to get the manufacturers and get motorsport businesses all in the one location in Dubai. We were spread all over the place many years ago, and now a lot of the businesses work here, and we see some of the teams that are down there. We see the people who help offering up parts and workshop space and all of that sort of stuff to make sure, especially in when we had the Monday to Thursday practice sessions, if somebody had to get a car repaired, you just take it down there. You've got Dragon Racing across the road there. You've got a whole heap of other motorsport facilities down there which can, you know, do all the needful things to repair a motor car, which means you don't have to transport it somewhere else. It's always here on the property.
Yeah. It's perfect in that respect, and this place called Motor City, very deliberately, it's not just the racetrack, but it's the infrastructure that's built up over the years around it. It's a little bit like Moispat is to the Nordschleife, as in, you know, you've got a fabulous racing facility and the teams want as little distance as possible to travel,
yes,
to get their cars tested and to get their cars up to speed for a race like this, and indeed for events a little further afield as well.
Yeah, Klaus Buckler has dropped back into third position after that pit stop, with the Pure Racing moving up into second. So it's BMW, Porsche, BMW. Where have we heard that before? But they're really holding on to those top four spots with Winwood Racing and Sergei Stolanov at the wheel of the car 16, and SMP Racing, Vitaly Petrov at the wheel of that car. And Stolarov is only 28 seconds behind the Paradine competition with Toby Sowry at the wheel. That could get interesting. They're both doing well. I think Sergei had some traffic on that lap at 2:04, but our leaders on their last lap, 2:01, 2 flat, 2 flat, 2 flat. That has been consistent, Johnny.
Yeah.
We all the times that we've been here, we've been watching these lap times. Unbelievable consistency from these teams with a range of drivers.
Exactly, and yeah, that ability to know what pace you want to be doing ideally, but then can you spend a whole stint doing about the same sort of time within a few tenths? And that's why those cars that are up there at the sharp end, they're very good at doing that, and they're getting the positional rewards.
Well, given that all of their fastest laps were 58s, they're only 2 seconds off their fastest lap, which was done in the first 5 laps of this race.
Yeah, where there was no traffic to deal with.
Exactly.
Cars were heavy with fuel, but had...
Really heavy with fuel because they were brimmed.
Yes. And I was suggesting earlier, would there ever be a scenario where they could have a brimmed tank again? Because remember, a fuel load allocation that you're allowed to take on board during a green flag pit stop is generally not a full fuel tank. I think possibly the only chance you might have to do that is if you've come in for fuel and then within a handful of laps there's a code 60, and you might then want to come in and take an extra 25%, which you are allowed to do.
But you can still only fuel that to your 100-litre maximum. You can't overfill the car.
If you've filled it, and then you go out, and on your out lap there's a code 60, you could come in and you could take 25%, couldn't you? Which might take you to the full capacity.
Yeah. It'd be an interesting one, because otherwise you do have a maximum capacity of
Yes, if it flips and you're in the fueling area, so if it goes from green to purple or vice versa. The smart tanks are very smart.
They are, aren't
they don't give you any more than your allocation in the green flag and the purple zone combined effort. But if the two are done separately, separated by 1, 2, 3 laps, I think that's possibly the only scenario where you might get up to the full tank allowance rather than the regulated allocation.
Yeah, because there's other things that come into that, because some of these cars are flow restricted under refueling down to 80% flow. So that's part of the BOP. So some of them have, and that's done on the make of car. And so whatever the balance of performance is on that car, and then in what category you're running as well, there's BOP on that. GT3 cars, they're -5 litres on their BOP, and that across the GT3 field. It's. I think there is a possibility of that happening, of trying to brim the tank. I would have to check with somebody like Paul Trustwell whether you could, though.
Yeah.
Because he was the one who sorted Nick out, was saying, well, when that goes green, can you get your allocation? And he said, yes, you can.
Yeah.
The smart tags know exactly what they're doing.
Presumably the fuel flow remains the same whether you're in code 60 or not. It doesn't alter the fuel flow.
It's on your tag. Your tag dictates what fuel flow you get inside that, and
because that then opens another area that might be a kind of hole to disappear into. In that, I mean, maybe 24/8 series wouldn't rule that out in the future, but fuel flow might be restricted into code 60 to say, well, you can have a bit more fuel, but it's going to go into the car at a slower rate. But we don't have to worry about that at this stage.
So the Audi is 1290 is their weight. If you're running in GT3, you have to add 30 kilos to that as BOP. 100 litres is your tank maximum. Okay, your fuel maximum, you -5 because it's GT3, and you have 95% flow rate. Okay, so that's on a make of car. And you go through all of the BOPs. Now with the M4 being a brand new car, 1,305 kilos. You run that in GT3, that's 1,335 kilos. 100 litre fuel maximum, 95% flow rate. So they've gone through this 911 GT3Rs, 90% flow rate, 95 litre maximum fuel. So what that does is that it makes them, with that 95 litre, it makes them fuel their 5 litres less. Then they're going to take another 5 litres off of that. Well, for GT3, they've got 90 litres. That's 10 litres less than somebody else. That's maybe 2 laps.
Yeah.
Over the course of the years, because I'm a bit of BOP nerd, because we get lots of time to look at all of our BOPs and see how it's worked. And I've got to give Creventic due, and we talked about this earlier, is that they've worked out BOP so it doesn't cost you money.
Okay.
It doesn't cost you with mechanical parts, restrictors, all of the things that normal BOP does. It's been done with weight and fuel. And then you've got the driver BOPs as well, which sit on top of your vehicle BOPs, or sorry, your team selection will have its own BOP, whether you have Pro-Am or Am drivers in there, with limited drive time in certain categories.
Out of interest, you just listed the way of measuring fuel flow done on a percentage, and I think mentioned 95, but only 95. What's actually the slowest fuel flow rate?
I think there is an 80%, which is the 992 Pro teams. 110 litres, 80% is their fuel flow.
There was a time not that long ago where you actually had to plug in a physical key.
Yes.
It was just a hole, I think, cut into some metal, and that governed the fuel flow. It might be that these smart tanks can also now do fuel flow as well.
They do. That's part of your fuel flow is on your tag.
Yeah.
And that basically, if you've got
the machine then alters its delivery, rather than it being going as an actual hole that is of different apertures. It just works out, okay, well, you're going to have an 80% fuel delivery rate, and I'll adjust accordingly.
Exactly. So the pump will be programmed at 100% to do so many litres per minute.
Yeah.
And then they will just reduce that accordingly on you will now do X amount minus for the 80%. So I think that works in a really good way to stop the teams having to spend even more money. Motorsport is not inexpensive, and Creventic have got this down to a fine art. They've had 20 years of practice, and congratulations to them, because we're getting some great racing.
Yeah,
and it's got, a lot of that has got to do with BOP.
A good indication of how the various, or the main categories are going now. Top 3 in each class displayed on our scoring tower on the left of your picture. If you're in sound and vision, let's hope that you're able to take a bit of time out of your Sunday in certain places. Still Saturday, of course, in others. And Ben Tuck leads the Almanar Racing by Team WRT BMW, leads the race overall in the Treble 7 car from Alexei Nesov's Pure Racing Porsche and the Dynamic GT car of Klaus Bachler. Red Camel back at the head of the order in the 992 division. So 909 leading Lucas von Eindhoven in the Tyre Outdoor Racing Porsche. Cameron McLeod is third for AJITHKUMAR Racing, 901. GTX still led, of course it is, by the Lamborghini Huracan of Leaderboard Motorsport and Don Yount from the Treble 1 racing car. That car's been in the pits for some time though now, which is the IRC GT. Mark Griffith last piloting that. AGMC's number 438 is at the head of the order in GT4, which is Ramez Azam's BMW from Tommy Graborg's Porsche SRS Team Zorg Rennsports example. Then Ben Bunagel in the 496. Marat Gabedulin in the Continental TTR Toyota is third in GT4, and then the two Asbest Seats, 101 ahead of 102. Christian Laderna in his Seat has just rejoined the race and remains as our TCE race leader.
Yep, unfortunately the 127 has not, it was part of the accident earlier on and is not running at this time.
I'm going to take this opportunity to head downstairs because Joe Bradley's just appeared in the commentary box, ready to take over from me, join you for 90 minutes or so, and I'm going to go and see who's awake at 4 minutes to 6 in the morning.
Indeed you can. Thank you, Johnny. Rug up warm. Just over 7 hours remaining in this, the 20th edition of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai here at the Dubai Autodrome. Also celebrating 20 years this year. Had a great fireworks display at 8 o'clock. Thank you to Dubai Tourism and Visit Dubai for that. And the racing continues on. 16 hours 57 minutes have elapsed since we started this race at 1 o'clock in the yesterday afternoon, and it's been pretty action-packed all the way through. Almost 3 hours and 42 minutes under code 60, 14 code 60 so far. A few big incidents that required about half an hour of running under the purple flag. Code 60 does mean that all cars are limited to 60 kilometres an hour. Penalties apply if you exceed your 60 kilometres an hour. And there's penalties for a lot of things, and we're seeing them come up on our timing board at the moment. Nothing really bad for the top 10. A couple of 4s, a couple of 2-second penalties, and that's for speeding under the code 60s. You've got 2 hours to serve those penalties, but you can't serve them under a code 60 either. You can, but if your 2 hours expire and a code 60 is active, you can serve them at your next scheduled pit stop. You don't have to take a pit stop to do that. Roman Mavlinov, and currently in the car collection Motorsport. That is car number 30, currently run in 25th in class. And that's the Car Collection Motorsport Porsche. He's 11th in Pro-Am at the moment, giving us a great nighttime view around the circuit at Dubai Autodrome. Just coming up through the 3, 4 and 5. This is 4th into 5 if you're watching on the live stream. And then roll it through 6, 90, about a 70 degree, about a 50 degree right-hander, then a 70 degree right-hander into turn 7. Now you've got to get the car over the right-hand side of the track into the bowl, 8 and 9, a bank corner. Exit of this corner, it's absolutely paramount to get as much power down as early as you can to head down the very long back straight. A little bump there as we go past the club link that joins up at turn 14. Heading down towards the braking zone now at turn 10. Hardest braking point on there. Oh, he's gone very deep there. He's had to run a little bit wide. He almost went into the car in front of him. He had to change his line, and he was closing up very quickly on the Porsche in front of him as he makes his way up towards turn 12 now. You enter uphill, and then you exit on the downhill. Big bump there on the apex of that corner. Now heading down towards turn number 13, a flat-out left-hand sweeper leading into turn 14. Another banked left-hander. This is a bowl behind the pit complex. Quite a few lines through here. We've got an AMG GT, a Porsche, and Roman all getting the work done. The 101 into the pits. One of the Abest Racing, current leader in the TCE category. Christian Ladmar at the wheel of the 101 car. Looks like a full service. There's Michelin's coming off and new Michelin's going on. It's a very warm welcome to the commentary box. I mean, Joe Bradley, have you warmed up from that chilly pit lane?
It's like a British summertime down there.
Seriously.
It's no, I did have to put an extra layer on.
I thought you might have.
Jeans on rather than my shorts.
A little bit of breeze down there as well.
And I'm from the northeast of England, so, you know, I usually wear shorts. It was getting, I think it's not freezing. I think, what is it, about 11 or 12?
Yeah, last time I checked we were into the 12s. We're due to get down.
I mean, 12 degrees, what happens when, because we had 27, 28 degrees yesterday when the sun was out. The thing about tarmac is it's kind of like a little bit of a heat retainer. And the heat stays deep in the tarmac, and we're not having a problem with tyres.
No.
However, I'm saying we're not having a problem with tyres. We're not having a problem with tyres because the Michelin tyre engineers are right on top of that, and they're advising, and the team engineers that are setting tyre pressures to suit the track temperatures, but they're not extreme track temperatures, if that makes sense.
Yeah, true. 12.3 at the moment. 5 kilometres behind us, it's 9.6.
Is that further inland?
Yeah.
Right, yeah, so that it is cold in the desert at night, isn't it?
It is indeed.
And is that so that far inland, is that desert or
that's
is that
desert.
Urban?
That's desert.
Right, so that's why it's cold, isn't
it? Yep, indeed it is. Full of sand hills, sand dunes and camels.
Yeah.
And sand deer.
So what did you say it was how cold?
9 degrees.
9, all right, yeah. Anything under 10, you need your big coat.
We don't go outside.
Do you even have a big coat, Phil, living out here?
No, it's in Australia.
Yeah, it's in Australia. No need for any big coats.
It's just extra clutter you don't need in the house.
It's like my mate Tim, who lives in Florida, I wore a scarf. He was like, what is that? It's a scarf, mate. I tell you what, he would have offered me 100 quid for me scarf at Goodwood that year.
Oh, really?
In the members' meeting, it was in late March. It was absolutely bitter, and then he understood why we wore scarves.
Yeah.
That seemed like a routine pit stop.
It did indeed.
Everything seems to be going sweet. Is that the car that's the problem?
No, that's the one leading that class at the moment. I think it was the other one that had the other Asbest team.
It's got a massive lead in TCE, that car, hasn't it?
It does, yeah.
345 laps completed for the Asbest car 101, and the next car in TCE, which is also in the TCX class, it's its sister car, the 102, and that is on, let me find out because my eyes have gone again, 270 laps.
Yeah, in the fuel station for ASCAE Cup at the moment. We won't click over if they've done a driver change until they exit the pits and go over the timing line on pit exit. We'll keep an eye on those two Seats, and one's a Cupra Cup car. The other one is one of the Seat Leon races, which was the racing series before the TCRs were developed.
I'm familiar with it. There was a British Championship.
Oh, okay.
In the mid-2000s, yeah. Harry Volkard was the B-class champion, who we then took on to drive a touring car.
Yeah.
So yeah,
it must be the oldest car in the field then.
I think that is maybe after 2010.
Okay.
I think the car changed shape, but it's got the paddle shift gears.
Yeah.
I think it was a DSG box. I never ran one. I'm not that familiar with them, other than sort of being on the sidelines watching their series. But it was a very popular series because it had a massive support system from Seat Sport.
Okay.
Massive. In a very similar way to Renault Sport.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you.
Their Renault, so Formula Renault Clio Cup.
Yep.
Seat were exactly the same with their national series, and it was absolutely huge in Spain.
Oh,
actually.
Yeah.
Great cars, though. Very robust. Very, as race cars go, they were very easy to maintain, and they weren't demanding as some cars that I've been familiar with.
Oof.
Oh no, that was brave.
That was a Daniel Ricciardo lick at the end of that one.
Roman Mavlinov in the car collection Porsche. 3 wide into
turn 10.
Into turn 10, and you know what, Phil? That for Mavlinov was
he was committed.
He was very committed, but he was also very confident.
He was indeed.
That the driver that was overtaking the other driver was aware that he was also being overtaken.
Yes. At this time of the morning, what is it here? It's around about 6:06. Sunrise in exactly 1 hour at 7:06. But yeah, I took it in. That was why I took an intake of breath when I saw that one.
I heard you.
I just went, oh, that
kind of pulled your shoulders in as well, mate.
Yeah, I just went, oh. I was just watching that car on the left to see if he's going to start to turn in, because there's not many places you can go when you're that far up the inside down at turn 10.
And like I say, the driver overtaking the car.
He's doing a lot of overtaking.
The car in the middle was focused on the car on his left.
Yes.
Monitoring him, he would have been, he'd have checked his right-hand mirror and then forgot about it. And then Mavlinov came from literally nowhere. But that was a decisive move through the traffic. Currently 25th.
He's got his traffic management up. Oh boy, the AMG had a big tank slapper in front of him. That was this battle's been going on for a little while. And as they head around behind the pit complex, onto the backstroke.
Incredible. 25th in class is what I saw. Phil, he's actually 35th overall, is that? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
35th overall.
Yeah, 11th in Pro-Am for GT3.
Quite a way down the field. Car being engineered by Jody Firth. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that name. Jody was part of the Embassy Racing.
Okay.
Ran prototypes in the it wasn't the World Endurance Championship at the time. Back in the late 2000s.
Yep.
So that car being engineered by him.
This three-way battle's been going on for quite a while, and I think Roman's getting a little bit tetchy. He just flashed the lights at the Merc in front of him. They're so close that the dancing ants are over the top of each other, and I can't pick its number up. There's
You'll have to explain to the viewer what you mean by the dancing ants there, Phil.
Dancing ant. Well, we have it
on the tracker. You mean?
Yeah, on the tracker on the live timing. GetRaceResults.com /24H series. You can follow the cars around the circuit with a tracker, and basically they're just the numbers with the class colours. GT3 is a white colour.
That is great when you're involved in a 24-hour race and not when, I mean, that's not a race for position. Car 90, let's find out where car 90 is. He's certainly not in the top 10. Trying to locate him on the timing screens. He's way down the road. I've lost him actually. But there's 3 cars circulating out there. And not necessarily for position, but
I think it was the 96, Joe. I think it was the GWR Australia entry with Glenn Wood at the wheel.
Right, where is he in the order?
Well, they're on a different lap. Glenn Wood is running in 31st position.
Just 3 cars, very, very similar with performance.
Yes.
Just absolutely in the floor of what we're seeing. And that's how you get through a race like this. You just keep... You know, Mavlinov's just pulled up behind him there. He's got similar pace in this Porsche, car collection Porsche number 30. Similar pace. He's not in a position to overtake because he hasn't got any more performance that he could ask, and that's not good. A car pointing the opposite way to what it
That's turn 14, and he's done it again. 269 is.
That's the Herbert Motorsport car, isn't it? 269. Vincent Kolb. Vincent Kolb there in the 269, just looping the car at, I think that was coming out of...
that was in the bowl, that's turn 14.
Right, turn 14, and then trying to get the car back on track. Tried to do a donut to get the car turned, and the car turned on him on the dirty off-track. No grip whatsoever there.
Didn't look like anybody else was involved in that one, and he won the Spa 6 Hours Endurance in the GTS 12 class last year, so quite a bit of experience. Also second in the VL and Langstracken series and an SP9 Pro, so he's got some endurance racing under his belt, especially around the Green Hill. And Dubai Autodrome shows that it is quite a technical circuit.
Yeah. He's he is a proper driver, is Vincent.
Yeah.
And they are currently 3rd in the AM class of GT3, so very, very much a contender for meeting him on the podium. The accolade of meeting Nick Damon on the podium, in fact.
Oh,
if that's no motivation for any driver out there, I don't know what is.
Well, there's nothing more motivating than meeting Nick on the podium. Klaus Bachler back into the lead. The dynamic GT has been seesawing back and forth between the Almanar Racing and Paradigm Competition and Pure Racing. This has been going on for the last 10 hours, Joe. These cars have just been swapping positions on pit stops.
There's nothing stopping that going all the way at the flag, is there?
Well, exactly.
It's just which one is ahead of which one by the time we flip-flop our way to the checkered flag. Have we worked that out yet, or is it a bit early?
I think it's a little bit early on that one. Dynamic GT have led 128 laps. Almanar Racing by Team WRT 124. Pure Racing 66. Paradigm Competition 41. And Winwood Racing 29. Dragon Racing 24. Aero Motorsport 4. Proton Huber Competition 2. Hassar T1 and Tyre Outdoor Racing by HWN, that's a 911 GT3 Cup car, has led 1 lap.
That's incredible, isn't it?
It is absolutely incredible.
What makes that incredible is the extent of, what did we count, 33 GT3 cars?
Yep.
And for a Cup car to lead overall. I mean, yeah, okay, we had the anomaly of pit stop phases and the like. However, it can still say it led the Dubai 24 Hours.
Exactly.
The edition of the Dubai 24 Hours.
If they're looking for sponsorship,
yeah,
that's your lead card that you play.
Mavlinov now getting a little bit impatient, is he?
Oh, he's thrown it up the inside at turn 7.
Yeah, that's a popular point there, isn't it?
It is, but the AMG got compromised at turn 5 by a slower car, and he had to go offline, and that sort of made Roman have to take a big deep dive of the brakes, a little bit harder than he wanted to press, but he could get off them earlier and had a little bit more car speed.
Yeah, he's been itching to do that.
Yeah,
really. I don't think he was being delayed at all, though, was he? They had a cracking pace, those cars.
Both of them were on equal pace, and it was a mistake that, well, it wasn't a mistake, it was a slower car that got in the way and allowed Roman to head on by.
So Mavlinov moves up to 34th now. That was an AMG Mercedes that we've just seen him overtake.
Yes,
it
was.
It wasn't the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi R8.
No, it wasn't. That was the Mercedes.
Because he's just overtaken that car in the process of that lap. So Mavlinov in 34th now.
That might have been the car that was getting in the way of the AMG.
Possibly, yes.
Yeah, because that was the only other car I saw on that lap from the onboard camera that he overtook. And he gets past one, and there's another rear light, and that's a Porsche in front of him.
3 laps off the class lead is Jérôme Bouillery, 4th in the 992 class. Still one of the most competitive classes in the series, and we'll see the 992 class go down to the wire pretty much everywhere we race this year.
Well, pretty much 8/10 or 4/5 of this field is going down to Yas next weekend for the second round of the Middle East Trophy. We had, I think, 19 on the qualifying list yesterday, so a big field of 992s.
Live coverage as well on the RSL network of channels, as well as the 24H Series YouTube page, the YouTube channel, I think we call it these days, isn't it?
I'm not up with that sort of thing at all.
Well, you know what? The thing about YouTube and the Creventic series was one of the first motorsport series to live stream their series rather than televise. But these days, with smart TVs, YouTube is a channel on your television effectively. So, like, the term live stream or televised, there is a massive overlap there, and there's no difference really these days with smart TVs.
That's a disc change for the 909, the class leader at the moment, the Red Camel by Jordan.NL.
That should hand the 992 lead. It won't, because Lucas van Eindhoven has
in the pits as well.
Outdoor racing car in as well. So both cars pitting at exactly the same time. Now then, the only question mark is, and I know Johnny's not made his way down there that quickly, is whether or not, and I can tell you now, the 912 will take the lead of 992 because that car has already left its pit box and is heading towards field.
Yep. I'm amazed how fast they can do this these days. I mean, I'd be still there with the bottle bleeding in the brakes.
Dry fit.
Unbelievable stuff.
Johnny is there. Johnny, Johnny Palmer, welcome to the pit lane on the 20th edition of the Dubai 24 Hours. Breathe in that brake dust, my friend.
Oh, too right. This is the bit you don't get from the commentary box, of course, is an ability to
smell the race,
to smell the motor racing. What I'm waiting for is to have a quick word with Ivo, because he got out of the car and then he was transfixed on precisely what was going on, mainly on that left side. I was just trying to detect whether he thought there was a problem with the car, whether he'd been nursing something over the last hour or so. I'll give him a moment to take his semi-open face helmet off, but he's still chatting to the mechanics down here, making sure that maybe something was done correctly, or that they were checking what he had reported on the radio.
Ivo's effectively team principal, isn't he, at Red Camels? He's the man behind putting the Red Camel Jordan team together. So we'll, he's going to have to take his helmet off, I think, Johnny. So just basically so he can hear you.
Yeah, it got very animated there with the flapping of the hand suggested to me that there was a brake issue.
Yeah, they need to pump the brakes.
Yeah, pump the brakes. So yeah,
just shout up, Johnny, when you've got Evo, and we'll hand it straight to you.
Now the IRC leaving the pit lane as well.
Have you seen that up close?
Yes, I had a look at it on Wednesday.
I am a massive fan. I was a massive fan of the Mark Cars V8.
Yep.
I'm a massive fan of those tube frame cars. That
silhouette cars, yes.
Silhouette cars, that's the word. They sound phenomenal. They look phenomenal. It looks like it's doing 120 miles an hour when it starts.
Exactly.
What's that car modelled on? Is it a Camaro or something?
I'm not really.
I've tried to figure it out.
It's sort of like it's sort of between a Mustang and a Camaro.
Yeah, it is.
It has. It's like the when we had the Mark car, the Mark GT here. And Bruce Jones said that was the best sounding car he ever heard. And he stands up on the top of the hill at Goodwood when everything runs up there. But they run on a Coyote engine. This is an LS3.
We've had that leader change then in the 992 division, and Ivo Breukers, I was trying to work out precisely what you were looking at in that pit stop. You seem to be glued to the work going on. Has there been a bit of a problem over the last stint for that car?
Yeah, I felt some vibration, but I have a really awful stint. I have contact lenses, and all the time there was something in my eye. So basically I was driving in one eye, and I had a vibration in the brakes, and I thought that was maybe the brake pads. But looking at that now, we could have gone a little bit further as well. But anyway, we have new ones on, so now we can go to the end.
Could you have gone very much further, though, considering you're just peering out of one eye at this stage?
Sorry?
Could you have gone much further into that stint, considering you can only see through one eye at the moment, Ivo?
Yes, I could have. I came on a little bit earlier, also because of the strategy and looking to the end. But this was from the beginning, so it's really awful. So they were coaching me a little bit, telling me who's behind, what kind of cars were behind, like a spotter kind of thing. So that helped me a lot, but I was so much in pain, and it was awful.
I won't keep you for too much longer with that in mind, but thinking about the car that you're mainly up against at the moment, which is the 912, full of other Dutch guys, so you must know those guys out of the car, but it's fiercely competitive between your two cars at the moment.
No, it's extremely competitive in this class. The level is very, very high. It comes down to the last seconds, not only in driving, but also in strategy, fueling, and all these kind of things. But that makes it very attractive. The level is really very high. If you look at all the teams, and to be honest, I'm not sure we can stay on top.
Go and get those eyes soaked in saline or whatever it needs, and hopefully some relief. Thank you, Ivo.
I will. Thank you.
Really good stint, considering, like I said, he could barely see a thing. It's dark, and he's only got one contact lens.
You could really see his right eye was very bloodshot there. Another car that's come into contention with the flip-flop aspect of the pit stop in the 992 class is, of course, I didn't consider the 901. That's Cameron McLeod in the AJITHKUMAR Racing with Baz Kooten. That car has taken the lead and gone a lap ahead of both the 911 and the 909. The 912 has stayed behind what looks like on their outlap. I think that'll change. I think the 912 will go ahead of the 909 and go into third in the class. Second in the class, just a lap off the leading Cameron McLeod car, that's 901, is the 911 Jerome Bourgerie in the TFT Racing. So, as Ivo said, this is a very, very tight class, and if we're going to get this flip-flop effect all the way for the next 6 hours, 6 hours and 22 to be precise, that's what's left. I don't know where I would put my money, Phil.
Either do I. Now,
if I was a betting man, that is.
During the break, I spoke to one of the HRT drivers in the 929 car, Alex Renner, the name you should remember from the car. I was saying that was Alex at the wheel in the when we were doing the Clio Cup. Alex Aurelius Renner is his son. They both have the same name. That's why the Aurelius is there.
Right, I see. That's
okay. So he's normally driving that car, but he decided not to, as the 496 has a little moment in the bowl. Now that is the Supra from Continental Racing by TTR. And is he going to try and make it into pit lane, moving to the right-hand side of the road? Gabardellin at the wheel of that, and he's staying out of the pit lane. Got a bit hanging off that left-hand side there, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of what that car looks like. Little bit of bodywork there, hanging off the left-hand side. It's going to be heading towards Johnny Palmer any moment there. He kept well out of the way, didn't he? And he's now onto pit road with whatever problems. The problem wasn't just aesthetic though, Phil. It had actually slowed the car down because he was creeping into the pit lane at that point.
Currently running third in the GT4 category, 47th overall. And we'll keep an eye on that as it comes into the pit lane. Local-based team here in the UAE. They run in the National Championship, the Pro Car Championship.
Can't really see. Yeah, it was all.
Johnny Westbrook's just run over to that left-hand front side, so you can't miss Johnny Westbrook. He's 11 foot tall, right? And Craig Thompson is down there as well. He's the team boss of TTR Racing. 5-stud wheels on these GT4 cars.
So he's completed 370 laps. The fourth place car is on 309. And that is a car that sits static in the pits. That's the car that is, I'm afraid, out. That's the Tomlinson Team CMR Ginetta. So the Supra just has to repair what it has to repair and continue on to the checkered flag.
Yeah, a group of young drivers. Difficult to find out what experience level they have. There's Johnny Westbrook, just having a quick look there. This team won the GT4 race in Dubai last year in this car. They run it in the local championship in Pro Car. Craig Thompson, the boss of TTR, holding the board up.
Don't seem too concerned with whatever was flapping around.
They look like they've... Johnny's just put a bit of tape on that right rear and now having a look at the left rear. So they might have been after...
I'm waiting for Johnny Westbrook to potentially have a word with him.
Yeah. So very careful eyes. Everybody's sort of working, and Johnny's directing things to go. Oh, that was a flat left rear tyre. The rim just coming back without anything attached to it, and that's what we could see hanging off. Yeah,
that's what we could see.
So a puncher for the 496.
So the job of the driver is to get that car back to the pits without that tyre coming apart too much and start destroying bodywork.
And what a good job he did.
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so.
He was managing his speed incredibly well.
Yeah, it's the other side of the car that the puncher has been.
There's a lot of tape being issued there, both white and black varieties.
Yeah, now I like that because the car is red and black with white. Now, as long as they put the black tape on the black bits and the red tape on the red tape, I'm happy.
Yeah, exactly. But a beautiful paint job on that Supra. It does look really, really nice. But when you pick up the stuff underneath it, there's a lot of BMW signage.
Yeah, coming off the jacks now. So yeah, that car's back out and into third place and maintains that third place in GT4.
Down to the fueling station for them.
Johnny Palmer is down there and he is loitering with intent to get a word with the team and just clarify that that is all it was. But that's great to see that. I've got one of my friends, friend of Nick and I's, Gaz Bury, who if he is still watching, I've got to ask why, because it's late. But he refuses to call that a Supra.
Why?
Because it's a BMW underneath, he says.
It is. Well, I saw all the BMW stuff underneath.
He's a massive Supra geek. Let's head down to Johnny Palmer, who can fill us into exactly what the story is. Remaining in Toyota Supra land. Johnny, who have you got?
Yeah, Johnny Westbrook speaking to Johnny Palmer, because it was an impromptu pit stop, we think, for the Toyota, and quite clearly I can see a puncture now. This is from the the left side rear, correct?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, that's left side rear. Lost it halfway through the lap, and maybe he came in a little bit quick, and obviously it's all gone.
So is this a common problem or a first major puncture of the race for the Toyota?
First puncture.
Any idea on the cause therefore?
The tyres have been really good so far. Really happy with them. Obviously trying to run a double stint. I don't know if it's cause or effect with that tyre, but no harm done. A little bit of flapping bodywork, but it's all good.
Is this basically the main portion of the race where you can start to double stint tyres? Because we've had the conversation many times in the booth. A lot of teams learning this brand new Michelin tyre and how far you can push it. So the best experiment was overnight when temperatures are cooler.
Yeah, totally. And it's nice and cool now. It's kind of perfect time. Get loads of green sectors. But no, also there's when you've got a limitation on your tyre budget, you don't want to run out of tyres. So yeah, we chose to double stint in there. I don't know if that's gone because of life or just because it's picked up a puncture somewhere. But no harm done. We're all happy, and the tyres have been mint. We're really happy with them.
We love a bit of variety in motor racing. The fans are loving the fact that you've brought a Toyota to this race. Do you have history with the brand?
Who told you that?
It's a genuine question.
Yeah, we really like the Gazoo car. It's owned by Vasily, who's racing the Audi, and we ran it here last year. Got on the podium. It's built by WRT. It's a really, really nice car, beautifully built. And I don't really like GT4 cars. I'm not going to lie. They're always a bit half-baked, but this is a proper thing. So we love it.
A lot of people say it's not a proper Toyota. There's a lot of BMW to it, isn't there? But it doesn't look anything like a BMW. When you stand back, it's very striking.
Yeah, it looks loads better than a B, man.
I would agree.
Supra. I love the Supra. No, yeah, it's a BMW engine, but the car's built by WRT. It's got a nice Toyota badge on it. It's mint. We love it.
We'll let you crack on. Thank you, Johnny Westbrook, though, for the update. A wave to the fans as well, and I'm sure that's become a bit of a favourite, chaps. And let's hope that's their only major puncture, because they've made it this far with only one so
Johnny
far.
Westbrook, great history. We see him a lot at Goodwood. He runs some classic Audis, builds the old touring cars, him and his dad. Emanuele Pirro drives him.
Yeah, the Frank Bieler.
Yeah.
Johnny Bincliffe.
Yep. So Johnny is, you always see him on the Goodwood TV because he's 11'6".
Yeah.
But he's Emanuele Pirro driver. He's always got cars under construction, and they're all old Super Tourers and stuff like that. Right. And they do a great job, and they're always racing at Goodwood at the festival there and at the Historics.
Yeah, and I think I was the one who said earlier, wasn't it? It's just great to have a Toyota Supra because forget. How many crossovers have we had with car manufacturers and OEMs sort of sharing floor pans and the like? It's like, that's a Toyota Supra.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys, back home. Right now, it's a Toyota Supra because it looks different.
Yeah. You can take that argument up with Johnny if you like.
It's a great looking car.
It is. It's a stunning looking car, and they've done a great job there, and they did win this the GT4 title last year as well. And most of the guys who were driving last year have gone to up to the Audi this year, the Continental Racing Audi. So running two cars, but that one's not run by TTR.
The sun is coming up, Philip.
Well, the camera sort of accentuates it.
I don't mind that scene.
I can see that from over there, and I know where I'm looking, and it's not quite there. We're about 30 minutes away from official sunrise.
So in the UK, it's a red sky in the morning, Shepherd's Warning. Is that the same in the desert?
Red sky in the morning means there's dust in the atmosphere.
Right.
And there's always dust in the atmosphere.
Yeah. It's going to be sunny today.
Yeah, it's going to be sunny today. Chilly, but sunny.
Oh, chilly. What do you mean chilly? What's it going to be? What's the forecast for today?
25.
By the time we get to the checkered flag at
25.
1 p.m. 25 is not chilly, my friend.
I won't even have the AC on in the car. Yeah, no fog, which was the big risk for this race this year. was the possibility of some fog earlier on. 11.9 degrees down in the pit lane for Johnny at the moment. But it was good to hear him talk about the tyres and how that car is really shining on those tyres. They really do like them. I spoke with Johnny yesterday in qualifying at night practice. And I asked him, why, what are you doing now? He said, we're just going to run these as long as we can to see what we can do with them and double stint them.
Yeah.
Because they do have a tyre budget.
And it's a voyage of discovery as well on this new Michelin tyre for this series.
For the GT4, he said it doesn't drop off. It stays on longer.
You know what, Phil? It doesn't matter what you're racing, whether it's a cadet kart or a Formula One car and everything in between that. It's the key to success, the key to performance success is all about the tyres.
Yeah,
it's only always been the same.
It is. That's what connects you to the road.
Yeah.
And understanding your tyres, what they can and cannot do, is an evolutionary process. And as I was talking to Johnny earlier about this, and these teams that are here that are going to go to Europe are going to have a huge advantage over the teams that haven't run here on these tyres when they take these Michelins over to do the 5 rounds in Europe. These teams who are running here or going back to Europe are going to have 32 hours of racing under their belts.
It could be. So Mugello, we kick off the European season in Mugello in March. It can be a chilly 12 degrees,
which it is right now,
or a very warm and cosy 25 degrees,
which it was
very
yesterday.
Very similar. Yeah,
incredibly similar. So these teams here have the data. The teams that are only running the European Championship don't have that data yet of the Michelin tyres, and so it's a huge advantage to anybody running here that is going there, because they're going to have 36 hours of racing under their belts.
Yeah, as well as the test days,
all of that sort of stuff. They've been testing since Monday here, and remember we had the tyre test back in December as well. So they're going to have a handle on these tyres. The difference between this and our previous tyre is that this has got a much stiffer sidewall.
I was just about to say that's what I've been told.
Yeah, and I've been told that from many people.
Yeah,
but trust us as well. Yeah. And when I talked to him on Wednesday, on yesterday, he said his hardest job was getting the drivers used to the tyre, because it reacts differently to our previous tyre.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it doesn't roll under onto the shoulder of the tyre as much as the previous one did, because it's got a stiffer sidewall, and the drivers were struggling to get used to it, of how to rotate the car. How do you get the car to work with you?
It's getting that car, the tyre to lean into the corner, and then the whole tread width come into contact, which will maximise your grip level.
Yeah.
If it sits on its camber because you can't create enough energy in the contact patch to lean the tyre into the corner, then you're effectively running on a tyre that's a third of the width of that wide slick tyre. So getting and engineering the suspension geometry to take that into account, perhaps less camber to be used, and I think that's the direction that the teams have gone, certainly on the Porsche.
Yes.
And the Cup Porsche. There's my favourite car of the weekend, I think.
It is sort of a little Camaro-esque, isn't it?
It is, but it's also a little Mustang-esque.
Yeah, and the back end's a bit Mustang, yes, yeah. But
it sounds fabulous. Johnny's going to get that. Johnny's going to get that sound by there.
Is it out of fuel? Because they're pushing it down there. They're going to have to bump start it.
I thought that was a bump start rather than out of fuel.
It looks like it's going all the way. Oh, yeah,
he
got
goes.
it. Bump start, an LS3. There you go. Well done, boys. IRC team.
I wonder why they're bump starting it, Phil. It's a stage of proceedings. It could be to sort of nurse the clutch a little bit.
Possibly. These cars have been running in Australia for a couple of years now. Not as long as Mark cars. They've been around since many years. We've seen them in very many disguises, racing here in the Mazda 3 and the Ford Focus.
So what's the spec of that car then? Are you familiar with that?
I am indeed familiar with this car number 111. Let me just find my page here.
I mean, if we had a full club, say we don't need 30 of them, but certainly 12 of them. I said that about the Mark V8.
Yeah,
the Mark Cars V8. We need about 12 of these things.
IRC stands for Innovation Race Cars.
Right.
That's their name. Providing outstanding value for money. It exhibits all the performance of a GT car at half to a third of the price. Easy to drive for an AM while packing a heat a punch for a pro. I love driving it, can't recommend it enough. Uke Lulden at Bathurst 1000 winner. Okay, so
it's quite enough.
That gets enough there. It's got a LS3 6.2 litre V8 engine, maximum horsepower, 550 horsepower at 6,200 RPM, 705 Newton meters of torque at 5,000 RPM, maximum RPM 6,650. Throttle body, fly-by-wire system, induction system. It is a Hollinger MFT 6-speed sequential transaxle, so it's running a full transaxle down to the back end. You can get different spec on it, so it's all FAA compliant, obviously. Aluminium bolt-on front end, rear side crash structures. So it's the full kit. Running Motec ECU. All the bodywork is carbon fibre. It's really well done. Double wishbone suspension with camber, toe, ride height, droop. It's got all the adjustment you need. 18 by 11 alloys for the Michelin tyres.
I think the key thing there is it's using, the component parts. You mentioned, Motec as an, management system there. Everybody's familiar with Motec, and it's not running anything sort of science fiction or space age, as we would say. It's all conventional stuff that is very, very...
But it has an option package. You can upgrade it as well. So that's the base level one. You can go with the 6.2 hand-built V8 at 640 horsepower. So jumping up another 100 horsepower. Tyre pressures, suspension sensors.
Whose engine are they using?
It's Chevrolet LS3.
Right, yeah.
Okay. So
again, shelf motor, isn't it?
Well, it is. It's the same as what the Vortex is running. So it's very common in that. Brody Kostecki, it's the 2023 Supercar champion. It's the fastest I have ever driven, just an awesome handling car. So it's getting a lot of plaudits from some serious drivers around there. If you want to know more about it, innovationracecars.com.au, and you can see all the pretty pictures of that running around Mount Panorama and down at the Gold Coast. And some of the versions have a very Mustang rear end, so you can get different types of body panels. So I think this one's more a Camaro, and the other one is more a Mustang.
Right, and that's just a matter of choice.
It is indeed, because that's the one we've got here, which is, and then you got one that's more AMG Mercedes C Series type look back end.
Right.
So yeah, a lot of different designs you can get with it.
And that's just bodywork.
It's just bodywork. The space frame is all the same.
We've done it with space frame. Yeah, with everything hanging off the space frame, suspension wise and stuff.
Great innovation from Innovation Race Cars. Great to have it here in the Middle East. There's obviously a fairly healthy silhouette series in Australia with Mark Cars and IRC.
We've got Jamie Day bringing the Come To You Racing Aston. We talked to the driver of that car earlier, who said that they'd lost a bit of time in the pits. That's on a recovery drive now, and that car up to 22nd.
Jamie Day just been
new tyres.
Just been announced yesterday that he is now part of the Aston Martin Young Driver program. So congratulations to him.
Wow.
Well done.
Jamie's been part of the scene out here for a while now, hasn't he?
Well, he got his first karting license here in the UAE. He still runs under a UAE license.
Didn't he race for he raced in Formula 4 for Paul Hardy's team, didn't he?
Well, his dad runs XL Motorsport.
That's the one.
Yeah,
yes.
so he's running F4 UAE with XL Motorsport. Obviously, all of his karting from rookies to cadets, to juniors. When I used to commentate with him, he used to come up to here on me. He's 6 foot now.
Yeah.
He's a big tall boy. I saw him and his parents down on the grid and just had a good laugh and just reminisced about the bad old days of karting when Nadia was still karting as well. So it was like, boy, these kids grow up so fast and they drive fast cars now.
It's bad crack that, Phil, because it means we're old.
No,
as they grow up, we're
experienced.
We get older.
Oh dear.
I wanted to stay with an Australian theme because leading the 992 class now is the number 901. Now Cameron McLeod, who is the son of Peter McLeod, winner of the 1987 Bathurst 1000. He's in that car at the moment. They've completed 420 laps and are a lap ahead of the second place car, and that's the number 912, who has made its way up into second, and following them through in third on their tail, pretty much, I say on their tail, they're about 36 seconds behind, is the Rick Breukers Red Camel car. Now, Rick taking over the 909. But because of the pit stops, McLeod, who now comes into the pits and will hand that 992 lead back to the 912 car that inherited it from the 909, who did a brake stop. Well, that's how tight 992 is at the moment.
Indeed. Now, Cameron McLeod comes out of the V8 Super 2 series, which are the older V8 supercars in Australia, and did race last year in the Bathurst 1000 with Premier Racing Camaro, which is the current spec car. Load of experience with a front engine car. He's driving a Porsche this weekend. So it's good to have Cameron here, part of the Premier Racing team in the supercar series down under. We've had quite a few supercar drivers here over the years, and drivers we've had an Australian winner here, Tony Quinn, in the VIP Pet Foods car. He owns a raft of motor tracks in Australia now, Hampton Downs in New Zealand. The Aussie lineage, back in the day. I'm just trying to look when that was that we had the Quins on top of the podium. It was 2008 VIP Pet Foods in a 997 GT3R. Craig Baird, Clark Quinn, Tony Quinn and Jonathan Webb. So some big names there back in those days. But Tony Quinn has done a thing in Australia and New Zealand by purchasing a lot of motorsport tracks. He's made all his money through a company called VIP Pet Foods and a chocolate manufacturing company, which he's sold, and now funds. He owns Queensland Raceway in Australia, Hampton Downs, Highlands Motorsport Park in New Zealand. And these are beautiful circuits. Hampton Down, I was driving down to my niece's wedding. I didn't even know. It was near Pukekohe, which is a famous track there, which doesn't exist anymore. I was driving to my niece's wedding in New Zealand, and I came over this hill, and I could just see a whole heap of airboxes going around. What's going on? It was the New Zealand Festival of Formula 5000.
Oh, my goodness.
Celebrating Denny Hume.
I'm pretty sure you heard that before you saw it.
And I just had to pull in $10, got my thing, and there was 22 Formula 5000s there. There was 9 McLaren Can-Am cars that Denny Hume had driven. Greg Murphy was driving them, and they had Denny Hume's car that he was working on New Zealand when he died at Goodwood. So that has Garage 1 at Hampton Downs, which is really, really special. And Denny Humes, they had his Targa Florio car as well. So fantastic place. Very phenomenal. Go motorsport racing to New Zealand. Have a check out of their motorsport. Greg Murphy's driving the 6-wheel Tyrrell this weekend at the Motorsport Festival.
Incredible. Yep. Let's head down. The sun comes up across the Dubai Autodrome. Let's head down to the pit lane where Johnny Palmer's caught up with Cameron McLeod.
Yeah, I was just about to say, the very slight vestiges of light are appearing now in the skyline above turn 16. We're still about 20 minutes or so away from proper daylight. You've had some night, though, Cameron McLeod, basically on single stints, but swapping and changing with Mathieu Detry. So is this now the end of a big chunk of driving for you?
Yeah, it definitely was a fair bit. I got my fair bit of driving tonight, but yeah, I'll go have a good rest and hope I'm all good by midday and late afternoon and try to finish it off and bring her home. So
we knew the 992 division was going to be close when they released 19 cars on the entry, 7 of them pros, 12 of them at the AM division, and it's proven to be the case because every pit stop we almost get a lead change within 992. Seems to be between your car 901, the Red Camel guys, and 921 as well. You can't really pick who's going to win it at the moment.
Yeah, well, Bass Cohen's been very good with the pit stops, so I think we've had the quickest pit stops out of all the Cup cars, which has been great. So that's definitely a big help to changing over in the pit stops. And I think most of the times I was with most of the AM drivers. I think that last stint is when I was with most of the pros. So yeah, no, it's been great. It's been a long night, and I'm looking forward to some rest.
Also, a few more Code 60s than we might have expected, with 60-odd cars or so in the entry. But how's it been? I mean, you don't really call those shots, I suppose, but Bastoon and the rest of his crew having to navigate you through those cautions.
Yeah, well, my first couple of stints, I had a lot of Code 60s. It felt like a bit of waste of time. Better off having the AM driver in those ones, but... You know,
if you could choose to do so, then that's precisely what you would do, isn't it? But once you're plugged in, then you're kind of in there for the foreseeable.
No, you can't do it. You can't do anything. You've got to do what you get given. So the good thing is you get to rag it a bit more after a Code 60 because you have a bit more fuel and tyre to burn up. So you get a bit more pace out of it, catch a few more cars. So yeah, I think I made a good strategy under Code 60. There's a couple of things I've taught myself and how to catch up to cars and things like that. But no, it's really good.
And what about the traffic in general? Because you're in that position where you're not the quickest car, but you've also carrying a lot of straight line speed as well. So you've got to keep your eye on the mirrors, but you're also having to lap a lot of cars at the same time.
Yeah, well, obviously you're quicker than a GT3 down the straight. So they kind of get alongside you out of the corner, and then you're just kind of lifting half throttle down the straight, just trying to let them go past. But you know, if you see them at least 5 car lengths back, they're going to dive bomb you, so you just leave a gap anyway.
Yeah, you've got to have eyes everywhere, and that's difficult at this time in the morning. So you'll get some rest now, and it's important that you've got the relevant hours left to be in the mix at the end. Quite clearly, so it's going to be fascinating to watch. We'll allow you some rest period now. Thank you, Cameron, for the time you've taken to have a chat. I think we missed maybe the very end of that interview, but he basically summed things up nicely.
Do you want to tell us what he said, Johnny? Because we lost you.
We were talking about how many hours he'd still has to go in the race, and it's all about making sure he's got the rest period in the bank so that he and probably Mathieu Detry will be cycled through, because he's part of the semi-pro lineup. But there are a couple of AMs though that need to do their drive time as well, and now the sun's coming up, there's ample opportunity for them to do that.
I tell you what, Phil, I loved Cameron's use of that technical term, rag it a little bit more.
Yes.
That is a pure technical
term. It's an Australian technical term, by the way.
Yeah. Other terms used of a similar vein. Push it.
Push it. Exactly. Yeah, great young driver, great young talent. I think we'll see him in the major league of supercars in the not too distant future.
Yeah, you think that's where he's destined?
Yeah,
supercars?
most definitely. He's running Super 2s at the moment, which are the old version of the V8 supercar. And
are they detuned for?
Nope.
They're exactly the same car.
They're the same car, basically.
Wow.
And they run them on a controlled tyre. Yeah, because we've changed from the Commodore and the Falcon to the Camaro and the Mustang, and then we had sort of a half Camaro or a half Commodore, which was actually an Opel, a 2-door Opel, and then we had a Mustang that had a bulging roof to make the aero back to the Opel. It looked a bit, now it's full on because we don't have any vehicle manufacturing in Australia anymore since General Motors and Ford shut down. So there's no localised because in Australia, you were either Ford or Holden.
Yeah.
That was it. I grew up in a town which only had a Holden dealership, so we were Holden people. We were red, Ford were blue. You go to the mountain, same thing. That's going on now through the elder generation. The younger generation don't know anything about that. The parochialism that used to go on in.
It was it was born on football.
Oh, most definitely.
Football-esque.
Oh, yeah.
Partisan sort of support, wasn't it?
It was, and we had our heroes. We had Peter Brock, Dick Johnson, back in those days when there was no chase at Bathurst. You just went straight down to Murray's Corner and had to pull it up. Otherwise, you'd end up in Bathurst. It was an amazing place. John will be at Bathurst in 3 weekends' time for the Maguire's 12-hour. But it's
a place I've got to visit, to be honest.
Yeah, did a bike race around there once.
No, I don't think I want to think about that film.
That's before the chase was in there as well. But great to see Cameron McLeod here and some people from the Southern Hemisphere. It's summer down there at the moment, so
just the edge of, isn't it?
Yeah, so seeing Earl Bamber here, but obviously he's on his way to the US for the Raw at Daytona in Cadillac next weekend, and he'll leave his team here to contest the Michelin 6 hours of Abu Dhabi.
Cameron McLeod, just by coming into the pits, has handed the lead of the 992 class back to the 912 numbered car of Huub van Eindhoven. The Tyre outdoor racing car has got a 35 second lead and is lapping ever so slightly quicker than the Red Camel Jordan car. Now then, their last time they came through, 2 minute 3.787 to 2 minute 3.976. I mean, all right, we're talking about a couple of tenths here and there, but I think, overall those two cars are very, very equally matched.
Yeah.
And Rick Breukers arguably is still their superstar driver. He's still the quickest driver of the field, even though Luke Breukers, his younger brother, is on occasion getting towards his lap times. Rick is still you put the time bomb in there and set it away. So that car is optimized, and it's Rick.
Yeah,
we'll keep an eye on the lap times, we'll keep an eye on the gap, but basically the difference is 35 seconds, and that's quite a chunk of time. It can all disappear in the blink of an eye, of course.
Of course it can.
However, but if that continues, it's going to be very, very hard to make that overtake on track.
Yellow flag out at turn number 7. It's bright enough for me to look across there now. We've got a car stopped up on the driver's right on the exit of turn 7. I can see the lights flashing on and off as they may be doing the control or delete. It's well off the circuit by the look of it. It's on the runoff on the right-hand side of the road. It's the 69 car. It's one of the Audis that is parked there just off the road.
Can't tell which Audi it is quite. It's 69.
It's 69.
There it is.
And it's the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, another UAE entry. This is the sister car to the Supra.
Tale of war, really. Down in 24th in GT3, 33rd overall. The tale of war continues, I'm afraid, and that car's going to drop down the order even more so.
Now, Andrei Solokovstev at the wheel at the moment. And
he's probably going through the Control-Alt-Delete process, isn't he?
Because the lights go, I can see it from here up in the grandstand. It's just off to my left-hand side, about 3/4 of the way across the circuit. And no movement as yet. And 20 seconds to code 60.
While we wait to see whether or not that 69 Audi can make its way, we've called a code 60 procedure within 20 seconds. Let's head down to Johnny Palmer, though, who will fill in the gap while we wait for that code 60 flag, which appears as I do so, Johnny.
Aha. So we're back under. It's been a fair spell, hasn't it, for us not to be under caution. I just spotted that the GT4 race leader, which is the 438 BMW from AGMC Racing, being driven by Ramez Azam. It came down pit road, didn't stop with anyone. So clearly they're double stinting tyres as well. The priority there was fuel. And the key thing there for the GT4 race leader is that it's managed to get its full fuel allocation prior to this Code 60. So I think purely by luck rather than judgment, it will have needed some fuel, but those other cars trying to chase it back within GT4 are now limited to 25%, and that's a big negative for anyone trying to make up that ground. A whole plethora of cars, though, coming down pit road, as we've seen so often. And once again, quite a number of them not stopping in their box with their team at the garage, because tyres, again, in this current state of the track with temperatures relatively low, they're looking to try and double stint these Michelins and maybe even triple. That might be a bit too much of a stretch, but if you can get 2 stints out of a set, you're going to save so much time.
Most definitely, Johnny. And as you were correct, just on 3 hours of green flag running before this Code 60, and the tow vehicle is in attendance. They'll be able to tow that back around turn 8 and 9, nip through the club link and get that car back to pit lane and see what the problem is. The lights are still on, so it may electrical. It's so hard to tell.
Yeah, it's impossible to tell, really. What I can tell is it's having a tow line, a tow hitch fixed to the front of the car. It will be being towed back, so not under its own steam. It's going to be assisted back. Whether or not that is we'll fathom out. We'll leave it to Johnny to fathom out whether or not it's a catastrophic failure or whether it's just something simple. It can be something simple. I mean, I can't see any kind of residue of fluid dropping from the car. So
he's pulled it off the road. It's
kind of ground to a halt, hasn't it?
And he's come out of turn 7 and just turned right. Now they're on the correct side of the circuit. They'll stay on the outside, drivers right of the circuit, and come around turn 8 and 9, and then come down to the little club link. They cut through about a third of the way down the back straight. That brings them onto turn 14, and then up M15 and into pit lane.
Certainly quickens the process rather than having to go around the whole lap. Is that what he's doing here, Phil?
Yeah, no, he's actually that off cut there to the right is actually what's called the peanut circuit. It's an oval circuit that comes in at around turn 3, and we have separate functions on that while running the club circuit here with other cars and the hill circuit on the other side. So lots of cars can be on this circuit at the same time. And they've all got their own little race controls. And now that it's fully lit, can run nicely into the evening as well, with lots of action here from the Race and Drive Centre.
It's the 7-day-a-week programme here at the Dubai Autodrome.
Yep, seven days a week. And
some of the teams, I noticed there, just that glimpse of the pit lane just across from us, choosing to... Now is the time for them to change their brakes, pads and discs, or just pads. I was amazed when Krista Donker was telling me about the Haas Audi only needing pads. Discs on the whole way. Yeah,
pads on the front only.
Yes,
unbelievable. And we've got some of the Porsches, the GT3 RSs, changing 4 discs and pads.
4 of them on the rear as well.
Yeah. I'm just waiting to see if a course car may have gone out, just to have a little look-see now that the sun is coming up. But I don't think we're going to be under Code 60 for very long. Incident involving car 92 and 928 at turn 12 noted. So turn 12 is up at where the old management used to be. Now the Motor City Clubhouse just under construction up there. We've got a lot of people in the pits on this one, Joe, haven't we?
Yeah.
It's really getting full now.
It's a few cars being turned onto, put onto jacks and turned and wheeled back into the garage, which sort of indicates to me that it's more than just a tyre general service. They are going to look at something more and get the car sorted out with regards to brakes and discs. And we're inside of 6 hours to go as well, Phil.
Yeah. Wow.
Are we at the top of an hour for a rundown?
We are at the top of an hour.
Because it's just ticked past 7 a.m, 3 minutes.
Well, official sunrise is at 7:06, so it hasn't poked its head above the horizon just yet.
But it's nice and light.
It is nice and light. Some wispy clouds in there. We had some fog down Abu Dhabi way, but it's not coming here. And it looks like, from a weather perspective, remember last year we had a rain squall come across at 9 a.m. in the morning, and I could see it coming across. It came across, hit turn 5, hit the pits. Turn 10 was totally dry and sunshine.
Was that last year's race?
Last year's race. We lost the GT4 leader, the BMW over there, and a Porsche as well, as they just came across the water on the circuit. A really, really, really localised downpour, and we had people scrambling for wets and nobody had them mounted. Okay, that was the big problem. A lot of people had rims, but they hadn't mounted the wet tyres on them, and so the tyre techs were working overtime, and then it went away. In 10 minutes it was totally dry.
There's nothing forecast for today like that, is there?
No, we did have not 2 days ago Friday, but a week Friday ago we had flooding.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Well, I was here in 2020.
Oh, well, it wasn't that bad.
I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, in 2007, I think I rode a jet ski down pit lane.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, it was a Formula 3 race, that's right. Because we are at the lowest point of this area in Sport City. Back to green flag racing, just a short code 60 there.
I think pretty much
7 seconds. I think 7 minutes.
I think everyone pitted, Phil.
Yeah, I've got a lot of outlaps and there's still a lot of Ps happening.
Yeah, we'll wait for the cars to come round to see how that has shaken up the field. And a car going off there on the outside of turn 1.
Ferrari.
It is one of the Ferraris. Which of the Ferraris?
That's the 88. That's the Dragon racing car.
Right, now that is a little bit down the order, isn't it? It's in 50.
I saw 1.8 and sorry, I saw a single 8, but their cars are 8 or 88, and because of the curvature of that bodywork, I couldn't actually pick up if it was the second 8.
Well, it could be the 88 because Dustin Blattner has just gone out of the pits. He's on an outlap now, and it looks like he's looped that going into turn 1. Currently 5th in the Pro-Am class.
Yeah, we're going to wait for them to all come across the start-finish line to see how that all, as Joe said, how it all sorts itself out.
I think we're pretty sure who's leading GTX, and that is Gerhard Watzinger in the Leiper Motorsport Lamborghini. That car down in 39th overall, but very, very strong in the GTX class. It's the IRC GT that's running second in that class, but quite a few laps back of one another. So that's a pretty solid GTX class lead for the Leipert Lamborghini. And that car is aged. That car is barely aged. It still looks like a UFO to me, that Lamborghini.
It does indeed.
It's beautiful. I love the Huracan.
They've led the GTX category since lap 1.
Since lap 1, yeah. I mean, it's one of our smaller categories, of course, but just shows how solid the Huracan has become. It's a Super Trofeo car, isn't it?
Yeah. So races
single
in
base.
Yeah. So the GTX category is for cars of more of a GT2 spec. In between, well, funnily enough, GT2 is in between GT3 and GT4.
Yeah, I've never understood.
Oh, so either have I.
I'm old enough to remember.
I thought it was a typo.
I'm old enough to remember GT2 when it was bigger and faster than GT3.
Yes.
Just underneath GT1. I'm disappearing up my backside here. Let's stop.
Oh dear. some of the cars on fresh tyres with the fresh sun, Heart of Racing by SBS. Ian James at the wheel, fastest middle sector for that team. So we're seeing a little bit of green coming up on the boards with loads of fresh tyres being fresh Michelins being thrown on the cars as the sun has now officially risen.
Change for second, I noticed, Phil, as the cars have come through. Daniel Harper leading the race with the BMW M4 of Almanar Racing. Team WRT underneath that one. Second place, though, change there as the number 24, Thomas Kiefer, driven dynamic GT, the Porsche, up into second place ahead of the other Porsche in the field. That's the Pure Racing Porsche of Alexei Nezov. That car still in the pits.
Yeah, he took tyres, whereas I think Kiefer just went through for fuel because his tyres are 14 laps old.
Right.
Okay, so I think that's why that has changed around. And then we got Gabriel Piana as well, moving up into fourth position for Winwood Racing. Ahmed Alathi in the 991. That's a GT3 car, not a 992 class car for Paradigm competition, because it's a BMW. It's moving up into fifth position and leading the AM category at the moment. Leader of the Pro-Am category for GT3 is Winwood Racing in their Mercedes AMG.
Car number 16 there, Gabriel Piana, currently leading the Pro-Am class, fourth overall, like you said, Phil, but class leader. And I suppose we're getting towards the stages. We're inside. I can see a 5 at the front of the hours to go. All right, there's still 50 minutes to get underneath that, so 5 hours 50 minutes remaining. And I suppose you've got to perhaps be consider this, 4 laps off the overall leader. However, a class lead of 1.1 seconds is keeping that car honest, as Ahmed Al-Hadi in the Paradigm competition BMW chases the car down. We'll get an idea of how they are comparing with regards to lap times. Very, very close indeed.
Yeah, it is.
One of those battles where it's only like a 10th here, a 10th there. They gain, they lose. But fundamentally, they stay together on track, and they've just gone through there. And the gap's gone out, actually. It's gone out to 3 seconds. So Piana has got a grip of that one, and he's consolidating that position.
Yeah, 58.2 versus a 2-minute flat. So,
but what I was going to say, because I didn't finish my thought, Phil, was they're in a very strong position with regards to the class lead. They've completed 442 laps. The next car in the Pro-Am class is down in 8th place overall. Kay Van Berlo in the Herbert Motorsport car 91. They're on 440 laps. So 2 laps here at the Dubai Autodrome is nothing. Blink of an eye, problem. You can lose that in a stroke. So it is relatively tight. But Piana, Gabriel Piana, as we do, he'll be wanting to be on the overall podium, won't he?
Oh, most definitely, because in GT3, GT3 is its own category, but GT3 Pro-Am can win Pro-Am and GT3, as can the GT3 can win GT3 and GT3 AM, but a GT3 can only win the GT3 category. If you're a subcategory, you can win both.
Yeah,
you can win
right.
And the same with 992. 992 AM can win the 992 overall and their 992 AM category. Reflection of the sun now starting to shine into the buildings opposite the Dubai Autodrome. I was talking to Johnny about this earlier. This is the third stanza of the race. We had the daytime, we have the nighttime, and now we're back into the morning time. I'm seeing so many. We've seen so many green sector times, and the Herbert Motorsport, Antez Al at the wheel has just set that team's fastest lap time, a 2-minute flat 91. We've got Winwood Racing in the 58s already. And the cars are dropping down just to put the new tyres on. The sun's come up, and all of a sudden, we've got cars that are only a second or so off the fastest lap as the 111 has a spin. Mark Griffith at the wheel of that, currently running second in the TCX class, just waiting for the traffic to work out which way he's going. He's got it all back together again. And we'll keep an eye on where that was, but the 111's back again after rotating around. Let's have a look at the class leaders. GT3, the 777, leading that one. 912 is leading the 992. The 710, GTX, GT4, 438, and TCE, the 101. As the 111 makes its way around.
I think he got away with that, Phil.
I think he did.
It looked like he was nestled up to the barrier, but looking at the back of that car out on track, there's no signs of any major damage, is there?
Well, yeah, that would be the big concern, because they're leaps and bounds ahead of the Vortex, and that's a big ask for the Vortex to come back. But they have had that car into the garage a couple of times with some issues. And that's not done with yet. But as I was saying before, we're getting some really quick laps now, because we're in the third stanza of this race.
Yeah.
It's everybody's got that second wind now. The night time is finished. We can see where we're going. We can see what we're doing. We've got fresh tyres on. Let's go.
You get the feeling when the sun comes up, like we're seeing now. It's like, the checkered flag's just around the corner.
Exactly.
It's not just around the corner, though.
Just over.
There's a long way to go, and you've got to keep that discipline. You've got to keep that, from being in the driver's seat to being in the pit lane, to being on the pit wall, I should say, metaphorically these days, because it's all orchestrated from the garages. We used to call it the pit perch, didn't we? It's not a pit perch at all. It's a pit desk. These days, that's the modern way. But yeah, you've got to keep your discipline. You can't be complacent. You've got to keep with that program that you've kept with, and just focus on your fuel stints, focus on your tyres, focus on your tyre management if you're behind the wheel. What have you found?
Linwood Racing have just done a 57.798.
Wow, what was I saying about Piana?
Oh, he's already had the lap record this weekend, and a 57.777. So he's just off of that. So 57.798, his best and the fastest lap of this race and of the series is a 57.7. So he's 2 100ths off the fastest lap of the race.
2 100ths
at this stage. At this stage, you have Piana, 5-lap-old tyres on that one. Unbelievable stuff from that team. He wants to get back on that lead lap. He's on 444 laps. The leader's on 448. But Gabriel Piana is currently leading the Pro-Am class and 4th position overall. But the top 3 spots filled with the GT3 Pros. 488 laps for Almanar Racing Team, 447 for Dynamic Racing, 445 for Pure Racing. Now that's going to change more on I think, as I said before, I think Thomas Kiefer just came in and took fuel in that Code 60, didn't change tyres. He's got 18 lap-old tyres. This stanza down to 5th or 6th position just keeps on changing.
It's phenomenal, isn't it?
Unbelievable.
It really is, considering how long we've been running here, and to think that, again, if I was a betting man, I would not have a clue as to who I would choose to be.
I wouldn't bet.
No, I wouldn't. I'm not allowed to in this country, but no. It's very, very open, Phil. It's been a very, very competitive race.
Yep.
I mean, all right, we've got 33 cars in the GT3 field, the primary field, the primary class, I should say.
Yep.
But there isn't just quantity there, there's quality as well.
And that's not just been said by you, it's been said by Sam, it's been said by a lot of people up and down the pit lane, and you've been interviewing them. It's the depth of quality in this field.
And that means you've got to be on your game there to get success this weekend, and I'm pretty sure everybody who were in contention for an overall win would have been thinking, or even a class win. It goes without saying, the 992 class, we take for granted now how close the 992 class is going to be. Whatever the distance of race, whether it's 6, 12 or 24-hour race, and the 992 class is going to be a sequence of sprints across that 6, 12 or 24 hours. The GT3 class yes, we get that. But to get that with the amount of cars that we have here this weekend is totally phenomenal. And we've got a fabulous race ahead of us to the flag.
Indeed, 1 o'clock this afternoon is when that flag will drop the main gantry. New position for the podium this year in the Apex Garden on the big stage. Nick Damon will be down there doing the duties, as everybody will be pleased to meet him.
There's a rumour that Nick is travelling across there on the back of a camel.
It is a rumour. It's an unfounded rumour.
Yeah, it is.
It's an unfounded rumour. I think
there was also a rumour that he bought a camel to do it with. I'm not sure that's.
I tried to broker the deal. Unfortunately.
How much is a camel, by the way?
Well, here we have camel beauty contests and camel racing.
Well, there's some good-looking camels, I've got to say.
Yeah, there is. Camel racing, they buy the camels from Australia.
Do they really?
Because they're the most pure camels, because we don't have camels in Australia. So when the Afghan traders went to Australia, that's what they used. So we have wild camels in Australia. And to get those purebred camels here, they can't, because there's too many different variants of them.
Right.
So they buy Australian camels.
So the camels in Australia are from, like, what, 16th century?
Well, no, because the Afghan traders came there in
they trade with
1800s.
The native Australians?
No, this was when Australia was building up.
I see, right,
Sydney,
okay.
Melbourne and everything. This was all for the inland stuff, Alice Springs to Darwin and stuff like that. So this was in the 1800s, in Burke and Will's time. But because Australia's a big sandy desert in the middle,
yes,
camels are the best thing to do.
So how much are they?
Very expensive. You couldn't afford one.
Well, that's not a high benchmark, my friend. Rough ballpark. Are we talking about 10 grand? Are we talking about 100,000?
We're talking about the same price as thoroughbred racehorses.
Oh, really? It can be like that?
Yep.
Is that for a thoroughbred camel racer, though? If I just wanted to buy a camel for a circus or to parade,
you can't.
You can't. No. You would have thought so.
No, they're.
I would have thought the Arabian desert would be awash with camels.
Well, they are, but you don't want to hit one in your car because it'll come through the windscreen.
Well, absolutely, mate. It'd be like hitting the house.
And there are camel warning signs on the roads leading out into the empty quarter, but it's all part of where we live.
We have deer.
Well, we have deer here as well. We have sand deer here.
As well.
Yeah, we've got sand deer here. We've got a massive conservation park out the back, the Al Najum Conservation Park, which is about 20 kilometres that way. It's got lakes and everything, and it's got birds and the bustard, which is a native bird here. And so it's about 30 kilometres long, 20 kilometres deep. You can go and visit there, have picnics and all that sort of stuff. I ride my bike out there, and at night, and you've got to be careful because the sand deer stand on the bitumen track that we run on because it's warmer.
Right.
And you've got to be really, really careful. I've seen guys get knocked off their bikes by sand deer running across the track.
Sand what, sorry?
Sand deer.
Oh, sand deer, sorry.
Yeah. So they're lots of interesting things here that the government of Dubai have put massive cycle tracks around Dubai. Right. There's a cycle track now going between Dubai and Abu Dhabi.
If you look at the development of this area, and it's the 20th running of the Dubai 24 Hours, and I remember my first race was 10 years ago, 2015, and looking across the track here from our commentary position, there wasn't any kind of building or development. And now, in fact, I'm pretty sure we could see the sea, Phil, when we first came here.
Well, we could. We could still see Burj Al Arab, the famous coastal landmark, but it's slowly getting overtaken with... Dubai has been a building site since I came here. We had a bit of a slowdown in 2008. We had a bit of a slowdown in COVID, but it hasn't stopped.
Yeah.
And because... Dubai's built on investment. We don't have a lot of oil here. The oil's down in Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi's massive, and it goes all the way to the Saudi border. But Dubai, through the good grace of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President, Prime Minister and ruler of Dubai, has allowed us foreigners to live, work and thrive here, which is absolutely...
How long have you been here now, Phil?
20 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I came to this first race. I came in 2005 September. So my first 24 hours was the first 24 hours here.
Right. Yeah. Back to the race, 27, the number 27, that's the Heart of Racing Mercedes. Familiar with the Heart of Racing organisation running Aston Martins, but here they are in the Creventic Series running the Mercedes, and running currently in 11th spot. They are 4th, just off the AM class podium there in 4th. Ian James, the man behind Heart of Racing. Underneath Heart of Racing here this weekend, of course, is SPS, who are a very, very familiar competitor with this event. Now Ian just managing to pick his way through the traffic there. Very, very busy track out there. The sun very much above the horizon, and not only do we have better light, Phil, but it'll be warming up considerably. That the chilly overnight temperature this morning, as you said there, 12 degrees, 11 degrees.
Yep.
Everybody having to put their jacket on, perhaps a couple of layers. They'll be now discarding those layers as the heat begins to build. But what will also affect not just people taking their coats off, but will affect how the teams address how the tyres will work towards the checkered flag.
Well, we've got a couple of situations at the moment where the drivers have the sun in their eyes because it's very, very low in the sky. So down towards turn 10, you've got the sun in your eyes. Coming out of 14 up to 15, the sun's in your eyes. And as you exit the parabolica out of turn 9, the sun's right in your eyes. It's going to take another 45-50 minutes until that gets out of that really bad traffic. Like when the sun sets, the same thing happened last night. You can't see coming down towards 13 and 14 because the sun is right in front of you, right in the eye. And they don't have flags on that far side. They have lights because you can't see the colour of the flag. It's just a silhouette.
Right.
So with the sun being so low in the sky at the moment, the drivers will be struggling with that a little bit because their eyes are calibrated to the night. You know.
Yeah.
And you have to readapt.
Well, when the sun is low and as bright as it is here in Dubai, it's going to be very. And plus, you've got a lot of dirt on windscreens.
Yes.
And that can just make the windscreen opaque and impossible to see. And you won't be able to change that until you get to the pit stop and use a rip-off. But we don't use wipers here. Wipers can just exacerbate the situation and make the windscreen even worse. So we have rip-offs. But exactly like if you're new to this kind of racing, it's exactly like a helmet visor rip-off. A big sheet of cellophane, basically, isn't it?
Exactly.
Big piece of clear plastic that goes on the windscreen. You pull that off at a pit stop, and then you've got a brand new windscreen effectively until you start picking up dirt and detritus from the track.
What the worst thing about them, when you take all of them in the first.
Oh, you take them all off.
Yeah. I've done that with tear-offs on my visor in bike racing.
Ian James doing a lovely job there in the Mercedes of just picking his way through the 992 traffic and others, and he's cleared that chunk of traffic there, and he will continue on his way. He's in 11th, as I said, and he is chasing down with a gap of 24 seconds to make up to the car ahead of him, and that is also a car for class. And if Ian James can catch the car ahead of him, which is the Antares Owl driven Herbert Motorsport Porsche Car 80, we will see him on the podium for the podium ceremony. But it's a big ask that let me just confirm the gap for you. 45 seconds that Ian has got to make up, and right now he's not lapping quite as fast as O is in the Herbert car.
Yeah, once again, swings and roundabouts with the lap times where they get traffic and where they have to roll out of it, but still a good chance there. Gabriel Piana has used done his couple of quick laps. We've been, after Winwood Racing set that lap record early on lap 5 and led the race for a while, they've been hovering up and down, really haven't been part of the battle, which is a thing that Johnny brought up, was the Mercedes for that first half of the race were running outside the top 10. They just didn't have something about what they were doing, or more importantly, the other teams, what they were doing, Mercedes weren't. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this pans out, because Gabriel Piana is going to try and get that car up. He's a lap behind Alexei Nisov at the moment for the Pure Racing Porsche. That's just cleared out. He's only 41 seconds behind, but they're almost matching lap times. And so Thomas Kiefer has now taken the lead in the dynamic GT Porsche. .24 seconds to the betterment of Daniel Harper in the Almanar Racing Team BMW M4 GT3 Evo. And then 2 laps back to Alexei Nisov and the Pure Racing Porsche as well. So yeah, that's starting to get pretty interesting up the front. 24. We thought that Thomas Kiefer didn't take tyres. He just went for fuel during that last Coach 60, and a little bit longer pit stop for the Almanar Racing Team had just dropped them back. No big penalties so far for the top teams. Just a 10-second penalty for Winwood Racing, Gabriel Piana.
This is interesting, isn't it? 2 Mercedes going head-to-head. Piana making his way by. Ian James not an easy driver to get past, because Ian James has got pace, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Piana probably took him about a lap and a half that by the time if not 2 laps to get by Ian James.
Knocked his lap time around. He was comfortably in the 58s and doing back-to-back 58s, as we saw him do at the start of the race. So he is Winwood Racing, one of their guns that has been performing right the way through, as he heads off down the start-finish straight.
Now, I mentioned Ian James not quite being as quick as, just going to zoom in this so I get this right, quite being as quick as the car ahead of him. He's chasing down the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. He was a lot quicker than the Herbert car. He's taken a chunk of time out of that gap, and now it's down to 21 seconds.
Wow.
So he's taken, like, for instance, 2 minutes 4 for the Herbert car, 2 minutes 1 for Ian James. He's really got a bit of focus on there, hasn't he? And he's really in a rhythm.
Yeah.
And he's taking chunks of time out of that gap, and that's a gap for a class position there.
He was 2.5 seconds a lap. He was 2.5 seconds a lap quicker than Antez Al on that last lap.
Yeah, he's catching him. And that will be a podium. That will be for a podium there in the AM class. Let's head down to the pit lane. Johnny Palmer still enjoying his time,
basking in the sun,
breathing in the brake dust and the light. Johnny, how's it going?
I wasn't cold to start with, Phil, but it is nice to have a little bit more warmth now. The sunshine is definitely more present. It was just a sort of hue developing above turn 16, and the hotel, which shows those multicoloured lights, the Park Inn on turn 16, they've been turned off now, and yeah, pretty much full daylight at this stage. 1 or 2 cars been in the wars, I think it's fair to say. The 111, we were trying to work out why that had to be bump started every single time it left the pit lane. They've got a major issue with the starter motor, which will take 30-40 minutes to change. So in the end, they've just elected to push that car out from the garage space, and it does seem to fire every time. The 69 Audi came in on the end of a tow rope. That's the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport crew for Vasily Vladikin and Mikhail Loboda, Andrei Sulikovsky, who I think was at the wheel of the car when it came in. I got quite close to, I was sort of eavesdropping on the conversations being had. It's either gearbox, but I think actually more so clutch, which has been on the way out for the last few stints, and the suggestion is it's kind of cried enough now. So if it, not officially announced as such, the 69 is not going to be too far away from another official retirement, because the clutch just not functioning anymore. Real disappointment in the team there, understandably. And I did double check with the GT4 leaders that they hadn't gone any further than double stinting Michelin tyres overnight, and they say that's probably a bit too much, but the 438 BMW can comfortably do doubles. They will have to go back to single stinting tyres when we get to the warmer period of Sunday. But the AGMC Racing by Simpson Motorsport crew, very, very happy with these Michelin tyres. They seem to have worked them out quite early on and looking comfortable in that case.
I think that's the general consensus of opinion, that everyone's enjoyed the tyre. We've heard a couple of drivers say when they get new tyres, they're absolutely delighted with them because the level of grip they get initially. And then, of course, once the tyre is... A tyre has always got an optimum lap, hasn't it, Phil? When you send a driver out for qualifying, you're going to tell him that, you're optimised on lap 2 or even lap 3. Somewhere like Brands Indy back in the UK, you're optimised on lap 5 because it takes that long, because it's only about a mile round. So they're very, very happy, and I think even more importantly in an endurance racing series, they like the way the tyre degrades. They like the way the tyre, it doesn't sort of go off a cliff. It wears out gradually, and it sends drivers messages telling it it's beginning to wear. And as the stint continues on, you kind of, that feel evolves. It doesn't catch you out, it just evolves.
And I think Michelin will take all the feedback from all of the teams, as they always do, and they will evolve this tyre to suit this type of racing.
I think I haven't heard any kind of adverse comment about it's way off, it's not what we need. Everybody seems, the fact that it's very rarely mentioned other than in a context of performance is a good sign. We haven't got any kind of issues that have been reported from anyone.
But once again, as you said earlier on, setup for these tyres is a learning process for all of the teams. Some may not have got it quite right yet. Some, say Dynamic GT, have got it right from the get-go. And so a learning process, an evolution, and they'll by the time that we get to round number 4 in Europe, everybody will have a handle on the setup that suits these tyres the best.
What are you saying, Phil, that this very, very competitive GT3 field could even closer together?
Yes. The 24-hour of Barcelona will be on the final lap. There will be 30 cars on the final lap. Within 8 seconds.
I'll vote for you to write the script. I will vote for your script writing. The lead has changed because we've had a couple of pit stops, I think. The number 24 Dynamic GT Porsche leads the race. We've got a yellow flag at turn 11. Phil's checking that out. Daniel Harper dropping off the lead.
Yeah, just a spinner down there. Looks like they're mobile again.
And he has just come through now. And the gap is 18 seconds to the difference between the Almanar Racing BMW of Daniel Harper in second. That's the 777 numbered car. And the leading Thomas Kiefer Dynamic GT Porsche. That's car 24. It's 18 seconds last time by.
And Thomas Kiefer's got 28 laps on his tyres, 14 laps for Daniel Harper in the 777. So there's a pit stop offset there somewhere that will come into play as we're into the 5 hours, 22 minutes and 45 seconds to go. This is going to get very interesting because that lead group on pit stop average is just 27 pit stops for Dynamic, 27 for Almanar, 25 for Purex Racing, 24 for Paradigm Competition and Winwood, 28 for SMP, and 24 for Herberth. All of them doing different things. They may have done a lot more fueling in Code 60, but I think what's bringing them back together is that there are a driver can only do a maximum of 2-hour stint, and that's where, even though you do all that fueling and stuff in Code 60 and whatever, you're still dictated by driver time. You can't exceed the 2-hour maximum.
Yeah.
And for double stint, the vortex. The vortex.
The vortex has ground to a halt, is what Phil is alluding to. Solène Amarouche, the daughter of Lionel, who has been a part of the Vortex organisation for some time now as a driver.
I think it did have a spin at turn 11, and it's made it out of turn 11. It's on about a third of the way up to turn 12.
Was this Vortex the cause of the
I think flag? It was, yeah.
Yeah, right, okay. So I'm not sure whether that car... so the car's
lights are
up against the barrier, but I'm not... From the angle that we can see across the track, I'm not sure if it slammed into the barrier. I think it just pulled up.
I think it's pulled over to driver's left, going up between 10 and 11.
Now, we've mentioned this car before. It's a V8 Chevy engine motor.
Less 3.
Carbon fibre chassis, evolving from the tube frame chassis in the early iterations of the Vortex. This is the Vortex 2.0 that we saw debut at
Kuwait.
I thought it was Barcelona.
It came to Kuwait. Remember, we were talking to them.
Yes. My goodness, yes.
That was the first time we've seen it. Yeah. They weren't racing it, but they bought it. They were still racing the 1.0, but we got our first look at that at Kuwait Motor Town.
Is that right? Wow. So that was a year gone November.
Exactly.
It's flying by. This Vortex is going to have to be recovered, so we brought out the purple flags, meaning that everybody has to start circulating at 60 kilometres an hour. And the efficiency of the recovery teams here at Dubai, the Dubai Autodrome, has always been absolutely top class. I think the nature of the track helps as well.
It does, because we've got roads all the way around. This circuit, the way that it is, that we can always get cars back to the pits, regardless of where they are.
Yes, I think so.
And I think that's a very important thing, especially that if you're just joining us, welcome, wherever you've been. But it's important because these teams can fix these cars if it's something like you've run out of fuel.
I love the Creventic series for a lot of things, and that is one of them, that it's never over.
No.
It's never, ever over. And we will recover your car back to, there's none of this outside assistance penalty and you're out of the race. The organisers will get you back to the pits, and you can do whatever it takes to get that car back and out on the track. It is the essence of endurance racing.
Well, they understand that all of these teams have paid their entry fee for a 24-hour race.
Track time.
And and they, under any Creventic series, gets a wealth of track time.
Yes.
Whether it be in partner with the circuit or official testing for... these guys have been running since Monday.
Yeah, they have. Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And that was all in the, you paid a test, and it was all communicated through that.
Who was saying that they'd been speaking to Dwight Merriman, and one of the major factors of him bringing Era Motorsport to this, I think it was Cal Tilley telling us, one of the major factors was the fact that they get so much track time.
Yeah.
Let's head down to the pits, though. I can hear Johnny Palmer in my head, and that's not just a fixation. That's actually Johnny Palmer trying to put in. Johnny, what have you got for us? Who have you got?
Yeah, I really am here this time, Joe, not just your imagination. One heck of a battle going on at the head of the order in the 992 division. When we saw the entry list, Oop van Eindhoven, we knew it was going to be close, but this far into the race, just beyond sunrise, it's still well on, and the 912 car, the Tyre outdoor racing car, is in the mix.
Yeah, it's looking good, but the race is finished when it's finished, so we need to stay out of trouble, keep the pace up, and hope for the best.
It's very close. Is it closer than you might have expected ahead of time? Because there's some big names. First of all, I've covered some Carrera Cup Benelux racing in my time. Some guys in the French Championship are here as well. I'm impressed with how attractive this race is to those in the off-season.
Yeah, some guys are competitive. I expected it. So it's good. It's always nice to have a nice battle here. So, yeah. looking forward how it ends.
And it's been a tricky race with so much stoppage as well. We're into one now where the guys on the pit wall, your engineers are having to make some quick calls, and you only get a small amount of your fuel that you would normally get in green. So it's very difficult to navigate this race.
Yeah, it's difficult, but when the Code 60 you can box, it's always nice to save some time on the driver change, and then after it, you look what to do, react to what happens, and just make the decision in the moment.
We've spoken a lot in our broadcast about the fact that we're now powered by Michelin in 2025. Did you race on the old tyre manufacturer last year in this championship, and is it nice to now be on a tyre that you all know very well?
Yes, I did. Actually, the past 2 years I drove on the previous tyre. This time, for the first time on the Michelin, but it's a different compound than we are used in Super Cup and in Carrera Cup. So it's new for everyone. It's a nice challenge.
So we know now conclusively. We've had different messages about whether it's a cup tyre or not for the 992s. It is a different compound.
It's a different compound, and you can feel it immediately. This is really an endurance tyre, and the tyre we use in Super Cup, you really feel like it's a sprint tyre.
So it's designed for 45 minutes or so, whereas this needs to do a lot longer. I mean, you've been doing double stints, haven't you, on the tyre through the night?
Yeah, exactly. The tyre in Super Cup is made for qualifying and for sprint racing for half-an-hour races, and this tyre is made to last very long. So yeah, it's quite different.
Tell us about the team, because this is certainly a new sponsorship name to the series, I think. So Tyre Outdoor, what do they specialise in?
They specialise in outdoor furniture, and the company is owned by Rolf Poppelas, my teammate, and he set up his own team, and his ambitions are high, so we are aiming for the win here.
Good stuff. I'm going to let you go because I know you've been doing single stints, but have you been doing most of the night, in fact, as long as you get the right rest period?
Yeah, I am at 6 hours driving time now and 2 stints sprint, so gonna have some sleep.
You need some sleep. We'll let you do that. Let's hope you can find a dark room somewhere because that sun is very, very bright.
Yes, I'm gonna search for a nice bed. Thank you.
Good man. Huub van Eindhoven, thank you very much for taking the time to give us that catch-up. And, I think I've heard about 3 different theories about these tyres now, but there is a man who very definitely will know. So we're on an endurance tyre in the 99 Cup, in the 992 Cup division.
Number 30 just had a spin coming out of that Code 60 around turn 16 and turned it all around and got it back together again.
Yeah, he caught out. We went green, and I think he just gassed it a little bit too early there, didn't he? Coming in, looping the car, and that's the car collection Porsche, the number 30.
Damir Salatov at the wheel of that. Now, what we've seen, that wasn't a long Code 60, it was 5 minutes long. But talking to some of the drivers down in the pits, I was asking them about what do you have to do after we had some early long Code 60s, 25 odd minutes. And I said, what did you have to do? They said, you have to get some heat back into those tyres quickly. I'd never seen in Creventic racing the amount of weaving that was going on down the straights with the 992 cars and the GT3 cars to get the tyres back up to temperature. And that caused one of the incidents in qualifying where the guys were weaving over the track, and we lost the Audi because of that. It's prevalent here, and it's going to carry on throughout Europe as well. It's just the way that you have to introduce heat into these tyres to reactivate the grip.
Well, it's getting the car to be balanced as well, because the front tyres will stay hotter. They're doing a lot of the work with steering, so you can keep heat into the steering. You can even, if you're good enough, spin up the rears to keep the heat into them, but that's perhaps what happened to the car collection car. Damir Saitov there just looping the car around, and it's easily done, isn't it, when you go green and the red mist comes down. We've had a driver change in the 2 leading 992 cars. We heard Johnny's interview there. That car being taken over by Joop Verpange now in the Tyre Outdoor Racing. Still in the lead, but it's Fabian Dance now in the red camel car. So it's down to Fabian chasing down Joop for the lead of the 992 class, and these two have hung on to this class lead. We did see the AJITHKUMAR Racing with Bas Kutten Porsche have a little bit of a spell at the lead of the class when we last had that pit stop phase. That hasn't happened this time, Phil.
Yeah.
Those two have stayed at the top. 912, 909, currently 21st, 22nd overall. And it's now a 50-second gap between those two at the front of the 992 lot.
It's going to go down to the wire. I don't know. Well, when we were talking regarding the 909 Red Camels Jordan, it's going to be what driver goes up against what driver.
Yeah, it's effectively going to be down to who's got the quickest, slowest driver.
Yes. It is, because we know through the lap times that the cars are doing at the moment. We can't quite tell about Fabian Dance because that's an out lap for them.
Yeah.
But they're going to have to say, we've got some of they're going to have to be in the 202 bracket really fast.
Now, I haven't kept tab on the stint times and the regulation time behind the wheel for the AM drivers in either of those cars. But when you consider, Phil, we're 11 minutes away from the 5 hours to go mark. We are getting to the stage of this endurance race where, from a point of view of which drivers to plug in, we are now optimizing our driver lineup to the flag.
Yep.
So that's what we've just said. We perhaps I'm trying to negate it because we've got limited amount of time. 5 hours. Anything can happen in 5 hours, and it usually does. But we're getting to the point where time is running out, and if you need to cycle your AM driver through there to fit his drive time in there,
well, the thing is,
the time to do it.
With the pro category, according to the BOP at the moment, the AM drivers have to do a minimum of 1/6 of the race distance. That's 4 hours. Now that's up from 1/12 last year. Okay,
right.
That's both in GT3 Pro and 992 Pro. The pro drivers are allowed to maximum half of the race duration. Okay, so your pro drivers can only do a maximum of 12 hours. Okay, but it's given the AM drivers who used to be, you're going in every time there's a Code 60, because in a Code 60 an AM is as quick as a pro. It doesn't matter, and you don't want to waste your pro who can lap.
Well, it used to only be 2 hours, didn't it?
Exactly.
Maximum time for an AM driver.
Yeah, exactly.
Now it's 4.
Now it's 4 because it was 1/12 of race distance. Now it's 1/6 of race distance. So that changes the dynamic of the team of when do you put them in. Now we've had nearly 4 hours of Code 60, which is 1/12 of the race. Okay, so in theory,
only if you've been lucky enough to have your AM driver in there to soak up that Code 60 time.
And yeah, so once again, it's the team managers playing three-dimensional chess in space, blindfolded, because it's just, what do you do? When we have a tow back, it's going to be a quick slow Code 60.
Yeah.
When we have an accident, you've got time to maybe look at your driver lineup and what you want to do for the next 20 minutes or whatever it's going to be. And some of these teams here, like Red Camel Jordans, have been around Creventic racing for so long, and people like Paul Trustwell will know immediately we need to stick him in the car.
Yep, absolutely right. And as ever, with the closing hours of any 24-hour race now, we've got the run to the flag effectively.
Yep, Anders Fjord back in the Dynamic GT, leading Daniel Harper and the Almanar Racing. 27 seconds between those two cars. They've both taken new tyres, only 3 laps on those tyres out of that last Code 60. So that's working there. Lap behind for Alexei Nesov in the Pure Racing Porsche for the top 3. Then it's Toby Sowry now. Toby Sowry is a quick driver in that Paradigm competition, BMW, leading the GT3 AM category. And he's got about 3.7 seconds over Denis Romanenko in the SMP Racing Mercedes, the highest placed Mercedes at the moment, where we see that into the top 4. But Toby Sowry in the 991 car, it's not a 992 Cup car, it is a GT3 AM BMW, new M4 GT3. He's already down into the 59s. Alexei Nisov already into the 58s. And Kay Van Berlo, you did say this, 58.695 on that last lap. The 91 Herbeth Motorsport car currently in Pro-Am second position, 11th in GT3.
Yeah, and it was the car that was chasing that one down, wasn't it? It was
Florence
Ian James.
Yeah, Ian James is now in front of that in the heart of SBS Mercedes.
A remarkable story of the race.
They didn't pit. They may have taken fuel, but they didn't take tyres. They got 22 laps on that one, so that's where the overtake took.
Staying with the Pro-Am class, Phil, remarkable that the Era Motorsport Ferrari is now on the Pro-Am podium at the moment.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Before the start, they were in the pits with a puncher, on the starting lap, which didn't even get counted as a pit stop because it was before the start.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
And
they started on the back foot, didn't they?
They started. Then he came in on lap 10 as well for tyres and fuel, and so 2 early stops for the 81 car, and what a fantastic drive from that team to really get back up amongst it and on a podium already. Ollie Bryant at the wheel of the Aero Motorsport Ferrari, 455 laps. They've got a bit of work to do to get up to Pro-Am number 2, because that's Kay Van Berlo who's just done that team's fastest lap of the race of 58.695, and they're a few laps shy. We always think, as we've been saying, Joe, that with 5 hours to go, it's a sprint to the finish. As you know, when we look at GT3 racing now, especially in this championship, I remember when the cars had to be nursed all the way around. You had to look after the tyres, you had to look after the engine and the mechanical side of things. These GT3 cars now are running so bulletproof that they sprint literally between each of the stops. It's no longer car preservation as part of the mantra. You can drive these AMG GT3s as hard as you like. They're difficult to break, and it's quite an interesting conundrum back from the 2010 and 2005 days, where it was all about preserving your car and getting it to the end of the race. These days, you don't have to worry about that. It's basically push the car as hard as you can and drive to the tyres. Daniel Harper with a 1:59.9, 2:03.1 for fuel back in the lead. And 4 seconds now, the gap between those two. Dennis Reminianko just having to deal with traffic on a lap out into the 2:03s. Patrick Niederhauser is below the 2-minute mark in the Manamari Energy by Ebimoto's Porsche, and currently running 7th in GT3. 31 seconds behind Sergei Stolarov in the Winwood Racing Mercedes AMG, currently leading the Pro-Am category 6 outright. Joyton Lang brings you a Motorsport Porsche into the pits under green, currently running 6 in the GT3 AM 16th outright. It's fairly quiet down there in the pits at the moment.
Just checking on the lap times of this 992 battle, Phil. 2 minutes 2.5 for Job Rapinge and a 2-minute 1.8. The gap has come down to, let's see where the gap is.
54.2.
I've lost my column. Yeah, it was larger than that only a few seconds ago. So it is coming down ever so slightly.
Indeed it is. Earl Bamber is back behind the wheel of the Earl Bamber Motorsport Aston Martin, and just does that team's fastest lap of the race at 1:58.971. Just getting some practice in for some Cadillac driving next weekend in the Raw before the Daytona 24 the weekend after. Don't forget, we're going to be down at the Yas Marina circuit with the Michelin 6 hours of Abu Dhabi next weekend. Qualifying on Saturday once again on the radio show network of channels, as well as on the Creventic TV, and a lot of the 992 team. We've got an entry list down there, Joe, of over 50 cars. It's the biggest. It's a tremendous entry list, and well done to the team at Creventic for getting that many cars down there. And it'll be the round 2 of the Middle East Trophy and the deciding round. You have drivers to be eligible for that have to be competing in this round as well. We've got a few newer cars down there that don't race here. We've got the Alpines, the little Alpines. We've got 2 of them in amongst the grid. And a second Vortex, which we may need now since the other Vortex got towed back. And maybe not seeing the checkered flag today.
A few years ago, I'm not even going to guess at the year, at Mugello for the opening round of the European season, we had 3 Vortex.
Wow.
It was, very well subscribed. Plural of Vortex is not Vortice. I think we've got to say Vortexes. I think
Vortexes,
we debate that every race, I think.
Oh, yes, indeed. But clicking down to 5 hours to go here at the 20th running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, round 1 of the Middle East Trophies. Amin Jaffa at the wheel of the Into Africa by Dragon Racing run here, and one of the instructors here at the Dubai Autodrome, and for Dragon Racing, Ferrari 296. Very fortunate enough to have a drive of one of their 296s around the Autodrome last year. And I scared myself. It is such...
Really?
Oh, it's a quick car. Oh, I was on old tyres. That's what I'm going to use as my excuse. But what a beautifully set up car. And when the other one was in the garage, and it just clip on front, clip on rear, just absolutely... It's almost LMP-like.
Yes.
The way that they've got that set up, where the exhaust pipes are in part of the back bodywork, but they come off and then you put it on and they all join up. It's just
I know.
an amazing piece of work.
Yeah, with not any kind of exhaust putty or paste in anywhere inside to get the exhaust to seal.
No,
an exhaust clamp anywhere.
It's Ferrari magic, isn't it? It's absolutely. Oh, it is. It's stunning engineering.
I've got to tell you something. That it was Simon Hill, Jake Hill's dad, in the Era garage, was telling me that the cars are connected to Maranello.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
By using GPS or whatever. And Maranello can advise on what is needed. Like, for instance, your gearbox temperature's running too high, you're going to need to do X, Y, Z. And so, I mean, talk about customer service.
We're really lucky that the OEM manufacturers that run these championships, we know we've got the Audi transporter down there for the Audi customer racing. We've already heard stories about Porsche supporting the team when the Cayman went into the wall. The backing that they give race teams these days is just growing it's growing a lot in regards to, one thing, and I want to get your opinion on this, Joe, in regards to GT3 racing globally. We've seen the biggest GT3 field we've ever had here. IMSA are starting another GT3 championship because they can't fit any more cars in GTD. So you've got China, you've got Asia, you've got Australia. Why do you think there's a resurgence of GT3 racing, or an uplift in GT3 racing?
I will answer that one after Johnny Palmer brings us an interview with Ollie Bryant, who is out of that Era car that I've just been talking about. Johnny.
Yeah, my icebreaker to Ollie was, have we actually spoken to you yet this weekend? He says, no, I was wondering where you got to. This Ferrari, first of all, looks great. Era Motorsport's a team I know from elsewhere in motor racing. I don't think they've ever attacked the Dubai 24 hours before, but there are some names to be reckoned with in the driver lineup, and you are one of them.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic opportunity to come and drive with Era and the 296. So it's a new car to the team, so this whole week's been a learning experience for us, and a lot of the other Ferraris have been with the teams for many years. So we're still getting on top of it, and every session we're learning. But yeah, it's been running faultlessly so far. Dwight's got some more driver time to do today, so just want to make sure he's comfortable. We got through the night and got the more difficult bit out of the way, so he can go and finish his minimum driver time. But yeah, it's been fantastic. I mean, I've not driven a GT3 car for 10 years, so they've certainly come on a bit. I think overall sort of performance, lap times, maybe not that different, but certainly the way they do it and all the systems in the car, the driver aids, they've really made a step on. So it's really interesting having a go in it, and delighted that Kyle from Era allowed me to come along and have a go.
Yeah, you've got Kyle Tilley, who obviously is massively experienced in GT3s. Ryan Daley done a bit as well, but you've also got the current British Touring Car champion in there, and Dwight Merriman, who's very fast in prototypes, but I think his GT experience is limited.
Yeah, certainly. I think this is probably the first time he's been in a GT3 car. So first thing was, could he get through the door aperture? But if he can fit in a P2 car, then we knew he'd be able to fit in this as well. So he's been doing a great job, just taking it all in his stride, really. It's not an easy circuit. There's not much rest time. There's lots going on, difficult conditions with the pickup offline. And I had the stint this morning with the low sun in my eyes, so I got your visor down half the lap and then up the other half the lap. So no, it's been good, and certainly Kyle, we won the 2 Litre Cup Championship together, which is a historic 911s where you're on sort of a 4-inch tyre, so it's very different to slicks like this. So it's taken me a bit of time to get back used to the level of performance that the cars have, because they really are phenomenal, and certainly there's more to find in the car, but certainly a lot more to find in me as well.
Often with a driver lineup, there's a very obvious sort of coacher and then the student, but I would imagine all 5 of you are just a melting pot of knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan's done a lot with, he's raced this car in SRO in America in 2023, so he's got the most experience with the car. He's raced here before, so's Kyle. Jake's raced here in Historic, so I'm the only person who's not driven the car.
You've not done this event before?
I've not been to the circuit either.
I'd missed that, okay.
Yeah, so I've never been to the event before, and so learning the car and the circuit. So it's been a week of learning, and yeah, fantastic, really exciting, and hopefully come back and do it again.
So you're an immediate fan of the Dubai 24 Hours?
Yeah, it's great, really friendly. I mean, I've done a Creventic round before, so I'm familiar with the series. But that was a few years ago, so yeah, it's got bigger and better. Great teams here and really good organisation, and everything just runs like clockwork, so it's really good.
We were really sorry to see the early problems that you had there with the puncture on the warming up lap, I think, and then Dwight seemed to have a problem coming out of one of the Code 60s and was slow. Have you got to the bottom of that yet?
Yeah, we're not 100% sure what happened. They're still looking through it, but yeah, there's so many systems in the car. I mean, the number of buttons on the steering wheel is quite unbelievable. So yeah, I think it's also just making sure the communication between the car pits and the in-car marshalling system is quite handy. It's not always on. The race has been pretty consistent, but over the week we've had a few little electronic glitches, really, which I suppose with any new car is something you might experience. But yeah, no, really good otherwise.
I'm going to say the pace has been great. It's just a shame that you had those moments that held you back earlier on, otherwise it could have been a totally different story.
First lap, yeah, puncture was obviously a bit of a disaster, but it meant we went off straps on fuel, so we're sort of mixing it with the 3, 4, 5 in Pro-Am at the moment, so how that'll shake out as it runs to the flag, we don't really know, but as I say, we got another stint for Dwight, just get that out without issue, and I think it's predominantly Brian, Jake and Kyle to the end now. I've done all my stints through the night, so good way to learn the track with no daylight.
Really well done in that respect, to make your debut here and do all the important night stints. Cracking effort, Ollie, well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Ollie Bryant joining us down here in the pit lane. We'll let you get some rest.
Thank you, Johnny.
Back to you, boys.
Ollie brought that car in on the podium of the PA of the Pro-Am class. I mean, all right, we're going to flip-flop through pit stops, and now we've got, on that final step of the Pro-Am podium, we've got another Ferrari. It's the Indo-Africa Racing with Dragon, Zamin Jaffa, at the wheel of the number 8, and then not far behind, in fact just a lap, there's a lap difference between the 3 Ferraris that are in 3rd, 4th and 5th in that Pro-Am class. Behind them, Dragon Racing's Ferrari with Blake McDonald at the wheel, the 88, and then we've got the Era car, Jake Hill now at the wheel. Remember, I interviewed Jake when I first went down into the pits at 4:30 a.m. So he's had a little bit of a rest, and now with the sun blaring, he's back out and in the car where he likes to be, I suppose. Getting back to your question, GT3, why is it so popular? I think it's got to be an element of affordability.
Okay.
You've got, motorsport isn't cheap. No form of, it's all relative.
Karting's not cheap.
Karting's not cheap at all. The amount of money that's being spent at that level. But GT3 seems to be affordable for certain people, certain clients. But I think the other strength of the car is it's relatively drivable as well. Yeah, you've got to be on your game, and I wouldn't suggest that it's an entry formula. Let's go sports car racing, let's buy a GT3 spec car. I think you should, progress into GT3, because we've just seen there a driver with the experience of Ollie Bryant saying he's struggled to get to the edge of the car's capability.
Yes,
because they're an aero car, they're a performance car, and he mentioned there the amount of systems that's available to him on the steering wheel. But I think, like any form of motorsport, Phil, it's got to be at the top of that list. In answer to your question, it's affordability.
Yeah, I had a great chat with Fred Fabian from GPX Racing down at Yas Marina a while ago, and his answer to me was, if I do a GT4 car, it costs me the same amount to bring the team out, bring everybody out, do all the logistics, all the transport, and in a car that is basically a souped-up road car, and I want to attract racing drivers. Would I go GT4 or GT3? So it's a no-brainer. It would be a GT3 all day long. Given that we've got a Bentley here, which is from 2018, it's still homologated, I think, until 2028 or 2029.
Rob Huff was telling us.
Yeah. So, and that's still a very competitive car, with BOP and everything else in Creventic racing. And I was just interested. I've asked a few questions out, and you're correct on the affordability side of things, because it's not that much cheaper to do GT4.
Well, it always comes down to affordability. I've run racing myself, and you can offer. So if everybody be doing Formula One,
exactly,
affordability. But a prime example of getting the affordability wrong is TCR.
Yes.
And the way that the TCR car evolved into what became a car that was technologically had evolved to a very high level. However, the cost of that technology, the bespoke suspension components comes to mind, the bespoke components overall in general, has seemingly priced that out of the market.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And it's all right. It's pretty healthy in the UK. We've got a pretty healthy TCR UK Championship. It's a sprint championship, but we also found an afterlife for those cars after their sprint life in a series like this.
Yeah, well, so that's what James Kay was trying to do.
That's right.
A couple of years ago, he was trying to get all the ones that are no longer eligible for TCR class, and we would run a TCR here, the older model, with BOP to equivalent to the current TCR regulations. But as you said, in some parts of the world and in this championship, the TCRs have really dropped away because you can spend the same money and go GT4.
You only have to look at the age of the TCR cars that we have.
Yes,
they go back. They go back somewhere. Now, a car that came here with quite strong aspirations to do really well and was certainly looking at a podium has got to have been the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. That car's been in the pits for some time now, and Johnny Palmer is down there with a bit of an update as to just how that job is going. Johnny.
I'd be interested to know actually what it says in the column next to that car in terms of how long it's been in pit lane, because it no longer is, or at least it's gone to fuel now. One of the crew members reckons about 3 hours to sort that car out. They weren't entirely sure what the issue was, somewhere in the drivetrain. So to make sure that everything, that the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed, they just changed the whole gearbox. and there was an ABS sensor playing up as well. They hope they've solved that too. Morgan Tilbrook, one of the drivers, eager for a bit more drive time because the plan is to take that car to Yas Marina for next weekend 6 hours. So better to try and fix it today so that they can then attack that event from the foot, from the off, rather than arriving at the next
Johnny,
racetrack with a
tell you,
broken
3
car.
hours 33 minutes. I'm not even going to bother with the seconds. That's how much time that car has lost in the pits. So that
33 minutes for the
3
33
hours and
car.
33 minutes. So all the threes for 33.
Yeah. They
all the
suggested
threes for
3 hours.
33.
There you go.
That's a bit spooky, that, actually.
Indeed it is.
Almost as if they timed it deliberately. They didn't. They were trying to do it as well, not as quickly as possible. They wanted to do it as thoroughly as possible, knowing really any opportunity of a good result had gone. But there's still an awful lot of the race that you can now.
Yeah, they're going to give it a 4 hours 46 minute shakedown, aren't they, for Abu Dhabi? Thank you, Johnny. What you got, Phil?
928 has just had a spin down at turn 10. Jerome Da Costa at the wheel of the HRT Performance gets that car back and mobile again. Just a little spin after the apex of turn 10, between 10 and 11, but all well and good for the 928. Running currently in 6 in 992 AM and 36 overall. Things happen when you get towards the end of your stint.
He's recovered well, and
yes.
He's very much up to speed. 13th in his class is Jerome Da Costa, and I'm not sure if the 928 was on an outlap or anything.
Let me have a look.
No, he was not.
No, he's got 24 laps on those Michelins.
He was. Where's his stint time? Yeah, he's almost an hour into his stint, is Jerome.
Just a momentary lap of reason and concentration.
Well, it's easy to do.
It is.
We really do take for granted that these drivers are getting it right, and they'll go round and round and brake and turn But you know what? We forget the human element that are making those decisions of where to lift the throttle, where to press the brake, right here through turn 1. If you miss your braking, you're going to end up off the track, turn in, keep the momentum of the car at the correct rate of momentum through the corner, and then apply the throttle again. We take all of that for granted, don't we?
Yeah, we do. And these guys are busy out there. This 5.38 kilometre circuit. You only get 2 rest breaks, down the start and finish straight and down the back straight. Everywhere else you're turning or you're setting the car up to do something else, dealing with traffic at the same time.
And it's the sort of track, Phil, I've done a few laps here, and
I've seen your times, impressive.
It's the sort of lap, Phil, where you have to not necessarily take what be a textbook line for this corner because you're thinking about 2 corners ahead.
That's the combination of 3, 4 and 5.
Yes. That comes to
because
mind.
you don't take the apex of 3, you stay wide, clip in at 4 and then throw it over to the right hand side to take the left hander at 5. If you try and take that first apex, you're all the way on the left hand side of the track going into a left hander. It's the wrong place to be. And so this is
that's what saps concentration.
Yeah, it is.
And that's what saps the energy when you have to keep thinking about not the corner that you're at, but I need to be here because, and it feels wrong, but I know it's going to bear fruit in a couple of corners time, and that section of track really does come to mind.
Yeah, it does. And remember that these drivers, as we just heard, have some things to do on the steering wheel these days, and on a long straight that's where you get all that work done. But at close to 300 kilometres an hour, that corner comes up real quick.
I mean, the sort of things, Ollie Bryant alluded to the amount of systems that he has, but I mean the thing that comes to mind is traction control, brake balance, front to rear.
They may have a diff bias in that car as well.
I was about to say, diff settings, and if we're changing those things between corners to give you so you've got a different characteristic of diff at say turn 12, then you need at turn 14, but you've got turn 13 to negotiate as you are changing that setting.
Yeah, exactly. The TCR getting a little bit of work there. I noticed that panel was sticking out when we were following a couple of GT3 cars out of the left-hand front wheel well. It's the 102 car.
Just a little bit of gaffer tape on there, don't we? A little bit of tank tape.
You can
put flapping around.
You can put staples in that. Henrik Sendell at the wheel of that one at the moment.
This is the car that is second in class as well. It is the leader of TCE, is the sister car to this one.
And that's the older car as well.
Yeah, both cars are in the pits at the moment, according to this, Phil.
Yeah.
Let's head down to Johnny. Johnny, you've got an update there. The 992 leader in.
Yeah, Yacht Rapanga, who's driving the 912 car from Tyre outdoor. We had a good chat with Oot van Eindhoven, who I'm a big fan of because he does some magic stuff in Carrera Cup sprint racing. But Yacht Rapanga's no slouch either, and they're just trying to save as much time as possible. So he didn't even think about stopping with the team, straight past the garage, all the way down to fuel. So they're still double stinting now into the daylight.
Thank you, Johnny. We'll keep an eye on that lead changing. It's bound to change. However, Fabian Dance, if Rapanga has come in for fuel only, it's down to the Red Camel Jordan's team to react to that one. We've got Earl Bamber in the Aston Martin, the EBM Aston Martin, just splitting them up on the road. And now he moves ahead of Rapanga as Rapanga sits static in the fueling area. Fabian Dance at a gap of 55 seconds. He will come by next time by in the lead of 992. However, his stint time is only 34 minutes, Fabian Dance. So I'm not really sure why or if indeed the 912 was out of sequence, Phil.
Yeah, a bit strange.
Out of sequence for fuel.
For fuel, yeah. I'm just having a quick look to see if I can find out whence and why. Can't really track it at the moment. So an incident involving the 999 and 928 at turn 10 has been noted. Okay. Race direction still have their hands full with just under 4 hours and 40 minutes remaining before we see the checkered flag. And that was the incident involving the Red Camel Jordans and HRT Performance. Not Red Camel Jordans one at the moment. Fabian Dans at the wheel have now taken that lead back from Tierra Outdoor as Jock Rapang is in the fuel bay. So they're going a little bit off strategy at the moment.
Yeah, Red Camel's the gap between first and second in the 992 class gone out to a lap, of course. He's put a lap on him as Fabian Dance. That will all settle back down when Dance will need a pit stop, but he's quite a way off. He's only done 36 minutes in the car. And Rapanga, I'm pretty sure they pitted at the same time, Phil. So,
well, Rapanga's in the fuel bay at the moment.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
but the Dance and Rapanga, they're both of those cars, the 909 and the 912, they pitted at exactly the same time. Rapanga now on his outlap, he leaves the fueling area. But I'm surprised to see after just 35 minutes, Rapanga coming into the pits.
Yeah, interesting.
For fuel only.
Yeah, under green. Maybe. Well, I didn't see how many laps he did. Maybe he's just doing fuel and double sending tyres.
You know what? Car 912, Johnny Palmer, that's your next mission. Probably the last mission of the morning. 9 minutes left of your session in the pits. The 912 team, the Tierra Outdoor Racing. I know you spoke to his teammate when he gave the car to Yop. But I just wanted to confirm whether or not he is out of sequence for that fuel area, Johnny. I know you can hear that. So we'll wait to see what Johnny finds out with the the car that was the erstwhile leader. Now, having handed that to Fabian Dance, we'll keep an eye on that one to see how it pans out.
And as fuel back from the lead in the fuel bay for the Dynamic GT, he may well lose that lead to Daniel Harper in the Almanar.
Yeah, he will.
Racing by, well, it's happened. It's happened.
Only 12 seconds.
It's happened every time, hasn't it?
It's happened now. It just won't appear on the timing screen until they come back through.
Alexei Nesov in the Pure Racing Porsche, about a lap behind at the moment. The number 92 car, they're in sector 2 of the circuit. Then our leader in the GT3 AM, the 991 car of Paradigm Competition, Toby Sowry at the wheel. And there you go, Daniel Harper goes to the lead and just forward back down into second position.
Let's head down to the pits for that answer to that speculation. Johnny Palmer.
Yeah, considering how close the 992 division is, fair play to Tyre Outdoor Racing, very forthcoming with precisely the facts, and they needed fuel when the last code 60 was out, as in a full fuel tank allocation, and you can't get that. You only get a quarter of it. So they had to kind of suck that up, really, fill the car to the maximum permitted amount, 25%, then go round for 35 minutes, I think you said, and then they just needed to come in for fuel. So that explains to me why they didn't stop with the team. I wonder whether they would have liked to have taken tyres, but it was only really a half stint. So take as much fuel as possible, live with that tyre for the next probably hour, and we'll see that 912 car back in again. But it'll be interesting to see how that affects the order in 992.
Indeed it will, very much. We've just had a spinner at turn 14. It's the 901, Fabien Defoe at the wheel of the AJITHKUMAR Racing by BKG, and he's just trying to get that car turned around. Luckily there is a lot of overrun there, and he's got it moving again. Just a local yellow flag at turn 14. As the 901 was third in the class, and that spin may not. And let's say we 461. They got a lap clear of the next 992 category car, which is an AM car, which is Julian Hans's at the wheel at the QMMF by HRT Porsche, and leading the AM category, our champions from the 992 AM category in the 23-24 Middle East Trophy, which is held over 3 rounds. And Fabian's got that car pointing back in the right direction. The indicator's still on, which means his hands might have been doing a little bit more work than he wanted to do as he was just doing his spin. If it's really bad, the windscreen wiper will be on.
Yeah, you did mention this though. The last Porsche that we saw spin.
Yeah.
Do you think it's beginning to, fitness is beginning to make a poke its head above the parapet, so to speak?
Well, we're 4.5 hours to go, which means 20.
Cars are tired as well.
Cars are tired, and the Optimum and McLaren.
Yeah, that's at again. I think Sean Goff and the rest of the Optimum team have perhaps decided to put that car back together and give it a bit of a 4-hour shakedown.
Definitely
for Abu Dhabi. Yeah, that car's going to be used at Yaz. They're massively out of contention. We spoke to Rob Bell earlier, who told us about his new role as head of motorsports in the GT section of the McLaren organisation. They are a small boutique car manufacturer up against the OEMs of the VAG group, etc., with massive budgets. They are very well put together race cars and fast. The question mark is not about their speed.
Yeah,
they haven't really had any great success in the longer distance races though, have they? So that'll be something at the top of Rob's to-do list, no question.
Indeed.
So let's have an update on the 992 battle. Fabian Dance, he leads by, he's on 464 laps. The second place car, Björk Ravanga, after that fuel stop, has dropped 2 laps behind him. And then in third place, a further 1 minute 28 behind in third is Fabien Duflio in the AJITHKUMAR Racing Bas-Kutten car. They are currently on schedule for a podium. That'll certainly get the Indian fans of Mr. Kumar. That'll be a good podium celebration, won't it?
Nick will get mobbed.
Yeah, he's got a crowd. He's got a crowd to play to. Now, Nick hates playing the crowd, as we know.
He does indeed, yeah.
He hates it. He absolutely hates it.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting as this race now getting into its final stanza. Everybody knows now what they have to do, what they have to achieve to move up in their respective categories. We've got to remember that the teams are getting tired. The teams are tired, the drivers are tired, the cars are getting tired, and it's easy to make mistakes at this late stage.
Yeah, they are. That we talk about the driver element, and drivers getting towards the end of their stint as well. The sun's in their eyes, the focus, the concentration. It's not an easy job out there. I'm going to mention this again. We tend to take the human element for granted a little, and it's not. It's hard. I mean, they're going down the inside there of the 16 Mercedes. There is the number 1 car.
That's our winner from last year.
Is that a move for position?
No, I think it was just an overtake there. I'm just looking.
Yeah,
it was a
move for position. Yeah. Up into 6th has gone the Manamari Energy car. Patrick Niederhauser ahead of Sergei Stolarov in the Winwood car, and that was a move, and it was a kind of quite a tentative overtake there, wasn't it? Here we go on the back straight, just moving on the inside, and Stolarov was really put off there by the Porsche, the 992 Porsche ahead of him, and the number 1 car taking advantage of the hesitancy, I think, of the Mercedes driver, and absolutely being decisive and making that stick very, very well. And he comes into the pits straight away, so that's kind of negated that one.
Into the pits, Patrick Niederhauser, 22 laps on those Michelin tyres. And it looks like a full service for him in the number 1 Manamari Energy by Ebby Motors, carrying that number 1 as our GT3 champions for the 23-24 Middle East Trophy. I welcome John Hindhaugh back into the booth. Good morning, John. How are you this morning? Isn't it a brilliant day?
It is. I feel much better than I have any right to. But I've found out that 2025 Macan Turbo front seat is very, very comfortable indeed. And I did make a tactical error because I left my sweatshirt up here, and
it was freezing. 11.2 degrees we got down to.
Yeah, that's not actually freezing. Let's
Arctic.
Remind ourselves.
Yeah, it's Arctic.
So it wasn't too bad, but I could have done with it certainly a little warmer. And the race continues with Peter Mackay and me, John Hindhaugh. Nick Damon about to take over from Johnny Palmer down in the pit lane. And still at the front of the field, the 2 BMWs and the 2 Porsches. The 4 cars have just been shuffling laps, and it's the 991 of Toby Sowery who is in 4th place at the moment, but still leading in arm position. 5th, by the way. Another quiet race. We talked about this with the McLaren of Optimum early on. Sergei Stolarov in the Winwoods Mercedes, leading at the moment in Pro-Am. 479 laps completed by the 4th place 991 BMW, the Paradigm competition. That's the number 991 BMW, by the way. I'm not suggesting that is a model designation. Ahead of them on 480 laps is Thomas Kiefer in the Dynamic GT Porsche in 3rd. They're 42 seconds behind a car coming into the pits, so this is going to shake it all up again. Alexei Nezov for Pure Racing and the Porsche on 481, and Dan Hartmer back at the front of the field.
in the 777 Almanar Racing. And Nick Damon, who has, even as I said it, he has teleported himself into the pit lane and is watching that second place car make its pit stop.
It's making a full service as well, so that's interesting. They have changed the tyres, they've got the driver out the car, drops it down, and away we go. And out of the car has gone Alexi, and that was an absolutely clean start in all its entirety.
Excellent, Nick Damon. In the classes, we've given you the Am and the Pro leaders in GT3. And Fabi Dans has just pitted in the Red Camel Jordan NL. The leader in 992 is Red Camel Jordan in 21st. In that class, could be another big story here, Peter. QMMF race, QMMF by HRT. Julian Hanses in the 974, now in 24th position, reprising their excellent run in the 12 hours at Spa, the all Porsche Cup 12-hour race last year. In GTX, hang on, I'll just push this button over here. GTX leader is Leaderboard Motorsport in their Lamborghini Super Trofeo.
Well, it's not a stock record. It's just been that way the entire race. They've been flawless.
Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, really.
The way they've gone about their pit stops, I saw a couple of their pit stops whilst I was down in the pit lane overnight, and no muss, no fuss. I mean, it's Leaderboard. It's not always been the most fashionable of cars to have in GTX. This is it's not even the Evo version, I don't think, of the
it is
Super Trophy. Yes, it is. Even as I said that, I realised it had the changed air intake on the top, which is one of the reasons.
I saw you reaching for the handbrake.
I was actually going for the binoculars to see it next time through, and then I visualised it in my mind. GT4 now up to 40th position. Will Tula for AGMC Racing by Simpson Motorsport. That's a BMW. And in TCE, the Asbest Seat Leon Cup car is back in the lead of that class by a considerable margin after a gearbox change for the Cupra from the same team. And the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport Porsche, which had led the class. All three of those cars have led that class. The Zorg Rennsport car didn't look like it was going very much further, and I'm not sure it's come out since I returned.
Yeah, there's a few that may return from seeming doom, but there's been some miraculous repair jobs. I honestly thought the 414 Razun Modern Racing Porsche GT4 RS was done for after a brake failure and going into the wall very, very hard. They got that out in almost double quick time, and much to the delight of the huge number of fans here.
Oh, yes.
Many are here to support AJITHKUMAR in his return to racing after many, many years away from the track, and he's got big ambitions for this year's 24H series, and we'll see him racing in Europe when we head to our European season in the springtime. So, I mean, but Razun Modern Racing, they're running two cars here. They've got the 414 GT4 car, and they've also got the 914 Porsche Cup car. It has also had several accidents. It's had one early in the week, and it's had one during the race, and yet they keep fighting on, they keep going. That car, the 914, is in the pits at the moment now, but hasn't been in the pits for lengthy time, 22 minutes. So hopefully that isn't going to be a too lengthy delay, and they'll or at least they'll get the car back out again, because they deserve to finish. For me, they've put a very early stake in the ground as a hot contender for spirit of the race.
I've got to tell you, there's a lot of them though up and down that pit lane. There was very few cars. I made a point
when I went into the pit lane, as you know, walking all the way up and all the way back to see who was working and who wasn't. And I did exactly the same on my way out of the pit lane at just before 4:30 this morning. And incredible the amount of work that was going on from tired teams. Garth Walden Racing did a 60-hour shift just to get the car prepped because the car was quite late. I think 5 days, Garth was telling me. 60 hours straight through, exactly what you need just before a 24-hour race, of course, where you're up all night. Having just walked back, the other thing I notice is that even cars that are moving at the moment, there is an element of already packing down in the back of the paddock, not just for the car from the cars who've had problems. I reckon we've got 54 cars still running, and from the 64 on the entry and the 62 that started, and I was just thinking to myself, wow, really? You've been up all night and you may have had problems, and whilst the car's still running, you're tasking some people that already start packing the container to get it ready to go to Abu Dhabi next weekend. Things are going to get forgotten, things are going to get not fastened up properly and all of that. Kai van Berlo behind the wheel of the Herbeth hippie car, as we were calling it earlier on, psychedelic colour scheme. And Nick Damon is... Oh, hello Nick, can you hear me?
Well, I'd say there's water in the system and there's no water in the desert.
Dust,
yeah, the 914, there's plenty of that. So the 914 Azumor Racing Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, the car that you were talking about just a few seconds ago, that has rejoined the race with a emboldened 52 on the front of the windscreen. So they've got that car back in again. Slight problem getting it off the air jacks. It wasn't quite lifting up high enough to get off the dolly, so they had to rock it. If you can hear air jacks in front of me, that's the MP Motorsport, the number 19 Mercedes. I think possibly in it is Henk de Jong, but there's a lot of D there, and it's getting a tear off. I can't see what position it's in. Car looks battle worn, battle scar as far as dirt and filth is concerned, but interestingly sort of untouched as far as contact's concerned. So they're probably quite pleased with how that's gone so far, John.
I mean, it's just relentless, no quit attitude from Razoo and More Than Racing. What they've been able to do to keep repairing cars, keep sending them back out onto track. Because the thing is that in the series, yes, we've got former Formula 1 drivers, we've got factory GT drivers, and we've got World Rally champions and all sorts. But we also have people like you and I, dear listener, that enjoy a bit of weekend recreation. For me, it's golf or maybe a game of curling or driving on the simulator. But for many people in this field, it's going out and taking part in a 24-hour race.
Yeah.
And they are part of a team of 4 or 5. They might not know any of their teammates prior to the weekend, and you know they have to make a financial contribution to the team to be able to compete.
Yeah.
You know, tyres and fuel and cars don't come for nothing. So therefore, the teams sometimes are under maybe a little bit of pressure to actually get the car out so that that person can get their time on track. That's the way that that it works. So the teams, the hard-working mechanics, I mean, doff our cap. If we could give the spirit of the race collectively to the mechanics, we would. They'll just have to elect a representative.
Totally agree. I'll give a shout out as well for track services and the marshals here, who have been stunning, and the recovery guys. There was one little snafu when I was in the pit lane when delivering a broken Aston Martin back to its pit. Oh no, was it the Ginetta? It might have been that. No, it was the Ginetta. It's the Freddie Tomlinson Ginetta. Delivering that to that pit. Garth Walden Racing came in, which was in the next pit along, and Optimum Motorsport came in with the bent rear suspension arm, all in consecutive pits, and with a flatbed with the rollback on the ground in between the acceleration lane and the working lane, and that got a little bit what's the word I'm looking for, hectic and fraught.
Well, the minute you walked into that pit lane, your chaos magnet was activated.
Chaos magnet. Would you like to hazard a guess, without looking, as to who has led the most race laps
Oh, I'm going to go with the 24.
I'm going to tell you that's not a bad guess.
Dynamic GT Porsche.
Right. The number 24 car has led 162 laps. The Almanar Racing by Team WRT has led the number 777, 157. Pure Racing, the number 66 car, the number 92 car has led 66. So more than, we're on to 487 now, and getting on for 2/3 of that have been led by those two cars, which is extraordinary when you think about it.
It has been an extraordinary race. It's been just a heavyweight boxing match between 3 cars, and there's a 4th car that definitely is in there as well. The 3 cars are the Almanar Racing by Team WRT, BMW, the Dynamic GT Porsche, and the Pure Racing Porsche. All 3 of them have just been back and forth with different code 60s that suit some cars more than others, and then it'll come back. But also the Paragon competition car, which is sitting in 3rd at the moment, being driven by Toby Sowry, who that team have kept Toby fairly fresh for the first part of the race, so they've got a lot of his driving time to use if they want to. They lead in AM, but 3rd overall. Amazing. They're still well within a shout of an overall win. But the thing is, those 4 teams I just mentioned, none of them have blinked once.
Yeah.
In however many hours of racing we've had, nearly 20 hours of racing.
10 cars have led a lap across the start and finish line. 10 different teams. For Porsche, for Audi, for Ferrari, and for Mercedes and for BMW.
Well, the Fulgenzi Racing team have got their 917 car in, and it looks like they're going to go for a brake change at the moment.
Yeah, that's a full swap for the discs, the rotors and the pads.
Off and pads off. Enrico Fulgenzi Racing, a real powerhouse in the Carrera Cup Italia. They ran Larry Tenvorda in the Carrera Cup Italia.
New set of Brembo discs going on that. Quite a lot of people have had a set of discs sitting out on the apron of the pit lane for most of the night, to be honest. We've got the BMW in the pit lane. This is the number 438 car, the GT4 machine, and that's William Chula in the AGMC Racing by Simpson Motorsport, and that is the leader of GT4, having climbed up inside the top 40. Already the fans are coming back in, and great to see this Sunday morning with a little over 4 hours, in fact 4.25 hours to go. Plenty of the next generation of sports fans coming in with their parents. We go through the tunnel underneath the start finish line to go backwards and forwards into the middle, and the amount of happy childlike laughter that you hear rattling down that tunnel, and frankly that's just Nick Damon and Joe Bradley going backwards and forwards from the pits. But there are some youngsters as well, from toddlers upwards. There's babes in pushchairs last night were being treated to a little night out with the appropriate ear protection on, I noticed as well, which is good to see. And as the sun's just starting to illuminate the pit lane now, and there'll be a bit of heat in that sun, the pit lane begins to come to life. The 917
Fulgenzi Racing car that had begun a brake change, but now being pushed back into the garage.
Well, you can use more hands when it's in the garage. Sam Yongayan for the 8th place 992 car, also in the pit lane. It is 992 pit stop time. GP Racing with the tricolour colours on their 911, the 38 car, and that is 6th in its class.
One car that's a story of what could have been for Thomas Eichen and Optimum Motorsport. They were just lurking up there as the only challenge to the onslaught of German cars, and they were threatening to get towards that podium fight, just quietly going about their business. But bizarrely, a car drove into the side of them in the fueling, and that
happened when I just went in the pit lane. Yeah,
chaos magnet.
I was not in the fuel zone. Nick Damon is down in the pit lane with more stories. Is this of joy or of pain?
I'll try and find out. I'm with William Tyre, who's just got out of the 438. William, is your story of the race of joy or of pain so far?
No, it's been joy. It's been absolutely amazing. It's a fantastic event. You know, they've put up a really good show, and I've really enjoyed it. My first endurance, and hopefully it won't be my last.
So you've gone straight in at the deep end with a 24-hour in Dubai?
I got my international license with 20 minutes to spare.
What, this week?
This week, yes. It was the last call up, so
what's the longest race you've been involved in before?
I think I did a 2-hour race in Silverstone in the Ferrari, but this is awesome. With their GT3 cars bombing you up left, right and centre. It's absolutely amazing. It's really fantastic.
So has it always been your ambition to do a very long endurance race, which just kind of fall in your lap a week ago?
Up until last week, yes.
So give us an idea, what is it like turning up at a track in the Middle East to do a 24-hour race, meeting the team, I assume, and give us an idea of how the week pans out and how you're feeling during those days?
It's difficult to put it into words, but you've got to give it a go. You know, if you like your racing, if you're into endurance, it's just fantastic. And as I said, it's hard to put it in words, but you have to give it a go. You just have to. It's fantastic.
At the moment, it looks like you might be getting on the podium as well, so that's a bit of a bonus, isn't it?
I'm sorry, say that.
At the moment, it looks like you might be getting on the podium. The car scored in first at the moment.
It's not over till the fat lady sings, so you don't get ahead of yourself. You just keep focused, and where the racing gods take us is where they take us. But fingers crossed, yes.
So you say you're in one of the slower cars. You've been, you've got all these GT3s with top worldwide professionals around them. How have you found that? Has it been a bit exciting, frightening, worrying, or all three at the same time?
It's all of that in one, but you just have to be careful. The important thing is to stay on track. So rather than it's an endurance race, it's 24 hours. If you get an extra second or two, it makes no difference in the long term. So you just try and stay out of your way, look in your mirrors, keep focused, don't miss your braking points, and then hopefully we all get home safely.
Hope so, and I hope you guys get home safely. And I'm doing the podium, so hopefully I'll see you.
Hopefully, thank you. I'd love to take a podium back to Ghana with me.
Is that the first Ghanaian endurance driver that we've had the pleasure of commentating on?
Could possibly be, yeah. William Tyre, he's actually the founder of a company called Zen. It's a petroleum products company, and they've got various different petroleum products and petrol stations in Ghana.
It's very sorted.
Relaxed.
That's very relaxed when you go in there.
William looks like a very zen chap. He looked totally relaxed. He's just been in a racing.
How cool that he gets his international race license, and the first thing he does is jumps into a 24-hour race. Incredible, absolutely incredible. The quick hello as people are waking up around the circuit here at Dubai Autodrome to the brilliantly supportive RWEC group that we keep an eye on through all of our endurance coverage. And this is the start of 4 consecutive weekends of endurance action for Radio Show Limited and our broadcast partners. RWEC have suggested a Bollywood/Collywood Creventic collaboration, and already our responsible adult is thinking of a creative treatment for this, and it's been suggested romance among the race cars, dancing pit reporters with fireworks, and Johnny Palmer is the cheeky but impoverished love interest. I've suggested as the crafty villain, Dick Dastardly Style, for those of you who remember Wacky Races. Nick Damon has to be, doesn't it?
Smiling assassin.
And Joe Bradley is the kindly grandfather figure, or just kindly grandfather. Obviously, I think we can fit everybody into this.
I think everybody, could play a factor. Nick Damon, any ideas on that front for our Collywood Creventic mashup?
I have a complete cast, and I have the script as well, and I have the treatment done by the end of this report. The one treatment we are going to get is a treatment for the 777 BMW, the leading car that's come in, the white machine. They're getting a full service and driver change. I'm currently walking as fast as I can to get up there. Also, just ahead of them on the pit lane is the 91. That's the Herbeth Racing main car. That's coming in for full service and driver change as well. I must admit, I don't know where they are in the overall field. They were 5th when I went to bed, so or they were 7th actually when we went off. So I'm not sure where they are now. And we also have one of the other Astons in, which is the EBM machine, the 77 car. That has also come in for a stop. It's got about 3. You know, the Aston Martin's got 3 little breather pipes out the back that are all breathing very heavily, various fluids and steam and stuff. So that's worked its way. Had a hard morning so far. So yeah, so that's
it has to be said that Nick Damon and Peter Mackay did something this year at the 20th running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai that the RSL broadcast team have never done before.
We like to break molds. So Nick Damon rushed me back to the hotel.
Yeah.
Nick Damon and I rushed back.
Yes. Was that it? Go back to the hotel?
That's the. I think that is the first time that any of the substantive broadcast team have gone back to the hotel while a race was live, and that was made possible by the fact that our lovely series organisers, Creventic, identified the one of the hotels up at the Damac Hills, isn't it, that you guys are at, Peter?
Yeah, you can hear the cars from the hotel.
Oh, yeah, I love that. That's great.
Part of the idea for this Hollywood Creventic mashup was for the cars to the romance amongst the cars. Well, would it be that the Vortex and the IRC GT and indeed the AMG Mercedes, would they all lean to one another because they've all got big hearts?
Very
all
good.
got 6 point.
Yeah, very good. Like that. Like that. There'd have to be something magical as well, wouldn't there? There has to be almost a little bit of magic, of a sort of pseudo-fantastic fantasy, rather. It's really good. I like that. We're working on this. There'll be sequins. There'll be dancing in the pit lane. Nick Damon is all over this. I'm telling you that now.
This is about him.
Remember, this is someone who has got qualifications in dancing. Nick Damon has qualifications in dancing.
This might be more him than a yellow Maserati. It's all for him.
Let's go down to Nick now, who is currently in his more regular mode of talking to people in the pit lane. Nick, which garage are you at?
I'm at the TWRT with the 777 car, and Dan Harper fresh out of the car. This is looking increasingly good for the car. I mean, there's a period in the night where it seemed to be falling off the back of the Porsche, but suddenly it's just come back to you. Is that a change of driver rotation, or just the car getting better as it's warmed up again?
I think a bit of both, to be honest. The Porsches were very strong in the night in the cooler conditions, which we were sort of surprised. Normally the cooler nighttime suits our BMW, but it was the opposite this time, so that caught us a bit off guard. But I mean, racing's full of that, so we've countered here in the morning. We're strong again. The car's feeling really good. We managed to get Darren's sort of driving time done quite early in the race. Unfortunately, Faisal had a little problem with the car landing on his foot, so it's unsure if he can drive another stint or not at the moment. But Ben's done a very good job, and of course Max as well. So the car's flying. The team are doing a really good job with the strategy, because it's just like this. There's a full course yellow, and you have to react very quickly on the best scenario. So they've done a fantastic job, and we're in the fight. So.
Yeah, is Faisal okay for his drive times if he doesn't get in again?
Yeah, with the silver, there's no minimum or maximum. It just means Ben, for example, might have to do one more stint than planned, because obviously Max and I, we have to be careful not to go over our required time. So yeah, we will see. Hopefully Faisal will be able to do one more, but let's see.
Big year for you. You ended last year with a was it prize drive or a test? I don't know. Anyway, got to go in the big car, basically. First of all, what do you've driven GT3. What's your impressions of a full-on LMDH machine?
Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing. I'd never experienced a high downforce car before. So it was a real shock, to be fair, at the beginning. It took a while to get comfortable and get used to it. But it's such a cool car and really fun to drive. So I hope that's the first of many days in that car.
So so for your program this year it's GT3, but are you thinking there are going to be slots in the hypercar field for you?
I think for this year, the lineups for the hypercar and WEC and IMSA are already confirmed. Of course, if something was to go wrong or a driver could not make it, then potentially I could be one that could fill in. So you never know, and we just hope to get some more testing, get more laps in the car. But at the moment, full focus on the GT side of things at the moment.
And many trips to the Nürburgring, I take it.
We'll see, yes, let's see.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
Great young man down there. I spoke to him after that LMDH or the LMH test, and he had a smile as wide as you like. Whilst that was going on, Thomas Kiefer for Dynamic and the number 24, the white and blue machine, has swapped positions, I think, with Max Hesse. In fact, and the fact they've swapped back again, haven't they?
Yes, because that 777 car has just pitted because we've just spoken to the driver who was in it before, and Dan Harper handed over to not only his old teammate, his old housemate from the BMW junior team, Max Hesse. Thomas Kiefer is in the Dynamic car. So
what happened was that was Max Hesse coming out of the pit lane, was it?
No, lost turn 9 is just lost a little bit of momentum. Kiefer managed to get it back, then Hesse quickly stabilised. Not cold tyre issue because we have tyre warmers in the series.
Yeah, so across the line last time around, it was Kiefer at the head of the field in the 24 Porsche, the Dynamic car, across the line, and Max Hesse has regained the lead despite having just had 2 laps out of the pit lane. So there's a difference of 15 laps between those 2 cars. So very much advantage at the moment. Almanar Racing by Team BMW. 9 o'clock in the morning. Hello. Welcome everybody.
15 laps. 1.5 seconds.
No, there's a difference between them is 15 laps.
Tires, I was thinking.
In pits. Yeah. In pit stop strategy. 9 o'clock in the morning, 4 hours still to run here at the opening round of the 24-hour series. It's the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. And here's how they stand. 1.5 seconds is the gap between first and second, and it's still BMW, Porsche. Laps again between the first 2. And the Paradigm competition car. Toby Sowry has just pitted, so he's going to drop away, but he will hold on to the arm lead, I think, because he's got the better part of 3 laps on Taras Au in the Herberth car, who's just pitted himself as well, to be honest. All of the top 10 are GT3 cars, with the Am and Pro-Am leader in that top 10, Victor Scheitar in the Winward Racing Mercedes. Having a quiet race, the Winward AMG. 7th position leads the Pro-Am category. Second in the Pro-Am category, we've got to go outside the top 10, down to Herberth Motorsport, who have got 3 cars in the top 11, with Robert Renaud in the 91 car at that 11th position. And then all the way down to 20th, and Munkong Sathin Therakul for EBM are all GT3 cars, either Pro-Am or Am. Outside of the top 20, but just outside of the top 20. The top 21, in fact, are all GT3 cars, with the Come To You Aston in 21st position, the number 40 car. Then it's the hordes of 992s. Now, for the greater part of the race, that class was led by Red Camel Jordan.NL. They are now in second position. Yopra Pang has just gone across the line in the Tyre Outdoor Racing by Porsche. They have led this class before. They have led the race before, overall, in the early parts of the race, when they were going long on fuel. Third in the class, but leading the AM category. This is another big story, Peter. If QMMF race by HRT can hold on to this. Julian Hans is behind the wheel of the 974. That's the dialing code for Qatar. They had huge coverage in the regional press when they won their class at the 12-hour 992 Endurance Cup race at Spa last year. That car just coming into the pits now. All the way down to 30th position, Sami Mutran behind the wheel of the Dual Racing by Huber. That's the Group C Jaguar coloured 992, and doesn't it work, that colour scheme on that car? He's and the rest of the team in 9th overall in 992. If we go outside of the top 30, there's a mix of 992s, and down to 37th is our next lap. Class leader, JJ Song for Leaderboard Motorsport, and the Lamborghini still doing its Lamborghini thing, which is making very nice V10 noises and turning laps, roughly speaking, in the early 2 minutes and something. 40th position is the leader in GT4, as it has been for some time, the 438 BMW AGMC car, Tim Docker behind the wheel of that car. And in 49th, the final of our class leaders, Asbest Racing, in the pits at the moment with their Seat Leon Cup car, back from 2017, sorry, added a bit of history to that car. And that car, as I say, in 49th position. Pretty much everyone outside the top 45 have had some issues, and I'm just looking to see actually that Asbest Racing car been in the pits for an hour and a bit now, so they're being closed down on by their team car, but they've still got 40 odd laps, so that's what, over an hour and a half at their pace, and still got the two Ginettas that had their problems within moments of each other at Felt Life. The Graf Racing car, we thought we might get that car back for the Rossa car, but they looked hopeful, but it didn't come back out. The Vortex was gearbox problems, and that car hasn't come out either for some time, although they're still holding third in TCX. And that's how they stand with just under 3 hours and 55 minutes to go. So that's what it looks like now. It's been an eventful first 20 hours of the 20th running of the Michelin 24 hours here at Dubai. John Hindorf and Peter Mackay up top in the Global Broadcast Centre. Rather more code 60 than we would have liked, Peter, and we'll go through some of the major incidents in the next few minutes as we reminisce on the first 20 hours of this race.
by 8.3 seconds.
You can probably see it hasn't worn the way it should do evenly at all. It is effectively right through to the cords on the inside. You can see the metal on the cords on the inner area. Of course, they run a lot of camber on these front-wheel drive cars. It goes round, and there you see that has basically just been worn out. So that has kind of grown as a problem during the course of the race. They had to do something about it, possibly the pickup. And they say also the temperature affects it. They've made change now. And they're going to go out in 5 or 6 minutes to complete the race. So it's a handling issue.
That almost looks like that's had part of the tread shaved off, as though if it was catching something, rather than just a wear, the way the whole part of the tread had come off. This is the car that had the gearbox change overnight that they did in a little over 3 hours. And at the moment, it is the only one of the two Asbest cars that's running. The other car's been in the pit lane for an hour and a half.
No. This is the car. This is the car that's in the pit lane. This is the 101.
Excuse me.
These are issues with the 101. Yeah, this is issues with the 101. It's about to come out. The leader is about to come out again in a few minutes. They've just, as we were speaking, put the tyres back on again. Brand new Michelins all round. I think they found that they were saying it wasn't a rubbish issue, which wouldn't really be on the inside shoulder. Actually, it's hard to get rubbish on the inside shoulder. You've got a real problem. It was a problem with the camber they set. The tyres just wouldn't live with it. So if they flatten the camber right off, which is obviously going to affect performance, but they are several laps ahead of their only competition, which is their teammate, because the third car in TCE, which is the Sorg Rennsport machine, retired many hours ago. But obviously, Team 101 wants to beat Team 102, and they should be going out in the next few minutes.
Nick Damon. Just a note as well, noted by Ian McCarthy, and thank you, Ian, hashtag 24H series at RSL_studio. The 777 that leads the race is missing the wing end plate on the left-hand side. Has been for a while, actually.
And we have gone code 60.
And that's what was 17th
I was
time.
Just as we went into that interview, going, I've got a good point to make after this, and it was the fact that the Almanar racing team by Team WRT had done a full pit stop and were still leading. That's the first time we've seen that all race long, and then a code 60 comes out. So that might not play into Almanar Racing by Team WRT's favour.
Seven laps into their stint for Max Hesse. Thomas Kiefer yet to cross the line. Where is the Kiefer car? Well, Hess has come into the pit lane. I presume, Nick, he'll go straight into fuel and just top that car. Oh, and the problem... They're going to do, I think then in that case, they're going to do brakes on that car. The car that's caused this is the number 81, the black
Era Ferrari.
Black and purple.
Dwight Merriman.
Yeah, Dwight, the man behind this, has planted the car facing in the wrong direction on the far side of the circuit, over by the
Turn 9.
The exit of turn 9. I can just about see that coming out of the parabolic yet. And he has lost that car going through, looped it, and it's gone in, and the driver's side is up against the tyre wall there. Good news is it's right next to a cutout, so all the emergency vehicles have been able to get there very quickly indeed. We'll keep an eye on that whilst Nick has a look at what's going on down in the pit lane. I presume this will be top up on fuel for the 777 BMW.
No, 777 BMW did tyres, it did the driver, but it did not do anything else apart from fuel. So there's no brake changes. So it's basically done a full service. The 92 cars.
But it went into the box, did it?
Pure Racing. No, went into the box. It's changed driver. Max Hess is out.
So the driver. Was it pushed into the garage? Did you see?
And fuel.
Oh, right, okay.
No. It's in a full service. Even though Max only been over 7 laps, they've taken it back out again. Perhaps there are drive time issues around to get through.
They're saving his drive time. They think that this might be a lengthy purple. As we pop over 500 laps, this is Ben Tuck that's been put into the car. So Ben's going to burn some of his drive time where he can neither lose nor gain time.
Ben Tuck is a semi-pro, so he has no minimum or maximum.
Right,
but
okay.
I think it's more the maximum time for Max Hesse.
For Hesse, they're saving that.
Maximum of 12 hours, so they need to make sure they've got that in the pocket.
Yeah, maximum of 12 hours for the pro drivers combined.
No, for each pro driver. Well, they've gone over it already then, if that's the case.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go and check. They're a full pro car, aren't they? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Carry on, as you were.
They will now have an absolutely full tank. They're only 7 laps removed from a full allowable fill, which is probably about 100 litres. So they then put the 25% in. So for the first time for that car since the start of the race, they'll have effectively a full tank because it'll be above the normal limits. They're going to have an awful lot of range on that machine. Now, how much of that they want to use with. We'll find out. Watching a few more cars come through, but with the new motors about to stop.
Good news is Dwight Merriman is out, alert, standing and talking to the rescue team. There's a little bit of hazy smoke coming from the engine compartment of what until very recently was a pristine Ferrari 296. There's a little bit of, I think, frustration from Dwight from his body language. He's not at the safety workers who were there. He's trying to I think there was another car involved in that, and he might have taken a little bit of a nudge and got some assistance to be at the outside wall, facing the wrong direction. Left rear damage on that car. The rollback is already there, waiting to recover the Ferrari. And actually, I think they might even be able to tow that car. They've already got, yes, indeed, they've got a tow strap on it, so they can't. It's bodywork damage on the left rear of that purple and black Motul sponsored 296, but it must mean that the rear suspension is vaguely pointing in the right direction.
General, and of course, as we know how modular the rear section of that Ferrari 296
take 2 minutes that.
Yeah, I mean, Era Motorsport, they, brand new to 24H series, but well known in IMSA, twice winner of the Rolex 24 and an LMP2 car, and they started off on the back foot. They had a slow puncture at the beginning of the race, had to pit immediately, but Ryan Dalziel, Kyle Tilley, Oliver Bryan and Dwight Merriman, they've just been fighting back, and they were on for a class podium, and you never know what can happen in the next 3 hours and 43 minutes. This could be this is not done yet. The car will be coming back to the pit lane on a flatbed, but nothing is ever done in 24-hour racing. But that's not the welcome we want to give to Dwight Merriman and the Era team on their. We're friendlier than this, guys. So don't lose faith in us here in 24H series.
No, there is a bit more damage than I thought. What they were doing with the pickup truck was just dragging the front end of the car off the barriers so that the rollback, the flatbed, could get itself lined up and get that car back on. If you're just joining us and you don't know the regs here, that car will be delivered back to the team in the pit lane. Yes, it's outside assistance, but not only is that not banned here, it's actively encouraged. This is a series that isn't a world championship. It's not Le Mans. This is about the people who come and race, and therefore get the car back to the pits, get it fixed, and get it back out again. And talking of the pits, our man on the spot is Nick Damon.
Sorry, I was just doing an audition for a Bollywood movie. Apologies there. We've seen the Red Camel Jordan machine come in from, I think, now only second place, disastrously, in 992. We've also had the SMP Racing Mercedes stealth its way up the field and was actually scored fourth as it came in. Coming into the pits, but staying in the pits, is the 102 Abest Seat car. Obviously, they decide they can't survive without at least one of the cars in the pits. So when the 101 left, the 102
they're both in the pits at the moment. They're both showing us in the pits. Yeah.
Oh, they're both.
Oh, no. Thomas Alpiger has just left. Sorry, so he was literally rolling to the end of the pit lane as the team car came in. You're spot on.
But look, I tell you what, John, they've paid for that pit.
Yeah, very good.
That's what I'm saying. Most of the cars that are coming in now have actually just rolled through for fuel, and that includes things like the 950 Dual Racing by Huber and a couple of other cars as well. They're just coming down the lane in front of me now is the Haas RT machine, scored in 8th. slightly quieter run for Haas than we've seen in recent years, but they've got a very different driver lineup than they had when they were chasing for victories. So certainly through 23 and 24. And it's quiet now. Look at that. It's certainly not the panic we saw with the multiple Code 6's you caused when you were in the pit
about
stop.
that. Dwight Merriman's on his way back to you in one of the course cars, Nick, so you'll be able to have a chat with Dwight. I suspect he's not going to be very happy. The witness marks on the runoff area at the edge of turn number 9 suggests that he was backwards for for quite a way actually before he hit the barriers. And there's a couple of maybe a swappage in the middle, but that's not, you would not get there without a problem or without some assistance.
This is something that my Uncle Bruce, who was in the traffic police, is Class 1 driver and instructor, and he's very good at reading tire marks on roads.
Is he?
Yeah, because he would attend an accident and go, yeah, I can see what happens here before he's even asked the person in question what happened.
We need him to look at that and be able to say, yeah, not only did he not do that himself, it was the number whatever car that turned him around. That I would be impressed with.
That would be.
But he'd have to obviously he'd have to do the paint analysis on the side of the car to find the other car on that one.
Yes, I do remember once after he was retired, there'd been an incident on. It was actually I have to say after he'd retired, in police training incident where they'd gone off in police training, and by the tire marks he can go, yeah, I can see what the mistake was.
Yeah,
and in short, too much speed.
Yes,
not enough talent. Basically.
Yeah, that's quite often an excess of hope over talent and indeed grip.
My grandfather was. Oh yeah, that's not going to be a 5-minute job. The rear left wheel is bent in. The front left is bent out. So yeah, that is one sad-looking Ferrari. It's lost its rear wing, so it's gone to touring specification.
Very good.
More like the 296 road car now.
I am fairly certain that they shipped both cars into the inter-region. So next weekend's entry for the Abu Dhabi 6 hours, the sprint race, is probably not in jeopardy. The body language in the pit lane, Nick Damon, would suggest that they've spoken to Dwight or they've seen the pictures, and that is probably all done and dusted there from the body language in the pit lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the team's kind of realised that we're down to 3.5 hours to go. There's more than 3.5 hours worth of repairs, and at the end of the day they'll be fighting for a lower top 10 finish. Their focus, they've said, is the European Championship, not this Middle East Championship. This is a learning procedure. Well, they've learnt the tough. Well, they already knew this team, but they've learnt there are tough knocks even in Creventic, and it's resigned acceptance from a very experienced team. A little bit of disappointment from a couple of the drivers, I think, because they're probably hoping to get out and fight for that podium. But I can see from the drone shots being broadcast into the pit that the rescue car, the truck, the flatbed is about to deliver the remains of the era Ferrari, and it arrives absolutely at my feet now. As you say, it's a low drag version, there's no rear wing on it. The right hand side of the car, not so bad to be honest. The left hand side of the car, yeah, not so good. This is the kind of thing, if you're putting it on Auto Trader, all the shots would be from the right, and probably it's a Cat C, I would say. Now, just one bit before I just to talk about the actual damage, which actually, it's not actually that bad, because they have lost the rear suspension, so that's what's going to cost them out. Because you're quite right, all that cosmetic stuff at the back is just undoing a clip, but unfortunately, it's just moved forward enough into the bodywork effective behind the B pillar that's going to cause a problem for them. But otherwise, they could have replaced most of it quite easily. Whilst we were waiting for this car to come in, the 92 Pure Racing Porsche came in again. And they had a long, hard look into both front wheel arches. They didn't change pads, which I thought were what they might be doing. They had a long look into it, as though the driver reported it was feeling a bit funny. So that second pit stop time you've got down for that Pure Racing was they come into the pits, have a look at it for a while, and then drive out again. So they've certainly lost at least half a minute or 40 seconds on everyone else. But they didn't seem to do an awful lot, but they did have a big old stare at the car.
That is the first real delay for any of the top 3 cars. They've lost a minute there. So is that pure racing with 3 hours and 36 minutes to go? Is that them out the picture? Not necessarily, but it certainly puts them on the back foot. So is this become a two-horse race between Almanor Racing by Team WRT and the Dynamic GT Porsche?
Just go on. Just a thought. Is it?
The rear wheel's actually rotating. Just wait about rotating straight. I think it might not be as deranged.
Just a thought, Nick. Whilst that car is being taken off that flatbed, how the technology even of recovery of cars, and particularly racing cars, has changed. Back in the old days, you would have had, you would have had a flatbed, but it would have been a tilt bed rather than a rollback that goes flat to the floor, and there'd have been all kinds of jiggery-pokery with bits of planks of wood so that the front and the rear didn't catch the ground. Nowadays, the whole back deck comes off and lies flush on the floor. Makes it very much easier to load and unload. That's mainly bodywork, Nick, I reckon.
It's all about what's happened for that rear left suspension. Whether there's anything more. It doesn't look right, but then the car was rolling quite nicely. And ultimately, the pressure. They put the garage door down. That's all. They've gone very Le Mans on us there. They put the garage door down and shut one of their own men out. The man he's knocking on the door to be let back in.
This is like the state opening of British Parliament. He's like Black Rod, isn't he? He just needed to tap on it with the pneumatic probe for that to burn.
The other problem was that they'd shut the air cylinders to get the wheels off outside as well. So in an effort to be all kind of dramatic and shut the garage door, they kind of had left both the equipment and the people they need. We're back to green,
3 hours and 35 minutes pretty much on the nosy to go. Now we will see what happens at the front of the field. Ben Tuck in the BMW number 777 has the Dynamic GT Porsche of Thomas Kiefer right in his wheel tracks as we restart this run to the flag for the first major race of 2025. They're on the back straight, and the 777 then heading through traffic, going past the second place 992 car down into turn number 10 as we speak. Luke Breukers has just seen the leaders actually coming out of turn 12. Luke Breukers has got the leaders just in front of him, being passed by both the first and the second place cars, and he's got a grandstand view of the battle for the lead. He himself is trying to make up time on the Hoop van Eindhoven for the Tyre Outdoor Racing. That has come alive as well, as Rick Breukers is just about to complete his 486th lap, which Hoop van Eindhoven did a few moments ago in the number 912. That car is just going out of turn 6 as Luke is coming down towards the first corner.
26 seconds between them at the last timing point.
Yeah.
It's game on in 992 between Tyre Outdoor Racing.
And there's the two leaders going through across the line now. My apologies, the tracker was a little bit slow to catch up after the code 60. And there's now 3 seconds between the overall lead of the race. The number 777, if you will, BMW. That's the Almanor Racing by Team WRT, and the Dynamic GT. This is the white car with the blue skyline of Dubai downtown on it, the Visit Dubai supported car. Then a further lap back, Harry King for Pure Racing, WEC champions in LMGT3, the 92 car then with Harry King trying to make back some ground on the two drivers ahead of him.
Yeah, there's going to be hard. Yeah, it's going to be very hard. 3 minutes and 32 seconds for Harry King. The gap back from Thomas Kiefer in second to Harry King in third. So
that's not a real gap till they come round next time, because that'll still count some of the the Code 60.
Possibly, but the gap at the front is 3 seconds, and Ben Tuck is pulling away from Thomas Kiefer. Thomas Kiefer is still very much in his development phase of his career. He's being coached by Felipe Fernandez-Lazar. They're both, of course, met at the Nürburgring. Thomas Kiefer raced at the Nürburgring for quite a little while, and Felipe Fernandez-Lazar's been coaching him. Felipe was famously coached Michael Fassbender.
Yeah, very good. The gap on the track, leader at turn 15 and Harry King halfway down the back straight. So actually that time that you mentioned, it'll be about right. That's about a lap and a half.
Yeah, when they went into that Code 60, the gap was just over 2 minutes. It's now 3 minutes 32, and that was the minute they lost in the pits in investigating the cars. So
spot on.
Yeah, but we've still got plenty time to go. Ben Tuck leading now by 3.8 seconds, so he's really starting to drop the hammer.
Had a question. We didn't get to it earlier on, and I hope that Blur Fiend is still with us in Florida. Laying down in bed but staying up as long as I can to watch the race. What is the GTX class and how does it differ from that of GT3? GTX are GT3 alike cars and quite often will have very similar performance levels to the GT3 cars, but things that are certainly a GT looking car, Blur Fiend, but they don't quite fit as a homologated GT3. So for example, the Lipa Performance Lamborghini is a Lamborghini Cup car, effectively. The Lamborghini single make car, the Evo version of that. The IRC, obviously that's a tube frame car with a crate motor, the General Motors 6.2 V8, that's in there. The Vortex, well, they've not made enough Vortex to homologate it as a full house global GT3 spec car. I know that Philip Bonnell and the rest of the team, they are looking to get that towards a little bit closer towards the GT3 performance level. And same for the Ginetta, it doesn't quite fit. It's not the GT4 spec car, it's GT4 and a bit actually, although it's sitting behind after the problems that it had. It was sitting behind most of the GT4 field. So it's a catch-all class for cars that are more GT than there would be TC being the touring car. And of course there's a TCX category as well in the touring car endurance category. All of the entries are TCX cars because they don't really quite fit as full TCR cars. Although actually I've said that, and of course the Cupra is a TCR car, but it may have been slightly modified with different aero or something like that. And again, that puts it into the X part of either TC or a GT. And we've seen all kinds of things in there. Down through the years, including cars that were sort of experimental in the point that they were on their way. I think BMW brought a new version of the M4.
Yeah, when it was still a prototype.
Yeah.
It hadn't been homologated yet, so they actually put it in it was actually given its own class in that Sebring 24 Hour. I think it was a P1, I think it was the class they gave it. It didn't go in GTX at that time, but it could have done.
Also, AMG blooded
GT2 could go in there.
Yeah, they blooded the new GT4 car in GTX in 2017 at the Quarter 24 Hours. It wasn't homologated.
It did, yeah. Interestingly, on the a couple of laps ago, Harry King set the best lap of the race for that car, a 157.894.
Wow.
Rick Breukers just set the best lap for the Red Camel Jordan's car, 201.2 in a Porsche Cup car. Rick Breukers is flying.
Just before we go to Nick, there was just a little moment there where we were explaining GTX with a bit of bodywork flying in the air.
Yeah, that was the Dragon Racing Ferrari, a Porsche Cup car, actually trying to get past, and they made contact, unfortunately.
777 then tucked up, behind the Ferrari in 13th position at the moment. That's the Inter Africa Racing Jason Ambrose cars. They come down to the first corner, and he's in a sandwich with Matisse Lismont for the company racing Aston Martin, who's just gone up into 22nd position, having overhauled the now pitted Era Motorsport Ferrari, whilst the leader is fighting its way through traffic and being held up just a tiny little bit. Harry King with that 1:57.5, the new fastest lap of the race, on lap number is he on 506, new overall fastest lap of the race. Nick Damon.
And I'm down at the number 1 car. Top of the shop is the Manamuri Energy by EV Motor. But most importantly, I'm with Fabrizio Brogi. Fabrizio, how are you doing?
I'm very well. I'm very happy to be back in the Creventic family. And it has been 1 year that we haven't done anything. We came here last year as underdogs. First time with the GT3 car, barely tested once. And with perseverance and some luck, as you always need that some luck, we managed to win. And after then, we didn't do anything the entire year.
And why was that? Why did you take the year out?
Because there have been, on my side, physical problems. Last year I was in pain because a couple of vertebrae that I broke in Monza, coming out of the Ascari. So it has been a long journey. This time there is no pain, but 1 year of pause. We have the honor of having number 1 on our car, but we are not as trained and prepared as we were last year. We have done an honest race.
And is this the start of you'll be with us for the whole season? You're going to join us in Europe as well with the car?
Yes, we are trying. Well, we are right now in the middle of talking and planning. As far as I'm aware from what they're deciding, definitely Mugello, we're going to be there, and the decision is going to be taken after them. Of course, in Mugello, you're always welcome. We celebrate again the fact that we got married there.
And you are still married?
Yes, we're still going on, actually, very happily.
Anniversary, we'll have cake. That's what we really need, isn't it? And obviously, my Kinder Surprise you haven't brought me.
Well, there's going to be cake and hopefully a lot of alcohol after the testing, of course.
So, Fabrizio, the car's currently kind of towards the bottom of the pile, but I suppose your aim really was just to reach the end in a clean fashion for this race. You say you've had a year out.
No, probably I will not do it. I sacrifice my time with somebody that is faster, as somebody that has recovered from 1 year of stoppage better than I did, trying to gain a position that any point matters for the championship, you know. Doing a back-to-back is a dream. Right now is a very, very far away one.
Great. Thanks, Fabrizio.
Thank you very much. Enjoy.
I love Fabrizio Brogi and Mugello in Europe. Mugello's a beautiful place to go to at the time of year that we are racing there. Really fabulous countryside. It's an easy travel from a couple of airports. Florence is not too far away. There's a train actually from Florence pretty much to outside the circuit. It's maybe less than a couple of miles, fewer than a couple of miles to the track. Now, our hard-working team back in mission control for 0221 in Cologne have been digging through all of the footage. I say footage, of course, it's all digital nowadays, but it still requires people to be looking around. And they have come up with some images of what we believe is the incident that took out the Era Racing Ferrari over at turn 9 a little while ago. It was shot from much further away. Look at the top right middle of the screen, and let's see. No, he did go off on his own. He went on his own. Something gave way in the middle of the corner there, Peter, or did he just understeer off and then spin?
I wouldn't want to say from that angle, but definitely what we can confirm from that brilliant piece of footage, actually, considering it was, it's not its sole purpose at the time. That
here it comes now.
Yeah, it just went off on his own. It's impossible to give a verdict of what happened. He's spinning. I think it's just a spin.
Before that, and now we've got the Leaderboard car facing the wrong direction at turn 12. That is indeed the leader in GTX, JJ Song. Now they've got a huge lead. They've completed 471 laps. Second place car's 446, but that car I don't think has got fire from the V10. That doesn't appear. If that was being refired, you'd see a little bit of flame from the quad exhausts on the back. He's got his foot on the brake. I think he's refiring the engine now. Oh, they can't restart the car. The starter's broken. Remember, they didn't replace the starter. This car's going to have to be pulled into the pits. And race control will be going through the same thought process as we have just done. They haven't got Nick Damon reminding me in the pit lane that they can't restart that car. Remember, I spoke to them early on. A simple, lazy spin, which under normal circumstances at turn 12 would have just resulted in a quick prod on the starter button down to first gear and away. That car cannot restart because the starter's been gone for hours and they didn't want to take the time to fix it. Bit of a dent in the driver's door under the CrowdStrike branding as well. So this will be a code 60 because that car cannot move. Yep. And it will need to be towed in. Now the good news is, actually, if it was towed, it could bump start on the strop. But I don't know if they'll let them do that.
Well, that'll be maybe part of the negotiation going on at the moment, where the marshals might be asked just to simply give the car a push once we're under.
Push it down the hill, actually, from there.
And almost.
And that's the reason, of course, that the wheels are pointing in the wrong direction, because he's lost power steering and trying to turn the steering wheel of a car that doesn't have power steering when it's built to have power steering. And race cars have plenty of camber, which is the bottom edge of the tyre being further out than the top. They also have very wide, slick, sticky tyres. 20 seconds to code 60 to have that GTX car leading the race in its class. And here is our 18th code 60. And this was always going to be the danger for that car.
Yes, it was. Yeah, and to be very fair to all the drivers, they've made so few mistakes, and that's why they have such a strong lead. So, hopefully, a quick tow from one of the hard-working pickup trucks here at the Dubai Autodrome, and then that roll down the hill should get that Lamborghini fired and back to the pits if they want to, or simply just once you got it started, keep going for JJ Song, and they've got time in hand. The nearest car is 447 laps, so there's 24 laps between them, so that's
nearly an hour.
It's not far off an hour. Yeah, so they've got time in hand. They don't need to panic, as dramatic as it may be, but it does give an opportunity for others. At the front of the field, the IRC GT, which is run fairly well, in second in GTX. Jake Camilleri.
I don't think they've actually had a problem with that car, have they?
No, not that I've seen. Jake Camilleri comes from a family of very prolific Mazda dealers.
Yeah.
That's why the Mark cars made a Mazda version.
That's right.
Because the Camilleri family wanted to have a Mazda over, because you're
Mazda
starting with a space
shape,
frame.
wasn't it?
Yes, you're starting with a space frame, and you can basically put whatever body panels you wish over the top of it. A bit like a British touring car, actually.
Their fastest lap is a 2:04.2 in the race, against a 2 minutes for the Lamborghini. I think that car, that's the pace of that car, and it's running with the GM crate motor, as this 18th code 60 has generated some more pit stops, and immediately the Almanar Racing by Team WRT BMW, Nick Damon, is in the pit lane again for Ben Tuck.
Yeah, and this time straight to fuel, so they're going to have an even fuller tank and slightly worn tyres. We've also had 9 laps on those tyres, but he's now got an absolutely topped-up tank again, so they almost certainly may come in and do another stop to change tyres within his stint. We've already had Harry King through. He was on the first cars. He must be right on pit entry, as the Code 60 was called. He's come in, also just picked up some fuel, nothing else. We're about to get... Is he coming again, is he? No, sorry, it wasn't King. Sorry, it was the... this is Harry King coming now. Sorry, it was the third place car. The Dynamic GT car that came in first straight away with the gas back. And now Harry King... And King's getting out of the car. So they're doing a full service at this point with tyres. King gets out of the car, throws away his seat insert, and helps the joining driver to load up. We've also had the other BMW, the red AM car, that's come through as well. That was fuel only. So these Code 6 is kind of spaced not particularly conveniently. We also saw full work being done on the Red Camel Jordan as well. But I think Rick stayed on board, but they did give him a new set of boots. He was incredibly impatient. He was following down behind another 992. He was almost pushing him along, because I think he felt his 60 kilometres or 40 kilometres wasn't the 40 kilometres that Rick had. And in the end, the car veered off and he kind of went past with a kind of a wave of the nose, saying, "What on earth are you doing?" He's in the fuel at the moment. And now some of the many myriad, of course, of 992s come through. Heart of Racing as well. And then the car that's officially scored in 6th place, that's the Winwood machine. That goes past as well. And I think that's probably our lot for a while of the cars towards the front. And I think we've had the whole of the top 6 in.
Rick Breukers is in attack mode, and he's the lap he put in. I mean, in a Porsche Cup car, a 201.2, that's hugely quick. I mean, that is, a second and a half off a really quick GT3 time. Not a surprise. Rick, a double winner of the 24 Hours of Daytona in the GTD class in a Lamborghini.
It also says a lot about the inherent pace of the 992 Cup car. They're not running on the tyres specifically for that class of car. I suggest if they were, they'd be going even quicker, actually. When we first... In fact, the first Carrera Cup championship to get the 992 Cup cars outside of the Super Cup was Porsche Carrera Cup North America in its first year, 4 years ago now? 4 years ago now. And at the test day at Sebring, they were under 2 seconds from a GT3 car, and that was the team still getting used to them. This is a very, very quick car indeed. I think that the engine is running again on the Lamborghini, because that toe strop is not tight, and I don't think he's just coasting. Nick Damon will be able to tell us if there is the sound of a V10 ticking over gently. Okay.
The colours white and black as we go back to green again. They're having a little bit of work to get the strop off. Now, theoretically, though, once they get the strop off, it should be a very, very simple fact of finding 5 burly guys to push it down until it starts. So, and there's no sign of any panic at all. They've managed to get the thing up on the jacks by borrowing a bit of air. It's been dropped off, not the most convenient place. It's been dropped off about a garage too early, but not too bad. But yeah, the problem is just getting the strop off. The tyres now going back on again. I'm not sure they're even going to give him a new set of boots, which is interesting. The car about to drop down off that bit of pneumaticisms. The pickup driver, who's picked up some pickup on his way around.
Michelin's.
But actually, no. What I would, yeah, I hope so. What I would say, actually, I don't know. The problem is it's hard to tell whether that car has got a dink in the door, John. So whether that's caused an effect, I don't know. But it has been dinked in the door. Relatively hard at some point. They are changing drivers, and they are now going for a a replacement set of tyres. I think they're putting, they are getting fresh on all round. They haven't decided to go, they slightly use the front end on it. So there's brand new boots as well. No desire to look at the engine, no desire to do anything else apart from do a full service, because we know what's going to happen, John. They're all going to push start it.
I think I said when I was down the pit lane, if you're wondering why they haven't attended to this restart issue, they've run out of white tank tape as well. So fabulously, a bit of bright red race tape going on that gap or that joint between the left front wing and the front panel, and there's actually quite a lot in there. See that, I'd be worried about that as well at the pace we're going round here. There's some pre-cut larger pieces as well. It's like a large elastoplast, for those of you who remember those, large white elastoplast that's going on, and that.
Now, it must be said that this is not damage from the
from JJ. No.
Had a spin on his own, but
that was a lazy
car
spin.
Has been involved in one or two incidents. It was involved in a disagreement with the number 40 Come to You Aston Martin.
Yes, it was.
Which I suspect that's where the damage came from. The thing is, they've got time in hand. They've got quite a lot of time in hand. They've got, as we said, nearly an hour back to the nearest competitor, the IRC GT. So they can afford to take their time. Not all day, but they can definitely be on the safe side. Can Leipert.
Why wouldn't you fit a new front air dam onto that, given that? I understand why you don't want to get into the engine bay and change. This starting issue is down to the fact that the starter itself on the engine, on the knurled part of the flywheel, that's not engaging and not starting, and it's right at the front of the engine. This is a mid-engine car. It's right at the front of the engine, pretty much up against the firewall between the engine and the cockpit. And therefore, to get to it, remember, this is not an endurance car. It's the Lamborghini One Make Challenge car, and it's meant to do 50-ish minutes, 55 minutes. Sometimes with a pit stop, sometimes not. We run them with a pit stop in the IMSA version of the championship. And changing a starter would be something that would be done back in the paddock area, relatively leisurely between races or overnight or before you went to the next event. It's not meant to be a service item during a race, so I understand why they're not doing that. But they're putting more and more tape on that problem of the separated left front wing and the air dam, and clearly it's not holding. And what you worry about there is one or other of those bits comes off, and either the bonnet flies up and causes you an issue, or the air dam drops off and gets under the front wheels and causes you a problem. They've got an hour. Why wouldn't you at least strip all that tape off, put it in the garage, take off the air dam and see if you can fix it? If you can't, all right, put some tape back on and send it back out again. Even maybe pop rivet something on. If that was Colin White, that would have been pop riveted by now. He would have made some metal straps out the back, and that would have been pop riveted together by now.
Well, we'll see how it plays out for them, for Leipert. The car now with Takis on board is in fuel at the moment, having taken over from JJ Song.
Well done for spotting that with Takis before even the timing screen.
Well, he's got the kind of John Cleland style, very, very narrow visored helmet. As the SMP racing car number 7 Mercedes makes a move for position on the 991 Paragon competition BMW. Alexander Smoljar goes past Darren Lung. That's for 4th position. The SMP racing car has been a kind of sleeper, really.
Yes, it has.
It's just been going along. I wouldn't say minding its own business. It's been in one or two little scuffles, but that's to be understood when you've got 60 cars on track and 24 hours of racing. But any slip up at all in the top 3, and SMP are going to climb the overall podium.
Yeah, they are 3 laps away from the lead. That leading GTX, by the way, now 21 laps for Leipert Motorsport as Takis rejoins, ahead of second place Jake Camilleri in the 111 IRC tube frame car. which Ian McCarthy has spotted, has also got a left-hand end plate, rear wing end plate missing. Seems to be a bit of a trend this morning.
Phil Anson.
Fabulous Phil Anson.
Fabulous Phil Anson. Yeah. I understood that he was known as Fast Phil in his
racing days. Yes, he was.
Is.
Yeah,
because he's just delivered a beautiful coffee from the Cars Cafe, which has got Porsche 356 on the takeaway cup and the skyline of Dubai and the Dubai Autodrome. That is full factory.
Yeah,
from the Cars Cafe. Thank you, Phil.
The guys at the Cars Cafe on site here at Dubai Autodrome. If you're here listening to us now, worthwhile popping down there. They're serving breakfast at the moment, and they have a great selection of sandwiches and other breakfast requisites. However, if you're around Dubai, if you're listening now and you're in the pit lane area and you're around Dubai for a day or so before you head down to Abu Dhabi for the next weekend, go and see the guys. It is motorsport and motoring themed cafe. They've always got something interesting on the walls. They've always got something interesting on the TVs. They'll be playing this race in there at the moment. So hello to all of the team in Cars Cafe. The first time I walked into there, and this is no word of a lie, they didn't know I was walking in. I had never been there before. I met Phil there. We were going to meet the owners, actually. And I walked in, and there was an IMSA WeatherTech race from an IMSA race from WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, playing on the big screens with me and Jeremy Shaw on the commentary.
That's amazing.
And that was really quite off-putting.
I don't even get that at the cafe in Knock Hill.
It was
now, should we do
brilliant.
a real world road test?
On the caffeine?
Yes, right.
So hang on.
Cars Cafe. Here
How do you have it? Is it with milk or is it just black?
I don't know. However, Phil ordered it, but we're going to taste it.
Okay, hang on. Right, a sip. Peter pulls a face as if somebody has just been rubbing his back for about 20 minutes.
The last time I pulled that face is when I first opened up the throttle on that Bentayga I borrowed a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
It's that good.
Right.
Is it flat white? It's coffee. It's Phil's secret recipe. It's a very, very lovely cup of coffee, and that's just what I needed from the Cars Cafe. Excellent. There we go. Is that a first and on-air coffee tip?
Tasting? Well,
maybe not. But
some years ago, the much missed Thomas Enger walked all the way over to us here when we were in the middle of a night shift. I have no idea where he rustled the coffees up from. It was before the time that Cars Cafe was here, actually. That's how long ago it was. And he came up with 8 big cups of coffee, all of the milk, the sugar and everything else to go in. I think he even had some flavoured syrups as well. And he walked up and we said, "Oh, have you come on air?" He said, "No, I've come up to bring you some coffee. Just bring you some coffee." And that was Thomas Enger.
What
absolute ledge.
He was a special driver. He was not backwards and coming forwards, was Thomas. Very good rally driver as well as Thomas Enger. Yeah, he's done the Barham Rally a couple of times. Really, a good friend of mine, Seb Scott, who works for the Hyundai World Rally team. He started off his motorsport career with Reiter Engineering, and Thomas Enger drove for them.
Yeah. Did quite a few races in this championship. Obviously got all the way up to International Formula 3000, American Le Mans Series for Raffinelli originally. They were good for coffee. Commendatore, Signor Raffinelli. The first thing that was ever set up was the coffee machine. It had a best finish at Le Mans of first in the Ferrari 550 of Velox Pro Drive. And in this championship, they don't have it in there, but he came to race in this championship.
Now we know that Nick Damon is a fan of a car that's very, very powerful, very, very fast, but can also carry a lot of equipment. And Thomas Enger liked a similar thing, Nick.
Well, no, when the one time I've been around the Nürburgring, It was we had an RS6, which I then got accused of ruining the brakes on, which wasn't I didn't do it. It was the various laps we all did. Anyway, so we were going around the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife, as tutored by Mr. J. Hindhoff, Esquire, and we thought we were pushing on a bit in our 550 horsepower
RS6 Plus. That was, remember?
Only to see Thomas Enger come flying past us in a Volkswagen Caddy diesel with the window open, waving at us. Just to show, so at that point you kind of go, oh, fair enough then. He's absolutely top, lovely bloke. I saw his name for the first time in a long time. He's running a sim team. He's running a sim racing team. So I saw him come to one of the team events we did. So that's I haven't seen him at a track recently, but I'm sure he's still doing things, certainly in his homeland.
He competed in the Barham Rally last year in a Skoda R5 car. Yeah. He can be fast in anything. Can Thomas
had a big accident in 2009 in a Czech Republic rally. He was driving an Evo Lancer 9. And it's only the second stage of the rally. He's hammering along and a deer jumped out in front of him and he nailed the deer. Nowhere to go, he said. And he said it wasn't very nice in typically understated Thomas Enger style. He said you don't meet very many animals on the circuit, but in the rally it is actually quite a big risk. Often painted as the bad boy of his era, and focused, yes. Competitive, absolutely. But an absolute heart of gold, Thomas Enger. And as I say, that coffee run that he did for us, for no reason other than he'd heard us talking about, we haven't quite got enough people to make a coffee run at the moment, and came all the way over and I still actually don't know where he managed to persuade someone to make him, and it was 4 carriers, those 4 square carriers, Peter, that you get with the 2 of those filled with hot coffee, some black, some frothy white, and with sugar and stirrers and everything to go with. And he didn't even want to sit and talk to us on the radio. He just wanted to come and say hello. He stood for about 25-30 minutes looking out the window and watching the timing screens, and I think eventually we persuaded him to put a headset on, but that's not why he came up. Much missed. Ben Tuck still leads last lap, 201.7. Thomas Preining for Pure Racing in second, 158.524 last time around, so that gap is coming down again, as you would expect. Ben Tuck is not going to be going at the pace of Thomas Preining, and neither does he need to, and this is the key. Said this about a variety of classes in our season review that includes any Pro-Am classes. You're not necessarily in these longer races in a Pro-Am based class, you're not necessarily racing the guy who's in front or behind you. If you're the Am and they've got a pro or a semi-pro driver in, Peter, you're actually racing the guy who might be getting in 2 hours time, because those laps are the ones you've got to be competitive with.
Yeah, I understand your point, but for Ben Tuck, he's got big ambitions. He might well be thinking, he'll be wanting to be on the pace with Thomas Preining. Now he might be a wee bit behind that at the moment, but it's like you say, he doesn't have to go absolutely full blast because they've got a 2-minute lead.
That's Peter Mackay. You'll hear from Nick Damon down in the pit lane. We are inside the last 3 hours of the race. I'm John Hindhoff in the RSL Global Broadcast Centre, live and free across the world on the Creventic Motorsport channel on YouTube. If you're moving around this Sunday or your bandwidth challenged and you want to keep in touch with the race, then you can get the audio via RS1 and the player at radiolemans.com. It is the 2025 opener for the 24-hour series Middle Eastern Trophy, the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai.
We've decided we can make the triple one aren't we? Because it's Triple 1 Racing, because that's how they do it in America, Australia, sorry, Triple 8, and that's the IRCG. That's coming in for a service. The car looks completely unruffled by being running for 21 hours, in total, 2.5 hours. It did have a big slurp of fluids, though, with those pressurised bottles, so obviously it's taking some nice bit of oil into the machine as well. Won't try and grab where Jake Camineri got out, but he scuffled out the back. And the reason I think he probably scuffled out the back, despite being Australian, is the temperatures really come up quite dramatically in the hour or so, in which hour and a half now I've been in the pit lane. So the sun has come across, it's now up above the grandstands, and the heat is picking up. Now this yesterday played into the hands of the BMW, so that could be further good news for the 777. But then we've seen things happen you don't expect. So yeah, so it's getting warmer out here.
And you're complaining, are you?
No, I'm not complaining at all. I'm sitting here thinking, right, I need to be in the sun because I'm going. Well, it's not so bad. You don't know about Daytona, do you? You think it's going to be nice, but occasionally it's absolutely freezing, isn't it? We've had a couple of freezing ones recently. And so this is the guaranteed sun, and Daytona is hopeful sun in a fortnight's time. But I have got a week back in. When I did my night shift, started the night shift, which you very kindly finished for me, John. I posted a picture to my wife, and I said, it's gone down to 14 degrees here. I've had to put the jumper on. She said, it's -4. What's your point? And at that point, I went, fine, yeah, all right, love. There we are. But so it is absolutely glorious weather. And people, I think we were talking about this a while ago. People are saying, should I come out to this race? And the answer is yes. Stay for a week and get a bit of vitamin
bit of blue
D.
light and sunshine. Nick Damon, man in a jumper. You see, yeah, very good.
The snazzy new Preventing Motorsport TV jumpers with the black and orange.
Superb.
Yeah.
Superb. Do feel as though we should have the McLaren to go with that, don't you? It's the sort of McLaren black and orange.
Well, we need the spiker.
Oh, the spiker. Possibly the best use, not in a car with 4 rings, of an Audi 4.2 litre V8 ever. The Def 1 orange and black as well. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. It is very orange for Creventic. Obviously very proud of their heritage from the Netherlands, and as well they should be. Actually, haven't got to see, because of how busy we've all been this week, haven't got to see the team as much and chat with the team as much as I would like to. Got a quick word with Gary Willems to wish him a Happy New Year. Bumped into Helen Rykins as well, just to say Happy New Year and give her a hug. But to all of the team, Nika, David, Peter Fry, and everyone else who have been working very, very hard for this 20th running. They make life very, very easy for us to turn up and do our job in terms of credentials and meal tickets, and also to the technical team of 021 our broadcast TV partners, who again, we turned up, the booth was rigged, we plugged in our computers. Mohammed, who for many years has done the technicals here, made sure that we had the internet that we needed. Made life very, very easy for everyone here this weekend. And what I'll tell you now, when I would say this to their face, or I'm going to say this on the air, the Creventic team are not afraid of hard work. They did a lot of preparation to make sure that everything had run well when we got here. But anything that they need to do during the race, they turn their hand to. Whether it is quote unquote their job or not. If a pair of hands is needed somewhere by one of the teams, by one of the suppliers, whatever, they will be there with bells on to make sure that everything works. And there's been a bit of that overnight. I'm aware of what's been going on, but nobody else is, because that's how good they are. They have made sure that nothing has intervened to affect the competition and the running of the race. And if that means turning your hand to something that you weren't expecting to do, then it's all hands on deck, and that doesn't matter whether it's the upper management. It's not my job. Oh no, I'm only here to do the sign on. Oh no, I'm only here to put up sign. No, none of that. You need a pair of hands to do X, Y, Z. Yeah. Do I need to bring a set of step ladders? What do I need to do? Yeah, done. So thank you very much for another great year in this 20th anniversary running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, kicking off the 2025 season. Next weekend, more live coverage for you. The sprint race, 6 hours is a sprint. As far as Creventic is concerned, normally the shorter races are 12 hours. Then we head off to Italy for Fabrizio Brogi's wedding anniversary celebration at Mugello. All the details on 24hseries.com. And of course you can follow along with live timing, the tracker and all the statistical analysis on livetiming.getraceresults.com, and you get all of the information that we have in the booth. Another beautiful morning. Welcome to Sunday. 2 hours and 52 minutes and 10 seconds to go. The gap at the front of the field is under 2 minutes. Nope, sorry, check that. The last lap of Thomas Preining is under 2 minutes.
Significantly so, a 1:55.
Yeah.
The previous lap, he'd actually lost 9/10 of a second just in Sector 1 on Ben Tuck. So it just shows you how the traffic can make an impact if you get stuck in the wrong place. But Thomas Preining set that right. Pure Racing are throwing everything at this. Harry King was at full maximum push and put in the fastest lap of the race, full stop, 1:57.547 in his previous stint. Preining's in the car now, pushing as hard as he possibly can. They're going to try and put Almanar Racing by Team WRT under pressure. Yes, it's a 2 minute gap with 2 hours and 51 minutes to go. That's definitely a big ask, but they are going to do everything they can. All they can do is put the pressure on and wait for an error. In fact, they're right behind the race leader on track, so it's exactly a lap. So this is interesting. So for Thomas Preining, what he can do here now for Ben Tuck is to try to intimidate and to try to demoralise the opponent. This is serious stuff. This is really, really tough now as Preining opens the door and they come to you, Aston Martin, the number 40, decides, oh, I could go through, and then goes, oh, actually, no, these are the leaders. No, maybe I'll leave them alone. Matisse Limon, that's the racer's instinct kicking in there as Preining trying to find his way through traffic, cutting through, going through the last corner. On a clear run, on that last corner, the top GT3 cars are braking after the 50-metre board.
Incredible, isn't it?
And apexing that corner at 95 kilometres an hour.
And in fact, the lead is about to change in terms of the first and second place cars. And now, down at turn 1, Thomas Preining is 5.3 kilometres behind the leader. He has unlapped himself on pace from Ben Tuck, and so the first car going through the S's now is the second place machine. And so on the road, that was a pass not for position, but it was significant, because it does mean now that Thomas Preining is on the very back of the lead lap. Now, this is not as significant as it would be if there was a as if there were safety cars in play, because they would obviously come round to the back end. But it does talk to the pace of that Porsche.
It does, and it's demoralising for the opponent. The thing to bear in mind, though, for fans of the Almanar Racing by Team WRT car, is that they are on 10-lap older tyres. And as we've seen all race long, really, the new Michelin tyre, it's got a very good performance early on and then goes to a plateau and then stays there. And Ben Tuck is definitely down on that plateau at the moment with his tyres, and Preining's enjoying that sweet spot right now. And Thomas Preining set the fastest lap of anybody in the 3 qualifying sessions on the oldest tyres too. And he's been potentially the fastest driver out there this weekend, certainly with the overall package with the car underneath him. So he's pushing as hard as he can to try and bring this race back to them.
The 102 Asbest Racing Cupra has been in the pits for 56 minutes exactly. Henrik Sandell brought that car in. This is one of 2 touring cars that Asbest are running. They're 101 car, which has also had its problems. That's leading the race at the moment. Nick Damon, we seem between us all in the pit lane to have spent quite a while down at the Asbest Racing. What is the ailment of the 102 car?
Well, the interesting thing is the space that this 102 car is taking up with a white Seat
Cupra,
or Cupra, that has been occupied by a car, I would say, for at least 14 hours, if not more, of the race. Asbest have been working their little socks off trying to keep these two cars going. This is the car which had the gearbox problem. Now, what they've got now, since replacing the gearbox, the problem they have now is a drive shaft failure on the front left. They're just replacing the drive shaft problem. They're replacing the drive shaft. You can see that and they're just getting that off now.
On that side drive shaft, I know that this wouldn't make a difference. That is the gearbox side. The engine is transversely mounted, and basically the left-hand side is the back of the engine and where the gearbox is. So that is the gearbox side. They didn't drop the engine when they did the gearbox. They just dropped the gearbox. They took the whole front end of the car off to do that. And the gearbox was cast aside in the middle of the night.
Yeah, it's it looks like the UJ they're trying to dismantle actually, rather than the actual drive hasn't snapped. They've got a UJ issue, and they're going to replace that. But every indication, given the fact the driver still is suited and booted, they're going to get this car out before the end of the race and run it round. And I kind of really hope they get this car out in about half an hour. These poor mechanics have to sit down for 2 hours. But at the moment, of course, they are occupying the top two steps of the podium in TC anyway. So it's been successful in that way, but it's certainly been a struggle and a fight.
The SRS Team Rennsport car, which started at the back after a blown engine in that car, and an engine replacement, did fight its way past them and up to the lead, but that car's been in the pits for over 11 hours now, and it was still in a state of undress when I was in the pit lane. Now, that's a 127, scored in 57th position now. But there's a lot of cars that have been in the pits quite a long time. If I go from the highest position, the Era Motorsport Ferrari, Dwight Merriman had a spin and hit the wall. That was 50 minutes since that car's been in the pits. 3 hours ago, the Continental Racing Audi, Andrei Solukovtsev, excuse me, 3 hours and 11 minutes that car. 2 hours and 30 for the Vortex, which they were looking at a gearbox issue, and I would suggest that, having looked at it, they've decided that there's not much they can do with it, but Nick might be able to say it differently. 2 cars over 5 hours in the pit lane, the Hoffa Racing Mercedes AMG number 11 and the Louis Perrault driven at the time Seblejeau racing car 508 and 503. Hoffa have gone back to the hotel, Nick tells me. 7 hours in the pit lane for Freddie Tomlinson's Jeanette. Is that 7 hours since that car caught fire? Goodness me. 5 hours and a quarter for the other CMR team, Jeanette. That's the 795, so the 495 and 795 in the pits. 13 hours since the WS Racing BMW Emily De Hees was on fire and brought back. Team Parker Racing Bentley with that random gear shift, that was nearly 16 hours ago now. And the Motorsport car, remember, had that diff problem earlier on. That's 19 hours ago now. And even the Rosser, which teased us with the Graf Racing team working, and Roman Rusinov hoping that they could do something with the V10 engine, that's 6.5 hours that car has been in the pit lane. And everyone else is either running or everyone else is running. So those issues, as I say, that have befallen the bottom sort of 10 or 11 on the timing screen, but we've still got over 50 cars, or around 50. No, I think we've got over 50 cars running, actually.
Really impressive, actually.
Yeah.
Considering this is a fast circuit, and it's warm here during the day. You're putting a lot of stress through those cars, so I think that's a great job by all the mechanics that have prepared these cars. Now, one slight fly in the ointment, strategy-wise, that we might need to consider with 2 hours and 43 minutes remaining, is the leading Almanar racing team by Team WRT BMW, driven at the moment by Ben Tuck. There's a gap of 1 minute and 53 seconds between them at the last timing point. But the respective fuel on board each of those cars could play a factor. Because say, for example, we stay green between now and the end of the race, 2 hours 43.
It's possible.
If, for example, if the 777 car needed an extra stop over the 92 and everything else was equal, that 92 could win the race on that alone.
Oh, absolutely.
So that is, I mean, will we find out? If anyone's going to find out, Nick Damon will find out, but I don't think the teams will tell us.
And by the way, there's only a minute and 13 between Preining in second and the second of the Porsches, the dynamic GT car, the white and blue car, the number 24, in third. And so that car is not out of the running. And in order of where we expect them to come in, well, no, actually, I won't say that, because the 777 has been topping up. So that car has been topping up when it can. But 25 laps on the tyres for Ben Tuck. His stint is just over an hour at the moment. Thomas Preining has 16 laps on his Michelin tyres. He's been in the car 33 minutes. Remember, you can only do 2 hours. 19 laps on Klaus Bachler's Michelins, and he's been in the car 42 minutes. Now, interestingly, at pit stops I don't normally take that much notice of because it doesn't necessarily indicate problems. It's just when you get in them and if you're taking extra fuel. But the top three are spookily similar. 31 for the leader, 30 pit stops for second, 32 for third, 32 for fourth, 28 for fifth and sixth, 27 for seventh. So you see there's cars there that have done significantly fewer pit stops, because normally you would look and say, oh, somebody's done, oh my goodness, they've done 31 pit stops, they must be out of it. Now we're going to go full course caution here, as the number 30 car collection Porsche has been in the wall at turn 6. You don't have a small accident down there. That's fast through the S's. Roman Mavlanov, 21st in the race, or 21st in the class rather, 30th in the race on 495 laps, and he's gone off driver's left, but he's done it backwards and hit that blue banded tyre. He's not in the firing line as such, but we will have to have a code 60. It's right rear damage on that. Nick Damon does his stretching exercises just like all of the drivers do, and is ready for the undoubted carnage that will ensue where everybody decides to come into the pit lane. Where is the leader, and will they take Ben out of that car?
13.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's going to be one of the first cars to have the opportunity to come into the pits as we go code 60 now. And that red and white car has taken a fairly decent swipe, Peter Mackay, to the right rear, gone in backwards at turn 6.
Fast through there. I mean, that's in a GT3 car, the apex speed 120 kilometres an hour, and the wall is relatively close there compared to the rest of the. Looks Roman Mavlanov just complaining with a little bit of stiffness in the neck. That's understandable because that's a fast accident, and he's gone in backwards, and the whole rear of that GT3R is very badly damaged. And Roman's a really experienced driver. He's he's actually been on the podium in Euro NASCAR of all things. He's been down the wall through that accident.
Yeah.
He's won races in Super Trofeo, Spanish GT, and won the International GT Open Championship. So he's an experienced driver. As Pure Racing come into the pits with Nick Damon.
First and second in the pit lane, Nick Damon.
Well, Pure Racing got there first. They came in after SMP, who's currently scored 4th. Then to say Pure Racing and SMP have both kept the same driver on board and taken a fresh set of those speedy new Michelin tyres, but they'll go and get their 25% lump of fuel. Here comes our leader. He's just sweeping down in front of me, Ben Tuck. Let's try to see if they're going to do change drivers again, and I think, yep, they are. So they've stopped in position. I said actually no, that was a different driver. They're not changing driver. Ben is staying on board. He's getting four tyres behind the 991, the red Am car. That is doing a full service with change. Armada Hartley's getting aboard that one, I think, by looking at the size of the driver. So the two BMWs both in at the moment getting a full service, but no change of driver for the leading 27 car. That's already away, and that is now crawling in to get some fuel. So the top 3 of the top 4, I think we're just waiting for third place.
Yeah, it's Klaus Bachler. He's not quite round to the pit lane. Just something to start to think about now for us and for Phil, Johnny and Joe, we do have some outstanding penalties at the front of the field, significantly for the Pure Racing car for their third offence at turn 9. That was assessed at 10 minutes past 10 local time this morning. It's only 4 seconds, but that at the end of the day might make a difference about whether they can stay on the lead lap or not. They have got 2 hours to do that. They do not have to make a specific pit stop to do that.
Yes, they do.
So
they do, because they have to pit under green to serve the penalty.
Yes, but then they can go and take service.
They could, yeah. But then that might be a pit stop that they don't want to take. If we're littered with code 60s, that's not where they want to be.
So what happened to the Porsche in the accident? Came up against a slower car and got the typical lift-off oversteer that you used to see on Porsche there. A little bit offline for the number 30, Roman Mavlanov for Car Collection. Coming up against a gaggle of cars, as Peter rightly said, it was a number of cars. It's not the Toyota Supra, I think, that he was coming up behind, Pete, is it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
And he got up on the curb as well at turn 5. And that didn't help his cause, I'm afraid, and he's all the way down the wall.
You cannot blame the GT4 car is going at pace on the racing
Absolutely.
line. You've got to anticipate that. But this is what happens in a 24-hour race. 21 and a half hours in, everyone's exhausted.
Tired minds.
Tired minds, and it can, I don't know how long Roman had been in the car at that stage. Looking at the stint time at 33 minutes, but after this long a race.
I just want to go back to the penalty for the 92 Thomas Preining car, the white and black and yellow car. My point is that unlike other form of motor racing, you do not have to come in specifically to do the 4-second penalty. It can be added on to a green flag pit stop, but you do it in the penalty box. Now, with Thomas, he's only 37 minutes into the stint, so he's got an hour and 20 to get a green flag pit stop in and serve that penalty.
If you look at the rate and the average rate of when we've had code 60s and how long for, the likelihood is that there's going to be several code 60s, so he's going to be definitely penalised. Well, not definitely. There's a good chance.
Possibly.
Pitting under green would be a big penalty, because if we keep getting littered with code 60s, you almost never have to stop under green in the next 2 hours and 35 minutes.
You've got 2 hours. He's got 2 hours to do that from 10 past 10, which was 15 minutes ago. His drive time will run out before that, so he's got to be out of the car at some stage. His last act, if he can do it under green, may well be to come to the pit box before he gets out.
Well, and that's the thing, but I do think if the current pattern of code 60 continues, everyone else could be able to do all their pit stops under code 60, and that will disadvantage Pure Racing. So you're right, it might 4-second penalty, you think, well, who cares? Not at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. The car collection machine on the back of the recovery vehicle being covered by an incident vehicle as it comes back off the track and heads back towards the pit lane. They'll deliver that car to car collection. They'll take every cutout that they can to stay as far away from the racing surface as they can. Hello to you wherever you are. Let us know where you're watching or listening, whether you're here at the track or further afield. At RSL_studio on Twitter, and use the hashtag 24H series. That will be our hashtag for the whole season for our coverage here next weekend down at Yas Marina for a sprint 6-hour race. As it stands right now, and subject to all the cars that are here and ended also making it to the end of the race without need for major remedial work, more than 50 cars on the entry list. I'm being realistic, and I'd like to think we can still start 50 cars. As far as I can see, I think the most cars in a sports car race at this level that have ever been started is 34. And that was in one of the Gulf double 6-hour races really early on when we did it for audio only. They did 34. And I can't remember any more than that. If you know differently, then please let me know. at RSL_studio, hashtag 24H series. I am really looking forward to that because the Yas Marina circuit races very, very well in multi-class racing. It'll be Phil Anson, who knows that circuit very well, has raced there many times himself, and Bruce Jones will be in the Radio Show Limited Global Broadcast Centre. Diana Binks brings glamour and fragrance to the pit lane.
And sunshine.
And sunshine, yeah, Scottish sunshine, that's right. And she'll have to put up with grumpy, smelly me in the pit lane as well. It's yin and yang. There's a balance to be had in everything. Hello to Yuki Garage, watching and working late from a frigid South Carolina, NASCAR country, or just south of NASCAR country, of course. Hello there. Thank you for tweeting in. Working appears to be doing livery on what is that? Is that a NSX there?
Yeah. That would probably be for trading paints on iRacing, I would.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an Acura NSX GT3
or Honda. We've seen this week actually the final team competing in major competition stepping away from the NSX, one of the very much older GT3 cars. Gradient, of course, in the US, we knew they were going out. They've just had their new Ford Mustang GT3 delivered to them. Nick Damon has a much closer view of the damage to the back of that car collection Porsche than we had, and the Razoo Northern Racing number 914 is trying to get down the inside of the flatbed.
He could do it, to be honest, but they've kind of he just turned it off. So basically, if you want to know what a shorter version of a 911 GT3 looks like, they've reduced the rear length by about 4 or 5 inches, mainly by smacking up the exhaust pipes and really crushing it. There's a huge amount of cosmetic damage. They've done some damage to the mounting frames as well there. This is what's called known as very expensive. Rest of the car, looking around the front, that's absolutely fine. I think it stood with the dive plane, so there's no problem with the front of the car. It's absolutely just reversed into that situation, spun or tipped and then backed in, and I'm pretty certain that they won't be able to get that car back out again in time for the end of the race, and they may not even want to. But yeah, so I don't think there's anything structural. I don't think it's done either bit to the suspension. Obviously, the advantage of going in, if you're going in at the back of a Porsche 911, you don't do any of the radiators
either. It doesn't help if the engine mounts or the exhaust actually is really key. So that even if that was to come back, you want that, because if you don't get the back pressure right, the engine doesn't run. In Porsche terms, then it's not quite Cayman'd the 911, but it's certainly a Kurzheck rather than a Langheck.
My guess is it's not approved used at the moment. No, I think it's got many of the 175 checks still need to be done. That just sits there going, that's annoying and expensive. But for example, if this team were running, I don't know if they are, but if this team were running next weekend at Abu Dhabi with this car, then I'm sure, apart from the massive check you've got to write.
Hello to Stephen Raab in Germany, kicking off the 2025 season. Would love to come there and watch the race in person someday. Do it. We've been saying this all through the race, and Khan is on the Twitter as well. What a great way to spend the last weekend of the holidays before going back to work. I'm in New Zealand. Great coverage. It's been epic. Phil Anson is back. And a word for the marshals and the track services and recovery team here at Dubai Autodrome. It's been one of the big success stories in this region, actually, getting volunteers from here who are either indigenous or who live here to come and be part of motor racing, even if they're not driving or entering cars, much the same as it would happen in Europe. Not everybody can go touring car racing or GT racing. That has been a huge success story in a relatively short time here.
Indeed it has, John. the Dubai Autodrome and EMSO, the motorsports governing body here in the UAE, have done an awesome job. Obviously, we also have Formula One 100 kilometres down the road, and the training of marshals in this region and our recovery teams and all of the things that go along with any motorsport event has been sublime. And don't forget, these guys have been out on post since well before we started the race at 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and they have done a sublime job of recovering cars, but waving the flags, which is the most important things to do. Oh, we've got a big spin for the 111. The 111 has got a flat left rear tyre. That was wow. He held it all together. But that's the IRC second in the GTX category, making it Grant Donaldson at the wheel of that car. He's going to have to be careful that that tyre doesn't start to flail and start ripping the bodywork off. That happened in the 2-3 complex and on the exit of 4, and he's got about 4 kilometres to go to get that car back to the pits. He may take the cut through at the club link and try and get that car back. They will lose a lap if they do that, but he could lose more than a lap if that tyre comes off of that rim and that car grounds itself out. Welcome back to the Global Broadcast Centre, Johnny Palmer. It's not the welcome you wanted back to see the 111 like that.
Certainly not, but this level of excitement has seemed to follow me throughout the race, so I'm maybe not as surprised somehow. The bodywork is starting to be torn away from that car, and I appreciate that Donaldson trying to get the car back as quickly as possible. A good shout, which he seems to be adhering to, in that you can shorten the lap around here. But now, with that side of the car obscured from my vision, it's getting steadily worse because the tyre's starting to tear up the rear left corner of that car.
And he didn't take the cut through at the club link either, so he's going to have to do the full he's probably got 3.5 kilometres to go now, and he's got to navigate that car through some traffic and try and stay off the racing line. He'll be shredding some Michelin rubber as that tyre wears away. Let's have a look at this again. And it looks like, the tyre's deflated. The tyre has deflated as he's come around turn 1, and it's really good work from the Porsche behind him to avoid the spinning 111. And now he's got the job to do of keeping that bodywork intact as he makes his way. And you can see that tyre now flailing as he makes his way around turn 10, heading up the hill to turn 11. There's a large runoff area on driver's right there. He'll be able to stay there and get up the hill. He's got the car right off the circuit at the moment, over close to the wall. Is he going to pull it up there? That's what I'm thinking. Wow.
He's made it this far, so he's obviously desperate to try and get the car back as quickly as possible, and the damage done to that rear fender is not going to get any better. I think
I've got him stopped at turn 11. I thought he was pulling right off the circuit there, and I think I've got him stopped down at 11. The wall is in the way. I actually can't see it. And he is in sector 3, so maybe the timing hasn't got him quite where he is.
Still moving.
Yeah, he is moving down from turn 12 now. And he can stay on the inside. He's going to have to cross the track at some stage to get to where the pits are.
There's the gap. So, yeah, has done that now. That will mean, well, he's crossed the track in one direction. They're still giving him the inside line for the hairpin bend at turn 14, but then he's going to have to cross again.
Yeah.
Find the gap in the traffic.
With only one wheel accelerating on the rear of that IRC car. It's just coming down to turn 14 now. He should turn up around turn 14. He's not on the track. He's actually on the overrun before the apex. And now comes the difficult part for him to try and get across the circuit. He's got to keep his eye on that right-hand mirror to find out who's coming up. After this Porsche, it looks like he's clear. He can make it. He's already done it. He's made his way across the circuit safely. The Porsche takes his normal racing line, and now he's got a clean run down into pit lane. He's just got to try and stop that tyre from flailing too much and damaging the bodywork on that beautiful IRC. He's in the pit entry, so he's making his way down the lane. Currently second in the GTX category. We saw, John and PMAC were on at the 710, leading the category. The Leipert Lamborghini is stalled up at turn 12, and we know that car has had difficulty starting, and that got towed back on a rope as well. So back into the pits and back out again, and he's almost into the speed zone, which he won't exceed because he's now really looking after that left rear to try and make sure that it doesn't do too much more damage, but it just looked like a puncher.
I actually think because this is a space frame car with the skin of the car sort of over the top of it,
silhouette,
a little bit of a flex to the rear fender.
It doesn't look too damaged. It will be the inside of the guard that I'm worried about.
It's moved with the tyre though, so rather than it being a solidly bodyworked car, I was fearful that it was just going to shark bite its way through there, but it's still relatively intact, Joe Bradley.
Yeah, great job. Absolutely great job. I mean, the rear wheel arch on the left-hand side is already tank taped on there to stop that flailing around, and that's from an earlier incident. The tyres come off, absolutely destroyed. Obviously, it's had a full lap whilst without air in, so it's just sort of destroyed itself. So what the team are doing now, we've got the few hammers out here. We're bashing. It's aluminium sheets on the inside of the sill that runs along the side of the car that extends to the wheel arch. That's just deformed a little bit. That's been bashed into place quite simply because it's aluminium sheet, and that's a doddle. The inside of it's not very far from the exhaust, the inside of this wheel. The inner wheel arch liner I'm not sure if it's supposed to have one. It hasn't got anything. You can see straight through to the tube frame chassis, the suspension, where it's mounted, and that exhaust. A bit of tank tape going on the rear bumper element, bit of bashing of aluminium plate out of the way, and I think we're ready to apply the wheel. The wheel goes on now, and the wheel is not touching anything, certainly anything with a sharp edge, so that shouldn't be a problem. Wheel on now, and they only ever brought one wheel and tyre out. They weren't intending on putting 4 on. A little bit of damage on the sill at the side. I'm not sure whether that was caused with this deflation or an earlier bit of damage. And he's already fired up off the jacks, and away he goes. So, yeah, a bit unfortunate there, but I really am a fan of those cars. That's
Thank you very much, Joe. Grant Donaldson at the wheel, stays at the wheel. Will he jump into pit lane and take some fuel? We'll keep an eye on that. They've about 65 laps ahead of the Vortex, so no risk for that puncher of losing second place in the GTX category. Our race leaders, even after that stall up at turn 12, tack us at the wheel of the Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, about 20 laps ahead of the IRC. Okay.
And breathe.
Oh, hello.
Yes, there was so much happening there, just at the point where we were doing a little change around
dance
in our box, which we've been doing either at 4-hour or the 2-hour step marker, just to make sure that everyone gets their designated time. And the queue for the commentary box was out the door for a while to make sure that we could do the rotation correctly, but these things tend to happen at the most inappropriate of times, not least for the IRC gang, in fairness. They've been up against it for much of this race in that relatively new car, the 111. Starter motor issues have plagued them for much of this race, but amazingly, yes, that bodywork stays intact on the rear left corner, and it's just the tyre that needed to be replaced. So Ben Tuck leads in the treble 7 Al Manar Racing by Team WRT BMW from a couple of Porsches of Thomas Preining and Luke Hartog for Pure Racing and Dynamic GT respectively. 5.34 laps completed for the race leader, 5.33 currently for Thomas Preining, 5.32 for Hartog, and then it is Alexander Smoljar in the SMP Racing Mercedes running in 4th position. So BMW, Mercedes and Porsche all represented in the top 5 places.
when we left you at 8:30 to hand over, the top 3 are the top 3.
Yes.
Okay. They've changed positions in the 2 hours we've been away, but they're back 77, 92, 24. It's the number 7 that's creeped up there, and that's the Mercedes of SMP Racing, Alexander Smolar, and he's just got he's 40 seconds ahead of the 991. That is a BMW, not a 992 Cup car, of Paradigm Competition. Ahmed Al Athi at the wheel of that, leading the GT3 AM category. And leading the Pro-Am category is 6th place, Victor Shaitar in the Winwood Racing Mercedes AMG. So the top 6 still battling it out. And we're just waiting for Ben Tuck has a 1 minute 32 lead over Thomas Preining at the moment. Tyre lap, Ben's got 1 lap over Thomas in the Tyre age, 7 versus 8. But Thomas Preining, as John was describing, has a 4-second penalty to serve, and that was issued at around about 10:10. So he's got 2 hours to serve that penalty. There is a dispensation for under a certain amount of seconds. It will just be added to the race time. But if it's over a certain amount of seconds and you don't serve it before the end of the race, it'll be doubled. So they've got to be a little bit careful regarding that.
Jaap van Lagen, the touring car legend, now ensconced in the MP Racing, MP Motorsport, Mercedes AMG, the all-Dutch lineup, and a very Dutch livery on that car. It's been orange and black, I think, from the outset of that car being part of this championship, and the MP Motorsport initiative goes back even further than being involved in the 24H series. They run as the number 19 on the entry, and they've had a few difficulties here and there. Still ticking off the laps, running in 19th position to match their race number. Best of the Audis, still in just about in the top 10. That's the Haas RT car of James Winslow. And Ferrari fans looking as high as 13th position for the Into Africa Racing by Dragon Racing 296. In fact, both the Dragon Racing cars together on the timing screen, 13th and 14th positions. And Aston Martin with 3 cars entered into this year's race, the 20th edition of the Dubai 24 Hours. One sadly didn't make the start. That was the 41 Come To You Racing Vantage. But Mathis Lismont doing a good job in the sister car, which is still surviving, in 20th place, the number 40 car. And a couple of places ahead of that, Earl Bamber's back at the wheel of the EBM Aston. Yep, Earl Bamber with Aston Martin, I think for the first time in his career. The car's been going excellently well, though, in his hands. 158.790 is its best lap of the race to date, and they're there in 18th position.
Yeah, Earl Bamber really doing some stints in these last few hours before he heads off over to Daytona for his drive in the Cadillac. That team, though, the other drivers will be competing next weekend in the Michelin 6 Hours at Abu Dhabi, coming your way, qualifying on Saturday and racing on Sunday. Over 50 cars have entered that, and about 4/5 of the 992 field are going down there to compete for the Middle East Trophy in the 992 and 992 AM category. And we've got both the winners from last year are competing this year as well in both races. So it's great to see how the Middle East Trophy has taken off, and it makes a... so we've got the QMF MF by HRT. They were our 1992 23-24 Middle East Trophy champions, and the Red Camel Jordans.NL the champions of 992 in the 23-24 Middle East Trophy. Remember, we had the Kuwait race in December. That's why it's 23-24.
In 992, earlier on in the race, they were relatively spread out across the timing screen, but now from 1st to 10th in 992, you're looking at 21st all the way down to 30th position, so quite neatly positioned, those cars. 4 of them are of the AM driver makeup, But the 912 of Oop van Eindhoven, white front, gold rear, Dutchman back at the wheel of the Tyre outdoor racing by HWM crew, and that car leading by just over a minute over Luke Breukers in the Red Camel Jordans.nl. So car 909 still doing the chasing. Cameron McLeod doing a good job in 901 as well here for the AJITHKUMAR racing crew. And QMMF by HRT, the Qatari team flag, and Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi 974 doing the driving there, leading in the AM division from the TFT of Jérôme Bouillery, and it's only 7.8 seconds there. 7.8 seconds is the gap after nearly 22 hours of racing.
Unbelievable stuff, and it's amazing at this stage of the race we still have battles for class lead.
Yeah,
it's just absolutely, it just shows the entire caliber of this field, and many of the drivers have commented on that in the last 21 hours and 47 minutes.
Yeah, and you know, some of that will be to do with the amount of Code 60 we've had this year, which doesn't draw cars together, we must remember. That's the beauty of a Code 60. It provides a neutralisation of the race, a safe environment for marshals to work in, and it shouldn't compromise or alter any of the gaps between the cars. So it's not been manufactured in that respect. The only thing that people have been denied is potential racing laps because of the amount of caution that we've had. So it's prevented cars from building gaps, but it certainly hasn't brought them any closer together because Code 60 doesn't do that. 2 hours and 12 minutes still to go. It's the RSL Radio Show Limited network of channels bringing you live coverage of this 20th edition of the Dubai 24 Hours. Let's get to Joe Bradley for more stories from the pits.
Lots of stories, lots of soap operas behind the garage doors down here in the pit lane. And one massive soap opera involves the Asbest Racing team. Two cars 102 and 101. Nadia Zuhor here from the team. Nadia, you're in both of your cars. Both of your cars have kind of encountered lots and lots of problems where a lot of teams would have said, that's it, we're going to put them in the truck and go home. But you guys have pushed on and done whatever is necessary. Give our viewers and listeners an idea of what sort of problems that the team has put to rights and repaired.
Well, it started since Wednesday. We had a problem in car number 101 and we couldn't drive it very well. It had a gearbox problem. So it was beginning was not great. So we spent the whole Thursday fixing it, and we just changed the gearbox from day one. We couldn't even test it on Thursday. That's for 101. And second day on Friday was absolutely fine, but we couldn't make it qualifying as good as we expected. So we just started in the second position overall. But in terms of the 102, it was good, running fine in the beginning. But unfortunately, in the race, we found it there's a few problems, like a drive shaft and gearbox. We had to change. That's why I spent like 3 hours at night, and we backed out like for back position, and we catch up later on in the race. And in this 101, we had a problem right now. Is the camber is too much and eating a lot of the tires. So we had to put the camber out, and we did the same thing for the 102. So now we are thank God first and second position in the class, but we keep pushing. The race will not finish. We have to finish first to finish the race.
I believe, Daniel, that you could have actually just sat the cars in the pits and still won your class and been on the podium, but you chose not to. You chose to repair the cars, and I would think the spirit is that you want to have those cars cross the finish line and take that checkered flag.
Actually, most teams, they do that. They keep the cars in the pits for the last hour, and they just wait till get the checker flag and they get the podium. We decided not to. We want to race and to show people like this is racing. It's not about how many cars in the class. Just go out and have fun and enjoy it and just do it. Even though we had the problems, we decided just to go back with this Asbest team, which is from Germany. They did a great job, the mechanics, the team owner, everybody, and let everybody go out and to do their job and to win the race, hopefully.
Fantastic spirit. That really is endurance racing, Nadir. These guys have got to be a contender for the Spirit of the Race Award for being as crazy to keep on pushing to the checkered flag. Are you getting back in the car to finish the car?
Actually, I'm going to get back to the car, but I'm going to let somebody, like, who first time ever to finish. I've been doing it for 12 years, so I'll let someone else to enjoy that finish instead of me. But I'll be back in half an hour in the car.
Brilliant, excellent, great stuff. I know you're enjoying your time here at the 20th edition. Thank you, Nadir. Once again, these guys, we heard some stories, didn't we, about the, and I think Nadir gave us a bit of insight on that. They were destroying their front tyres, Phil, on these front-wheel drive TCR cars, and they've played with that and got this Michelin tyre to work for them, I think, and they're not destroying their tyres. But you know what? That's what the first round of the season's all about, especially when you've got new rubber, and that's the challenge, isn't it? But the challenge for these guys is to get to the check flag, which I think is fantastic.
I spoke with Nadir last night when we came off air, and he showed me some pictures of the tyres, and working with the Michelin technicians and the setup of the car, as we've discussed many times, they've been able to get that car into the sweet spot. And this is what new tyres for a series is all about. It's about getting that setup right to work with these tyres, and they were really upset because they were running a lot of camber on those tyres with very stiff sidewalls, and they had to reduce the camber on that car in order to manage these new tyres. And it's a learning process for not just them, all of the teams. And we've seen some teams get on top of it really quickly, and some teams really struggle because they change the front and it changes the rear dynamic as well, and we go backwards and forward. And it's great to see my old mate Nadir Zahur back in 2008, 2009. We were competitors in the UAE Touring Car Championship, and I had many great races with him and his team back then. It's so good to see him back here at Dubai Autodrome and running in the Seat. A great, passionate driver. They just want to get to the end. They want to finish this in style.
Yeah, and it is reward for the pain that they've had to endure at certain points through the race. Very difficult to do. Almost like a fluid setup plan in the race. I mean, I don't know how long it takes and how awkward it is to change camber settings on the front of a Seat when you're in a motor race, but it's just little bits at a time.
A little turn, a little tweak at every pit stop. Reap up on it.
You then don't find out whether it's the right direction to go until an hour or so later. I mean, I hadn't paid close attention to know what the TCEs could do on a fuel load. It might be closer to maybe 75, 80 minutes before needing fuel. And that's a long stint if you have gone in slightly the wrong direction.
Just having a look at what their BOP is for the Cup racer. Well, they've got 120 litre fuel capacity. That's almost running out to 2 hours.
Yes.
That's almost running out to 2 hours. 100% ride height free. It's a 2012 car, so we found out.
Oh wow!
So it's leading its class. And that's what endurance racing is. You've got to be there at the end, and we are 2 hours and 5 minutes and 45 seconds from the checkered flag, dropping at the 20th Michelin 24 hours of Dubai, the 20th anniversary, not just of this race, but also of this circuit.
Great to be here again with RSL then to celebrate that occasion. Last year we had the 2024 version of the 24 hours. I remember that was a nice little tie-in. Next one, well, it'll be the 21st birthday of the race, I suppose, in 26, and then to get to a quarter century in 2030 will be a nice one too. 27 Mercedes.
That's close.
Involved in a battle of the sixth.
Wow. It is indeed. Hannah Grisham at the wheel of the Heart of Racing by SPS, and then it's the Manamuri Energy. Patrick Niederhauser at the wheel of that, and Niederhauser is faster. 2:01 for Grisham, 1:59.9 for Niederhauser on that last lap. So, and they got no traffic at the moment By my count, Johnny, I think we have around about 53 cars still running, or about that. We don't know if any cars will come out of the pit with 30 minutes to go and get to the checkered flag. And don't forget, we're going to have the Spirit of the Race. Joe Bradley will be doing that at midday today. So we'll have the Spirit of the Race, which is all about what endurance racing is and what it takes and what people do to stay in this race.
Niederhauser is absolutely throwing that car all over the road, possibly thrown a touch by the fact that Hannah Grisham was coming into pit lane. And Niederhauser had got a very good run on the Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes, wanting to overtake it and then suddenly realising at the last minute that she wanted the pit road. So stayed well out wide between turns 15 and 16 and well over the white line on the exit as well.
This car is in second position in GT3 AM. It's a little bit, a few laps behind, probably 4 laps behind Ahmed Al-Athi in the Paradigm Competition BMW, in fourth position, leading the AM category. And we've got a BMW in the lead and a BMW fourth, and 2 Porsches in between. Loic Hardock in the Dynamic GT, Thomas Preining in the Pure Racing Porsche. And there's a lap between all of those 3 cars. Once they cross the start-finish line, we'll find out what the actual time is and see if that is coming down 58.0 on that last lap from Ben Tuck. Boy, 57.7 is a lap record. And that's on 15 old lap tyres.
Yeah, it's great going. Thomas Preining, big talent from Europe, and knows the Nordschleife like the back of his hand as well, but eager as well to increase his track knowledge. He will have run here a few times previously, but never with Pure Racing, but knows Porsches back to front as well. So Pure Racing will, I'm sure, be loving the fact that Preining, the Austrian, is part of their lineup this year, the 26-year-old.
Well, they'll be looking at the timing strings going, that Dynamic car just got a 10-second penalty.
Ooh.
And they've got a 4-second penalty, so they've got a 6-second difference in penalties at the moment.
Yeah. Just hearing as well that there may be a bit of damage on the front of the number 16 Mercedes for Winward Racing. That's Victor Scheitar in the 9th placed car.
That splitter drag. Oh, the splitter's split.
It has, hasn't it?
The splitter has split
on the left-hand side. Right as we look at it,
that's really gonna affect the downforce of that car. Oh, you can see it split right there as it basically gone back onto the tyre. That's what all the tyre smoke is about. Wow.
And the section of the bumper underneath the headlight is looking a little unstable as well. So it's not just a floor level splitter. Now there's an issue for one of the 992 Porsche Cup cars, which has had frontal damage. So no splitter, no bumper on that car. And the radiators sit beneath the headlights, one on each side. Loris Nouri in the number 992 car.
Sebjulu Racing Porsche running 4th in AM at the moment. And Code 60 is going to come out in 20 seconds. Let's just see what goes on here. Oh, he got a tap. He got a tap. Oh, into Porsche tree. He's gone into Porsche tree. And the exit between... Oh, and that's damaged the radiators, left and right. Both radiators have gone on that car. And he did that with... Oh, there's a load of debris all over the second. We're gone Code 60. This is going to take a little while to clean up. We've got parts of that Porsche all over the track as they lead down into turn 5. That happened on the exit of turn 4. There is a lot of damage to the... I'm not sure about barrier damage as the intervention vehicle already on site. So it looks like the track's still clean on the left-hand side, which is the racing line. All the emergency vehicles in there. The driver is out of the car. So we have the driver got out of the car under his own steam. But let's have a look at this. I'm not sure what the other car was that was involved.
Another Cup car, wasn't it?
Yeah, it looked like it. It's a white bonnet with the red stripes. Oh, that
992 numbered car was 10th and 4th with AM, as you'd pointed out.
Yeah.
Just trying to work out whether there was another car racing it for position. I don't think so.
I don't think so. 509 laps was the car behind, and 5:15 the car in front, as the medical staff, our brilliant medical staff here at Dubai Autodrome, go to work.
Oh. So Loris Naroy is out of the car, clearly winded, so being checked by the medics as we speak, just to make sure that he can still breathe deeply, and they may take him to the medical centre just as soon as he's ready, but just got to make sure that he's over the shock, because he will have gone through that sequence of corners so many times.
Exactly.
You don't necessarily, it's part of the human condition that you sort of acknowledge that, yeah, I'm going fast, but there's never been a problem up until this point, and then you get a tag, bang into that wall, no time to react and brace yourself. You want to try and release your hands from the steering wheel as quickly as possible once you realise there's nothing you can do, but coolant pouring out of the front of that car. The fact that we've gone code 60 with exactly 2 hours to go is going to compromise some drivers as well, and some teams that owe penalties, because some might have been right on that 2 hour limit in terms of when they can serve it. There's also a rule in place that says when we enter the final 2 hours, it might even be at a phase where those times need to be added to the race time when we get beyond the checkered flag. You cannot serve a penalty whilst we're under code 60. It's 1 minute past 11 here in Dubai. It's the 20th edition of the 24 hours of the Dubai Autodrome, and the flavour of this year's race has really been that purple flag, the code 60. We weren't quite at a caution every single hour, but not far off it. And I'm afraid we're into our latest caution here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels.
I can see Chris Norman down there now. Chris was the first race director at, if you're watching on the stream, in that white shirt there. He was the first race director here at Dubai Autodrome.
Okay, yeah, I remember meeting Chris, and I know him from the UK, of course, racing there as well, but Chris has been a race director at Yas Marina in the past as well for the Gulf 12 hours. Yes. I presume he's going to stay on for next weekend's 6 hours of Abu Dhabi as well. But the priority here now is how much work are they going to have to do to the Armco barrier, because it's been severely compromised.
Well, it's the posts behind that have been bent, and that's where things could get very, very interesting. So those posts behind has been bent, which means they might be able to get the JCB down there behind it and push it into place, as long as those posts haven't come out of the concrete. So we'll keep an eye on that. Barriers repairs needed at turn 5. Estimated time 10 minutes of barrier repair.
At the least, and yeah, they're still assessing precisely how much work is going to have to be done. And misunderstanding maybe into the sequence of corners at 3, 4 and 5, and just that little bit of a tap onto the rear of the 992 car, the white car in behind, and another Porsche Cup car wanting to get out of that moment as quickly as possible, but the spin had already been initiated, and yeah, into the wall heavily. That's pushed the Armco back. Certainly the second layer of the metalwork may need to be replaced, and what were vertical struts in behind the Armco barrier needing to potentially be changed as well. I don't think this is necessarily going to be the work of a moment, and provides us, in fact, a good opportunity here in the commentary box to welcome our next guest, because Oscar Lee of Driver Labs has come to the booth to have a little chat about the Driver Labs initiative, and the fact that actually Driver Labs and the logo is present on the back of all the cars in this year's race. So congratulations on that.
Yes, thank you so much. We're very, very proud to be part of the Corventic series this round. It's so nice to see our logo on every single race car. As a business owner, we are so proud. 1 year ago, we barely didn't have a business, and now we're servicing clients from GT3, LMP2, Formula 4, Formula Regional. So it's really a celebration for us.
Now, is Driver Labs is their base here at Dubai? Because clearly it's a burgeoning place for motor racing. Not a lot of other places around the world can offer a race of this size, and that's why it's worked so well in January for so many years as it has. But it's nice to get a local business involved.
100%. You know, we Dan and I came from Asia. Dan's from Hong Kong. I'm from Taiwan, and we just saw a massive opportunity to start a motorsport business, a simulator business in Dubai. We're literally located right opposite of Turn 1, Dubai Autodrome. If you look at Nando's or Union Co-op, we're inside the mall, ground level.
And this is Dan Wells, your business partner.
Yeah, it's a bit of a story, that one. You know, Dan has been managing my personal racing career for the last 8 years. We met in Zhuhai, China, of all places.
Okay.
We started racing Formula 4 together. He coached me, and you know, at one point I just said, Dan, I want to go race Lamborghinis. So he took me to Europe. Then we eventually won the Pro-Am title, Lamborghini Super Trofeo, in Asia last year. And now we're here in Dubai starting a motorsport simulator business.
Yeah, so it's about simulated racing, but clearly, I mean, what came first for you, first of all? Driving the full metal cars, as we call them, or on the sims?
Well, it really started from karting. So I started karting when I was 15, and, you know, there was a massive performance delta that I needed to fill, especially in Europe. And we used simulators to effectively bridge that gap, you know, get me to the pace that I needed to be sooner. You know, I started 7 seconds off the pace in Lamborghini Super Trofeo Europe, I believe, in 2019. It was atrocious. And Dan said, you know, listen, mate, we need to get you on a sim. We need to do proper training. And that's when I started to do a very scheduled and routine simulator training. And, you know, then we won the Pro-Am title last year. I came within 3/10 of pole position at Vallelunga at the World Finals at Lamborghini Super Trofeo Europe. So, you know, simulators has really, really progressed me and helped me so much on my motorsport journey and helped me save so much money.
Yes.
Because as you know, testing these days, I mean, each set of tires, gosh, 3,000 euros.
Yeah, they don't cost anything in the virtual world.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to buy the car, I think, and you have to buy the track that you want to be racing at.
Yeah, most definitely.
We're talking about very small amounts of cash there.
Yeah.
But the simulation is so accurate these days. I mean, it has been for the best part of probably a couple of decades now. And the pro racing drivers use it in their downtime so that their travel can be limited. They don't need to be at every single race meeting. But I would imagine for someone that's coming out of karting that wants to try and accelerate their experience, it's invaluable.
100%. You know, when you're coming from karting and then you're suddenly jumping into a Formula 4 car, which is, you know, 10 times the weight, or jumping into a GT car, which is 20 times, 30 times the weight, it's incredibly different, incredibly difficult, and track time is so expensive, so limited. There needs to be something in the middle to bridge that gap, and that's what we found with racing simulators. Is it's a fantastic tool to get you acclimatized and used to a new circuit and used to a new car.
There's no question about the interest in motor racing in this part of the world, and the other thing I've noticed is that flags like Hong Kong and like Taiwan are becoming more present in big international motor races. So is the scene there now? It's taken a little few years, but you know, the bug seems to have been really grabbed in those parts of the world as well.
You know, I think motorsport has just gotten to everybody. You know, we see the likes of Netflix with Drive to Survive. We're seeing so many motorsport-related movies. People are inspired. And I think, you know, coming to Dubai to go racing is really the pinnacle, especially in January and February, where, you know, in terms of the weather and the climate, it's really the premier place to go. And so that's why we're finding so many Asians, especially coming to the Middle East region.
You've done this race before.
Yes.
In 2021.
Yes.
You did quite well in that year.
Yeah, not bad.
So that was it, GTX category. Yeah. What were you driving?
Lamborghini Super Trofeo Evo.
Okay. Yeah. Of which we have one in this year's race.
Yeah.
Doing very nicely as well.
In fact, I drove with Leipert. Shout out to Leipert Motorsport, a wonderful team based in Wegberg, Germany. Shout out to Brendan Leach as well, now driving basically all the cool stuff in IMSA as well. They're a fantastic team, and it was such a wonderful race. I remember doing a double stint and coming out the car absolutely knackered. It is so challenging at the during the night with low light conditions, with the sand. It's wonderful.
And tell us about how the deal with Creventic came about to get them interested in your business, and then, you know, this huge exposure for Driver Labs to be on every single car in the race.
Yeah, I mean, basically, Dan messaged me like 1 week ago, and he's like, do you want to sponsor Creventic? I'm like, yes, let's do it, whatever it takes. It was very...
That late, a week ago?
Incredibly last minute. But, you know, in motorsport, I think the best deals are last minute.
So it was a yes, but then, you know, you've then got to think about the logistics. But did you have you need stickers and you need some means of getting the word out there, I suppose, because there'll be additional marketing as well.
Yeah.
But were you just like a coiled spring? You know, you wanted to get involved and
yeah, exactly.
All rolling as quickly as possible.
We thought this would be a golden opportunity. It was very late. We weren't planning for this at all. From our side, you know, I'd like to give a shout out to Morag, to Dan Wells, to Mila, to everyone part of Drivers Lab to make this possible, because obviously it was very last minute. But I also want to give a big thank you to Ori from Creventic for sorting out the stickers, for sorting out the posts and getting everything ready, because, you know, obviously this is one of their biggest events of the year, and they were flat chat as well. So very, very happy and proud to be part of this race.
So the decals have been organised for this race, but you'll know that the 24H series will continue on after this weekend, Abu Dhabi next weekend, then a 5-race season in Europe. Any plans to be part of that?
You know, I was just discussing with my business partner, Dan Wells. We're certainly quite interested, because we're seeing a large population. It's certainly a lot of Europeans moving to Dubai. I mean, Dubai is just an ever-growing community, especially in motorsport. So it's something that we're definitely looking into. Obviously, it has to make sense financially, but it's definitely not a no.
Okay, that's good. And then anybody that wants to know a little bit more about Driver Labs and how you guys can help them, what's the suggestion?
Well, find us on Instagram at drivers.lab. Find us on our website, drivers-lab.com. Feel free to reach out to me, Oscar at drivers-lab.com, or Dan at drivers-lab.com.
Well remembered.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a mouthful. But you know, we're just opposite of Turn 1 Dubai Autodrome. Come say hi, even if it's just coming in and checking out our sims. You know, we like to help young drivers. We're helping a young driver, Hassan, right now. He's just starting karting. He's about 12 years old, doing really, really well. We looked at his data and we were like, man, it's fantastic, really.
Just for being reminded that, of course, we'll be finished by 1:30, 2 o'clock. We can nip over there, can we, to have a look at your setup?
Of course.
Excellent.
Of course. I have the keys anytime.
Joe Bradley down in pit lane and I are definitely in for that, so we might see you later on. Oscar Lee, thank you so much for popping in and saying hi.
Thank you so much.
We will pay close attention as to whether the Driver Labs decals appear in the championship later on. But to Dan Wells and to Oscar Lee, our great thanks, and also Creventic, I'm sure, will offer their thanks to Driver Labs as well for being a major partner for the 2025 edition of the 24 Hours of Dubai. You've missed nothing on the racetrack. We're still under the same code 60 because of what we anticipated to be a lengthy caution period. Big crash for the 992 numbered Porsche, steered right after some contact, some unintentional contact, still with an unidentified fellow Porsche Cup car, unless you had another chance to see any of those replays, Phil Anson.
I've been on the Creventic YouTube stream trying to find it, and we're getting a time now, 11:25, which is 11 minutes from now, but it is a white Porsche with red stripes down the bonnet that was part of that unfortunate, it was just a touch, but it's on the change of direction. Okay, so it's unweighted, that car, on the change of direction. And that's called Porsche tree for a reason, because if you lift off in a rear-engine Porsche around turn 4, that's where you're going to end up at the tree.
Yeah, directly towards the tree trunk.
Yes.
And, I mean, it's safely positioned behind the Armco barrier, thankfully, but nevertheless, hitting a barrier that does flex a touch. They are designed to do that, to cushion the blow, but it's still done an awful lot of damage to that Porsche, which has made its way back to pit road. It was doing that whilst we were chatting to Oscar of Driver Labs. And Joe, you've had a bit more of a close look at it to assess that damage.
Yeah, it's finished. If this was an hour into the race, it would be finished. It's not finished because there's only a short amount of time left. It's had massive front end damage. The floor area of what is effectively the boot on a 911 is folded up like a cigarette packet when you crush it in your hand. It's deformed, I suppose, quite well actually, and taken up the energy from the shunt. But it's got a lot of damage on the front end. Yeah, component parts, we've got them, but the actual structural, that would take a lot of pulling out. It's going to take a sort of a body repair workshop to pull that straight, not just a few lump hammers. So I'm afraid 992, the Sebelju Racing entry is not going to continue. Let's have a word with Alex to see if he, Alex, who was your studio guest. Alex, I take it that car is finished.
Yeah, for sure. We don't know yet. Mechanics are looking for the car, but first impression, it's really bad. We will see. Normally, it has to drive next week in Abu Dhabi, but yeah, we will see what we have to do on the car. At the end, it's just unfortunately we don't have luck during all the race on strategy and with some technical issues, but that's part of the race. It was not our day, but
who was driving the car, and are they fine? Are they okay?
It was Loris Nora, and we don't have any bad information, so I guess he's okay.
Okay, so he's been checked out at the medical centre, and we think he's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I guess he will come to medical centre to be sure, but we don't have any bad news, and we hope to don't have it.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, major front end, lots of deformation. If they've got to get this car ready for next week, then that might look like a reshell or... Well, yeah, it's that bad. I'm not sure that'll put...
Well, it's the 928, which was the other car involved in that. Michael Blanchimont at the wheel of the HRT performance car, currently running 6 in the AM category. It doesn't look like he's sustained any damage. He's on the inside. The 992's on the outside, and they just wanted that same piece of track.
Yeah.
Get that line into turn 5.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether any blame is assessed there. That's not our job. We merely describe what's gone on,
exactly.
And then that will be looked at from various different angles, not just the same one that we have here in the commentary box. There are other locked-off CCTV cameras that Race Control will have access to. It's very tricky to call that. They were fighting, as you say, and trying to get to the same bit of asphalt. There was certainly nothing deliberate there.
No.
But Blanchimont will be concerned now, potentially, about whether there is a late penalty that he will need to serve to right the balance. The Code 60 will prevent him from doing or serving any penalties, as it will for 5 of the top 6 cars. For instance, Dynamic GT's Porsche still has to serve 10 seconds at some stage, as do the SMP Mercedes and the Manamari Energy Porsche for Patrick Niederhauser. You can't do it now. There's also a rule that suggests it's a little sketchy for the final 2 hours of the race. Yeah. So the other option that the race direction crew have is to add it to your race time once we're finished at 1 o'clock, and some of those penalties may be carried on to the final result sheet instead.
Well, what they do is it's under a certain amount of seconds that will be added to your race time, but if it's over a certain amount, it will be doubled and added to your race time.
Okay.
So this is the run up from another angle, side by side through 4. Yeah. And he just comes back to get the racing line into 5, and unfortunately
well, they weren't side by side at the point of impact.
No.
There's sometimes criticism in similar incidents for a change of direction, change of line for the car slightly ahead, but the 928 car was trying to prize the opening, and did of course have the option of getting out of the throttle when the initial contact was made, but without seeing any telemetry, it's very difficult for us to comment. So we'll just have to pay a close attention to the list of penalties and see whether either of those cars are added to it.
Well, what that has done, now that Michael Blanchimont is still lapping, he's now gone in front of the Seb Jalou on the leaderboard.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so he
weren't on the same lap as the incident happened, were they? But no. Seb Jallou's car is obviously not doing any laps at the moment, whereas that 928 car is. And, yeah, Blanchimont now ahead of Loris Naroy.
Yeah, and they are... And that puts him up into 5th position, and unfortunately for the Seb Jalou racing car, down into 6th position. As we're around hopefully about 5 minutes from getting there. We're still a load of track vehicles. They do have the JCB out, and they're pushing it from behind. Great work from the track team here at the exit of turn 4 down towards the entry of turn 5. And they're trying to get those barriers. We've got 1 hour 38 minutes and 30 seconds to go in this, and we started this at 10:58. We're just on around about 20 minutes into this code 60. We've already had 4 hours and 47 minutes under code 60. And this is code 60 number 20.
For the 20th edition of the race. So it would be a good number to stop at.
Yes.
With an hour and 38 minutes still to go. But on average, so 20, and we're now in the 22nd hour. 23rd hour, in fact. Yes, that's right. With 37 minutes of the 23rd hour still to go. So we're still just under the 1 code 60 per hour marker, but it's not that far away. I don't know what the record number of code 60s is actually in this race. I revisit the archives for that, but we can't be a million miles away from breaking a record we really didn't want to do.
Exactly. With the quality and caliber of this grid, it's just... And we've got to talk about the time of day, you know. We've been running now for 22 hours, 22 minutes. The drivers are tired. Even though they try and get rest in between their stints, it's very difficult to do at the circuit. You know, you don't get the rest and relaxation that you want in between stints. Everything's tired. The pit crews are tired. So it is difficult for just a brief lapse of concentration to cause something like that, where he thinks he's got past the car, or, you know, what do you do?
We might have found, we have found the base for Seb, one of our RF cameramen, and others at 0221, I think. It's almost as if they've deliberately thrown the drone there to make sure it's outside their window and realise that there's a chance to get on TV. So a wave from the window for Seb and others. As, well, sleep is at a premium, as it always is in the penultimate hour of a 24-hour race, but the enthusiasm is still definitely there. These guys work behind the camera, but they've always secretly wanted to be the focus of attention. As Seb with the VIP media jacket on. Now he's going to run away, look. He's all embarrassed.
Das Pit Machine. As he does, as the UAE flag flies proudly over Dubai Autodrome.
The more embarrassing thing about that is that the drone was probably being controlled from that office.
Exactly.
So talk about, you know, wanting to seek the limelight. They can organise that whenever they wish.
Well, Seb doesn't normally get on camera because he's holding it all the time.
Exactly, yeah.
And I feel sorry when I was doing the pit walks back in at Yas. He has to bend down so far to get me head on, whereas with Nick, he doesn't have to worry about it. They're around about the same height. But with us vertically challenged people, he was having to crouch over. I felt sorry for him.
I think Seb towers above most people.
Well, he does.
And then the chap that I met earlier on, Johnny Westbrook. Now, he takes it to a whole different level.
You can always find Johnny Westbrook, and we had a chat about Johnny. He builds heritage touring cars. He built a beautiful Audi that Emanuele Pirro drove at the Goodwood Festival. He's got another few under construction at the moment, him and his family. And
from the Super Touring area?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's always got things on the build. He comes out here and works for TTR Racing, works with the Radicals and the Clios. So it's he's a busy boy, plus all of the stuff that he does back in. So if you watch the Goodwood stream online, you'll always see Johnny in the pits because he towers above everybody else. But it's great to have him here, and the local team TTR Racing putting the work together in the GT4 category, and they're currently third in there.
Wonderful to have Heart of Racing as part of this race, powered by SPS, but Heart of Racing are going to be making waves in 2025 in the FIA World Endurance Championship with their 2 Aston Martin Valkyries. I'm sure loads of fans looking to head to Le Mans this year will be looking forward to June for this very reason as well. And Ian James of Heart of Racing now has a chance to catch up with Joe.
Ian, Zach Robuchon at the wheel of the 27 Mercedes, the Heart of Racing Mercedes. I want you to know, do you know how hard it is for me to say Heart of Racing, stop, brain engage, Mercedes?
I know that's a bit of an anomaly these days, but yeah, we do like driving the Merc now and again.
Yeah, I was firstly, before we talk about the rest of 2025, it's been a bit of a character building one for you guys, this one.
Yeah, not too bad. You know, it's our first race with Hannah Grisham from our female academy, our first GT3 race. She's done remarkably well. So far, we haven't really had many issues. Been a bit unlucky with the Code 60s, but it goes that way sometimes. And we're still in the hunt for a podium, so all good, really.
Give us a bit of information about the academy and the female academy. Where's Hannah come from?
Yeah, well, a couple of years ago, we did a shootout. You know, we had up to 200 young ladies audition for it. Then we had a shootout, the last 10, and Hannah was one of those girls. So she's been running GT4. Doing really well in that, and then just stepping up to the GT3, and she's done remarkably well this weekend.
And Ian, was that based on pure performance, or was budget required, etc., etc.?
No, we wanted to take the social economic side out of it, and it really was on the right character, the right speed, and who we thought we could progress through the ranks, and we really want this to work for. It's not a box tick for us. We really want to work for some young lady to go all the way.
That's fabulous to hear at these days. Motorsport is kind of an unfair sport, isn't it? They say the next Ayrton Senna is driving a taxi around Sao Paulo, so very commendable what you guys are doing there. For you in Heart of Racing 2024, we are starting what is going to be one heck of a journey, isn't it?
Yeah, this is just the beginning of the iceberg, as it were. But we're happy to be here, starting off in Dubai. It's a good warm up. Then we roll into Daytona, and then obviously Qatar will be the rollout for the new Valkyrie hypercar program. So super excited. Got programs going all around the world, and just very fortunate. The continued support Gabe Newell and Seattle Children's Hospital on all our vehicles, raising money for the cardiac care center there. So yeah, we're very lucky.
Have you projected how many air miles you're going to cover this year? So I surmise, just quickly in my head, it's going to be a lot.
Yeah, somebody showed me a graphic of all the trips I'll be taking this year, and that's a bit scary. But needless to say, I'm the top tier on American Airlines these days.
All right, you'll hardly feel it. You must be very excited, though, Ian, knowing you as we do. You're a pure racer, and to have that season ahead of you, that's fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like I say, it's really a dream come true for me and everybody at the Heart of Racing. But I started the Valkyrie project, when Gabe, pushed me to make it happen 3.5 years ago. So to see it come to fruition, and it'll be a very, very proud moment when we see it roll off on the grid in Qatar.
Well, the fan base is looking forward to it. You've got all that British fan base as well for getting ready for that big one in France. That must be exciting as well. Just that one alone, thinking about that one.
Yeah, I can promise it'll be loud and proud when we get to Le Mans. So hopefully we can re-engage the British Army that used to go for the Jaguar days and get behind the team, and let's see what we can do.
Yeah, I'm already seeing the seeds of that. You're still in your race gear. Are you due out in the car to finish it?
Yeah, it looks like they're going to put the old boy back in there for their last stint here. So, I mean, like I say, Creventic's a great platform for us to give people opportunities, not just the drivers, but crew, and, that are coming up through our ranks. And I like the way they organise it, and it's a nice atmosphere.
Well, you know we like to have you here, and you're welcome any time. And I look forward to it. I'll probably bump into you at Daytona, but great to have you here, and good luck for the rest of the season. And you need a massive good luck for the rest of your season, because it's huge.
Yeah, fingers crossed. But like I say, I'm living the dream every day, and any day at a racetrack's a good day for me.
Ian James from Heart of Racing, and their link up with the German squad SPS, who bring the Mercedes knowledge with them. And they say they like bringing that Mercedes out time and time again. A little precursor to a very Aston Martin year otherwise. Zach Robichon, who's driven Porsches in the past, but he's now slotting himself into the Mercedes and doing well, into the top 10 for that car now. There are actually 3 AMGs occupying those top 10 spots. The best of them being the SMP Racing example for Sergei Sorokin, 5th place for that GT3 lineup, whereas the 27 Heart of Racing crew is an AM lineup. Zach Robichon, one of the semi-pros.
Under a minute to go to the end of this Code 60 with under an hour and a half to go, which means a driver can get in now and go to the end of the race. It's under 2 hours. So see if anybody is doing that. We know that cars came in and took tyres. We had Dynamic from 2nd position, Pure Racing. So all of those young tyres on those cars. I think Almanar was one of the first ones in, because they've got an extra lap on that. So they've come in and taken it. When everybody saw that this is going to be around about a 25-minute as we go green, a couple of cars didn't quite get the message there. We've got a slow car on the right-hand side of the circuit coming down, a few slow cars coming down into turn 14, and that's causing a bit of consternation. It's all bunched up coming out of turn 15 as they try to sort them out, getting some temperature into the Michelin tyres. They've been running around at 60 kilometres an hour for 25 minutes. We've seen things happen at the restarts after long Code 60s, but hopefully the track's got enough temperature in it now that we're not going to have the same issues.
Yeah. Oh, but there's an issue for one car coming out of the Code 60, which is one of the many Porsche Cup cars, 28th place.
So 9-8.
989. It's the 7x7 car, isn't it? For the driver simply known as Banksy.
Yes.
Not that one, the Japanese Banksy. And the 989 car did not get anywhere close to racing speed. You were spot on in the different speeds that were offered coming out of the Code 60. That's entirely reliant on when and where you see the flag being withdrawn. And it was coming out of the first corner, the right-hander, down towards turns 2 and 3.
Yeah, he's got a problem with that car. He's pulled it off the track. So obviously a technical failure on the Japanese entry car. We are under green still because he is a long way off the circuit. And he's got it going again. Just how that front left isn't rotating. The front left is locked solid, and it's just rubbing that Michelin tyre away. It's not rotating at all, and he's going to try and make it back. He can get through the club link. He's heading down towards turn 6 now. He's on the overrun, so he's not on the circuit at all. And he's trying to get that car around that corner, but he's going to have to cross over. Oh, that's...
Has that wheel become cross-threaded somehow?
I don't know.
Tyre's down, first of all.
Yeah.
So it's not rotating possibly for that reason. The front right is going around, though, so yeah. I don't think it's anything to do with brakes, unless it's exclusively on the front left corner, that failure. But that is very bizarre.
It is.
Whether the steering is helping him at all, because the front left doesn't rotate, but I think the steering arm is still engaged just about. The problem is he's going to be chewing through the Michelin tyre, and once it gets through to the rubber, it may well start to chew away at the wheel as well. How much of that front left corner of the car is going to be left if he does decide to brave this and do something like another 3.5 kilometres on only 3 rotating wheels and tyres?
He's between turns 7 and 8 at the moment on the inside of the track. He will need to cross the circuit to access the club link to get back to the pits, because that is definitely not just a tyre change. There is something else wrong with that front left. As he makes his way on the over-under run, So he's well off the circuit, around about 30 metres off the circuit at the moment. Just keeping an eye on where he is coming out.
It's bizarre that it seems that this problem didn't manifest itself in the Code 60. It was only then as he tried to get back up the speed, the 7x7 989 numbered car for Banksy, running in 9th position in the 992s. And that is a non-AM driver lineup, so in amongst the 992 pros, in effect, it's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th place for car 989.
I'm just waiting for him to come out at the gap on the back straight, which is the club link, which cuts through to turn 14, which means you miss 10, 11, 12, 13, and about 3 kilometres. But he hasn't arrived as yet. I can see everybody in the turn 14 grandstand having a look. Yes, he is using the cut through, and he's coming out into turn 14 now. And this isn't part of the normal circuit. This is part of the club circuit here at Dubai Autodrome, the 2.4 kilometre circuit that uses turns 17 and 18. Yes, we do have a 17 and 18, but it's on the infield after turn 1. And it runs back parallel to the start-finish straight, turns left and then turns right and takes you onto the back straight. But he's having trouble keeping that car moving with that. I think he's trying not to burn the clutch on that car, because it would be really putting a load on first gear. He's on the banking now, past the apex of turn 14.
So very close to home. Let's hope that the damage is not very much worse than it began at turn 3 and 4.
Well, he's going
well off the track to the inside of the circuit at 14, just spotted in there.
We've got a white flag there that signifies a slow-moving vehicle, and he's just about to get up to the crest of turn 15, and then it's a downhill run into pit lane, and he is being very cautious. He must be travelling at about a maximum of 5 kilometres an hour at the moment, as Banksy tries to bring that car back into pit lane to see if they can sort out whatever that issue is with that front left-hand tyre.
That is I suppose that's the side of the car that's been having all the punishment through the race. The left side of any of these race cars gets more suspension force and more tyre wear as well.
We've got 9 right-handers here and 7 left-handers.
Yeah.
So it is the left-hand side of the car as we run a clockwise circuit, of course.
Yeah.
But he has made it down into pit lane now, and the downhill run helping the momentum.
It may be therefore a suspension failure or something that's gone wrong with the hub. We'll check on that just as soon as the car, if it reaches pit road, and how much damage has been done to the tyre.
He's about 100 metres from the pit entry line, and just coming down now, and he's in pit lane.
In the meantime, Max Hesse continues to lead the race in the Almanar Racing by WRT BMW. Something like a 3-minute lead over Dynamic GT Porsche of Klaus Bachler. Alexei Nesov was put into the Pure Racing Porsche during the previous stop. Darren Young still representing Paradigm competition with their BMW as the AM class leader, but a very broken front left corner for the 989. 7x7 Porsche, Joe, arriving now right in front of you.
I think it's got a shattered brake. I think, hang on, just want to see what bits they are. Yeah, he's got a brake disc that's gone on him. It's what happens when these brake discs wear. They form microscopic cracks that you inspect every time the car stops. Well, eventually they explode quite catastrophically. It's like a bomb going off. And Seb, if Seb gets in here, all of those bits there in between the wheel spokes, that's brake disc. The caliper is there. The caliper's falling off. There's been a catastrophic failure of that brake, and it would have exploded with the kind of the energy of a bomb. And you'll see where you see the clean brakes of the cast iron, clean brakes. They were cracks once. and then eventually the thing goes. You push the brake on, and that all goes bang, and then he'll have lost it completely, and everything's just jammed up. That what was stopping the wheel rotation. There's just bits of metal and bits of brake disc and caliper and all sorts in there, and that's just jammed the wheel. I think it's quite repairable. I mean, it's kind of worth just taking it off, taking the disc off like you would a normal change, and hopefully it hasn't damaged anything within that area, like brake pipage. I don't think it has. I think it's just gone bang, everything stayed within the wheel, and I'm pretty sure they'll be able to rectify this and get it at
well,
least
they have to almost take a circular saw to that wheel, though, and slice it into bits to get it off the hub. It's already come off, is it? What?
It's still the wheel. The wheel isn't the problem. The wheel, you take the wheel nut off, the wheel will come off, and then as you come it off, as you take it off, the wheel's like a box of bits. And where's Seb? Hang on, I'm going to get Seb around here because there's lovely bits of brake disc. Seb. Here we go. Get Seb's camera on this. That if Seb gets his camera on the inside of this wheel, that's how the wheel came off. And there's the brake disc. That's the actual brake disc that attached to the brake belt. This thing here, that's the brake pad. I hope you saw that. Yeah. My finger in there. That's the brake pad. So as he took the wheel off, you took the wheel off, you pull the wheel off. The wheel's just containing that box of bits and bits of metal, and we obviously can't get in with the camera to see what's going on underneath the wheel arch. I might be able to poke my little head in though and describe. Let's have a look. Yeah, you know what? Everything looks fine. New brake bell with a new disc attached will go on there. I think the biggest problem is going to get the caliper off because it's all bent and twisted. So again, it's if it bolts off, there's Seb does get his camera in. If everything bolts off as it should do, then everything should bolt on as it should do. And from what I can see, there's not too much issue there. It's just an exploded brake disc. When you run someone like Alan Taylor, it was quite common on his touring car because he wouldn't pay for new discs.
I see, so they were somewhat stressed to their limit and beyond.
Yes.
What is that trailing from the side of the number 16 car? It looks like a ratchet.
It is. It is a ratchet strap.
It's a ratchet strap.
They will black flag that car. It's got the metal ratchet attached to it, which is banging up against the side of the car on the 16.
So I can't imagine that car has picked that up from anywhere around the
Maybe
circuit.
they were using it to secure something on the car.
Yeah, and either forgotten it was on there or it was secured at one moment and now it's not, but it's dangling from almost the door mirror on the number 16 car. I think it actually was initially attached just in front at the bottom of the A-pillar.
Yeah, Windward Racing in their AMG GT3 Evo. And that is heading down, and it was holding the splitter up. Remember, this had the splitter that went away, and it must have been holding the splitter together. We saw that splitter go on the start-finish straight a few hours ago, and Windward Racing have been using that to hold it together. You can see it there, and when it let go, Gabriel Piana at the wheel of the 16 car, and that's dangerous. That can be flicked up into another car. The team will be talking to him on the radio. Currently leading the Pro-Am category. And next Pro-Am is around about just on a lap and a half behind. But I just want to get back to the 992 category, as we have been so often. It's just 16.6 seconds separating the lead in the 992 category after 22 hours and 44 minutes.
This is also going to be causing just a huge distraction for Gabriel
massively.
Piana, because you'll be able to hear it.
Oh, definitely.
Smacking off the side of the car with every corner.
Race control will be taking a very close look at that. and it was put on there to keep that splitter up when we saw that splitter split on the start-finish straight.
And if it's given up on one end of this ratchet strap, then quite clearly it may come loose from the A-pillar itself, and then it's flying through the air at great speed and could easily clean out a windshield of a following car. So I'm sure the message will be sent to the 16 crew relatively shortly. And if it is a mechanical warning flag, i.e. the black flag with the orange spot on it, then you generally get 3 laps, I think, to react to that.
Yeah, the guys up in the start-finish gantry box having a great look at that now, and on the radio to race control to tell them all about it. So the eyes on track from the start-finish gantry were very, very interested to see what that is. They do have a TV down there as well as a timing screen as we focus on that. It's not slowing Gabriel Piana down. He still holds the fastest lap of the race at 1:57.777. Set on about lap 5. Would have been about 1:15 yesterday afternoon as he makes his way around the circuit.
Exactly quarter to midday on day 2 of the 24 Hours of Dubai. This is the 20th edition of this great event, brought to you live and as it happens on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Now, in about 15 minutes' time, we will be awarding the Spirit of Race, which is I was going to say annual award, but actually it's not. It's every single race that the 24H series has and holds, and a chance to recognise and put the spotlight on a lesser fancied car, but one that has potentially been really through the mill and gets extra points for continuing on, not getting distracted, for not being put out of its stride and just wanting to get to the finish. They're not literal championship points, but we do give whichever crew wins it and a separate trophy, the Spirit of the Race Award. So we need to come up with some nominations here, Phil.
Yep.
Thinking about who has drawn our attention, which will be outside of the top 10, I'm sure. Joe's already got a potential car or indeed driver to look out for. Still keeping our eye on the number 16 Gabriele Piana Winward Racing Mercedes, because that car has not yet needed to come in. Well, Joe, what are your thoughts on Spirit of the Race?
My nomination will be car 414 Razun's Porsche. That car came in and I thought, that's finished. That is absolutely mullered. The front end was completely squished. And then I walked back about an hour later, that had all stripped off. They were rebuilding it, the lunatics. So it dropped all the way down the timing screen. If you have a look where it is, car 414, it's way down. Not a hope in hell of getting anything out of this race other than the satisfaction of meeting the challenge of getting the car to the checkered flag. And that's the only reason why Razun put that car back together and continued on, and it's still going round and round. And I think that is the passion, the craziness, the stupidity of endurance racing.
Yeah, summed up perfectly. But they're not necessarily the only team that have not given up. I've already got some thoughts. Let's see where Phil's going to go first, or do you need a bit more time?
Well, unfortunately, I have to agree with Joe.
Oh, okay.
When I saw that car under 3 layers of tyres, I thought that is no way that is coming back after a brake failure on the fastest part of the circuit. And buried under 3 layers of tyre, pulled it out, and I went, I don't think that, no, that's not going anywhere. And as Joe quite rightly said, they never gave up.
Yeah.
They never gave up. When he talked to them in the paddock, it was all positive. We're going to get back. We're going to do this. With the assistance of Porsche, they got back and got running again. It totally destroyed all the bodywork at the front of the car, and I was looking at it going, is the front end still square? What's going on? We don't know. But, you know, is it drivable? Well, clearly it's drivable. AJITHKUMAR is at the wheel of that car right now, the 414, and out back, and they are currently running 4th in GT4. Unbelievable.
Well, I like one-offs, and we've got a couple of those here at this year's race. The McLaren is surprisingly the only McLaren 720S to be in this year's race, and whilst I was doing my pit lane stint a little earlier this morning, that car had already entered pit road and been in the garage, and after, I remember this now because it matched the race number of that car, 3 hours and 33 minutes, the car finally left the garage. They'd done a full gearbox change. They'd had to sort out a pretty major ABS issue as well, where the sensor was playing up. And rather than interrogate too much, they just said, let's just change everything that we can do in the time allowed. And the McLaren got back into the race. It is still running as well, with Morgan Tilbrook at the wheel. They're taking the Optimum Motorsport McLaren to next weekend's 6 hours of Abu Dhabi. And then the other one-off in this race is the IRC GT, which has had no end of troubles. The latest one being a pretty major rear puncture, which started to eat away at the rear left fender. But they were having that constant problem with the starter motor, which was not obeying instructions. So 3 or 4 mechanics required on the back of the car to bump start it and send it down to the fueling area. It just looks, and more importantly sounds, superb with that 6.2 litre V8 LS3 engine. So they would be 2 nominations from me. Just under 9 minutes to go before we get a full decision on that, and we get the opportunity for Joe to oversee the awarding of the Spirit of Race.
Now, I've got a thought here. Now, the 16 is staying out. We've got 1 hour and 8 minutes to go. We saw the Winwood team getting ready. Now, are they trying to get to the 1 hour mark so they can fill it and get to the end of the race?
That would make sense.
It would. So that's why they're hanging it out there. They know the pits are ready for the car to come in, and it's probably we'll have 1 stop to go. The Winwood car at the moment, 15 laps on those tyres, and he's got a 10-second penalty to serve as well. Race control have been out and had a look. I'm just keeping an eye on the start-finish gantry, whether they do hang the meatball flag out for it very shortly. He'll have a lap after he sees it to come in and pit, and with just under 1 minute and 1 hour and 8 minutes to go, it could get very close as he's making his way now down the back straight. Currently leading the Pro-Am category, Gabriele Piana at the wheel of the 16 Mercedes AMG as he heads down towards turn 10. So his left-hand corners when that thing just flies out. Right-hand corner, sorry. As he's heading up the hill. And around turn 12. Still happening, keeping an eye on the flag stand. You can get 2 more laps out of it. They should be able to do a pit stop and fuel to the end of the race. Big thank you to Johnny Palmer, and welcome back to the last, just on the last hour and 6 minutes to John Honoff.
Yeah, good to be back. JP will be back for the end. We'll get everybody through the Global Broadcast Centre, a bit of an all skate, as my American colleagues would call it. And we are still, I think, a little closer to understanding this race, but I'm not calling this, Phil. I am not calling this race at all in the top class. In 992, there's 8.5 seconds between Tyre and Red Camel. GTX, 34th position for Leaderboard Motorsport. Worked their way up with that Super Trofeo car.
When it was parked up at turn 12. Unbelievable.
Remember, they've not had a starter motor from about, I think, at the absolute latest, 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah.
In GT4, what a race for the BMW of AGMC Racing by Simpson. Ramit Azam behind the wheel of that car. And for me, one of, if not the team of the race, as best racing
will be first and second in TCE. I think for about 18 hours of the race, one or other of the cars have been in the pits, and they've changed the gearbox, they've stripped the whole front end of the cars away. It's just been incredible, and that we're scratching the surface. Those are only the class leaders at the moment. There's the Pro-Am leader is Winward Racing, Gabriele Piana, who started the race, will finish. The AM class is Paradigm Competition, who looked like a contender for the overall for a little while, in Armin 992. This is going to be another huge story. End of last year, in the inaugural running of the 992 Endurance Cup, powered by Porsche Motorsport at Spa, QMMF by HRT won the AM class, their first international victory. It was huge for them. The party was immense. The smiles were wide. And then, of course, they got back home, and the local coverage, I saw some of it, was massive.
Absolutely.
If they can repeat that AM win here in the 24, this is going to be massive. There is coverage and Qatari media here this weekend. This is going to be huge. Meantime, as you called it earlier on, the number 16 Gabriele Piana Winward Racing, first in Pro-Am at the moment by just over a lap from Herbeth Motorsports number 91 car. That's the car with the flapping under tray at the front that was held on by a ratchet strap. The ratchet strap has come unfastened. That's flapping around with a bit of metal, a metal buckle on it, and the under tray is flapping around. They have now been given the meatball flag, the black and orange flag there. That is, you get no grace on that. That goes out. It's not as if you've got 3 laps to come in. You have to come in at the next opportunity past the pit lane.
And that's going to work out perfectly for them, because just over an hour to go, they can fuel to the finish.
What do you do with that then? Do you just rip the splitter off and say you're going to have to deal with it with a new set of Michelins on?
Well, Seb had got down into their pit, and we could see a whole heap of masking tape being prepared up onto the side.
Oh yeah, the big strips. Yeah.
There he goes.
Late call.
Very late call into pit lane. Is he going to pull it up? Yes, he is. Wow.
He went across the hatching there, and Gabriele Piana, who put in a stunning 157.7 earlier in the race. We've had the 92 Pure Racing car with a 57.1. Lap record pace from Gabriele Piana on lap 3 of the race, by the way, and a lap record that stood since 2021. And into the pit lane, let's go down to Joe Bradley, who is there.
Ratchet strap is still flapping around. They're going to service the car while they're at it. The ratchet strap has been doing a job. I'm not quite sure what it's been doing, keeping the bonnet on or something. They've wrapped it around the door mirror, and then it's going somewhere inside underneath the bonnet of the car. They've chosen not to need that anymore. And I tell you what, you know the grooves atop the wheel arch that helps with the airflow coming from out from inside the wheel arch. They've covered them up with this gaffer tape, and I'm not sure that's clever, because that
Joe, that car had a broken front splitter, and it was part of holding that up, of keeping it together, and the strap had broken.
So new tyres went on that while they were repairing that fault, which brought out the mechanical fault flag for it. They chose to put new tyres on, and so new tyres have gone on that car as well. It's gone. The very, very quick job by the Winward boys.
Probably not an FIA certified ratchet strap.
Yeah, that's quite dangerous actually, if that had come off and been left on the track. And
well, the thing is,
they've actually not even bothered trying to unfasten it. They've just cut it and got that strap away. The car is already in the fuel station,
and they'll get to the end now on fuel.
A green flag stop. They did not have... Oh, hang on. No, they've got a 10 second.
So they've got to come back in anyway.
Or that will be added to the end. It'll be multiplied.
It's over 2 seconds, so it'll be doubled. Yep.
Yeah. And so they may need a splash before the end. They can't do a penalty under Code 60. 4 of the top 5 cars have penalties still to serve as Max Hesse comes in from the lead. Almanar Racing by Team WRT, and this again should be a green flag stop. So Joe Bradley, this should be the last stop for Max Hesse. Already gone past you and into the pit lane, into the fuel station.
I tell you what, I wish I could have done a video of that one and then sold it as how to do a pit stop, because that was absolutely phenomenal. They had the choreography of Swan Lake about it. I mean, what else? Why would you expect anything more from Vincent Voss's team? It's got Team WRT across the top of the garage door, and that's who's running this car. And it was absolutely exquisite to watch. Everybody knew their job, and everybody did it literally foot perfect, feet perfect.
So we saw that the penalty box was absolutely chock-a-block full, so they couldn't take a penalty.
But you don't have to be in the box; you just have to park up. So they could have just lined up there somewhere in the start of the pit lane.
He went to go in. He did.
He should have gone.
He should have, because they're going to have to do another stop now. And
the only thing that I would, I think what I might have done